Chapter 1. The Rankings of the Infinite Realms, the Divine Land. This realm stands as the epicenter of countless great worlds, a sanctum for practitioners across the myriad realms. Its vast dominion is boundless, with whispers suggesting that even a fragment the size of a thumb from the Divine Land could birth an entire universe. Though this grand realm has existed for merely 5,000 years, it was conjured into being by the most formidable being of all realms, the Celestial Qin, through sheer willpower. At the heart of the Divine Land, a majestic mountain rises imposingly, a celestial peak known as Mount Yanhuang. Towering to unfathomable heights, it is surrounded by innumerable worlds, suffused with ethereal brilliance and sacred radiance. Chains of profound paths cascade from its summit, swirling with primordial chaos and violet mist. The mountain is shrouded in a veil of resplendent light, with rays of glory occasionally bursting forth from its pinnacle, illuminating the surroundings with unparalleled brilliance. Atop this celestial mountain lies a grand palace, radiant and resplendent, crowned with a plaque inscribed with the gilded characters Celestial Palace. This is the sanctum of the exalted Celestial Qin, known as Qin Tian. At this very moment, upon the summit of Mount Yanhuang, a youth clad in a moon-white robe, his visage strikingly handsome and his skin luminous, sits cross-legged beneath a towering tree. This tree, revered by all as the World Tree, pulsates with divine light, which the youth absorbs. Its leaves represent vast worlds unto themselves. He is Qin Tian. 100,000 years prior, his mortal form traversed into this fantastical realm. Over the course of these 100 millennia, he has navigated countless trials and tribulations, forging a bloody path through near-death encounters. In 3 years, he entered the path in 7. He attained the golden core in 100. He shattered realms in 1,000. He ascended from king to emperor in 10,000. He vanquished celestial beings, and in 100,000, he became an immortal. His brilliance is unmatched, a paragon for all practitioners, and a figure of reverence among the sovereigns of myriad realms. He stands upon the immortal dynasty, commanding the indomitable celestial sex. He has battled countless prodigies, spilling blood across the heavens, often finding himself on the brink of death. He has traversed an era, subjugating myriad races, reigning supreme in the infinite realms. Yet he is but an ordinary human, devoid of extraordinary talent, but he has carved an invincible path through unwavering conviction. Ultimately, he stood alone in the starry sea a millennium ago, claiming dominance over the 10 semi-immortals. In adversity, he turned the tides, obliterating 3,000 great worlds and innumerable lesser ones, slaying the 10 semi-immortals, and even defying the sole celestial being of the starry sea with his mortal form, emerging as a new immortal. From that moment forth, the name Qin Tian resounded throughout the cosmos and across the realms. 100,000 years ago, I arrived here, desolate and alone, ascending to the pinnacle of the celestial hierarchy of the infinite realms. I have become the sole immortal among all. Yet, why can I not find the path home? I am now an immortal of the myriad realms. Why, even with the power of an immortal, can I not uncover it? Is becoming an immortal merely a grand illusion? Under the vast tree at the mountain's peak, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, filled with profound sorrow. Since his ascension to immortality a millennium ago, no matter the method or divine power he employed, he could not locate the passage that had brought him here. He could not find his way back to Earth, nor to his home. He had once conjured the cosmic expanse of his memories, envisioning the blue planet, yet it did not evoke the warmth he remembered. He had journeyed through the rivers of time, scouring ancient histories for traces of that planet, even engaging with the primordial immortals, yet still found no way back. Could it be that I will never see my loved ones again? Leaning against the great tree, Qin Feng sighed softly as its leaves gently draped over him. Though he was an immortal, he had never severed ties with his mortal past. To him, true immortals should not fear the mortal realm. Immortality should not equate to cold detachment. If he cannot find the path, he may be forced to return to the primordial darkness. Ding! The rankings of the infinite realms have been activated. This list is divided into the rankings of powerful beings across the realms and the world rankings. It has been detected that the divine land is classified as a supreme world, allowing billions of practitioners to reside within the rankings of the infinite realms. The higher the world's rank, the greater the rewards and privileges. Perhaps your wishes can be fulfilled. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Swish! A stream of radiant light surged into the consciousness of billions of practitioners, imparting knowledge of the permissions associated with the rankings of the infinite realms. Qin Feng, momentarily taken aback from his previous worries, displayed a flicker of surprise upon his face. The rankings of the infinite realms? Rewards and permissions? The fulfillment of wishes? Instantly, anger flared upon Qin Feng's countenance. A system, perhaps. In his past life, he had been an avid reader of novels, familiar with the concept of systems, which many protagonists possessed. In those stories, wielding a system meant one could vanquish gods and Buddhas alike. When he first arrived, he had entertained fantasies of such. He had even attempted to create myriad systems to facilitate his return to Earth, but to no avail. Now, another system has emerged. Could it be that an omnipotent being, out of sheer boredom, has bestowed it upon him? Has he drifted for a millennium without taking action? Once I capture you, you shall know the true meaning of wrath. With that thought, Qin Feng's gaze turned icy, his consciousness enveloping the entire world as he searched inch by inch for the source of the system. The aura emanating from him caused the skies above the divine land to shift dramatically, sometimes radiating with purple mist for miles, at other times cloaked in dense clouds. Within his eyes, myriad laws manifested as he moved his hands. Countless divine powers surged forth. Unbeknownst to the beings around him, time began to advance in one half of the world while it regressed in the other, unnoticed by all. In this moment, Qin Feng wielded the power of an immortal, traversing the fabric of time itself to uncover the origins of the system. Qin Feng furrowed his brow tightly. He could not find the source of this system. How could this be? His strength was unmatched across the infinite realms. Even ancient immortals would falter before him. Reversing the yin and yang was trivial. Altering the past and future was merely a thought away. Now, he could not trace the origins of the system. What could this imply? It indicates two possibilities. First, that his status as an immortal might be a fad. Otherwise, how could anyone in this world conceal their intentions from him? Not even the ancient immortals? The second possibility is that the source of this system possesses power beyond his own, perhaps transcending the current realms altogether, for he has never forgotten that he is not of this world's humanity. Intriguing. At that moment, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. A radiant beam of celestial light shot from his gaze, sweeping across the infinite realms, causing all beings to tremble. Had he harbored intentions of destruction, this gaze alone could obliterate the infinite realms, leaving beings without even the chance of reincarnation. Could it be that the path home relies on this system? Qin Feng murmured softly, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. If the entity behind the system possesses greater power than he, it suggests that there are realms beyond immortality. If he could reach such heights, perhaps he could return to his homeland. As for whether it was a trap, Qin Feng remained unperturbed. He was an immortal, after all. Even if he were to falter, it would merely be fate's decree. Perhaps in death, he could find his way back. Engage. With this resolve, Qin Feng directly entered the rankings of the infinite realms. Ding! Congratulations, you're the first person from the divine land to enter the rankings of the infinite realms. You have received a grand gift package. Ding! As you are among the top 10 in the infinite realms, you will continue to be addressed as immortal and will possess certain privileges. As soon as he entered, a flurry of information flooded his mind. Qin Feng casually scanned through it, comprehending his privileges, and, rather than hastily opening the gift package, he focused on studying the world rankings. The rankings were divided into categories such as anime rankings of the infinite realms, film rankings of the infinite realms, martial arts rankings of the infinite realms, and many more. World rankings, you say? Entering the list, Qin Feng casually clicked on several videos showcasing characters and scenes from familiar worlds, such as Naruto, Honor of Kings, One Piece, and even Doraemon, all ranking quite high. These worlds were filled with characters and scenes he once knew, now transformed into the fantastical realms of martial arts and immortality. After watching for a while, Qin Feng decided to open the gift package. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a card of infinite knowledge and a positioning card of the infinite realms. Note, the card of infinite knowledge allows you to inquire about any question, but you have only one opportunity. After use, it will vanish into thin air, so please use it wisely. The card of infinite knowledge? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise, feeling a surge of excitement. I wish to know, how can I find my way home? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng took out the card and activated it, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He feared that the answer might be that it was impossible. Ding. When you transcend to the highest realms across countless worlds and detach from all constraints, you will possess the capability to find your way home. Note, there's only one opportunity for transcendence, and it requires competing against the myriad realms. At last, I have discovered a glimmer of hope for my return. To challenge the myriad worlds, I shall see who dares to obstruct me. Those who stand in my way shall not enter the cycle of reincarnation. I will annihilate their past and obliterate their present. Qin Feng abruptly rose from the ground, laughing heartily as his eyes once again sparkled with astonishing battle intent after a millennium. At the moment Qin Feng set his sights on a goal, cultivators from all corners of the divine land and the myriad realms, from the weakest practitioners to the lofty pseudo-immortals, confirmed that this object was utterly untraceable. They began to settle in. It is worth noting that upon reaching a certain level, they too could create systems. If even the pseudo-immortals could not uncover its source, it was highly likely that it was the creation of the immortal Qin. Naturally, they had to enter, otherwise they would incur the wrath of the immortal, and that would spell disaster. With the prior rules embedded in their minds, the cultivators navigated the situation with ease. The ranking of the myriad realms shimmered with ethereal light, surrounded by the principles of the Tao, exuding incomprehensible profundity. As the multitude studied the ranking of the myriad realms, boom! At that moment, the myriad realms trembled simultaneously. The vast starry sky reversed, the space fragmented, and spiritual energy surged. Most worlds, including the anime and film realms, were accustomed to such phenomena. Everyone, do not panic. This is merely a manifestation caused by the ranking of the myriad realms. Just get used to it. Zhang Wuji from the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber said. Indeed, although this commotion is somewhat larger than usual, it is nothing to worry about. Just remain calm and observe. Whitebeard from One Piece chuckled, stroking his beard. Chapter 2. Those who accomplish great things do not sweat the small stuff. At that moment, a voice that shook the heavens reverberated throughout the myriad realms. The strongest world ranking of the myriad realms is now announced. The ranking comprises 1,000 great worlds, with no distinction in order. The strongest world of the myriad realms. My Dragon Ball world is absolutely in the top 10, exclaimed Frieza. Frieza, has your brain been consumed? A mere broken universe that cannot even rival Apollo dares to speak such bold words? Retorted Gaia, the cosmic star god. Ha ha ha. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. My ultra beast-armed world is undoubtedly invincible, declared Hades. What, do you have an opinion? A mere robot dares to be audacious in my presence? Frieza challenged. In the Dragon Ball world, Frieza sat upon his throne, a trace of disdain curling his lips. Initially, those who had ascended the myriad realms world ranking, such as Uchiha Madara, Luffy, and Iron Man, also foolishly provoked others, only to shrink back into silence upon seeing their own videos, becoming turtles withdrawing their heads. He believed that once these individuals witnessed his exploits and realized they were indistinguishable from others, they would understand what true strength entails. Now, the announcement of the world ranked 1,000 in the myriad realms is revealed. The Dopa Great World. Before Frieza could finish his thoughts, the supreme and grand voice resounded once more. The crowd noticed a massive screen materializing before them, followed by a line of colossal characters slowly emerging. Their expressions shifted the ranking of the top 1,000 worlds of the myriad realms was about to commence. The 1,000th ranked Douluo Great World is a realm dominated by fighting energy, devoid of flamboyant magic, merely exhibiting fighting energy that has reached its zenith. In this realm, myriad races vie for supremacy, striving to become the Douluo Emperor. The Soul race stands as the mightiest, with its leader meticulously planning for millennia to ascend to the Douluo Emperor, annihilating the Xiao race, devouring the Ling race, and slaughtering the Stone race, thereby extinguishing nearly half of the world's population. Ultimately, he achieved enlightenment and became an emperor. Even the heavenly Tao reincarnation could not spare the mighty Soul Emperor from death at the hands of the persevering Flame Emperor, who emerged from obscurity after enduring countless tribulations. Decades later, the Flame Emperor ascended alongside the other 4 emperors, an event famously known as the 5 Emperors breaking through the void. Evaluation. The Douluo Great World is a 5-star world. In the video, a line of faint characters appeared, documenting the life of the most powerful Douluo Emperor, the Flame Emperor, throughout the ages, as well as the shocking schemes of the Soul race, reflecting their personalities and mindsets. The final remark provided an assessment of this world. Such a detailed introduction left countless cultivators across the myriad realms in awe, marveling at the Soul Emperor's ruthless cunning and extreme patience. They also felt a sense of lamentation that the Soul Emperor's demise at the hands of the Flame Emperor was indeed deserved. The life of the Flame Emperor astounded the crowd. Ordinary individuals, faced with the sudden disappearance of their talents, would hardly possess such remarkable patience. Yet, the Flame Emperor taught them that fortunes can shift, and one should never underestimate the young and impoverished. The Soul Emperor is indeed ruthless, surviving for over a millennium solely to become a Douluo Emperor. I wonder how strong he truly is. I would love to meet him to understand how to obliterate the angel civilization. I am curious as to why he ranks as the 1,000th strongest world in the myriad realms, while my super god world remains unranked. Having finished watching the video introduction, in a world unknown to how many realms away from the Douluo Great World, the demon Queen Liang Bing sat upon her throne, resting her chin on one hand, joyfully observing the introduction of the Soul Emperor, while showing little interest in the Flame Emperor. He was rather indifferent to the fact that the Soul Emperor had lived for over 1,000 years. Yes, the Demon Queen. She had once overthrown the rule of male angels alongside the Angel Queen Kasha. And now, after the passage of more than 10,000 years, her interest lay primarily in the ruthlessness and cunning of the Soul Emperor. It is worth noting that her lifelong ambition has been the annihilation of angelic civilization and the assassination of the Angel Queen. Should she have the chance to meet the Soul Emperor, it might just pave the way for her to realize her dreams, allowing her to ascend as the supreme queen of the realm. Her subordinates shared similar sentiments. My queen. If only the Soul Emperor were in our world, we would undoubtedly be able to defeat Angel Queen Kasha. After all, his plans have been in motion for millennia, which speaks volumes of his capabilities. At this moment, Addo, standing nearby, remarked with a cold glint in his eyes that he would do anything advantageous for the queen. Indeed, if he were in our world, having him would be like adding wings to a tiger. Alas, the Soul Emperor exists in another realm, and there is naught we can do to summon him. Morgana's eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke, then shifted her tone to declare, but one day, I, Morgana, shall personally claim the head of Queen Kasha. Ever since she witnessed the rankings of the myriad worlds, Morgana had grown increasingly confident, believing that one day she would reign over other universes, letting her name resonate throughout the realms. Meanwhile, in other worlds, the annihilation of 4 races was merely a minor feat. Those destined for greatness do not sweat the small stuff. The Soul Emperor's lack of decisiveness, pondering too much, was indeed a flaw in the realm of mortal cultivation. Hanli had just slain a descending true immortal and was now hiding away to recuperate, known as Han the Runner. He held a detached view towards ruthless heroes and slaughter. Throughout his life, he had either been hunted or on the run, acutely aware of the brutality of cultivation. The extermination of races for the sake of longevity was merely trivial. Every day, numerous races perished in the spirit realm, If not for the fact that the human race fared little better than others, his opinion of the Soul Emperor would have been far less forgiving. Goodness, he has lived for over 1,000 years. He seems capable of living for several millennia more. Is this the essence of the fantastical world? How enviable! In the capital of the Song dynasty, Xiao Feng could not help but exclaimed he was nearing the twilight of his life, and without the aid of rare herbs like the thousand-year ginseng, he would have long since succumbed. What difference is there between this and immortals? Even terrestrial deities are but this. Huang Rong, seated on a pleasure boat, nibbled at a osmanthus cake, murmuring softly, though she had broken through to the master realm due to her standing in the rankings of the martial world as beauties. Extending her lifespan to 300 years, she could not help but feel a pang of envy towards the Soul Emperor. In her world, where spiritual energy was scarce, it seemed unlikely that her cultivation would progress any further. While her lifespan exceeded that of many, a tinge of sorrow lingered. The other martial figures, aside from their shock, fear, and disdain, were also steeped in profound envy. Who among mortals does not yearn for eternal life? How unjust it was that such a trivial being could enjoy such longevity. In the Dragon Ball world, Felisa wore a grim expression, her eyes brimming with jealousy. Living for 1,000 years, isn't that just a 1,000-year tortoise? I wonder if he has any relation to that turtle family. Chuckled Tushanya from the world of the red demon Fox. Inner realm. Those who lived for a millennium were often considered ancient monsters or turtles. She suspected the Soul Emperor was one of those. Meanwhile, in the Dopa world, the remaining ancient races were shaken by the astonishing news. The Soul Emperor has become a Do Emperor, and he did it all behind my back? Send one of the 3 immortals to protect my son-in-law. The ancient immortals can perish, but my son-in-law must not. Ancient clan leader Gu Yuan could not restrain himself from exclaiming, his face a mask of grievance. Damn it! As a millennium-old rival, I thought we were good friends, yet you abandoned me to become a Do Emperor. And what of me? Am I just here to watch? Thank goodness my daughter is capable. Otherwise, I might never have known what it feels like to be a Do Emperor. How could it be? My spirit clan would not silently be annihilated by the Soul clan. This is impossible. The spirit clan leader protested vehemently. How could the Soul clan, with such an ancient bloodline, possess such formidable strength to obliterate my stone clan? Quickly summon the Buddha of the West. No, summon clan leader Gu Yuan. My medicine clan possesses methods left by a Do Emperor. How could the mere Soul clan vanish without the ancient clans noticing? Even if we cannot defeat them, we could certainly escape. This is utterly laughable. Go fetch clan leader Gu Yuan. Let us discuss how to deal with the Soul clan tonight. If Gu Yuan felt a twinge of pain, the other races descended into chaos, especially those that had been annihilated. They were eager to summon the Buddha of the West, or rather, clan leader Gu Yuan. Congratulations to the clan leader for becoming a Do Emperor. My Soul clan is destined to be the rulers of heaven and earth. But we must first eradicate the remnants of the Xiao clan that very moment. Within the Soul clan, an elder of the 8-star Do Saint gazed at the Soul Emperor seated on the clan leader's throne, overwhelmed with excitement, before wiping his neck and speaking with malice. Congratulations, clan leader. Not only him, but the other elders shared in this fervor, their eyes brimming with anticipation as an ancient race. The emergence of a Do Emperor was of paramount importance. It could not only revive the dwindling bloodline of the Soul clan, but also establish dominance in the Dochi world, unifying the continent. Unbeknownst to them, apart from the northwestern continent, all others had already been covertly subdued by the Soul Emperor. Once he ascended to the throne, the entire continent, save for the central state, would be within his grasp. Congratulations, Soul Emperor. From now on, you shall truly be the Emperor. A nearby void-devouring flame cast a sidelong glance at the Soul Emperor, suppressing his inner turmoil, and spoke indifferently. Let us all strive together. This matter is yet to be finalized. The Do Emperor affair is not set in stone, and our plans have been prematurely revealed. There remains a pressing concern. Soul Fire, you should deal with that to the forefront. The Soul Emperor, basking in the adulation of the crowd, could not help but erupt in a laughter, though he quickly composed himself. His face turning cold as he spoke, he had not anticipated that despite the success of his millennia-long scheme, he would meet his demise at the hands of the Xiao clan. This was something he could never tolerate. Xiao Yin must die. Meanwhile, the cultivators on the Doqi continent were preoccupied with the rankings and their fluctuations. That we are ranked last. How is that possible? Our Do Emperor has not appeared for 1,000 years. Yet 2 Do Emperors have emerged, and we are still at the bottom. This cannot be right. Our Doqi continent is so powerful. How are we not in the top 10, but rather at the very end? Our Do Saint experts can create small worlds and can tear apart space with a single strike. This so-called ranking of the myriad worlds must be a fabrication, the work of some scoundrel. Our Doqi world is certainly not this weak. Countless beings from the Doqi world voiced their skepticism. As the doubts of the beings echoed, they filled the myriad world's ranking like a barrage of comments. Chapter 3. Old Dragon Turn Around, startling a cow by the roadside. Meanwhile, reactions across the myriad worlds varied widely. How laughable! A mere Do Saint barely capable of creating a small world. What is there to be proud of? In our world, any martial artist can create a small world. It's nothing extraordinary, yet you still aspire to be ranked first. The mightiest world among the myriad realms is undoubtedly ours. This is a realm of deities. And I, Jehovah, am the strongest in all the myriad worlds. In the world of the fallen angels, the Western deity, Jehovah, spoke benevolently as he gazed at the myriad world's ranking. God, just a piece of trash from the West. I've lost count of how many I've slain, yet he dares to spout such arrogance. In the world of Earth's divine charlatans, the demon Emperor Zhang Xiling sat on the sofa, disdain evident in his voice. Indeed, the Western deities are nothing but worthless. How dare they be so brazen? When I reached great heights, I found myself perpetually alone, no one to converse with. The desolate winter chills me to the bone. Yet I ponder, what is my true purpose at such heights? The Doqi world appeared mediocre. Could you withstand my nebula form? Could you forsake everything? In the world of super beast armor, the king of hell, residing in the abyssal coffin, murmured to himself he had fought at the pinnacle for so long that he had forgotten what it felt like to be sealed. He knew, but the cycle of rebirth had rendered him numb. The strongest among the myriad worlds? That title surely belongs to my demon god world. The rogue dragon bellowed loudly. Upon the first glance, the venerable dragon startled a cow by the roadside with the second turn of his head. The winds howled and the stones flew, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. With the third, the mountains crumbled and the rivers reversed their flow. And with the fourth, the king of demons contemplated a leap from heights. A perfect grand world, the rankings of the myriad realms? The master of the forbidden lands slowly awoke from a snow-white head, raising his gaze towards the screen above. His piercing eyes swept across the surroundings, finding no traces of deduction, and then he patiently continued to observe. The rankings and images of the Doqi world flashed through his eyes. His heart remained undisturbed. This world was scarcely different from a realm of true immortals, offering little of interest. Although he was but a remnant thought now, a mere flicker of intention could easily obliterate this world, judging by the pressure it exerted. Currently, the foreign army lay just beyond the gates, and within my 9 heavens and 10 lands, there was not a single immortal. What shall we do? I wonder if this myriad realms ranking can assist us. Meng Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, his gaze deep as he glanced at the rankings of the myriad realms, shaking his head as he spoke. They had little concern for the rankings presented, for they lacked the strength of the foreign realms and the immortal domains. The Do Emperor depicted in the images was merely an existence they could obliterate with a mere gesture. Thus, it was unlikely that the 9 heavens and 10 lands could claim any rewards. If they did, the foreign realms would certainly receive their share as well, leaving the 9 heavens and 10 lands still unable to contend with the countless immortal kings of the foreign realms. This was somewhat perplexing. In a world of immortal reversal, the vast cosmos of the celestial vault, the dragon symbol universe, and the eternal divine emperor's world, one grand world after another, numerous powerful beings bore expressions of disdain mixed with surprise. The rankings of the myriad realms had left them awestruck. They were all invincible beings, yet could not fathom the origins of this ranking. Shrouded in a thick fog, they regarded the Dopa world as little more than refuse. Considering the myriad realms to be the supreme existence, undoubtedly their own world, Within the divine land, the strongest world among the myriad realms was undoubtedly my divine land. How could that Douluo world possibly be so weak? Even the mightiest of Douluo emperors in our realm would barely qualify as a budding contender in the small thousand worlds. Indeed, that Frieza appears even weaker, at best comparable to that Douluo saint. I truly wonder what right he has to be so arrogant, dreaming of becoming the strongest world. The figure I saw, that so-called Lord of the Underworld, was commendable, possessing the heart of a warrior. His strength barely matching some of today's prominent family's prodigies. But that nebula body is hardly worth mentioning. We could create countless black holes at will. The angel race is rather amusing, a host of men bested by women. Death would spare them the disgrace, though their technology is hardly impressive. With but a thought, we could create technology that would overshadow theirs for millennia. Within the Hall of Immortals, a group of semi-immortals sat cross-legged, surrounded by an extraordinary glow, their presence exuding immense power. Were it not for the fact that this world was established by Qin Tian, the congregation of so many semi-immortals would have surely heralded awe-inspiring phenomena. Purple Qi arriving from the east. Celestial kings descending from the heavens would be trivialities, and the reversal of cosmic rivers would be nothing unusual at this moment. These semi-mortals were engaged in discussions regarding the worlds and figures appearing in the rankings of the myriad realms, sharing their perspectives and opinions. Among them, the Lord of the Underworld from the Super Beast Armed World, Kesha from the Super God Universe, and Frieza from the Dragon Ball world garnered their attention, eliciting expressions of intrigue. As semi-mortal beings within the current myriad realms, their lifespans were boundless, allowing them to witness the cycles of epochs. The rise and fall of the universe was but a fleeting thought. To them, even the beings from animated martial arts and the second dimension, including those from the Douluo world, were mere trifles. For them, only fellow semi-mortals were deemed worthy of equal dialogue. Those beneath this rank were not even worthy of a sidelong glance. The sole event that had jarred them was Qin Tian's audacious rebellion against semi-immortals with supreme might, and inversely against immortals with semi-immortal prowess. The power system of this super god world presents an interesting concept. As long as one possesses the elixirs, immense power can be attained. Regrettably, the upper limits are not high, at best allowing one to become a transcendent being. One elderly semi-mortal spoke softly. He was the evergreen semi-immortal, one of Qin Tian's followers. All semi-immortals within the divine land were devoted followers of Qin Tian. Willingly, so at this moment, he was observing the content of past rankings from the Myriad Realms anime, one of which was the Super God Universe, whose power system piqued his interest. Indeed, to create divine bodies through technological means without cultivating divine techniques is quite intriguing, though the flaws are substantial, as mass production is unfeasible. With equivalent resources, we could produce far more powerful beings with fewer flaws. That on another front, a semi-immortal shrouded in primordial purple Qi, his appearance obscured yet radiating boundless power, nodded. This was the Purple Sun semi-immortal, who had attained enlightenment through primordial purple Qi, his strength unfathomable, invincible across the myriad realms. The 4 generations of divine bodies from the super god world are quite commendable, but the time and resources required are excessive. While their method of creating deities through technology appears formidable, the flaws remain significant, preventing them from breaking free of the universe. This system offers some insights, yet it fails to capture their admiration. They contemplated these worlds, gaining some understanding that enriched their foundations, unlike those from martial arts worlds and cinematic realms, which offered no such enlightenment, leading the group to lose interest. Chapter 4. The king cannot be insulted. The upper limits of the martial arts world are far too low, unless one considers those powerful martial artists from high martial worlds whose strength might rival that of elders from third-rate sects in the divine land. Yet how many such worlds exist? I wonder what position our divine land will hold in the rankings of the myriad realms. Need it be said, the Douluo world relies entirely on those 2 Douluo emperors to sustain its ranking within 1,000. Any one of us could likely qualify for the top 100, and now, with the presence of Emperor Qin, we shall undoubtedly be first. An excited semi-mortal proclaimed, his voice thick with reverence, akin to encountering a deity. Qin Tian, the foremost immortal of the myriad realms, had long left an indelible mark in the hearts of the celestial beings. During the semi-immortal era, Qin Tian could single-handedly sweep through the celestial supremes, suppressing the 10 most formidable semi-immortals with a single hand. Now, having ascended to immortal status, his depth of cultivation was unfathomable. With a mere thought, he could annihilate the myriad realms. Such an existence is invincible in the hearts of semi-immortal beings across the myriad realms. With an immortal presiding, which world could possibly rival this? Qin Tian was well aware of the awe and discussion surrounding him. He merely shook his head slightly, never considering himself the absolute pinnacle of the myriad realms. From the system, he learned that there existed 10 beings within the myriad realms who were not inferior to him, perhaps even more powerful. Having perused countless novels, he understood that within the supreme primordial realms, there were assuredly those who could rival him. His grand world could also project into the myriad realms, yet he had thwarted all such attempts. Meanwhile, the video continued to play. The celestial beings began to watch. The visuals grand and magnificent, far surpassing any blockbuster, immersing them in an unparalleled sense of reality. Below the video, comments flooded in, an incessant stream of opinions, billions of remarks per second, overwhelming for an ordinary person, yet mundane for the celestial beings. Occasionally, the video would display shimmering texts and wondrous colors, visible only to those of high cultivation, the children of worlds or individuals of special status. Even among them, the celestial beings' purple comments were merely twice the size of ordinary ones. Emperor Soul is indeed ruthless. I propose the ancient races unite to eliminate this shameless scoundrel. Heavenly Dragon Suju, is this what the fantasy world amounts to? Still not a match for me. Frieza, the angel race is the most powerful. God is with you. Yahweh, the mightiest, is undoubtedly my demon god world. You, Dragon Elder, are invincible. The familiar figures filled the screen, even those previously unheard of or noteworthy. Sitting cross-legged beneath the towering Jinmu, Qin Tian observed the myriad of comments with an amused expression. Each familiar ID represented figures from his previous life, and it seemed that some beings, in their naivety, looked down upon his fantastical world, likely due to their lack of experience with true defeat. Although there exist realms of immense power within the anime universe, Dragon Ball certainly does not belong among them. Even a single world of super beast armament could effortlessly vanquish them. The video continued to play, yet the commentary shifted from the ruthless Soul Heaven Emperor to the debate of which world truly reigned supreme. With several names he recognized among the discourse, a mere assemblage of ants, how could they possibly comprehend the magnificence of the realms of fantasy and immortal heroes? Zhang, the half-saint, you weak little insects. Have you perhaps never tasted the bitterness of despair? Should I one day descend upon your world, I wonder if you could withstand the aura of my presence. Changqing, the half-saint, you shall not insult Wang, the undying immortal King Anlin. How dare you belittle the esteemed Qin? When the worlds merge, I shall personally twist off your heads. Frieza, the celestial supreme. I have traversed the universe for countless years, obliterating innumerable planets that I eagerly await your arrival. But more so, I wish to personally descend upon your realm to show you what it means to be insulted by a king. Frieza, what immortal king, what half-saint. Those so-called powerful beings of fantasy are but ants. Frieza, indeed, those words resonate with me. Uchimadara, Lord Frieza speaks true. These little fantasy warriors are mere refuse. Blackbeard, do you think my true self cannot descend? The undying immortal King Anlin, who gave you the audacity to speak so boldly? Were it not for my lack of coordinates to your world, I would have crushed you without hesitation. Changqing, the half-saint. This is excessive. You offer no counsel on how to deal with the Soul Clan, while making a ruckus here, showing me no respect. Xiaoyan, how infuriating. You denizens of the anime world dare to speak ill of my great world of fantasy. Truly, you know not what you invite upon yourselves. Black Emperor, as familiar names continue to emerge, Qin Tian found himself at a loss for words, particularly regarding Changqing, the half-saint, who, despite having lived for untold ages, still behaved like a petulant child. That it was utterly absurd that several half-saints were mocked by mere ants. I could that moment. The video concerning the Douluo world concluded, and the audience expressed keen interest in the story of the Flame Emperor. Sensing that his tale was far from over, the Flame Emperor was truly loyal and righteous, treating his teacher with utmost respect, and his wife likewise, Tu Shanya, a mere remnant of the Xiao clan. I shall send someone to eliminate him. Who could possibly stand against me in the entirety of the Dochi continent? Soul Heaven Emperor, observing the relentless barrage of comments, made his own remark after the video ended. The instant this comment appeared, it drew the gaze of the crowd, redirecting their attention away from the debate of the strongest world. Xiao Yin, brother, run. Do not fall victim to the Soul Heaven Emperor's ambush. We still rely on you for the sake of the world. Du Dao Siko. The villain has appeared. Sisters, shield us with your comments. Little Dragon Maiden, all heretics must be eradicated. Pope, Soul Heaven Emperor, you must be dreaming. Our clan leader has already dispatched the ancient elder to retrieve my clan's son-in-law. Ancient Yuan, the Soul Heaven Emperor is still not ruthless enough. No wonder he faces defeat. Old Demon Han, how absurd. Such a person is not ruthless enough? Golden Wheel Mage, witnessing the frenzy of criticism directed at him. Even the Soul Heaven Emperor, known for his composure, found himself somewhat speechless. How could one who achieves greatness be so petty? What does that old Demon Han mean by not ruthless enough? What manner of ruthlessness does he possess? Is he truly a demon? Soul Heaven Emperor, momentarily perplexed by old Demon Han's true nature, tentatively remarked. He had slaughtered so many yet was deemed insufficiently ruthless. What, then, constitutes true ruthlessness? This old Demon Han cannot be a genuine demon. Can he? If so, how should he confront him? Should he cling to him for support or humbly seek his counsel on achieving true ruthlessness? The Soul Heaven Emperor fell into deep contemplation. Ha. I am no demon, merely bemused by your folly, having squandered such a promising hand. Old Demon Han, deep in his secluded cultivation in the boundless sea, observed the Soul Heaven Emperor's mention and shook his head, uttering these words. Chapter 5. To harm her, you must first tread over my corpse, possessing the advantage of time and place, yet failing to capitalize on it. He could have easily seized the ancient jade of the Xiao clan, but feared the ancient clan's members instead. What utter folly! After annihilating the once mighty Xiao clan, why leave behind remnants? Is this not merely inviting trouble for oneself? Old Demon Han was not of such a nature. He either refrained from action or struck decisively, leaving no opportunity for his foes to recover. The Soul Heaven Emperor, upon hearing Han Li's tone, felt quite displeased, unsure how to retort. Although old Demon Han's words were harsh, they rang true. He had indeed been overly cautious, being one of the two most powerful beings in this realm. What was there for him to fear? Void-devouring flame, you must take action personally. Xiao Yin is a grave threat. Should he remain alive, it will be our doom. Remember, strike with thunderous precision. Otherwise, if he hides, finding him will prove quite difficult. Suddenly enlightened, the Soul Heaven Emperor realized that the situation had not yet escalated to that point. He still had a chance that if he could eliminate the future Flame Emperor in his infancy, the Douluo world would be easily within his grasp. The Soul Heaven Emperor's thoughts mirrored those of Xiao Yin, who found himself somewhat speechless at how quickly his existence had been exposed, as if they sought his life. Currently, he was not the invincible Flame Emperor of the future. A random Do Zun could easily best him. Teacher, what shall I do? The Soul Heaven Emperor must now view me as a profound threat. If I do not perish, he will not rest easy. With a flash, an ethereal spirit emerged from the ring in his hand, its expression grave and alert as it surveyed the surroundings. Noticing this, Xiao Yin grasped the ruler behind him, aware that someone lurked nearby. You must be the medicine sovereign, yes? Do not be alarmed. I am Ancient Dao of the Ancient Clan that I have come specifically to escort young Master Xiao Yin to our Ancient Clan that we have allied with the Spirit Clan, Fire Clan, Thunder Clan, and Medicine Clan to jointly combat the Soul Clan. Once we locate the Soul Clan's Soul Realm, we shall strike decisively to eliminate the Soul Heaven Emperor. At that moment, a venerable elder with a youthful appearance appeared before Xiao Yin and the others. Having followed the trail left by Xiao Yin, he was one of the three immortals of the ancient Dao clan. To safeguard the future of the world's powerful, We are now distributing reward for world champions and world grants. The reward for the Soul Heaven Emperor consists of a strand of source energy and a 10-year protection period, during which he cannot utilize the source energy to advance to Do D. The reward for Xiao Yin includes a space of and a Do D inheritance, along with a 10-year protection period. In the Dopa world, having ranked 1000, a source of the world's essence will be rewarded once the 5 emperors break through. As the myriad realms ponder what rewards the Dopa world might receive, a resounding voice echoed through countless worlds once more. What? They have granted that vile Soul Heaven Emperor a strand of source energy. The heavens wish to doom my spirit clan. I refuse to accept this. Soul Heaven Emperor receiving source energy is one thing, but why grant him a 10-year protection period? How shall we seize that strand of source energy? Shall the Stone Clan simply perish? Stone Clan, ha ha ha. Forgive me, I did not intend to laugh, but your words are simply too amusing. Though I already know your fate, I did not expect that the Soul Heaven Emperor would also receive a 10-year protection period. Does this mean that after 10 years, things will continue to develop in this manner? Black Emperor quietly inquired, what is source energy? Why do you all seem so shocked? Little Dragon Maiden, rest assured, when my angel clan descends upon your planet, I shall personally eliminate that demon known as the Soul Heaven Emperor. Angel Yin, this Soul Heaven Emperor is destined to lose. Not only has he received a 10-year protection period, but the Flame Emperor also enjoys the same privilege. Super God World Ader respectfully addressed Morgana, saying, yes, it is indeed somewhat regrettable that I shall seek the opportunity to avenge him in the future. Morgana, resting her chin on her snow-white hand, spoke languidly. A multitude of characters from the anime and martial arts worlds expressed their opinions on the forum, the vast majority hoping for the defeat of the vile Soul Heaven Emperor. Though the Soul Heaven Emperor's cultivation may be lacking, his ruthless nature renders him a calamity. Were he to exist in my world, I would certainly slay him with my own hands. In the realm of gods and demons, Chun-Nen furrowed his brow. The Soul Emperor's actions rivaled those of the heavenly Tao in his world, willing to slaughter all for the sake of power. Indeed, if Lord Dragon were to encounter such a person, he would strike him down with a single blow. Damn it, Chun-Nen, come assist me. This fellow is even more shameless than I am. I cannot handle him alone. The ruffian dragon waved his claws and shouted, furiously typing messages as a barrage of comments erupted, yet the opponent was even more ferocious, replying with double the messages. This left him feeling quite humiliated. He, the notorious ruffian dragon, was even respected by the demon lord. Yet here he was, being ridiculed mercilessly at this moment, as the rewards from the Dopa world were distributed. Lines of text reappeared in the void. World number 999, Douluo world. This was a realm of martial souls. Tang San, having been misunderstood, was reborn in the Douluo continent, endowed with dual martial souls by birth. Out of love for his lifelong companion, he fought fiercely against the spirit Hulk to protect her from persecution. But if you wish to harm her, you must first step over my corpse, Tang San. Ruthless and powerful, made Douluo world a 5-star top-tier realm. Tragedy. Upon reading the introduction to this world, everyone felt bewildered. IT was entirely different from the previous Dopa world, while the latter featured villains like the Soul Emperor. It also showcased dual emperors. What exactly are martial souls? Why would a person struggling against the spirit Hall be the strongest? In an instant, the forum buzzed with activity once more. Martial souls. What are martial souls? The mere sight of these two words made her clever mind buzz. The concept of a Do Emperor was easily grasped, but the notion of being born with a martial soul that required awakening seemed oddly peculiar. I know about martial souls. My world also has them, ranging from low to high, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The higher the martial soul, the faster one absorbs the world's spiritual energy and cultivates. Demon Lord Yi Tian, situated within the 7 realms of martial gods, expressed his thoughts. Now a powerful figure who had ascended to the cosmic sovereign realm, he recalled that his own martial soul was awakened due to the ancient parchment, which prevented him from becoming a true martial artist. Even after countless years, the memories remained vivid, stemming from Balada's experiment that allowed him to successfully devour martial souls. Martial souls? The cultivation system in the fantasy world is truly marvelous. From the Douluo Emperor to now martial souls. In the super god world, upon noting the distinct difference from Dochi, the angel queen felt a surge of interest. Her curiosity about the unknown compelled her to learn more, for it was essential for her angelic race to maintain their supremacy in the cosmos. Others from various realms also exhibited curiosity, even the semi-divine beings casting glances. Before them, a wondrous world unfolded, revealing lines of text. Every individual born could awaken a martial soul, with powerful souls gaining preferential resources, while those with inferior souls led unremarkable lives. Tang San awakened a grass martial soul, but unbeknownst to others. He also awakened a hammer. This was the Douluo continent, a world where soul masters reigned supreme. Douluo continent, I haven't seen it in ages. Who would have thought this world would appear now? Indeed, there are deities above Douluo, and their power far surpasses that of Do. Qin Tian remarked slowly, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Once upon a time, both Douluo and Do were immensely popular, and it was unexpected to see them among the earliest rankings. It was truly delightful. In the visuals, Tang San, after completing his morning training, would prepare meals for his drunken father, bearing the weight of family responsibilities from a young age. Chapter 6. Qin Tian's Clamor. Desiring death reborn, Tang San displayed distinct differences from his peers until the moment he awakened his martial soul, which changed the course of his life. Initially distrustful of everyone, he learned to trust friends during his youth. Confronting enemies steadfastly, and facing trials such as the Sea God S9 trials, all unfolding at a rapid yet comprehensible pace, captivating all viewers, though the Douluo system was not overwhelmingly powerful, at most. Slightly superior to the Sea God, due to Tang San inheriting dual divine positions. His life journey moved many, evoking envy for the friendships he forged. He dared to love fiercely, battling the spirit hall for the sake of his beloved. From initial wariness to entrusting his back to friends, brothers striving together for one another. These scenes left the audience sighing, especially some young women who were on the brink of tears. The bond between Tang San and Dai Mubai was truly profound. The sincerity in their eyes was something the protagonist had not witnessed since embarking on the path of cultivation, where every day was filled with deceit and trickery. The protagonist could never return to those days. In a vast universe, within a forbidden zone, the Stone Emperor gazed at the joyous faces depicted on the screen, tears involuntarily streaming down his face as he murmured softly. The supreme beings surrounding him remained silent. Yet the glimmer of yearning in their eyes betrayed their thoughts. Who would not wish for someone to whom they could entrust their back? Over the years of their cultivation, they had witnessed fathers and sons turning against each other over treasures, couples betraying one another, and a myriad of similar tales. You are all supreme beings, yet here you are shedding tears over something trivial. Your loved ones have long since passed. Now, we have but one path to tread, awaiting the opening of the immortal road. At this moment, the celestial sovereign spoke. Throughout his life, he had guarded humanity against the dark upheaval, and now that he had joined the darkness, his resolve remained unshaken. He knew he was unworthy of such a life. The camaraderie he once cherished seemed more unattainable than ascension itself. Indeed, our goal is the immortal road. How can we allow such images to sway our resolve? The Stone Emperor remarked, devoid of emotion in his gaze. Simultaneously, others from myriad realms watched the video, some dismissing familial bonds, friendships, and love, focusing instead on the gods. Who is this sea god? Observing, they noted he appeared more handsome than Poseidon. Despite the name similarity, he lacked Poseidon's devotion. Women ought to seek such men. In the Olympus world, Athena critiqued the scenes displayed, glancing at the king of gods, Zeus, and the sea god, Poseidon. Armed with a spear and shield, she noted, Zeus merely chuckled, offering no rebuttal. The gods were all aware of his notorious reputation, and Athena might not be able to best him. Sisters, the sea god's love is truly enviable. I wonder if we will ever encounter such a noble partner. The 7 celestial maidens in the heavenly court expressed their longing. Indeed, when I seek a husband, he must be a protector like Tang San. That I truly wish I could be Xiao Wu, the heir exclaimed with a smile. On the other side, in the Douluo world, Tang San, Now, a soul Douluo reflected on the life that belonged to him, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Who would have thought there existed such a deeply affectionate man? Had I encountered him earlier, perhaps I would not have turned out this way. Jiao Ultraman. How detestable. Chimera sincerely wishes Sister Xiao Wu to find such a fitting partner. Li Mo Cho mused. What is love? It leads one to life and death. Isn't it merely love? A bunch of ants wallowing in love, friendship, and familial ties. What is there to discuss? It's truly laughable. All should be discarded in pursuit of becoming the strongest being in the universe. Frieza, silence. It's clear you have never experienced such feelings. Perhaps you were abandoned at birth. Black Emperor, are you courting death? What are you to challenge the cosmic sovereign? Frieza chuckled. You better hope I don't descend upon your universe. Otherwise, your grave may not remain intact. Black Emperor replied, as the cosmic sovereign, I am immortal. Where would the grave come from? If that day ever arrives, I will personally annihilate your world. In the Dragon Ball world, Frieza lounged upon his throne, disdainful of Black Emperor's bravado. This Frieza lacks all humanity, regarding friendship and love so callously. He might be more terrifying than Morgana, in the realm of the super-divine world. Kaisha gazed upon the audacious Frieza, letting out a weary sigh. She harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards Frieza, whose terrifying prowess could obliterate planets with a mere snap of his fingers. Even they, the angels, were no match for him. Fortunately, the crossing of realms into other universes was not a possibility for anyone, lest they offend someone they ought not to, thereby jeopardizing their very lives at that moment. Frieza was furiously bombarding the forum with barrage comments, mocking those who cherished friendship, family, and love. Coupled with his personal fan base within the myriad realms, the comments flooded incessantly, significantly disrupting the viewing experience. A group of insignificant ants dared to prance about so brazenly. It would be best to silence them. Within the Celestial Hall, the semi-mortal Chongqing furrowed his brow. He had been lost in reflection of past events when the relentless barrage of comments interrupted his thoughts, igniting a flicker of fury in his eyes. Had it not been for the inability to traverse realms and slap some sense into this so-called cosmic emperor, he would have imparted a lesson in fear. I yearn for that too, yet we lack the authority to silence them. The Celestial Forum remains indifferent, and none among us can cross realms, leaving us utterly helpless. The semi-immortal Zhang lamented. He had long harbored disdain for Frieza, even more so than for the Soul Emperor. Were it not for his own limitations, he would have long since eliminated Frieza instead of engaging in this verbal sparring. Alas, is it the immortal Qin Tian? Upon hearing this, Chongqing sighed in resignation, understanding the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly caught sight of something, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "The Celestial Sovereign?" Hearing Chongqing's words, Zhang quickly turned his gaze, and the other semi-mortals followed suit, their spirits igniting with excitement. A mere world ranking could draw the attention of a celestial sovereign. How utterly absurd! Did the cosmic emperor seek death? Although the word celestial was singular, amidst the overwhelming barrage of comments, it shone resplendently, glittering like gold, suffused with a purple aura, and exuding an unmistakable essence unique to Qin Tian. It is indeed the celestial sovereign. That aura is unmistakable. Zhang inhaled sharply, his eyes gleaming with fervor, his tone resolute. Simultaneously, the audience watching the video also took note of Qin Tian's emergence, their eyes widening in astonishment. Celestial, such a title seemed inadequate. At least two characters were customary. One character was unprecedented. Who was this individual, and how could they bear a single character name? Moreover, this solitary character emanated an overwhelming aura of terror, instilling fear in all. Even the supreme celestial beings were taken aback, feeling immense pressure from just this one character. Who on earth was this individual? A celestial? Could they truly be a celestial, though celestials were not typically so formidable? Celestial, what do you think you are, daring to threaten this king? Do you believe I won't annihilate your entire family? Frieza declared defiantly, courting his own demise by showing disrespect towards the celestial sovereign. Upon reading this statement, Zhang was incensed. The The wrath of a semi-immortal was a terrifying force, and threads of semi-immortal might surged forth, causing the celestial hall to tremble. Even the surrounding universe quaked as if on the brink of shattering. Were it not for the confines of the divine continent, he would have acted long ago. Humph. Since you are so ungrateful and scorn the might of the Celestials, I shall personally eradicate you. On the other side, the other spectators, having witnessed Frieza's words, were equally enraged. He despised it when others insulted his kin, and this was undoubtedly a sensitive subject for him. Point one could question whether Frieza was ignorant or fearless, considering he was so eager to court death. Chapter 7. The arrival of Dragon Ball Audacious. To dare insult the celestial sovereign is a crime most unforgivable. You and the beings of your universe shall plummet into boundless hell, never to be reborn, the semi-immortal Ling Song lawly declared. Concurrently, within the celestial hall, a breathtakingly beautiful female, semi-immortal's delicate face flushed with anger. The fluctuations of her semi-immortal power surpassed those of Xiang and Chongqing, her aura threatening to surge into the starry river. The river of time rippled around her, creating waves that annihilated entire worlds. She was the exquisite Loli, a pinnacle semi-immortal of the ultimate path, and one among the many women who admired Qin Tian. Having risen to prominence in his youth, enduring countless tribulations and challenges, and standing invincible among the realms, it was only natural that many women adored him. Loli being one of them, that a mere insignificant ant, a cosmic emperor. How utterly laughable. The waves of power unleashed in each battle obliterate universes by the millions. Loli's expression turned icy. She would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Qin Tian. Once, a semi-immortal had dared to insult him. Although he paid it no mind, Loli personally dealt with that semi-immortal, ending his life in a swift and brutal manner. That semi-immortal was also of the ultimate path. Yet he could not withstand her wrath for long. Since then, others had come to respect her prowess, refraining from insulting Qin Tian. Were she able to act now, she would undoubtedly send Frieza's world spiraling into endless hell to relish eternal torment. Those insignificant weeds ought to possess some self-awareness. When the rankings of the myriad worlds permit cross-realm travel, I shall personally descend into your world and obliterate it entirely. Chongqing proclaimed that I will plunge your world into unfathomable darkness, subjecting you to endless cycles of suffering. Xiang added, to utterly destroy my world, consigning us to eternal reincarnation. Ha ha ha. Do you believe you can merely type on your keyboard to enter my realm and write me out of existence? Celestial Sovereign, what a load of rubbish. The Celestials in my world bow before me in utmost reverence. Are you not the cat Celestial, Frieza? In the Dragon Ball world, Frieza reclined upon his throne, regarding the threats of the semi-immortal with utter disdain. His eyes reflecting deep-seated contempt, a cold smile playing on his lips. Fantasy and immortal heroism. Celestials, huh? They're all but trash. The Celestials of this world would prostrate themselves before me. Their strength is mediocre. A mere group capable of annihilating planets. In my presence, I could extinguish them with a single hand. To Frieza, Chongqing, and the others were no more significant than the cat Celestial. Karen, their power merely average. How could he possibly regard them with any seriousness? Enough with the shouting. You semi-immortals, you have yet to reach the realm of Celestials. Do you not realize you are bringing shame upon us? The Celestial Kings, the undying King Anlin remarked. Residing in the perfect great world as foreign domain, he regarded the semi-immortal Xiang and his ilk, whose powers had yet to attain the level of Celestial. With evident dissatisfaction, it was a disgrace for a mere semi-immortal to speak so audaciously. A Celestial King. He would never dare to assert that the beings of an entire universe should descend into endless hell and suffer eternal punishment. How dare these beings who had not even attained the level of Celestial speak such bravado? In his view, the only one worth noting among them was Qin Tian, whose celestial level was comparable to that of his kin's immortals, making him the most powerful being in that world. It was no wonder the semi-immortals treated him with such reverence that it was laughable to see them so desperately clinging to Qin Tian's dignity, utterly unaware of the weakness of their world. Subsequently, he lost interest in observing Qin Tian and the others, dismissing their world as inferior to even the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Had Qin Tian been a celestial king or an unparalleled titan, he might have given some thought to them. However, their current goal was the invincible imperial realm, and for that, they would not hesitate to obliterate the splendor of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, leading to the destruction of the universe and the extinction of all celestial kings, all for the elusive opportunity to ascend to the throne. Yet the others from the foreign domain perceived things differently. They sensed the aura emanating from the singular character, realizing it belonged to a being surpassing the level of a celestial king. Stirring their emotions, the essence radiating from that single character undoubtedly exceeded that of a celestial king. Though faint, it towered above all beings of the myriad worlds. The Crimson King of the foreign realm regarded the barrage of comments produced by Qin Tian with a grim expression. Ordinary beings might only perceive an overwhelming pressure without grasping the essence of this power. However, the purple-golden barrage of comments appeared distinctly different in the eyes of the celestial kings, no longer a single character, but a colossal force equivalent to 3 great universes emanating boundless might. The more powerful the being, the deeper their understanding. Celestial, how intriguing that I can sense that a great battle awaits us in the future, as they are too invincible to find a worthy opponent, beyond the realm of the perfect great world. A young man enveloped in boundless chaos gazed at the barrage of messages before him with a smile. He was a being of equal standing, lying within a river of water, impervious to its tumultuous currents. Upon closer examination, it became evident that this was no mere river. It was the river of time itself. Scenes from the past unfolded. His childhood, where his revered bones were excavated. His youth, where he stood unmatched across the 8 desolations, defying the celestial kings and subduing the celestial sovereigns, engaging in fierce battles against the 4 supreme celestial emperors in the realm of the world seed. He transcended into liberation, existing across the eons. Was this a celestial emperor? In the celestial domain, celestial kings expressed their astonishment, sensing something amiss. Beings from formidable worlds such as the shrouded sky, the divine and demonic realms, the dragon symbol world, and the celestial reversal world recognized the extraordinary essence of the celestial sovereign. Their expressions weighted with gravity. Celestials must not be insulted. Under the watchful eyes of countless souls, Qin Tian proclaimed 4 words. Boom! In the next instant, those 4 words radiated divine brilliance, shaking the souls of innumerable beings, as if they beheld supreme existence standing at the end of all realms. So powerful was he that the super beast world appeared utterly feeble in his presence. That moment, I fervently hoped that no cross-realm abilities would manifest. Otherwise, how could we withstand such a formidable being? In the super beast armed world, the king of the underworld, lying within the coffin of Xin Yuan, wore an expression of profound seriousness. Even when sealed away in the past, his demeanor remained unchanged, yet his eyes were filled with solemnity as he fixated on those 4 words. Murmuring, should that existence descend upon this world, it would surely shatter the eternal cycle that has persisted since time immemorial. His death would be final, with no return. But why easy? Is this truly a celestial being? Why do I feel this presence surpasses that of the Supreme Emperor by countless magnitudes? If such an existence were to descend upon our world, who could stand against it? Peng, Bo exclaimed, gazing at the figure in the vision that seemed poised to step forth. Though his world was immensely powerful, it lacked the presence of celestials. Even an emperor would feel like nothing before that being. I can unequivocally tell you all, the primordial emperor, should he encounter this individual, would likely lack even the strength to retaliate. He Huang swallowed hard, forcing down the shock as he spoke each word deliberately. His declaration left the crowd in even greater astonishment. Who could forget that the primordial emperor was the mightiest emperor in the history of humankind? This black dog, who once boasted daily, now seemed utterly silenced, revealing the undeniable truth of celestial existence. What is happening? What has transpired? Frieza cried out in shock from the Dragon Ball world, tumbling from his throne. His entire being trembled, as though his very soul were frozen. In the heart of the Dragon Ball world, a massive, enigmatic vortex gradually emerged. Ding! In the Dragon Ball world, Frieza, having overstepped and offended the Celestial, now found the Celestial Sovereign crossing realms to intervene, broadcasting the event live. As the crowd remained in bewilderment, the rankings of the myriad realms suddenly erupted with sound, and the screen that had displayed the Douluo world transitioned to the Dragon Ball world. Everyone witnessed Frieza. The so-called Cosmic Emperor sprawled on the ground, eyes filled with dread as he gazed at the vortex at the universe's center. The vortex brimmed with boundless celestial radiance and the essence of longevity. With countless wisps of purple energy swirling forth, surrounded by terrifying chains of law and the thunderous might of the nine heavens. Then, a voice resounding with infinite authority emerged from within. Dragon Ball World. Today you are hereby expunged from the myriad realms. The beings of this realm shall be cast into boundless hell, never to attain rebirth. As the voice faded, a figure slowly emerged from the vortex. The beings could not discern his visage. Qin Tian was shrouded in chaotic energy, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. Chapter 8. Feudal Struggles. The moment Qin Tian stepped forth from the vortex, the will of the grand universe of the Dragon Ball world sensed its impending annihilation and immediately acted. Countless bolts of lightning descended upon Qin Tian, and the chains of cosmic order swept toward him. This force was sufficient to obliterate ordinary celestials. Yet to Qin Tian, it was merely the feudal struggle of ants. Feudal struggles. As these attacks approached, not a single one landed upon Qin Tian. The chaotic aura surrounding him effortlessly dissipated that universe-destroying power. Then, Qin Tian raised his hand to the sky, and a palm-sized core materialized in his grasp. Qin Tian stowed the object away, his gaze sweeping across the Dragon Ball world, two beams of shock piercing through the myriad beings. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions echoed incessantly. All the beings of the universe, save for a few who had yet to be marked for death, burst apart, their souls plunging into boundless hell. Not only the living beings, but also the flora and fauna, until ultimately, the entire planet was utterly annihilated, leaving behind only brilliant fireworks in the eyes of the beings across the myriad realms that see that moment. It was not just the entire Dragon Ball world experiencing this. Even the Dragon Ball world depicted in various comics and other parallel timelines faced the same fate. After the beam of light had swept through the entire Dragon Ball world, only Frieza, the Omni King, the god of destruction, and a few others remained. They were all stricken with profound terror, sweating profusely, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Devoid of any strength, such power, when spoken, surely men action would follow. I once thought you, Frieza, were a noteworthy figure, yet appears you are nothing but a fool. Very well. May you descend into hell. Qin Tian extended a finger, directly obliterating all existence within the Dragon Ball world. Mere ants, who would not have even appeared here had they not sought their own demise. Ding! The six-star world, the Dragon Ball world, has been completely annihilated. All traces of it must now be erased. Warm reminder. Ding! The Myriad Realms Forum is not a lawless land. All beings are advised not to err, just as the Dragon Ball world was entirely erased due to Frieza's actions. All beings across the myriad realms receive this information, and the warm reminder, my heavens, is this what it means to be a celestial, to traverse through a thread of causality? Xiao Feng exclaimed. How is this possible? Even I, the Celestial King, cannot cross realms. How could a celestial? Unlan responded that I recall the invincible dragon in the Dragon Ball world. I wonder what has become of it. Ling Chi Revival Earth pondered. Is there any need to ask? Did you not see the live broadcast? Clearly, everything has been utterly destroyed, plunged into endless hell. How terrifying. Dong Yong remarked. I end the Myriad Realms Forum. All beings watching the live broadcast engaged in fervent discussion. Many who had not witnessed the event were informed of what had transpired and were struck with horror. After all, Frieza was quite infamous, possessing formidable strength, and was among the most loathed figures in the Myriad Realms Forum. While his demise evoked some pangs of regret, it was overshadowed by a sense of relief. Isn't this celestial sovereign a bit too cold-blooded? Frieza may have had his faults, but the other beings were innocent. Why must an entire universe be obliterated? In the Super God universe, Angel Yin, filled with a sense of justice, spoke up, her tone somewhat unfriendly. Yin, I hope you refrain from expressing such sentiments on the Myriad Realms Forum. Otherwise, we might find ourselves buried alongside you. Kaisha, seated upon her throne, suddenly stood and approached Angel Yin, speaking solemnly. Her heart brimmed with awe for Qin Tian. Though everyone assumed that due to the nature of the Myriad Realms live broadcast, they had not truly experienced the extent of his power, the fact that he could annihilate an entire universe with a mere glance and traverse realms signified extraordinary strength. All right, I won't say anything. Your Majesty, Yin replied hastily, her sudden surge of righteous indignation tempered by her wisdom. To annihilate an entire universe so casually is even more terrifying than the Soul Emperor. Wang Yin from the Tianlong world could not help but exclaim, fearing Qin Tian might extinguish her with a single finger, only to breathe a sigh of relief when nothing occurred. Little did she know that Qin Tian was aware of her innocence and simply smiled faintly in response. At that moment, Qin Tian sat beneath the world tree, toying with the cosmic heart he had obtained from the Dragon Ball world. He sensed that the energy within this cosmic heart had allowed his previously stagnant cultivation to experience some growth. His eyes radiated boundless power as he refined the laws of the Dragon Ball world, extracting a strand of divine soul to devour and study. The distinct cultivation laws surged into his body like an expansive ocean, rapidly transforming into his own cultivation, wildly enhancing his strength and realm. In an instant, unique chains of law materialized around him, permeating the entire divine state world, enveloping him in their embrace. Refinement. Qin Tian slowly uttered a single word, then channeled his magical energy to devour these laws into his dantian. He had a premonition that once he completely refined the laws belonging to the Dragon Ball world, he would surely advance to a new pinnacle. A month passed. 2 months. Outside, spring gave way to autumn, and the flora transformed. During Qin Tian's seclusion, the multiverse forum was thoroughly shaken by other formidable presences, and upon seeing Wang Yin's barrage of comments, they immediately responded, wasn't this rather commonplace? The feeble ants dared to provoke the true dragon of the 9 heavens, and to be personally eradicated was already a privilege. What qualifications did the Soul Emperor possess to compare with Wang Yuyan? The immortal sovereign in a world of journey to the west, the Buddha, seated upon his lotus throne, glanced at Wang Yin's remarks and smiled gently, sending forth such comments that he sensed a connection between Wang Yin and the Buddha, wishing to spare her from unwarranted calamity. Initially, I believed the multiverse forum to be a lawless territory and thought to strike hard there, but the immortal sovereign warned me that should I dare to speak provocatively, he would personally send me to the boundless abyss. Never to be reborn, I resolved to become a person who abides by the rules of the multiverse forum, avoiding trouble for the great ones. Indeed, I, the great dragon, shall be exceedingly cautious when encountering the immortal sovereign in the future. That Frieza deserved his fate. What right does the Soul Emperor have to compare with the immortal sovereign? At this moment, in a world of gods and demons, the Road Dragon was profoundly shocked. IT had always considered the so-called immortals as mere trash, but after watching the live broadcast, it realized the necessity of humility. Otherwise, death would be in vain. Others in the world of gods and demons shared his astonishment, as they never expected Qin Tian to exert influence across realms. This was truly terrifying. Indeed, the immortal sovereign is not someone a mere shrimp, can compare to. Please refrain from using me to insult the immortal sovereign in the future, as it diminishes his stature. The Soul Emperor marveled at the existence of such a powerful being in the fantasy world, wondering if there were any comparable masters in the realm of immortal heroes. Even a slightly weaker one would suffice, as not everyone could traverse realms. Han Li, who was on the verge of transcending in the world of mortals, cultivating immortality, sighed upon witnessing Qin Tian's might. He had just gained a fleeting insight and felt that he could progress further even at the mortal level. He also wished to know if his group of cultivators could eventually become just as formidable. Although Qin Tian was also an immortal, the distinction was significant, and he was quite concerned. All beings who witnessed the live broadcast understood one crucial truth. While one might offend others, they may not necessarily retaliate across realms. But to offend the immortal sovereign would be to invite certain death, even at the ends of the universe. Offending the immortal sovereign could lead to the annihilation of the entire cosmos. Where could one possibly escape? They could only await their demise in submission to in realms such as the world of the undying, the world of gods and demons, the urban fallen angel world, the eternal divine emperor world. In the perfect world, all-powerful beings fell silent. Among them were those capable of easily obliterating the universe. Yet two critical limitations hindered them. First, the inability to traverse realms. Many were unaware of the vastness of their own worlds. For instance, Anlan, despite being an immortal king, was oblivious to the existence of plateaus and enigmas beyond the perfect world. The second limitation was that to annihilate the universe, they had to either wield divine laws or employ supreme secret arts. However, the immortal sovereign could obliterate the entirety of the cosmos with merely an ordinary gaze, a feat that was incomparable. Some immortal kings might also achieve eye-based killings, but only through the cultivation of ocular techniques, and could only target beings below the true immortal level. Chapter 9. Holy Monk, speak no more mortal. In the world of the undying, various forbidden zones, sacred lands, and the myriad races of the universe fell into profound silence. They were overwhelmingly astonished. There truly exists an immortal in this world. Their prolonged wait was for the sake of achieving immortality, and now that a genuine immortal stood before them, it signified that their long wait was not in vain. Within the ancient forbidden land, the long-dormant empress slowly opened her eyes, which sparkled with surprise and a hint of anticipation. Their truly reincarnation. Brother, wait for me. I too shall become an immortal, and then we can reunite. The ruthless great emperor murmured, her focus distinct from others. She had already transcended the mortal realm, yet still lacked the ability to resurrect the dead. Now, she glimpsed the possibility through Qin Tian, in a wondrous place. A peerless being crowned with a great bell reflected on the earlier broadcast, his astonishment still palpable. He sensed that, in the presence of the immortal sovereign, he might not withstand even a single strike, instilling both dread and an unyielding pressure to advance to the end of the immortal path. Who stands at the peak? Upon seeing the immortal sovereign, all is rendered void. The primordial emperor murmured softly. At this moment, both the emperor and the undying sovereign were equally shaken. They too were immortals, yet under such overwhelming pressure, their very souls trembled. Though they were all immortals, their essences differed significantly. Even the immortal domain lacked such a formidable presence. Perhaps only that individual from the age of the fallen emperor could rival the immortal sovereign's might. A fleeting memory flashed in the mind of the undying sovereign, as a member of the undying Phoenix clan. He had inadvertently found himself stranded here, unable to return. In the depths of his memory, even the strongest of the undying Phoenix clan was merely an immortal king. While powerful, he could not be compared to Qin Tian. The title of immortal king, is truly laughable. Such figures do not even claim kingship, yet how dare the immortals of the immortal domain? The undying sovereign mocked himself, though the might of the immortal king overshadowed the 9 heavens. Compared to the immortal sovereign, it was akin to the stars against the moon, entirely incomparable heavens. This immortal sovereign is too powerful, capable of crossing realms to kill. That aura is magnitude stronger than the Azure Emperor. Is this what it means to be an immortal? Can immortals truly be this formidable? On the other side, Pang Bo could not help but exclaim, gradually losing himself in confusion. If this is what it means to be an immortal, what qualifications do we possess to be considered immortals? Pang Bo, cease your words. This immortal is not that immortal. To compare our inferior immortals with him is to insult the immortal sovereign. Yi Fan replied solemnly, aware that even if they became immortals, they would not be of the same caliber as Qin Tian. Such comparisons would only serve to dishonor Qin Tian if he were displeased and decided to annihilate them. Even the Buddha would be unable to save them. The monkey, trapped beneath the 5-finger mountain, may not die, but beneath the immortal sovereign S mountain, even reincarnation would be unattainable. Yi Fan was right. One should not speak lightly of the immortal sovereign. We ought to focus on our own affairs and not concern ourselves with others. They were, after all, quite fortunate, having attained what the ancient emperors sought after, immortality. The black dog chimed in, not wishing to end up like that cosmic emperor, doomed to an eternal lack of rebirth. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan and Pang Bo exchanged curious glances that in a certain sense. It could indeed be considered immortality. Ba is the immortal sovereign being excessive. As such a powerful being, can he truly annihilate countless living beings across the universe over a few words, casting them into boundless hell? Never to be reborn. In the world of Journey to the West, Tang Sung observed the cataclysmic scene with a tone of discontent. As a monk, he detested those who resorted to slaughtering beings over trivial disagreements. Qin Tian was no different. He was far more ruthless than the Soul Emperor, capable of destroying the entire universe at a whim. Before he could speak further, the hidden four values of the underworld, 5 directions of revelation, and 6 Ding and 6 Jia emerged in an instant. Holy monk, speak no more. It is better to set forth sooner rather than later. Great sage, your efforts are appreciated. Point 1 of the 5 directions of revelation playfully knocked Tang Sung unconscious. Then vanished. Monkey, this immortal sovereign's power likely surpasses even those few. Otherwise, the 4 values of the underworld and 5 directions of revelation would not behave thus. Zhu Beiji approached and whispered, casting wary glances around. Need it be said, have you ever seen anyone capable of crossing realms? The immortal sovereign's strength has likely exceeded the Dao realm. After speaking, Sun Wukong placed Tang Sung upon the white dragon and continued their journey westward. At this moment, the name Immortal Sovereign resounded throughout the myriad realms of the universe. The Immortal Sovereign truly lived up to his title, capable of crossing realms to obliterate the Dragon Ball world from countless universes away. Within the Hall of the Immortals, the half-immortal Chongqing and his companions were profoundly shaken. They were astonished by Qin Tian's ability to send an entire dragon pearl to hell with just a glance. It was not that they were incapable, for even as half-immortals, their prowess should not be underestimated. What left them in awe was that he had personally crossed realms to strike. They had not even perceived when Qin Tian had vanished. This crossing was not merely from their own divine land, but from beyond the myriad realms of existence. Such a feat was beyond their capabilities, and even the former immortals had never heard of such an occurrence. Clearly, Qin Tian's power had ascended to an entirely new echelon, allowing him to act across realms. Such strength was something they could scarcely hope to attain in their lifetimes. As Qin Tian's livestream concluded, everything pertaining to the Douluo world continued to unfold before the audience. They witnessed Tang San, now the sea god, battling against the angel god, ultimately vanquishing the Spear Hall. The heart-wrenching moment came when the Pope of the Spear Hall, Bibi Dong, met her end while desperately protecting her daughter, moving everyone to tears. Within the Spirit Hall of the Douluo continent, Pope Bibi Dong gazed at the scene where she had shielded her daughter from that fateful strike, her eyes betraying no trace of emotion. Had she failed? Sure, Bibi Dong had believed that her prowess would render her invincible in the Douluo continent, never imagining she would ultimately fall to Tang San's might. Yet to find herself in such a state was inconceivable. It was simply impossible. The sea god, the Shura god, and Tang San. These were the individuals who led to her downfall. Pope, shall I take action and eliminate Tang San, lest he becomes a future threat to you? In the Elder Hall, Zhu observed Bibi Dong seated upon her throne, his gaze filled with sympathy. He was loyal to Bibi Dong and wished to spare her this fate. The other elders remained silent, their expressions shifting. Even within the sacrificial hall, Qin Douluo was deeply moved by the sight. He recognized that he had wronged Bibi Dong. Throughout, he had refrained from intervening in her decisions and had even prevented others from doing so. Had it not been for Tang San, Bibi Dong would likely have been the most outstanding pope in the Spirit Hall. Others were simply incomparable, and it was a pity that she had ultimately lost. No, Zhu, I understand your sentiments. Since fate has already been sealed, it seems we cannot alter it. We are not powerful enough like the immortal sovereigns to command our destinies, Bibi Dong declared, rising from her throne. Chapter 10. The 6-star Great World Mortal. Hearing this, Zhu and the other Douluo powerhouses of the Spirit Hall sensed the faint thread of helplessness concealed within Bibi Dong's heart, prompting them to shake their heads and sigh. Zhu, follow me. Ghosto, witnessing the departure of the Spirit Hall elders, called out to the somewhat dazed Zhu, his gaze glinting with a hint of danger. What is it, Ghosto? Do you have something to discuss? Are you perhaps planning to assist the Pope against Tang San? Having partnered with Douluo for so many years, Douluo was well aware of his thoughts and immediately spoke up. Indeed, old Jew, are you unwilling? Douluo's voice was as cold as ice, as if any sign of dissent from Douluo would result in a fierce reprisal. How could I be unwilling? The Pope has been exceedingly gracious to us. Regardless of what others may think, I am willing to be the sword in the Pope's hand, sweeping away all adversaries that I, Douluo, have never believed in fate. If it is destined that the Pope must perish, then I shall die before her. Douluo spoke resolutely, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He understood that this endeavor might lead to his own demise, yet he felt no regret. Ha! Splendid! You and I shall fight for our queen, even if it costs us our lives. With that, Douluo and Douluo vanish from their location, their intentions clear to all. Bibi Dong, I shall assist you. What do you think? I refuse to believe that my unparalleled Douluo strength cannot eliminate a fledgling god. Qin Douluo emerged from the shadows, addressing Bibi Dong with a solemn tone that he recognized that Tang San was no easy target, but for Bibi Dong's sake, he was willing to make the attempt. There's no need. Let Douluo and the others take action. Teacher, I am destined to become the inheritor of both the Sea God and the Shura God. I have even destroyed the Spirit Hall with my own hands. Should I hide now? I feel that someone wants to kill me. Within the Monster Academy, Tang San marveled at his own formidable future. Despite having lived 2 lives, he found it hard to believe that he could obliterate the pinnacle power of the continent. The Spirit Hall team now had no doubt that the members of the Spirit Hall likely harbored a deep-seated hatred towards him, should he seek refuge. After all, even if he were to become a deity in the future, he was, for now, merely a high-ranking soul master, vulnerable enough that a single soul sage could easily end his life. That I should indeed hide. Who goes there? It is I, Xiao San. Come with me back to the Haotian clan, where the Spirit Hall cannot easily reach us. The figure of Tang Hao appeared, addressing Tang, since he had not anticipated that his son was a reincarnate, but upon remembering that he was the child of Yin, he chose to overlook the matter. The Douluo continent was rated as a 5-star pinnacle world. Rewards were distributed. 3 strands of world origin for the Douluo world, 9 million-year soul rings for Tang San, and a chance for Bibi Dong to traverse time and space. Note, she could only alter her own fate, not that of others, and using it would drastically change the future. Simultaneously, as the video of the Douluo continent concluded, the rankings of the myriad realms announced their rewards, echoing in the ears of all beings across worlds. This caused an uproar, as many had not anticipated that Bibi Dong's reward would be an opportunity to change her own fate. It was well known that after watching the overarching narrative of the Douluo continent, the individual most pitted was Bibi Dong. Everything she had done stemmed from the machinations of Qiang Sunji. Had it not been for that, countless regrets might have been avoided. Wow. One can actually change their past. Is this because the myriad realms ranking sees Bibi Dong's plight as particularly tragic? Black Emperor. Excellent. This way, Sister Bibi Dong can alter her sorrowful fate. That Tang San is truly not a good person, treating a woman in such a manner. HMPF, Flower Xiaogu. I concur. Although Tang San is the child of the world, some of his actions are quite discomforting, especially towards Bibi Dong. That it tugs on my heartstrings. Uchiha Madara. To traverse time and change one's destiny. What a splendid reward. May there be no more regrets, no more disappointments. At this moment, Son Goku, situated in the journey to the West Great World, caught sight of the reward that could alter one's destiny. A glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes, he envisioned a chance to reshape his own narrative, to avert tragedy. That I wonder how powerful the deities of that world are. Can they rival the Olympians? What tragedy is there? It is merely the survival of the fittest. Zeus, perched upon his throne atop Olympus, disdainfully remarked, "Those so-called deities are unworthy of the title. They merely possess a modicum of divine power." The rankings of the myriad realms continued to be announced, captivating the hearts of countless beings. They all yearned to discover their world's standing, the powerful entities within, and the rewards their world could obtain. The myriad realms ranking revealed the 998th place as Yuan Zun, the 896th place as the Super Beast Armed World, the 721st place as Ni Douluo, and the 600th place as Hua Qinggu. The 500th place was occupied by the world of mortal cultivation, where an ordinary youth from a humble village stumbled into a local small sect and became a named disciple. With such a status, he established himself within the sect, entering the ranks of cultivators despite his mediocre talent. This represented a 6-star world, where the law of the jungle was vividly displayed. Wow, after watching for so long. A world has finally entered the 6-star category. The preceding ones were all 5-star worlds. Chao Yuxing, currently excavating a grand tomb, glanced at the rankings overhead and exclaimed upon seeing the 6-star designation. The prior worlds were all 5-star, some ruled by technology, with their experts maneuvering mechs across the cosmos. Others wielded magic, their incantations capable of annihilating the very heavens, with numerous prodigies and a plethora of strong figures. None had yet transcended to the immortal realm, failing to breach into the 6-star category. Now, the mortal cultivation narrative, bearing the character for immortal, undoubtedly hinted at the existence of immortals. Who would have thought my world would only rank 500th? In the world of a mortal's journey to immortality, Han Li, who is prepared to face the tribulation, gazes at the scene before him and murmurs that he recognizes that the figure depicted in the image is none other than himself and understands that he is destined to ascend as an immortal. With his tenfold confidence in successfully transcending, he now feels utterly reassured by the emergence of the world rankings that I shall wait until the world rankings are finalized before ascending. I am eager to see what rewards await me. Han Li conceals his form and sits cross-legged in the void, his gaze fixed intently on the image in the sky, a glimmer of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. This world promises to be extraordinary. After all, it is a 6-star world. Huang Rong wonders what the world inhabited by the immortal sovereign is like, and whether she will ever have the chance to witness it firsthand. Su Fengyin contemplates the classification of their own world, pondering whether it might be 7-star level, given their evident superiority over those 5-star realms in the vast universe of Tian, within the undying mountain. The Stone Emperor speaks slowly, his tone imbued with certainty in his eyes. There are few formidable beings among the myriad worlds who could contend with him, with the emergence of a 6-star world. He anticipates soon learning the ranking of his own realm. Though these sovereigns cannot traverse the heavens like the immortal sovereign, they can effortlessly obliterate an entire star system, and they are aware that a lower ranking is preferable for their world. Indeed, we are all mighty emperors, once revered by the entire cosmos. Our prowess far exceeds that of the top-tier cultivators from the preceding 500 worlds. Our world undoubtedly ranks among the elite, declares the eternal Dragon Emperor, his eyes brimming with confidence. The other sovereigns echo his sentiments, convinced that they are the most formidable beings in this realm, that a mortal's journey to immortality. No matter how diligently the feeble ants strive, they cannot alter their fate, especially those with inferior talents, scoffs the undying King and Lan, deriding the mention of poor aptitude in the New World introduction. Undying King and Lan, is it? I hope you live to see the day when the multiverse rankings allow for cross-realm interactions. Perhaps then you will still dare to utter such words. Warns the time Tao ancestor Han Laoma, perched at the pinnacle of the immortal realm, his gaze glinting with a perilous edge, his expression as frigid as ice. Chapter 11. To submit as mortals, to defy as immortals. What is it to us, cultivators, to shy away from battle? This individual dares to look down upon him. Han Laoma, despite not having yet attained immortality, has the audacity to voice such disdain. Truly, it is like an old man consuming arsenic, seeking to prolong his life. With the ability to reverse time and wield divine laws, how could he not extinguish such a mere undying king? Undying king, in the face of time, all is ephemeral. What claim have you to immortality? Who are you? Time Tao ancestor Han Laoma. Can one even change their name? The title you just invoked was not even yours. Why are you so agitated? Lan, taken aback by the mention of his name, becomes momentarily dazed. This time, Tao ancestor's speech is tinged with a light purple hue, indicating a power surpassing his own. Yet he has not provoked him. Why such hostility directed at him? Is this Han Laoma not merely a mortal who has yet to ascend? He has attempted to alter his nickname, but found it impossible, leading him to believe they are distinct individuals. However, What connection does the Han Laoma he speaks of have with this time Tao ancestor? Han Li observes and lands confusion without offering clarification. A dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Undying king and Lan, who decrees that lack of aptitude precludes one from becoming an immortal. With great resolve and determination, success is not beyond reach. Not everyone is a genius, asserts He. Precisely. What of poor aptitude, to submit as mortals to defy as immortals? What is it to us cultivators to shy away from battle? Echoes Wang Lin. There are no insurmountable difficulties in this world. Only those who lack resolve. Lack of aptitude can be compensated 100-fold, proclaims Ling Qi in the world of resurgence. Humph, a congregation of ants, without talent or backing. What right have they to become immortals? What grounds do they have to be invincible? And Lan retorts, his ire ignited by the multitude of dissenting voices. Were it not for the constraints of the situation, he would have silenced them with a single strike. As it stands, he can only engage in a verbal battle. Without talent and background, what right have you to ascend? What grounds do you have to be invincible? Han Laoma, situated in the world of a mortal's journey to immortality, boldly responds to Enlan's disparagement. Enough, enough. The video is commencing. We shall soon have clarity, interjects He Huang, fearful that tempers might flare again, deftly redirecting the attention of the crowd to the unfolding video. On the screen, the figure of Han Laoma begins to materialize, depicting the moment before he embarked upon the path of immortality. A simple, earnest youth by a stroke of fortune, Han Li finds himself entering a local sect and becoming the disciple of Dr. Mo. Soon, he discovers that the doctor intended to usurp his body, leading to a battle of wits that culminates in his first victory over a fellow cultivator. Significant experiences flash before the audience at a breathtaking pace, eliciting gasps of surprise and moments of applause. They had not anticipated the extraordinary twists of Han Li's life, which explain why he is dubbed Han Laoma. Indeed, it is astonishing. Here, disputes can lead to murder and treasure theft at a mere glance. Encountering a single item could result in possession being wrested away. If I were to live here, I fear I would become a corpse within 3 days. Ironically, the ordinary folk may be the safest. Observe Xiao Longnu, as she reflects on Han Li's bizarre existence. Hua Qiangu empathizes deeply, now grasping why it was said that the Soul Emperor was not ruthless enough. Initially, she had thought Han Li to be a heartless killer, but now it appears her understanding was woefully inadequate. Is this the true realm of cultivation? A place where one could be possessed by a powerful cultivator at any moment. He, situated in the world of Tian, recognizes Han Li's experiences as a testament to the brutal nature of the genuine cultivation world. Though their realm suffers from turmoil, their emperors do not resort to possession, unlike the world of a mortal's journey to immortality, where formidable beings frequently seek to seize control. That I once believed your claims of the emperor's leniency were mere rhetoric. But having seen the environment you inhabit, I concede that you speak truthfully. Perhaps I have been too indecisive, admits Han Laoma. The Soul Emperor, observing Han Li's journey, is left astounded. His own world, while possessing souls, lacks the capacity for possession and is devoid of significant power. Had Han Li's circumstances befallen him, he would have perished countless times. Han Li's life has indeed been fraught with challenges. Had many stood in his shoes, they might have fared no better. Were I in his position, I doubt I could achieve greater success. Muses Chongqing, the half-immortal, within the halls of the immortals, his tone filled with admiration for Han Li. Indeed, to ascend in such a merciless environment is no small feat. We, too, have relied on the support of powerful factions to reach our current heights. Had Han Li been in our world, he surely could have attained the status of a half-immortal, remarks saying. The half-immortal, thoughtfully that I recall that the immortal sovereign's journey mirrored Han Li's, rising from humble beginnings with equally meager talent, yet ultimately achieving immortality, notes a half-immortal, reminiscing. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberates from distant realms, rousing the assembled crowd. They turn their gazes towards the world tree, which now emanates 3,000 powers of law. Coiling around it like a great dragon, that a young man sits amidst them, enveloped in an aura of purple energy, exuding immeasurable pressure. As the surrounding grand world crumbles and is reborn, as the fiery Huangshan trembles violently. Countless beings within the divine continent lift their heads in confusion. That moment. Qin Tian opens his eyes, which had remained shut for months. They shimmer with the essence of the universe, as he integrates the 3,000 laws into his being. Since the immortal sovereign's battle in the Star Sea and subsequent ascension, our divine continent has enjoyed peace and stability. Why, then, does Huangshan tremble? Is the immortal sovereign displeased? Countless beings of the divine continent speculate. Their minds filled with questions. They do not fear for the immortal sovereign's safety, for the entire realm lies firmly within his grasp. Calamity is unlikely. Meanwhile, the sovereigns of undying traditions, the leaders of ancient sacred lands, and the heads of eternally undying clans gaze toward Huangshan, sensing the emergence of 3,000 laws, their eyes flashing with excitement. The immortal sovereign has taken another step forward. His power is unfathomable. An ancient sovereign, immortal for countless epochs, gazed with piercing intensity, his eyes akin to collapsing stars, and spoke in a calm manner. They could distinctly perceive that on this occasion, atop Yinhuang Mountain, 3,000 sources of fundamental laws had been newly added. These 3,000 laws were entirely unlike those of the divine land, and he recalled the object acquired by the celestial sovereign upon descending into the Dragon Ball world. It must surely be this. Their respect for others deepened, for Qin Tian was likely the most formidable immortal in history, his journey unwavering as he forged ahead. It is known that each law gives birth to a sovereign. The former divine land was able to witness the emergence of immortals precisely because of the laws. The addition of 3,000 laws not only enriched the world's foundation, but also granted all beings an opportunity to ascend to sovereignty. Excluding some weaker laws, it was sufficient for the divine land to produce dozens of sovereigns, with even a few semi-mortals emerging. The strength of the divine land would witness a significant enhancement, and he could sense the 3,000 laws gradually merging into the divine land under the guidance of the celestial sovereign. Marvelous children, you too shall have the chance to become sovereigns in the future. All of this is bestowed upon you by the esteemed celestial sovereign. You must serve him diligently henceforth. Understood? Proclaimed the Lord of the sacred land, his voice resonating throughout the vast world he had cultivated. At the pinnacle of Yinhuang Mountain, the enhancement of power signified that this path was indeed viable. In the future, a mere excursion to other worlds could yield diverse laws. Qin Tian, feeling a power severalfold greater than before coursing through him, murmured to himself, "As he devoured the laws from other worlds. His own laws grew ever more formidable and inscrutable, elevating his strength to multiple times that of before." Ding! Congratulations on attaining the status of a mid-level expert within the 10 stars of the myriad realms. Your ranking has advanced once more. Congratulations on acquiring greater privileges. The myriad realms leaderboard congratulated Qin Tian, eliciting a subtle smile from him. Has my ranking improved? Life is finally becoming less mundane that I wonder who the formidable beings ahead of me are. A hint of joy surged across Qin Tian's face. He yearned to discover his position among the top 10 and engage in battles with others. Chapter 12. Tang Sanzang's enlightenment upon this thought. He retracted his musings, rising from the world tree to the assembly of celestial beings. We congratulate the celestial sovereign on achieving new heights, rendering him invincible across the myriad realms henceforth. Longqing, Zhang, and others smiled as they bowed, while Luo Li, a semi-mortal, stepped forward to grasp the arms of others, sweetly proclaiming, "There is no need for excessive courtesy. You all know that I am indifferent to rituals." Qin Tian's eyes shimmered in every breath. Every second, the universe was born and perished, realms shattered. He waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, the semi-mortals exchanged wry smiles, recalling how, when the celestial sovereign first ascended to supremacy and attended a grand gathering of prodigies, he had shown no semblance of etiquette before an elder supreme, semi-immortal that time. All had believed Qin Tian was doomed, yet unexpectedly, he had beheaded that invincible semi-immortal in merely 3 moves. Had he not realized his error in not annihilating the semi-immortal's soul, that being might have perished from that moment onward. Everyone understood that Qin Tian was one who eschewed conventional decorum, imposing the same on his subordinates. Yet, while words were one thing, actions were another, and they dared not defy him. That it was precisely because Luo Li had known Qin Tian for a considerable time that, despite not becoming a couple, she was regarded by others as a celestial queen, a notion that Qin Tian had never contested. How long has it been since your strengths have advanced? Qin Tian's penetrating gaze fell upon the semi-immortals, uttering an enigmatic query. They were all momentarily taken aback, but it was Longqing who responded first. Celestial Sovereign, it has been 50 epochs since I made any progress. If nothing unforeseen occurs, I fear I shall remain stagnant for this lifetime. Indeed, Celestial Sovereign, I too have stagnated for 5 epochs. In that instant, the 10 or so semi-mortals present in the celestial hall spoke up, their eyes gleaming with a hint of longing as they gazed upon Qin Tian. Just as you surmise, the 3,000 laws I have refined from the extraterrestrial cosmos have enabled me to ascend to a new level, reaching what I term mid-level immortal, signifying a progression within the realm of immortals. Though these laws have been absorbed by me, their inherent principles remain unchanged, perhaps even more profound. You may contemplate them. Whether you can ascend to a higher level depends on your fate, that I shall continue to traverse other worlds in the future, acquiring diverse laws and principles to rectify the shortcomings of our realm, that in due course, our world shall undoubtedly become the mightiest among the myriad realms. Qin Tian regarded the group, his tone calm, yet profoundly impactful, leaving them in awe. Henceforth, he would venture to other worlds to acquire their laws, suggesting that one day they too might glimpse the essence of the immortal realm, that we express our gratitude for the blessings bestowed by the Celestial Sovereign. The semi-immortals gazed at Qin Tian with fervent admiration, their voices brimming with exuberant joy. Now, which world does the myriad realms leaderboard rank us in? Qin Tian turned to Luo Li and the others, inquiring, replying to the Celestial Sovereign, the world of a mortal's journey to immortality currently ranks 500th. Though the practitioners of this world are weak, their living conditions are quite authentic, even among the same sect. Betrayal is commonplace. Luo Li furrowed her brow, speaking slowly, clearly displeased with such a world. Had it not been for the protection of powerful figures within her clan, she would never have ascended to the semi-immortal realm in merely a few million years. To her, a sect should not harbor treachery among its own disciples. Oh, has it reached this world? Qin Tian remarked, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes, when he had not yet arrived in this fantastical realm. His first encounter with literature was indeed a mortal's journey to immortality. However, this tale comprises 2 parts. The highest rank in the first part corresponds to the half-saint realm of this world, while the second part pursues the status of the Tao ancestor, which is quite commendable, placing it among the top 100 of the myriad realms. The current ranking of 500 clearly pertains to the world where the highest rank is that of an immortal. Celestial Sovereign, you are familiar with this world? Indeed, this world is remarkably ruthless, a realm of survival of the fittest, and it could rank among the top 100, Qin Tian calmly stated as he looked at Longqing. Celestial Sovereign, but this world is only ranked 500. How could it possibly be among the top 100? Longqing was not the only one confused. Even Xiang and the other semi-immortals were perplexed. Ultimately, it was Luo Li who voiced the collective uncertainty that, have you not seen Han Li ascend to the spirit realm? Why can there not be other worlds above the spirit realm? This world is merely a fragment of that celestial realm, Qin Tian explained with a smile, then vanished from sight in a flash. The Celestial Sovereign truly deserves his title. Even with a mortal's journey to immortality, he remains thoroughly knowledgeable. Indeed, the Celestial Sovereign is the most formidable prodigy our world has ever known. There has been none before him, nor shall there be any after. Henceforth, the Celestial Sovereign shall stand alone, and knowing such matters is no trivial feat. Very well, let us delve into the power of those laws. I have not felt such excitement in quite some time. Longqing proclaimed with a smile, perceiving an opportunity for advancement. Go ahead. I shall remain to guard the Celestial Hall. Although peace prevails, someone must stay behind, Luo Li replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement and subsequently vanished from sight. Meanwhile, The forum of the myriad realms buzzed with lively discussions. To have crossed into the spirit realm, with one's powers sealed and the primordial spirit unable to leave the body, what shall we do now? I hope Brother Hanli is unharmed. Wang Lin exclaimed. I can truly empathize with this. That six-winged frost centipede was perilously thrilling, almost leading to death. This is indeed real. Previously, while it was exciting, it lacked the genuine stakes of life and death. Kaisha Umitba. The trials and tribulations experienced by Han Li have illuminated the reasons behind his moniker, the Old Devil Han. Who would ever wish for such a fate if not by accident? The determination exhibited by Han Li has deeply moved me. With the support of my disciples, I am in a much better position than Han Li. I must retrieve the true scriptures. At this moment, Tang Sung, situated in the world of Journey to the West, was fixated on the screen in the sky, visible only to cultivators. Yet he himself was a powerful immortal, and thus everyone could see him. Yukong, it was my fault in the past for consistently discouraging you from violence. I have now come to realize that henceforth, should any demon obstruct our journey westward, we must show no mercy. If I do not enter hell, who will? Tang Sung spoke slowly, holding a golden cup as he took a sip of water. This revelation startled Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and the others. They knew that prior to their first kill, Tang Sung had intervened, preaching about the virtue of sparing lives, yet now his demeanor had unexpectedly shifted. Little did they know the reasons behind Tang Sung's transformation. Regardless of his previous demeanor, he was still human, with flesh and blood, capable of sensing Han Li's profound desires and helplessness, having departed from his parents at a tender age. He fought alone against the odds, battling heaven and earth solely to attain immortality. The world of Han Li is indeed harsh. That innocent Dyer had done nothing wrong, yet there were those who sought her life. Fortunately, Han Li saved her. Who previously labeled Han Li as a heartless killer? Did he not slay only those deserving of death? Hua Qinggu remarked, indeed, while Han Li's methods may be ruthlessly unparalleled, he is also filled with love and loyalty. Not inferior to my Saint Monarch, Sha Qinma scoffed. How dare any race challenge my human race? Even the minor spirit race dares to act so brazenly. I will demonstrate that this world has no place for such a race. If they exist, they should be eradicated. Gai Juyo concurred. Such a small spirit race exhibiting such malice. I shall find someone to eliminate them. Li Jie declared, my human race is indomitable. How can the spirit race hope to extinguish us? Chen Beixian, the leader of the spirit race, found herself at a loss during the discussion about exterminating the Soul Emperor, wondering why her spirit race was targeted for annihilation. It felt as though she were being unjustly caught in the crossfire. Chapter 13. Having gazed upon the starry sky, I have yet to discover anything more radiant than my mother's visage. Fear not, spirit leader. We understand you are not of that ilk. Besides, those are otherworldly spirits unrelated to you. Let us continue our deliberations on how to confront the Soul Emperor. Jiu Yuan stood up, shifting the focus back to the Soul Emperor, igniting a fervent atmosphere among the medicinal and stone clans. Meanwhile, in the world of mortal cultivation, on a desolate island within the boundless sea, three women, Nangong Wan, Yuan Yao, and the fully realized Silver Moon, stood alongside Bingfeng, who had brought a host of Han Li's disciples. They had all reached the integration realm. My husband has made ample preparations, leaving behind sufficient artifact for us to weather the tribulation, ensuring we have no worries after his departure. Presently, my husband awaits the completion of the rankings of the myriad worlds before he undergoes his ascension tribulation. Although he has recounted his experiences to me, witnessing it firsthand has left a profound impact. My husband has endured much suffering over the years, and I am grateful to you, Silver Moon, observing Han Li's harrowing journey on screen. Nangong Wan felt a surge of compassion and reluctance, burying these emotions deep within her heart. Who would have thought that my companion's life would be so fraught with hardship? No wonder he was capable of slaying the immortal Ma Liang. In midair, the demon light addressed its master Han Li, astonished. It had not anticipated Han Li's rise from such a feeble world, overcoming countless adversities to become the current Han Tian. Han Li merely smiled, remaining silent. He felt a fondness for the rankings of the myriad worlds, as the video did not reveal his possession of the small vial. Everyone believed his success was merely due to luck. But he knew it was the result of consuming far more precious elixirs than others. I could see this moment. The sky above the desolate island was enveloped in a multicolored cloud, countless strands of spiritual energy swirling toward Han Li's head. The tribulation for your ascension is imminent, my friend. How much longer can you suppress it? Your strength will easily carry you through this ordeal, the demon light remarked, gazing at the clouds above. Dear friend, you need not worry. I can certainly wait until the rankings of the myriad worlds conclude. This ascension tribulation is not easily navigated. Countless great cultivators have perished in its trials. How could I underestimate it? Han Li replied coolly. If it were anyone else, I might believe it, but you have already mastered the divine refinement technique and the 5 treasures forging method. Your strength surpasses that of ordinary true immortals. Do not be modest, Firebeard chuckled. The journey of Han Tianzuan has been so winding and intricate. No wonder we are not his match, Bai Tianjun asserted. Indeed, enduring hardship is the path to greatness. My brother Han Li is truly formidable, Huang Rong noted. Though Han Li's world may lack overwhelming power, the environment there is truly brutal, where disagreements can lead to murder and theft of treasures. By comparison, our realm is indeed far more pleasant, free from such occurrences. Within the world of Wu Dong Qian, Lin Dong embraced Ling Qingzhu, reflecting that the human race here is relatively peaceful. Devoid of the melodrama found in Han Li's world, where power struggles lead to hostile takeovers. Compared to Han Li, Lin Dong felt a renewed sense of confidence, believing he could still shine and remain invincible. Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult. Ling Qingzhu nodded in agreement. Han Li's life has always been full of twists and turns. It was through him that I came to understand these novels so well. Your astonishment is entirely justified. I in the Celestial Palace. Qin Tian observed the myriad beings' comments with a smile. Having gazed upon the starry sky, I have yet to discover anything more radiant than my mother's visage. Having traversed the land, I have yet to find a shoulder more steadfast than my father's. Just then, in the video, Han Li gazed up at the stars, his tone unassuming, yet his words left everyone in shock. This world does not change based on your perspective. Many things, if not learned through loss, will never be cherished. Without allowing anyone to react, Han Li spoke again, a single crystalline tear slipping from his eye, shattering into countless fragments. Why do I feel an overwhelming urge to weep? Who can provide me with an answer? Tu Shanyaya echoed this sentiment, expressing that she could feel Han Li's deep-seated helplessness. Having embarked on a path so distinct from others, he gained a long life but lost much in the process. She recalled how Han Li had secretly sent away his sister without a farewell. Fearing this was the case, Yi Fan added, indeed, perhaps the only time Han Li truly felt carefree was when he lived with his parents. Life's trials have smoothed the edges of one's heart, rendering it more adaptable. And one wishes to part from their parents, nor do they lack a yearning for familial bonds, Huang Rong remarked, observing the nearly invincible Han Li utter such simple words. Many were moved to tears. Among the myriad beings, many reflected upon their own parents and loved ones. Alas, Amit Ba, brother monkey, I believe I have seen our master shed tears, Zhu Beiji said cautiously, fearful that Tang Sung would overhear. Do not bother me, old son. The emotions of this world are beyond my understanding. Though Sun Wukong sensed the sorrow, he pushed Zhu Beiji away. Only the weak shed tears. The strong fear nothing. They are but a swarm of ants. The immortal King Yanlin, currently residing in the foreign domain, looked upon the emotional comments and immediately entered a mocking mode. In his view, as a foreign king, only the weak would believe in tears. While the strong rely solely on their fists, he had always looked down upon Han Li and his companions, and now his disdain had only intensified. Amlin, is it? One day, I shall personally obliterate you. Han Li's gaze turned cold. Immortal King, do you have no mother? How else could you utter such words? I advise you to retract your statement, or I, Yi Fan, shall personally execute you. Yi Fan retorted angrily, having been incensed by the immortal king's words that he too had parents and loved ones. Such remarks were merely reflections of longing for family. How could they be dismissed as mere excuses for weakness in front of the immortal king? I advise you to refrain from courting death, lest I personally eradicate you and consign you to the cycle of reincarnation. The ruthless empress, ensconced within the ancient forbidden land, has awakened from her enigmatic state, her cultivation reaching the pinnacle of mortal transcendence. The bane of her existence is her brother, and even if she does not ascend, she shall await his return amidst the mortal realm. Presently, Amlen's words are a blatant insult to her brother. Not even the Celestial King can escape her wrath. She possesses the confidence to surpass the Celestial King. Indeed, the undying King Amlen, do not deceive yourself. Apologies are mere trifles, for love is the greatest force. Ha ha ha. A horde of insignificant beings who have yet to attain immortality dares to clamor before me. It truly eludes my understanding from whence you draw such audacity. The ruthless empress. The Celestial King and the undying King Amlen. Relatives are but tools for the stronger, and tears hold no value. Amlen regards the multitude seeking his demise with disdain. A gathering of the unascended wishing to slay him is nothing short of a jest. Who dares challenge the cycle of reincarnation? I look down upon the eternal. I have witnessed life and death countless times. Who dares to reincarnate? The Celestial King slaughters are, but refuse. Who would dare reincarnate before me? Reincarnation is but a beautiful jest. True strength lies in disbelief of reincarnation. In the foreign lands, Amlen pondered for a moment before declaring, who among you would dare send him to reincarnation? Amlen is once again posturing, seemingly unaware of when his temperament might change. Kunthi observed Amlen's audacious remarks on the forum, her lips curling in bemusement. Uttering such words before so many powerful individuals is truly reckless that I, Amlen, am invincible in this age. Who can suppress me? Before Kunthi could respond, Amlen sent another barrage of messages, his tone exceedingly domineering. If Kunthi thought Amlen's previous bravado had a chance of redemption, now it appeared he was doomed. Who could possibly suppress him? Surely, the celestial monarch would not need to lift a finger. Is this a deliberate provocation? Amlen, do you not regard the celestial monarch with due respect? Indeed, the earlier bravado was impressive, igniting my fervor, yet this latter display seems to invite disaster. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Perhaps he is merely attempting to show off. Such individuals are not uncommon, as the celestial monarch may well disregard such ants. Well said, the celestial monarch will not deign to respond, yet my patience is not so generous. Chapter 14. Who claims invincibility? Who dares to proclaim unbeatable? In the era of the fallen emperors, none are to be seen. Just as the crowd was embroiled in heated debate, a line of shimmering golden text, exuding immense pressure, emerged on the forum, its speech bubbles gleaming brighter than light itself, more dazzling than the stars. Simultaneously, within the boundless chaos of the multiverse, a hand scooped a bowl of water from the river of time, sending a message on the forum before swallowing the temporal water, his divine eyes shining brilliantly as they scanned the vast chaos. Though he had transcended perfection, overshadowing the great worlds such as Heaven's Cape, Holy Ruins, and the other shore, he still remembered Amlen. Had it not been for his own wife, he would not have suffered so long. Contemplating capturing him and forcing him to kneel in atonement, upon seeing Amlen's words, he could not help but send a message. Indeed, he is the most boastful being within the perfect world. Interesting, this must be one of the 10 most powerful beings across the myriad realms. The aura emanating from the text is not significantly weaker than that of my former self. It appears he is the pinnacle of power among the red-haired quartet, the Emperor of Ruins. Qin Tian regarded the golden message with a smile and intense battle intent. The life of Huang is not trivial, and he is not far behind that a confrontation with such a being is inevitable. There is no need to rush to this moment. The viewers of the video were equally astonished by Huang's emergence. They were well aware of the celestial monarch's strength, capable of crossing realms. A being of the same caliber would likely possess similar abilities. Osha could hardly believe she had offended such a formidable entity. Not only would she perish, but the entire world could face annihilation, within the perfect world at the end of the realm sea. Within the ultimate ancient land, figures such as the Feather Emperor, Azure Emperor, and Hong Emperor were equally shaken. They sensed a deep connection to this individual, yet they did not recognize a powerful being named Huang. While there was a corpse of the immortal emperor, the disparity in strength was vast. For them, becoming an immortal emperor was the ultimate aspiration to end the desolate universe. The world-ending elder opened his eyes. His expression grave as he fixated on the text. He felt a connection to this individual, but was equally perplexed, for he did not recognize him. Huang. Could it be that being? Who would have thought he ventured into the mysterious origins and emerged even stronger? He has surpassed the limits of the immortal emperor, perhaps even reaching the level of sacrificial path. Above the heavens, a road-terminating immortal emperor spoke gravely. He previously overlooked the celestial monarch due to their anonymity. Although he had reached the heights of invincibility, he posed no threat to them. But now this Huang was known to them, a being who could sever the ancient with a single sword, reviving all beings of the realm sea. Upon seeing this text, the immortal emperors above were profoundly shocked. They recognized Huang, who had set out to confront the mysterious origins and had not returned. They had presumed him perished, yet he had achieved invincibility. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the mysterious clan from the Holy Ruins epic, witnessing this scene, bore a grim countenance, his eyes betraying fear. Had they not completely annihilated Huang? How could he now be a presence stronger than any other? The ashes of that one and some ominous relics had rendered their clan invincible across the myriad realms, obliterating countless great worlds throughout epics. Now, it appeared that someone they believed long dead had surpassed even that great one that would their mysterious clan face annihilation. Ha ha ha! Are you so astonished? Alas, you are but remnants of time's river, for the true you has long since perished. Huang recalled the time Yi, and Xiao Feng conspired to raid a home, a smile gracing his lips. Was that light? The light of hope? Brighter and warmer than the radiance of the Ultraman. Within the Ultraman dimension, the Ultraman King, Judo, Tiga, and a host of other Ultramen gazed upon the emanating white light with fervent eyes. They could sense that absorbing this light would grant them strength surpassing all in the world, transcending the Ultraman universe. Fortunately, such brilliance does not dwell within our universe. Otherwise, how could we vanquish that detestable Ultraman? Umbrella, Belial, and other formidable dark beings and ultimate life forms spoke with grave expressions. They were already no match for the Ultraman clan, and allowing these Ultramen to gain such power would mean their inevitable demise. That strength surpasses even the eternal core, Tiga murmured. Simultaneously, various beings reacted, their trembling hands slowly sending forth a barrage of messages. Who is this person, and why do I feel as if I have encountered the Celestial Monarch? Could it be yet another great being akin to the Celestial Monarch? It is the Emperor of Ruins. Ha ha! The Emperor of Ruins has not perished. He has become an even more formidable existence. Huang, my brother, I have finally found you. Chao Yuxing, digging graves within the perfect world, gazed up at the words in the sky. Though powerful, they belonged to his brother, Qin Feng, who would never be forgotten. Anlin, I shall temporarily spare your life. In the future, this title shall belong to Huang. At this moment, Huang, situated within the chaotic sea, sent forth a message. Such a moment is indeed one for his past self. Should you choose not to act, who could possibly kill me? Not even the Celestial King can, the undying King Amlin, initially trembling in fear in the foreign lands, felt a wave of relief upon reading Huang's message. He subsequently declared, in his view, such a powerful being would not dare to act against him. However, what was Huang to presume he could slay him? Amlin remained oblivious to the fact that the immortal king from another realm, lurking nearby, had stealthily relocated to the fringes of that realm, poised at any moment to breach the boundary of the Sea of Realms. Amlin, you are truly adept at courting disaster. It is only because this formidable deity harbors ulterior motives that we have not yet perished. They too can sense the lingering essence of desolation that has traversed their world, suggesting that they are indeed denizens of this realm, those who are likely to meet a swift demise, with no refuge in sight, that I hope that when the time comes, you will still possess your bravado. Looking at Amlin's audacity, Huang could not help but reminisce about a time when he too was similarly brash, recalling a desperate cry for help. You two, save me. A wry smile crept upon his lips. Esteemed leaders, I find myself perplexed by one matter. Why does Lord Huang suggest leaving the resolution to another Huang? Is there truly a distinction, given they are both Huang? At this moment, the little dragon maiden, ensconced within the ancient tomb, sent forth a barrage of comments on the celestial forum, provoking a collective pause among the onlookers, all eager to comprehend why Huang would propose that another Huang resolve the issue. As if they were not one and the same. Monkey King, why would Lord Huang utter such words? I, old pig, cannot help but wonder if I have somehow taken a wrong turn in life. My mind struggles to comprehend. Zhu Beiji scratched his head in confusion, a foolish grin on his face. To this, Sun Wukong replied. How should I know? I am not the Emperor of Desolation, in the eternal primordial world. Pengu opened his eyes, noting the comment that flickered across the screen, a glimmer of astonishment flashing within his gaze. How intriguing. Yet another ally has emerged from the myriad realms. I wonder when we shall engage in battle. With that, he closed his eyes once more, for in the current world, none captured his attention. His aspirations lay among the top 10 realms in the world of Journey to the West, within the 8th Scenic Palace. The Xiandu Taoist wore a perplexed expression as he hastily inquired of the Supreme Lord, Master, why did the Emperor of Desolation utter such words? What distinction does it hold? Ah, that is difficult to articulate. The Supreme Lord murmured, I cannot ascertain whether my thoughts align with reality. If so, it is indeed a terrifying prospect. He refrained from answering directly, fearing the implications might shatter Xiandu's state of mind. Your Majesty, what is your perspective on this matter? In the mythological world, within the throne of the heavens, the Supreme Lord stepped forward, clasping his fists in respect, his gaze towards the Celestial Emperor brimming with reverence. The celestial beings surrounding him mirrored this sentiment, standing behind 6 saints, the progenitor of terrestrial immortals, the demonic master Kunpeng, the Blood Sea and Nether River, the Tathagata Buddha, the 4 sovereigns, and 5 emperors. And the righteous deities of the myriad realms, in their eyes shone awe, as they bowed their heads, hesitant to meet the gaze of the Celestial Emperor, a being whose power was on par with that of the immortal sovereign. Huang, a true embodiment of the supreme Celestial Emperor of the Golden Vault, the ultimate and eternal one. Chapter 15. You are but manifestations of Huang's thoughts. The Emperor sat in contemplation, declaring, This matter is rather simple. You too can achieve it. His gaze swept over the 7 saints, among others, a faint smile gracing his lips before he fell silent. What Huang meant was to entrust Amlin to him for resolution. Simply put, the current Huang has transcended the myriad heavens, no longer manifesting within the river of time. The myriad realms remain ignorant, while everything within your world is merely a manifestation of his thought. You may have already perished, yet Huang, through his immense power, has allowed you to believe you still exist. Your entire existence unfolds according to the memories he possesses. Even if you are aware of this truth, you remain shackled by fate, compelled to follow the script laid out before you. You comprehend what I am conveying. Seeing that no one responded for quite some time, the little dragon maiden leisurely sent forth 3 comments. Unbeknownst to her, that those 3 words would shatter the hearts of countless beings across the myriad realms, nearly leading to their spiritual demise. Are you jesting, esteemed immortal sovereign? Questioned the corpse immortal emperor. Who do you think you are to challenge my authority? I do not wish for there to be a next time. Those insects are hardly worthy of my jest. Others, noticing the dissent, furrowed their brows and issued a comment. At this juncture, rather than eliciting joy, the crowd's expressions turned grave. In the perfect great world, at the edge of the sea of realms, a corpse exuding dark, eerie energy lay in profound silence, having once believed itself the mightiest entity of the myriad realms. Yet the emergence of others served as a harsh slap to its face. It bore this indignation, recognizing the vast disparity in strength, feeling it had no right to retort. However, the news it received was that they were but thoughts. Everything they believed themselves to be was merely a figment of another's imagination. The true versions of themselves may have long since perished, with only remnants left behind, as desired by that powerful being. This realization plunged it into confusion, as it grappled with the notion that its existence was merely a reflection of that powerful one's memories, that in essence, it had become an immortal emperor only later in its narrative. Having always envisioned itself in this guise, does it even matter if we instigate a dark upheaval? It is all merely a thought of theirs. We have already lost. The Feather Emperor's face bore despair as he spoke weakly. For anyone who had believed themselves invincible only to learn they were, but a thought of another would likely crumble. The other two emperors fell into silence, contemplating abandoning their plans for the dark upheaval. In the sacred ruins, upon the eerie highlands, powerful progenitors awakened. This time, they did not embark upon a path of corrupting cultivation or slaying rebellious foes. Instead, they sat in silent contemplation upon the high ground, the other immortal emperors of the enigmatic race refraining from disturbing them. Time passed, and one lamented, I never imagined that all our efforts were naught but ephemeral illusions, that we merely sought the everlasting existence of our kin. What harm was there in that? Why has it come to this? Why must we endure such a fate? I had always believed that apart from that powerful being, no one could rival us. Taking this high ground, we would be immortal. After all, that powerful one has perished and cannot return. Yet, to our dismay, we still face defeat. Could it be that the immortal sovereign has deliberately deceived us? Perhaps we are not merely a fleeting thought. Such a being would not stoop to deceive us. We are unworthy. As the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Within the shrouded world, Yi Fan exclaimed, "This is utterly terrifying. The entire world is but a creation of others, an illusion. Are we not also mere phantoms?" Beside him, the black dog trembled, its legs quaking in fear, its eyes wide with terror. In the depths of its mind, it retained a faint recollection of Anlin, an immensely powerful being. In their world, they were but a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, the existence of such a figure was confined to a mere thought. Why dwell on such matters? How can you be certain that the world you inhabit is indeed false? What you perceive need not be the truth, nor must it be a fabrication. That Yi Fan was unfazed, recognizing that the rankings of the myriad realms were still underway. Perhaps the Anlin from that world was an entirely different entity, not necessarily linked to them. Rather than fretting, it would be wiser to contemplate how one might ascend to such heights. He too was astonished by the existence of such beings and their unfathomable methods in the mythological realm. The Supreme Lord was about to convey precisely this sentiment. Bai Jingxing respectfully inquired, "Is this what you meant?" "Indeed, such feats are within your reach, albeit more taxing to my presence cannot linger within, as I have completely transcended this world. If I wished for all beings to forget me, they would. Yet, I remain unable to cross beyond this realm, limited to venturing to the nearest world. This illustrates that the immortal sovereign's power is far more profound than it appears. The Celestial Emperor descended from his throne, the celestial laws manifesting before the gathered beings, rendering them unable to gaze directly upon him. Once he withdrew his oppressive aura, they could finally behold him in an instant. The crowd's understanding deepened, eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and trepidation. If the Celestial Emperor possessed such immense power, how formidable must the immortal sovereign be, who could traverse the myriad realms? Such strength in a queen is utterly terrifying. Our angelic civilization likely pales in comparison to her, for she may view us as mere insects. Thank heaven she is not a force within our world. The angel Yin gasped in astonishment, having believed she had witnessed enough wonders, only to be soundly reminded of the vastness of existence by the emergence of these extraordinary beings. "Indeed, we are fortunate she does not belong to our realm," Queen Kesha murmured. "The Emperor of Desolation is truly remarkable," declared the Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan. "The Emperor of Desolation is indeed extraordinary," echoed Su Quebec. "The Emperor of Desolation is truly impressive." Little Dragon Girl, in an instant. Countless figures of the desolate Celestial Emperor filled the screen, and although the majority were oblivious to the meaning of awesome, the sheer number of praises led them to believe it was indeed a compliment. Thus they followed suit. Now, Han Li was about to undergo his ascension tribulation. Everyone, please refrain from such excitement. The immortals observed the malicious barrage of comments from the crowd and promptly sent a message. causing the onlookers to cease their antics and obediently focus on the video. Surely, they feared the others even more, as the mere presence of the latter had left them in a state of shock. At this moment, the scene shifted to the boundless sea where Han Li faced his tribulation. He was seen meditating in mid-air, surrounded by a crab, a demon, and a semi-immortal, his expression grave as he gazed at the ominous clouds above. Fully aware that the lightning tribulation was imminent, the colorful clouds in the sky grew increasingly massive, and the pressure emanating from them could be felt even outside the video. My heavens, this pressure is formidable. Is this what it means to ascend through tribulation? Truly, it is a matter of life and death. Little Dragon Girl felt through the video that the spiritual energy amassed within those clouds was potent enough to obliterate half a solar system. Could a mere mortal withstand such a tribulation? Kaisa laughed heartily. This is what it means to be a cultivator, battling against the heavens, seizing the essence of creation for oneself. Han, my friend, give it your all. Wang Lin mused. Cultivators live freely, yet the price they pay is substantial. The flower-guarding expert Lin Yi chuckled. Is there anything in life that does not require sacrifice? The first emperor, Ying Zheng, urged. Everyone, be silent. The tribulation has begun. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant horizon in the video, and amidst the vibrant clouds, a dark, gaping void appeared, unleashing a torrent of grayish-white wind that surged towards Han Li. Initially a mere breeze, it quickly transformed into a tempest, overwhelming Han Li. This was the Celestial Wind, a unique tribulation faced by mortal cultivators on their path to immortality. Failure to withstand it would result in annihilation. Yet for Han, it was but a trifling challenge. The demon light expressed gratitude. Thank you for the clarification. Han Li swiftly manipulated his hands, causing a lotus to bloom at the center of the desolate isle. Sword light shimmered and repelled the celestial wind, undeterred by the chaos outside. The wind raged for hours. After a muffled groan, the dark void flickered with radiant light, releasing an intense heat, and countless crimson runes appeared, each the size of a palm, shimmering with golden streaks. As they approached Han Li, they erupted, and in the next moment, a torrential rain of lava descended from the heavens towards him. Chapter 16. Han Li's tribulation and the ambitions of the first emperor. The video captured the flurry of activity among the observing cultivators, who scrambled to deploy various magical artifacts to defend themselves, eliciting laughter from the myriad cultivators across realms. Haha, their panic is utterly amusing. A mere celestial tribulation, and they are already contemplating escape, the Black Emperor remarked. Indeed, in the eyes of the Dragon Lord, neither the celestial wind nor the lava rain are worth fearing, the rogue dragon boasted. Unfazed. Meanwhile, in the realm of deities and demons, the rogue dragon patted its chest, boasting without a blink. How can you doubt my prowess? I once followed the primordial emperor. Such attacks are mere trifles, the Black Emperor. Hearing the skepticism from Pang Bo, promptly lunged and bit his leg, a move that would have felled any ordinary person. They both reveled in their camaraderie. Worship the Great One, should such celestial winds and lava rains descend upon my world. They would obliterate even the 8 great evildoers that in the eyes of the Great One, they are not even worthy of a bath. In the realm of Jackie Chan adventures, Xiao had the demon's symbol imprinted on her foot, granting her the power to summon a shadow army. Although later erased by her father, she retained the ability, choosing to keep this secret from Jackie and her father. Comparing her newfound strength with the tribulation Han Li faced, she surmised that only the ancient 8 divine beings could contend with such a trial. Observing the roe dragon's arrogance, she couldn't help but comment. Just then, as the video displayed Han Li being struck by the furious rain of lava, a bird's cry resonated, and beings from all realms witnessed a silver giant bird bursting forth from Han Li's azure lotus, transforming into a colossal entity. An icy aura radiated from the bird, freezing the surrounding area into a winter wonderland. The bird exhaled a flame towards the falling lava rain, devouring it as if it were mere insects by the heavens. Is this an otherworldly fire? It is astonishing, far surpassing even the might of the Do Di, Xiao Yan exclaimed in a mysterious space within the Dopi universe. Having spent years watching videos of the myriad realms, He found himself only 3 years from freedom that he noticed his Qin Tian earth heart fire, trembling in response, as if it had met its king among the fires, prompting him to send a comment. "Xiao Yin, you little rascal, where are you hiding? Come out at once, or I shall hunt you down." The Soul Emperor lamented, trapped for nearly 7 years as his kin scoured for Xiao Yin without a trace. Leaving him exasperated, this what cultivators are like. Such immense power. Yet I am a sovereign. I shall surely surpass you. The first emperor, observing Han Li's tribulation, felt a flicker of astonishment. Although his cultivation did not match Han Li's, he believed he could elevate his world, conquering all realms in due time. "Gather my army. Our target is the Eastern Sea Dragon. I shall personally slay that calamity-bringing beast, using its blood to enhance the glory of my Qin." Commanded the Emperor. 3 divisions shall be formed. The first led by Bai Qi, with 100,000 troops. Within a year, I expect you to conquer the seas and subjugate all kingdoms. Those who resist shall face death without mercy. I hope that by spring next year, all land shall be my domain, and all shores shall bow to my rule. Bai Qi, can you accomplish this? Seated upon a throne towering 99 zhang, the first emperor gazed down upon the soldiers of Qin, his voice resonating despite its softness, echoing in their ears that I accept the command. Within 7 months, every site shall be Qin territory, and every land shall be filled with Qin subjects. Not a single rebel shall arise. A white-robed general stepped forward, his tone calm, yet all present understood the bloodshed implied beneath his words. Previously, they might have cautioned the emperor, but after witnessing the myriad realms, they could no longer be content with stagnation. They had learned from the rankings that beyond Qin lay other nations and secret realms, but from this day forth, only one nation would remain. Qin, and only one race, the Yin Wang. Wang Qian, I entrust you with 200,000 troops to annihilate the remnants of the 6 nations. Resistance shall be met with death. Surrender shall be met with forgiveness. I accept the decree. Where are Han, Xian, and Xiangyu? I grant you 300,000 Qin cavalry to sweep away the myriad schools of thought, ensure unity in standards, language, and laws, and eradicate the wild gods of the West. Xiao He and Zhang Liang shall accompany you. The first emperor proclaimed from his throne, summoning 4 youths who stepped forward to accept their orders. The Qin shall endure for all eternity. The wind roared, a tempest brewing. A million fierce warriors roared, their voices resonating across the vast expanse. Echoing throughout half of Xianyang City, as they gazed upon the retreating army, the indelible legacy of the great Qin had commenced. Simultaneously, Han Li had endured numerous tribulations, the trials of conscience, the trials of will, and the trials of cultivation. Among others, before him lay the most dreaded of tribulations, the thunder tribulation. As the crowd witnessed the barrage of demonic light, a palpable tension enveloped them. Apart from a few formidable beings, the rest could not help but break into a cold sweat. "Your Majesty, is this not Han Li's tribulation? Why do I feel as if it is I who is facing it?" Angel Yen, perplexed, remarked, being an angel, she was exempt from tribulations, yet for others, this calamity appeared utterly terrifying, while for Han Li, it should be a mere trifle. "Yin, this must be what earthlings refer to as empathy. We have unwittingly placed ourselves in the role of one undergoing tribulation. Hence this sentiment arises." The angel queen descended from her throne, her fingers stroking her chin, articulating each word with precision. "Finally, it is about to conclude. Go, brother Han Li, you can do it," exclaimed the little dragon maiden. "Come on, Han Li," cheered Wang Lin. "Rest assured from my observations, Han Li will not find this tribulation overly daunting," declared Gu Duqiu B. As the scene shifted, the black hole in the sky suddenly collapsed, and clusters of purple arcs of electricity began to coalesce. Han Li raised his hand, summoning a gray mountain from thin air, transforming it into the towering Yuan magnetic 5 Extremes mountain. From that peak emerged a circle of gray halos that rippled outward. Each bolt of lightning descending from the heavens diminished in size as it was enveloped by those halos. Some lightning bolts, before even reaching Han Li, vanished into nothingness, while others, uniquely potent, disregarded the halo's protection and surged directly toward him. With a resounding roar, Han Li transformed into a colossal demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms, but he reached out with his right hand, summoning a massive, dark green sword before him. Instead of wielding the sword, he unleashed a fierce roar as a golden shield enveloped him, and he struck the air with 6 mighty fists like a T that moment. A vast golden vortex materialized above his head, swirling gently as a terrifying force surged forth from its depths. Chapter 17. Homestang Sanzang, what is this? Why do I feel a sense of impending doom? It seems that should I be struck, death is inevitable. White Knight, demon exclaimed, this the might of the heavens. Has the Almighty grown wrathful? Can Han Li withstand this thunder tribulation? Pondered the girl from the world of spiritual revival. Humph, a swarm of ants. Such a feeble thunder tribulation has you all quaking in fear. How utterly shameful. In my world, such tribulations are merely for bathing, declared the great emperor. Such words ought not to be spoken. No matter how powerful you are, can you compare to the immortal sovereign or the emperor of the? To belittle others as mere ants, one would think you are a figure of great renown, retorted the 7 fairies. 7th sister is correct. You call others ants while claiming to be a great emperor. I suspect you are merely a big fish in a small pond, perhaps even an ant yourself, chimed in the great fairy. Within the realm of the heavenly fairies, the 7 fairies and their companions directly countered the claims of the great emperor. In my opinion, this individual is likely the one seeking recognition mentioned on the forum. Otherwise, why would he be the only one making such a fuss? Observed 2nd sister with a smile, prompting agreement from her sisters. Meanwhile, within the realm of the great emperor, a young man seethed with rage, furious that the 7 fairies, whom he deemed insignificant, dared to challenge him. Boom! At that moment, the purple lightning in the sky continued to rain down for a considerable duration. Yet under the protective art of Han Li's Yuan shield, it caused little damage. The thunder began to coalesce into majestic purple-gold thunder dragons, their mouths agape as they unleashed colossal thunder, orbs the size of houses upon Han Li. With the aid of his demon god form and the Yuan shield, the bolts of lightning shattered upon contact, dispersing into the ether, and the enormous visage began to blur. Behind that visage, a lengthy white crack gradually opened, from which celestial melodies wafted, the gate of the celestial realm. In the video, Han Li shouted, and the beings of myriad realms erupted in fervor. Most had never witnessed an immortal transcending tribulation to ascend, and today they were fortunate to witness the birth of an immortal. Although this immortal could not rival the immortal sovereign, it was still a tale worthy of their boasting, just as the crowd believed the heavenly tribulation had subsided. The faintly visible enormous face in the sky suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a bolt of lightning that was entirely different from the previous ones. A 7-colored lightning bolt that surged through the green lotus and struck directly above Han Li's head. Though startled, Han Li quickly regained his composure, rubbing his hands together as a series of golden lightning flames surged toward the impending thunderbolt. The dark green sword in his hand soared skyward. Colliding with the lightning, a thunderous roar reverberated in the ears of the spectators, and then a dazzling halo illuminated the entire ocean, shattering piece by piece within the fabric of the loss. In the scene, Han Li's complexion turned ashen, his body charred black, and the wooden sword in his hand shattered. The onlookers gasped. That was the Qin Tian spirit object, the Qin Tian slaying spirit sword. Ranked 3rd on the chaotic myriad spirits list, and it had been obliterated by this thunder tribulation. Before the crowd could fully process their astonishment, an exceptionally thick milky white light beam descended from the heavens. Enveloping Han Li, countless golden runes surged forth, and a flow of celestial laws circulated around him. Before Han Li and the others could prepare themselves, they were encapsulated by the golden light and ascended. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on your ascension to the northern cold celestial domain. The video concluded at this moment. Ding! In the world of mortal cultivation, the ranking was 500th, earning the heart of the realm, along with a portion of the world's origin. Ding! Han Li, as the most powerful cultivator in the world of mortal cultivation, received a celestial artifact, the Leaving Fire Sword, eliminating the side effects of the god-refining technique and concealing the secrets of his fate. As the scene came to a close, A resounding voice from the grand celestial rankings echoed into the ears of all beings, including Han El. T that moment, having witnessed the tribulations he had overcome. A flicker of enlightenment shone his eyes as he swiftly appeared beside the women. Oh my. After watching Han Li transcend and ascend, I could not help but shed tears. His long-cherished wish has been fulfilled. Wang Lin exclaimed. Indeed, Han Li's journey has been fraught with challenges. I have gained a different understanding regarding my pilgrimage to the West. As long as I reach the Western Paradise safely, I shall attain Buddhahood. What do the 81 tribulations compare to the life of Han Li? With my disciples to protect me, I have resolved that, regardless of whether I traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire, I shall seek the true scriptures, proclaimed Tang Sanzang with unwavering determination after witnessing Han Li's ascension. Wukong, how long until we reach the Western Paradise? Master, we have only traveled a short distance. There's still a long way to go. You should prepare yourself. I will gather some offerings for you. I sense demonic energy surrounding us. Let me draw a circle here. Master, do not wander off. Wait for my return. Sun Wukong surveyed the surroundings before sketching a golden circle on the ground, addressing Tang Sanzang, then transforming into a streak of light that shot into the sky. This place was the White Tiger Ridge. Report, my king, that monk and his disciples have arrived. I have noticed that Sun Wukong has left. Should we seize this opportunity to capture the monk? A small demon hurriedly rushed into the cavern of white bone, excitedly reporting to the figure seated upon a throne made of bones, eager for the potential bounty. Upon hearing this, the white bone lady's expression brightened, and she vanished in a puff of green smoke. Zhu Beiji, why has Wukong not returned after such a long time? Tang Sanzang wiped the sweat from his brow, puzzled. His eldest disciple could traverse vast distances in a single leap, yet it had been quite a while now. Master, perhaps Monkey encountered his mother and is reveling in leisure. He likely has no time to attend to us. In my opinion, we should seek something to eat ourselves. Zhu Beiji suggested with a whimsical expression. Master, master, just then, a melodious female voice reached their ears. As a simple yet beautiful village girl approached, carrying a basket as she gazed into the distance. Soon, she arrived near Tang Sanzang and the others. Master, you have not partaken of any vegetarian meals. I have some to offer, meant for my father. If you do not mind, I would like to share them with you. The white-bone lady, disguised as the village girl, hesitantly proposed. Ba, I appreciate your kindness. Dear disciple, my eldest disciple has gone to gather food on my behalf and should be returning shortly. Please, offer this meal to your father instead, in such sweltering weather, after working for so long. How can one not eat? Tang Sung merely cast a fleeting glance at the village maiden and recited a Buddhist verse. Master, my elderly father has always taken great pleasure in serving you meals. If he were to learn that you partake of the food prepared by an old man, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed, the white bone spirit said, concealing her face and speaking softly. Nearby, Zhu Beiji seemed somewhat tempted and was about to step outside. Beiji, what are you intending to do? The poor old man has not yet had a warm meal in this scorching heat, and we have merely traveled a short distance. How can we bear to eat his food? Tang Sung, noticing Beiji's impending departure, furrowed his brow and expressed his displeasure. It was unusual for Beiji, typically dull-witted, to be so easily swayed by the sudden appearance of a beautiful village maiden inviting him for a meal. It was clear to anyone that such an occurrence was improbable. Having observed the life of Han Li, Tang Sung could not help but think how foolish Beiji was that in the world of mortal cultivation. Such naivety would likely result in a grand banquet the following day. As Tang Sung reflected on Beiji's actions, he realized that he had perhaps been too naive himself. Although the world of Journey to the West was not as perilous as that of mortal cultivation, one must always be cautious and vigilant. Upon further contemplation, he discerned that the situation was indeed suspicious. If an ordinary person were to encounter Beiji in his current state, they would likely be terrified. Even if they were not frightened, they would be inclined to slay demons and eliminate evil. Yet, the maiden displayed no sign of fear or surprise. This could only mean one thing. She was employing an illusionary technique and was, in fact, a demon. Ba, how could I have overlooked this? I am indeed the Sherlock Holmes of my time. Tang Sung muttered, his voice barely audible, but the other cultivators present could hear him clearly, leaving them bewildered. What does he mean by Sherlock Holmes? Sha Sung, perplexed, whispered to Zhu Beiji, who merely shook his head in confusion. After watching the video, I have come to understand how to overcome this heavenly tribulation, although it is merely a position on the celestial rankings. I extend my gratitude to Han for this insight. Han Laoma captured a glimpse of Han Xianren and inquired what insights the immortal had gained after transcending the tribulation. Huang Rong remarked, "Indeed, this is my first time witnessing someone ascend after overcoming the celestial tribulation, that I wonder what it feels like to become an immortal." Qilin Guhuang congratulated, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on your successful tribulation and ascension. From now on, you shall enjoy great freedom and ease." In Chapter 18, who says there are no gods in Huaxia, Tang Sung observed the 3 white skeletons on the ground and approached Sun Wukong. Patting him on the shoulder with a smile, "Wukong, well done. Keep up the good work." "It's all thanks to Master." Sun Wukong, ever clever, quickly offered a compliment, prompting Tang Sung to laugh heartily. "Buddha, since Tang Sung has not driven away Sun Wukong, what shall we do next? Should we implement the strategy of the true and false Monkey King?" At the Western Thunder Sound Temple, Guanyin Bodhisattva, with a compassionate expression, spoke to the Tathagata Buddha. Behind her, a monkey with 6 ears sat silently. This was the 6-eared macaque, who had initially planned to drive out Sun Wukong after the encounter with the white-boned spirit and replace him with a puppet, transforming the true into the false and the false into the true. Now that Tang Sung had thwarted their plans, the other bodhisattvas and arhats remained silent, seeing and hearing nothing. If this monkey is destined for such a fate, let him be. We shall find another opportunity. Any being that defies us must be eradicated, even if he is the great sage equal to heaven. The Tathagata Buddha, seated upon his lotus throne, did not open his eyes, but merely spoke a few words. 6-eared macaque, adhere to my will. Amitabha, Guanyin and the other Buddhas chanted in unison. Fellow Taoists, you are too courteous. Each has their own fate, and this is your destiny, unrelated to me. Han Laoma, now ascended to the celestial realm, typed this message with trembling hands. The treasures he acquired had propelled him directly from that height, causing little commotion. Observing the video before him, he sent forth this message that in the world of mortal cultivation, I feel that my journey is far from over. Since there exists a celestial realm, the rankings should not be so low. In a world of the voice of the celestial sovereign resounded, filled with confusion, he could see the celestial laws were formidable, and the abundance of life was far greater than in the spiritual realm. Why was it that things appeared as they did? Who knows? Before transcending the tribulation, Han Li's strength was merely at the peak of the great saint. Yet after the tribulation, his aura now rivaled ours. Coupled with the celestial techniques he cultivated, he was likely not weaker than an ordinary second-generation emperor. There must be even more powerful beings in the celestial realm. It should not have ended this way, unless the child of the world is someone else. Indeed, I envy Han Li for being born in such a world, where he can attain immortality and become an immortal. Other sovereigns expressed their views, their eyes filled with envy. They too wish to be born in such a realm, to enjoy the boundless path. The power of this immortal is indeed formidable. I wonder what lies beyond true immortals. How exhilarating. In the world of the Condor heroes, Xiao Long reclined on the rope, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Although she had already reached the level of a grandmaster, the constraints of the martial arts world prevented her from breaking through. Centuries later, she would still turn to dust unless she encountered an immortal being capable of transcending realms, or the world rankings introduced cross-realm functionality. In her eyes, Han Li, who rose through his own efforts, was the epitome of masculinity. She was captivated, dismissing all notions of Yonghua as mere triviality. She aspired to be the woman of an immortal. Indeed, I can boast about this for a lifetime. Others may claim there are no immortals, but now they have been proven wrong. In a world eerily similar to Earth, a man sent forth a message. Laughing maniacally, he was the war god of Huaxia, a man capable of standing against Western deities. For ages, it was said that Huaxia had no gods, Yet only a few knew that Huaxia's deities fought against even more formidable foes. These Western gods were merely pretenders, too cowardly to engage. How could he, with his mere integration realm cultivation, possibly withstand the assault of Western deities? Now that he witnessed an Eastern cultivator ascend after overcoming tribulation, he was convinced that with effort, he too could ascend and become a new god of Huaxia. How dare these pretenders mock me? It seems I've been too merciful. I'll pay a visit to the West shortly and see if these wild gods truly possess such arrogance. Xiao Feng, who had long transcended Earth, was incensed upon reading this message. He abhorred such people for ridiculing Huaxia's lack of gods. Although they were not from the same world, he could still deal with this one. Indeed, let the gods know of my prowess as the demon emperor. How dare a mere wretch speak so boldly? Returning to the world of divine conman, Su Xiling gazed towards the west. The newly appointed pope had barely begun his inauguration speech before collapsing. A cardinal approached to check his pulse and shook his head, causing the crowd to change their expressions. The position of pope is offered to you. I find myself quite suited to the role of cardinal. I've heard rumors of vampires in France, and I shall handle it. What? Very well. I understand. I just received word that werewolves from Russia intend to cause trouble in my church. I will deal with them now and show them the Lord's might. Suddenly remembering, today marks the day my 376th concubine is to give birth. I must see if the child is mine. I am unworthy of the papacy. Holy Pope, please continue while I check on the preparations. God, at this moment, gazed upon his servant who had completed the task, feeling somewhat speechless. A mere Su Xiling, emerging from nowhere, had frightened you all to such an extent. Truly a disgrace. This group of mortals dares to look down upon the deities of the West. It infuriates me. Athena, go and slay the Eastern gods for me, and let these mortals become our servants. Zeus, the king of the gods in the Olympian realm, roared, casually casting a bolt of lightning that obliterated an entire nation's army. The populace of that nation fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, which made Zeus burst into laughter. Athena, in our world, there are no Eastern gods, nor are there Eastern mortals. Only the names of Westerners exist. You would have me seek the Eastern deities? That would be akin to demanding I wrestle you for supremacy. Far more realistic, Athena retorted disdainfully, her tone laced with irreverence. Yet, Zeus did not take offense. He was accustomed to his daughter's jibes, for her power rivaled his own. Athena felt deep contempt for her father, whom she deemed utterly irresponsible, always fleeing after completing his tasks. Were he not a god, she would have long since ended his existence. How infuriating! Then, Ares, you shall incite chaos, so these mortals may comprehend the wrath of the gods. Zeus's gaze shifted, and a cunning plan formed as he commanded Ares, further aggravating Athena. Determined to assist the mortals, she believed they had done nothing to deserve being sacrificed to the whims of deities. Zeus was aware of his daughter's intentions, but refrained from intervening. After all, he still desired to procreate further and was not inclined to annihilate humanity. Our world is indeed better, free from tribulations. Just look at that thunderstorm. I feel even the most ultimate beings would struggle against it. Thankfully, these calamities do not manifest in our realm. Otherwise, we would surely perish with each strike. In a distant dimension, the cosmic demon Zoda contemplated the video, his eyes reflecting a peculiar glimmer. Though he was immortal, he could not withstand such relentless turmoil. Of course, this immortality only applied to the Ultraman clan, excluding the truly formidable beings that he recalled when Qin Tian had struck, obliterating an entire universe. That Zoda's immortality stemmed from the existence of the universe. Without it, he was doomed. Chapter 19. The method to revive Ultraman. Degu's broth. This immortal appeared remarkably powerful, possessing numerous treasures for consciousness and energy absorption, that if I were to encounter him, I fear I would be unable to escape. Even Noah would be insignificant in their presence. In a dark abyss, the sinister Zaki's crimson eyes flickered as he spoke somberly. He discovered that in the fantastical realms, a mere strong human could overpower him. The rules of magic seemed utterly irrational. You can grow larger, can you? So, you can emit rays, can you? I possess formations that can convert your power into mine and return it to you. Is this not quite perverse? Moreover, If you fancy close combat, I shall create a few puppets to entertain you. Point 1 puppet is insufficient. 2 are not enough. Let us summon countless, no matter how strong you are. Your stamina will eventually wane, and then I shall reap the benefits effortlessly. Even if I were to draw him into the dark camp, it would be futile. His resolve was steadfast, and he would only absorb that dark power for himself. They were truly invincible. Reflecting on this, he felt fortunate that he was merely contending with Ultraman Noah. Although Noah was formidable, he could not slay him. Heavenly Rankings, 454th place. One Punch Man Heavenly Rankings, 400th place. Death God World. Heavenly Rankings, 379th place. Zhu Xian World. Heavenly Rankings, 350th place. Ultraman Tiga World. Is it only to the 350th place? In the world of Ultraman Tiga, just moments ago, Daegu had transformed into the dazzling Tiga and, alongside the believers in light, vanquished the evil god Gitangier. The divine light staff in his hands turned to dust, yet possessing the legacy of light, he could still perceive the video in the sky. Leaving him perplexed, Daegu, over here. You've been playing the hero all alone for so long. It's rather selfish. Indeed, Daegu. When shall you treat us to celebratory wine? New City and the others teased, seeing that Daegu had cast aside his confusion. He returned to the mainland with his comrades. Who would have thought it would be our world this time? Just in time to witness Daegu's magnificent deeds, said Jujin Hui, smiling at Daegu. Haha, thanks to Daegu. We can also see this video. It's truly marvelous, Jujin exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the screen overhead. Daegu remained silent, but the pride in his eyes was evident to all four. After all, this was their shared achievement. Without their contributions, they could not have attained such a high ranking that in the vast multiverse, world abound, and the number of powerful realms is countless. What merit does the Ultraman Tiga world possess? The Ultraman Tiga world belongs to the 6-star pinnacle realms. The struggle between light and darkness, the hope and brilliance that persist in the hearts of humanity, proves that although humans may engage in absurd conflicts, they have never relinquished hope. Simultaneously, in the video, an image began to materialize. A towering giant, over 50 meters tall, radiating golden light, appeared before the onlookers. With striking features, a blue timer gleamed on his chest, exuding an aura that rivaled the previous fantastical beings. Before him stood an exceedingly malevolent monster. Launching an attack, the giant raised his hands to form a cross, sending forth a beam of hope-esque light that struck the monster with great force. Achieving victory, the scene shifted to two monstrous figures, the Sky Beast, the ancient dragon Milba, and the ancient monster Golzon, who approached a pyramid with remarkable coordination, disregarding everything in their path. Soon, they arrived near the pyramid, where Golzon unleashed ultrasonic rays, obliterating the structure. They then charged toward the outermost statue, with Milba following suit. Two of the three statues were utterly destroyed, leaving only one behind. Curse it! What is the method to revive the giant? The victorious team roared, their eyes filled with urgency. The method to revive the giant. Daegu's broth, exclaimed Li Hu from Earth. The method to revive Ultraman. Daegu's broth. Zhang San echoed, that moment. Amidst the tension, a statement appeared on the multiverse forum, leaving even the most powerful celestial beings puzzled. Why is Daegu being boiled in a broth? What offense has he committed against you? Qin Tian, why is the method to revive the giant Daegu's broth? What kind of medicine is Daegu? In the grand world of Shenzhou, Luo Li gazed at Qin Tian with wide, confused eyes. Oh haha, Daegu is not a medicine. He is a person. They say this for fun. The original meaning is that Daegu transforms into light. Qin Tian chuckled, ruffling Luo Li's hair, a hint of nostalgia passing through his eyes. He recalled the times after school, when he would gather with his siblings to watch Ultraman, often shouting Tiga. Daegu, could it be that you truly were turned into broth during that plane crash? I wonder what it tastes like. In the Ultraman world, Jujin stared at the comments, bewildered, questioning why Daegu would become broth. How could he stand before him now? Was he perhaps a specter? Naturally, others were reluctant to believe this absurdity, especially Lena, who had engaged in activities with Daegu the previous night. Couldn't he possibly have been turned into broth? Could he? Oh ha, don't listen to their nonsense. At that time, I transformed into light. Daegu smiled, then proclaimed sacredly. Just then, the background music began to play, and before the video could continue, the comments surged once more. Like sunlight breaking through the night, dawn quietly brushes the horizon, whose figure traverses through the cycles of reincarnation. Like sunlight breaking through the night, dawn quietly brushes the horizon, whose figure traverses through the cycles of reincarnation. Li Bai. Like sunlight breaking through the night, dawn quietly brushes the horizon, whose figure traverses through the cycles of reincarnation. The Monkey King. The familiar voice echoed once more in the video. Hey, how do you all know this so clearly? Zhu Jin asked in bewilderment, unable to contain his curiosity. Your world is merely a TV drama in my eyes. Even children are aware, Yi Feng declared, situated in the urban world, observing the beautiful women around him in disbelief at Zhu Jin's confusion. Impossible. We are all living beings. How can we be mere characters in a drama? Who are you, and what is your purpose for saying this? In the realm of Ultraman, upon encountering this barrage of comments, Zhu Ejing expressed his skepticism, unable to fathom that he could be a mere figment of imagination from another world. What could be implausible about this? Not only him, but also characters from works like Qin Tian, Sheng Xiu, Perfect, Fanren Xiuxin Zhuan, and Journey to the West are all creations of novels and anime. However, the Emperor of the Desolate has transcended. Just moments ago, while perusing a book, that segment of history had vanished, leaving behind a void. Yefeng, aware that the crowd was struggling to accept this reality, harbored his own doubts about whether his world might be merely a narrative from a book or a film. Yet as long as he believed his own existence, that sufficed. How could this be? This emperor reigns supreme in the universe. How could I be a character from someone else's narrative? Mere ants should not disturb my resolve, declared the Stone Emperor. Indeed, as a flesh and blood being, how could I be a mere figure from another's tale? Pay heed, or I shall end you, warned the Black Emperor. My essence can obliterate the vast cosmos with a single gesture, and I can conjure world with a mere thought. You dare assert that my existence is fictitious. How could one create such a grand world with nothing but pen and paper? Retorted Judao. Indeed, we are corporeal beings. How can we be mere characters from a book? Do not spout nonsense, echoed the headmaster of the Celestial Academy. How amusing. I never anticipated that you all are but tools in the hands of the scribe. How laughable, cackled Sun Wukong. That moment. Any formidable individuals witnessing this barrage were taken aback and quickly countered. Observing the situation, Yefeng chose silence. After all, excessive words could lead to discontent. Enough, Black Emperor. Do not be disheartened. This is quite normal. In my world, there exists lore about the journey to the West, Tiga Ultraman, One Piece, and the Dragon Ball realm where the late Frieza resided. Yefeng spoke in a calm tone. Yet to the Black Emperor, it resonated like thunder, his eyes nearly popping out in sheer terror. He found this notion utterly unacceptable. It was far too astonishing, and he wished fervently that Yefeng was jesting. But disappointment loomed. Fear not, little Black. There is no reason for despair. Look, we can now see the rankings of the myriad worlds, signifying that we are indeed beings of flesh, if we ourselves do not believe in our existence. How can we expect others to? Pang Bo consoled, patting the head of the disheartened black dog. How dare you take advantage of this, Emperor? Feel the wrath of my claw. The Black Emperor snapped, suddenly sensing something amiss. Who dares to touch my head? Only the great emperors are worthy of such an honor. Move again, and I shall bite you. How ungrateful you are towards your savior, you ingrate. Ha ha! Yefeng laughed heartily at the antics of the two clowns, dismissing any lingering thoughts of earlier seriousness. Whether reality or fiction mattered not, as long as he possessed the capacity for thought and experience. He was undeniably a true being, irreplaceable by anyone else. Who would have imagined that we are characters in a book? This is utterly absurd. We have lived through countless epochs, while the humans on that planet barely endure a century. How could they dictate our fates? The ancestor, awakened atop the plateau of Shengxiu, was astounded, even more so than when confronted with the possibility that he was a dream conjured by the Desolate Emperor. The notion that they were mere characters in a book struck him as ludicrous. As the most powerful ancestor of the Anomaly clan, he had obliterated countless grand worlds and slain numerous formidable foes. He vividly recalled a gun-wielding master who reached the realm of ritual, wielding a dragon gallbladder silver phoenix spear, rising to prominence in a mere 10,000 years and vanquishing innumerable elites of the Anomaly clan. Ultimately, even he fell within 100 strikes. Regrettably, that master was unaware that the plateau's immortality meant he would never truly perish. Soon after, he resurrected and gathered the other ancestors to ambush the Supreme Being. They perished 100 times before finally exhausting their foe to death. Had it not been for the plateau, the Anomaly clan would have faced annihilation long ago to prevent that powerful being's revival. They annihilated his homeland and all descendants at that time. Apart from the Anomaly clan, all beings in the universe faded away, and the entire grand world required a millennium to gradually restore. Even the perfect world, where the Desolate Emperor resided, emerged only after that calamity. I would rather believe that the Celestial Emperor inscribed certain images of our world, thus giving rise to these books, whether we are truly alive or mere figments. You all have lived long enough to become accustomed to it. One ancestor remarked, his gaze fixed on the screen in the air before once again succumbing to slumber. Indeed, my brother speaks wisely. Let us focus on our duties. Perhaps we can transcend this universe. Lord of the world, what do you make of Yefeng's words? Are we truly characters in a book? Within the great thunder sound temple of the journey to the west, Guanyin gazed solemnly at the Buddha, her voice tinged with confusion. Yes, Lord, that Yefeng is certainly talking nonsense. We have already attained Buddhahood. How could we be mere figures in another's tale? Mithriya Buddha smiled jovially, though his astonished gaze betrayed him. How dare that monkey imply I am a tool? Is it time for Kananda to feel my wrath? He said, gripping his neck tightly. All phenomena in the world are illusions. Truth is false, and falsehood is truth. The true and the false are intertwined by fate. You, the Buddhas, have become attached to form, ensnared in confusion. The Buddha spoke of 3,000 great worlds and myriad smaller realms. Why are we mere creations of a mortal's pen, rather than the true essence of magic being widely circulated? The world speaks of Guanyin granting sons, Guanyin painting, the thousand-handed Guanyin, and so forth, all transcribed into texts. Guanyin, do you consider yourself a character in a book? Mithriya, though you are worshipped annually, tales of your legend are scarce. Yet you are still recorded therein. Does that not make you a character in a book? Even if just briefly? Kananda, though Wukong is mischievous, his words this time are not entirely unfounded. The world is boundless, and the journey to the west is not confined to a single realm. Do not let your eyes deceive you. The Buddha, seated upon his lotus throne, patiently elucidated for his disciples. We shall heed your teachings, O Buddha. Guanyin replied, bowing her head, I understand. Mithriya affirmed, casting a glance at Guanyin, with only a few deeds to his name. He pondered the need to compete with her for prominence. What a predicament! We shall abide by your command. Meanwhile, shortly after departing from the White Tiger Ridge, Tang Sanzang and his companions paused to rest. I never anticipated that our tale would spread, so it seems we are destined to retrieve the true scriptures and enlighten all beings, Tang Sanzang remarked, having noted Yefeng's barrage. He was particularly captivated by the 3 words, journey to the west, which referred to none other than their quartet, embarking westward in search of the true scriptures. I wonder if this journey to the west refers to our world or to other realms within the myriad worlds. Tang Sanzang mused further, his curiosity piqued since mastering the water form, leading to a rapid acceptance of new ideas. Although they existed within another's narrative, had it not been stated that the Desolate Emperor had transcended that world, erasing his own legend? If so, what was there to fear? Perhaps he too could transcend. Monkey, that barrage you sent out earlier wasn't you, was it? If so, we may be in trouble, Zhu Beiji cautiously remarked, glancing at Tang Sanzang and then at Sha Sung. He was well aware of some unsavory dealings. Retrieving the true scriptures was serious business, but the idea of enlightening all beings was merely a jest. After all, if everyone became monks, humanity would face extinction. The backlash against humanity is no trivial matter. During the computer age, the 3 realms might very well be obliterated. The Buddha and the Jade Emperor were aware of this. Yet the Buddhist faith was on a rise, an unstoppable tide, and it was essential for the faith to assert its presence among all beings. However, such discussions were best kept under wraps. Otherwise, death would be the only outcome. Only the dead could safeguard secrets. Fear not, simpleton. I, your elder brother's son, am no fool. Why would I cause trouble at such a critical moment? The monkey playfully patted Zhu Beiji's shoulder and chuckled, acknowledging that for quite some time he had been aware that he was merely a pawn in the hands of others. He had contemplated rebellion, yet reality dictated that he should go with the flow, for resisting would lead to a dead end. Concurrently, in a radiant transformation, Tiga Ultraman arose, embodying the essence of ancient consciousness. In the face of Melba, he transformed into a blue giant, swiftly inflicting severe injury upon the foe. When confronting Gorzandi, Tiga Ultraman adopted a crimson hue, greatly amplifying his strength to subdue the renowned beast. Just as the monster attempted to flee, Tiga naturally pursued, but at that moment, the sky dragon Melba unleashed several rays that struck Dagu. The blue timer on Dagu's chest turned red, prompting him to perform a powerful technique that shattered Melba into fragments before soaring into the sunset. Dagu, so this is how you transformed into light. No wonder we were puzzled when we witnessed your aircraft crash, yet you remained alive. Now, everything makes sense? Zhu Jing mused with a smile. Chapter 21. Tiga is a belief. Indeed, we were genuinely concerned for your well-being. We even planned we'd dine together, never expecting to see you, Dagu. Vibrant and full of life before us. Captain Zhongfang was rather disappointed at that time. You know, Shinjo T. Zhongfang. Enough of that, Dagu. Don't listen to his nonsense that I never harbored such thoughts. However, I am eager for a banquet. When will you marry Lina? I wish to attend your wedding. Zhongfang shifted the conversation with a smile directed at Dagu and Lina. Meanwhile, in an alternate universe, Asuka gazed at the footage in the sky, murmuring, so Dagu was once an Ultraman. How wonderful. I can seek him out whenever I face difficulties. It was astonishing to learn that Dagu was Tiga Ultraman from 20 years ago. I recall the year I too transformed into light. Yumi exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth with her small hand, astonished that her idol, Tiga Ultraman, had been living in the same realm as her all along. It appears that Gu has been exposed. You must dispatch someone to ensure his safety. He is no longer an Ultraman, but one of our own that he has done so much for us. And we must protect him in his twilight years, TPC Director Miyata Seiji stated solemnly. Tiga Ultraman, ranked 350. I find that hard to believe. This monster, though slightly larger in size, has no right to such a position. In the realm of divine and demon, Pai Zilong had initially never heard of Tiga Ultraman, presuming it to be a formidable race, only to be confronted with this, the monster S attacks. In his view, were mere tickles, inferior even to some lowly beasts from lesser worlds, and yet it had achieved such a high rank, surely a mistake, as for others in the divine and demon realm. While they too harbor doubts, they remained composed, refraining from outbursts. The world rankings cannot be erroneous. There must be a turning point. Indeed, I too am unconvinced. Although this monster appears grand, is it truly more powerful than me? Auxer, it is absurd that it ranks so highly. Auxer the king remarked disdainfully. His formidable strength far surpassed that of the monster, which posed no threat to him. Its beams would only serve to expand his toxic influence. What merit does Tiga Ultraman possess to be placed at 350? I believe Tiga Ultraman is quite powerful, exclaimed the little dragon girl. Auxer the king, what right do you, a mere virus, have to insult the light I hold dear? We were all once light. You, a mere carrier of infection, are nothing but a nuisance. Ling Qi, revived Zhang San retorted. Humph, although I too look down upon Auxer. This is not Tiga Ultraman's realm. It possesses no power. How dare that Ultraman claim the 350th rank among the myriad realms? In the ancient Forbidden Zone, the Stone Emperor expressed his disdain. The preceding worlds all wielded extraordinary power, and he had no objections to that. Yet this Ultraman was merely an inheritor of a certain radiance. He harbored a disdain for light ever since he had severed himself to become the supreme and instigate a dark upheaval. He feared that one day, the bearer of hope for all beings might slay him. Tiga Ultraman embodies a belief. I shall not permit you to insult him, Stone Emperor, or I shall inevitably slay you. Suke asserted, Observing the Stone Emperor as comments while watching the video, in his youth, he had adored Ultraman, and even now, as a powerful figure, he retained fond memories of Tiga Ultraman, unwilling to tolerate any slights against him. Indeed, Tiga Ultraman was invincible in this universe 3 million years ago. Even the malevolent deity Gitangia dared not show itself. His current strength is but a fraction of his former self, still not fully restored. Xiao affirmed. Furthermore, should you encounter Tiga Ultraman in that form, Stone Emperor, you might not even stand a chance against him. Not belittle Tiga Ultraman. Yi Fei added. The barrage of comments defending Tiga Ultraman surged. Not merely due to technical prowess, but because in their darkest moments, a call of Tiga Ultraman dispelled their fears. Though they had grown and become heroes themselves, they had not forgotten Tiga Ultraman. Wow, is Tiga Ultraman truly that formidable? He managed to defeat the Emperor, who commands fear across the universe. Go exclaimed, wagging his tail in astonishment, feeling that Tiga Ultraman could hardly be his match. Let alone defeat a mighty figure like the Stone Emperor. I cannot say for certain. They have never faced each other, but I have heard that Dark Tiga is quite powerful. Perhaps he could rival a quasi-emperor. Yi Fan mused, recalling fragments of his memory. Presently, the power Tiga Ultraman exhibited resembled that of a great being. It was not impossible for Dark Tiga to be comparable to an emperor. Damn it, a mere ant. What gives him the right to live for 30 million years? If given that time, I would have long ascended to the realm of immortals. In the ancient Forbidden Zone, the Stone Emperor was taken aback and subsequently erupted with rage. A terrifying divine thought soaring into the heavens, stirring turbulent winds and clouds, causing vast regions of the universe to tremble, instilling fear that the dark upheaval was about to commence. Quickly, we must hide. Pang Bo exclaimed, sensing the dreadful aura and promptly dragging Go and Yi Fan away. Fully aware that the figure was evidently enraged, undoubtedly envious of another's prolonged existence, I could see that moment. The Stone Emperor's countenance was grim. As an ancient emperor, he should not be weaker than Tiga Ultraman. What right does such a diminutive ant have to live for so long while he himself is limited to mere millennia? Had he possessed such longevity, he would not have fallen into the ranks of those who instigated the dark upheaval. He will not be angry. The time for ascending to immortality has not yet arrived. When the path to ascension opens, it would be prudent to unleash your might then, Chang Sheng Tianzun remarked calmly. Indeed, we are not even from the same world. Our path to immortality is about to begin. Once it commences, our lifespans will be boundless, so why should we be angered? The other supreme beings urged, should the Stone Emperor annihilate these lives, how could they absorb life essence and survive? 30 million years, a truly distant span. My world has existed for less than 500,000 years. That is a multitude of times greater, Wu Zhu Lindong noted. All right, let us proceed to the next narrative. We shall soon uncover why Tiga Ultraman's world ranks so highly. Ming Wang declared, indeed, my super god world is also quite formidable. What gives it the right to rank below Tiga Ultraman? Kusha, situated in the super god world, expressed her bewilderment through the barrage. Unable to accept that her world was inferior to Tiga Ultraman. The beam she had just witnessed was impressive, yet their annihilation cannon was not to be underestimated, surely not weaker than that ray. Angel Yin slowly spoke with her hands on her hips. Chapter 22. The destruction caused by Ji Jiela, in her eyes, the light could at most penetrate a great mountain, while the annihilation cannon of our angelic race could shatter stars. Its power incomparably greater than that light. As time passed, the public's perception of Ultraman Tiga began to shift. They no longer underestimated him. At this moment, the scene had progressed to the Ji Jiela monster, one of the culprits behind the destruction of ancient civilizations. The onlookers beheld a peculiar flower beginning to bloom, captivating not just ordinary people, but even the captain of the victory team, Kiamake, who found himself entranced. Meanwhile, a pair of father and daughter from 30 million years ago arrived on the current planet. The girl informed the crowd that this flower was the root of world destruction, ensnaring humanity in a blissful demise devoid of suffering. The massive Ji Jiela fully bloomed. All humans who caught its scent fell into a dream world, free from the pressures of work, school, and money. Upon awakening, many appeared frantic, reluctant to leave the dream. Daegu, witnessing the masses ensnared, helplessly asked Yulian why, if so many Ultramen existed in ancient times, none intervened, because they are light, and light does not interfere. This is humanity's own choice. Yulian replied with self-deprecation, at the same time, as Jila blossomed, all of humanity succumbed to the enchanting dream world. The ancient beings appeared beside Daegu, observing him and stating, Tiga, human desire runs deeper than the roots of Jila. As the sun set, many who had awakened from their reveries sought the Jila for its pollen. The scene cast a pall of silence over the myriad realms. While within the minds of the victory team, thoughts of exterminating Jila arose, yet they voiced their inner conflicts that I know Jila is no good, but once tempted by its pollen. It's not easy to quit, but it's quite embarrassing. I truly wish to indulge in Jila's pollen. Perhaps Jila is a gift from Earth. Lena chimed in. Daegu, sensing the troubling trend, quickly interjected, we do not need this. Even in suffering, we must strive for dreams more beautiful than Jila. Meanwhile, within the great realm of Shenzhou, the half-immortal Loli observed the people's reactions with disdain, slowly remarking, mortal beings are thus. They forever dwell in their woven fantasies. Easily defeated by a mere hint of Jila pollen, I truly feel pity for Daegu, having to protect such people. Loli's words were met with a counter. One cannot speak so lightly. Though mortals' willpower may be frail, they are not so easily vanquished. Is it not through relentless struggle that humanity has become the most powerful race across the realms? Qin Tian opened his bright eyes, watching Daegu's choices in the video. A smile unconsciously gracing his lips, in his memory. This was the essence of humanity. Facing challenges, perhaps fleeing or becoming absorbed, yet ultimately shattering the fears that beset them with an unwavering will. The descendants of Yan Huang have endured countless trials and tribulations. Adversity has never defeated us, neither in the past, nor the present, nor the future. What cannot conquer us only serves to make us stronger. Continue to watch, Loli, and you will understand, another remarked thoughtfully. Loli, gazing at the others with a mysterious smile, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet remained focused, eager to see how these mortals would navigate their tribulation. Weak mortals, upon encountering the allure of a woven dream, fall completely into its embrace, even the elites among humanity. The victory team are no exception. One wonders how these beings survive. Their existence poses the greatest instability in the Ultraman world. If I were Ultraman Tiga, I would have long since allowed the monster to obliterate the human realm. In the world of Hokage, Uchihamadura observed the video, bemused by the display of immense power, yet still choosing to protect these weak ants, often misunderstood and subjected to their blame and curses. Were he in such a position, he would have unleashed a Shinra Tensei, obliterating the human ants entirely. But this was not his world. He could only stew in frustration, for others in this realm still feared him and dared not speak out. Indeed, Ultraman Tiga is excessively merciful, a deity in the world of Ultraman. Protecting humanity is already a divine blessing. To treat a god in such a manner is most audacious, and no wonder my recent offerings have dwindled. Having witnessed this video, the reason is clear. They have forgotten the deity's might, that I shall make them aware of the divine power. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe akin to the Ultraman realm, within Mount Fuji, the eight-headed Yamata no Orochi conversed in hushed tones. In no wonder they have stopped sending offerings. Initially, I thought it was the divine envoy's oversight, but it seems they regard their god as insignificant, merely a tool for their protection. These lowly ants dare to forget the majesty of the divine. Today, I shall demonstrate how dreadful it is to provoke a god. One head declared ominously, releasing a fireball. What's happening? An earthquake. At this moment, a beautiful girl sensed the ground shaking, her face paling with fear. This was Mount Fuji. Should an earthquake occur, a volcanic eruption would ensue, sinking the entire island nation. Wretched ants. Servants of the divine, why have the offerings yet to arrive? Have you forgotten the wrath of the divine? Today, I shall show you what divine might truly is. Yamata no Orochi intoned, looking down upon the insignificant ants below. Goodness, the great Yamada no Orochi has awakened. What now? What great Yamada no Orochi? It's merely a gigantic snake with 8 heads. With our weapons, we can certainly defeat it. Everyone stay calm. Upon hearing this, Yamada no Orochi's eyes turned icy. Any remaining hope had been shattered. Now, it only sought to teach the island nation a severe lesson, making the world aware of its might. Half a day later, the entire island nation descended into hell, with millions perishing, leaving fewer than 1 million alive, all transformed into its slaves. The upheaval in the island nation sent shockwaves across the world. The Dragon Kingdom remained largely unresponsive, as it was vast and rich in powerful beings. One could easily quell the beast. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom had no other thoughts, merely applauding, "Cough, cough! Through my divine practice, I have confirmed that these ants have indeed forgotten the might of the divine. Look at them now. All obedient, their eyes filled with reverence for the divine. Daegu, I feel you can give it a try." Chapter 23. Daegu, you are both light and humanity. Little dragon girl, 9 uncle, Yamada no Orochi. Good brother, I shall treat you to drinks another day. Today was splendid. Xiao Feng, located in the Dragon Kingdom, was naturally aware of the happenings in the island nation. He had not anticipated that Yamada no Orochi here was from the same world, assisting them in dealing with the troublesome nation. Truly a friend of the Yanhuang clan. Friend, you flatter me. I merely disapprove of their ugly faces that I must come and chat another day. Yamada no Orochi humbly responded, recognizing that anyone capable of engaging in this forum was not an ordinary person, thus treating Xiao Feng as an equal. Yamada no Orochi, impressive, Li Mo exclaimed. Yamada no Orochi, forever a deity, Xiao Feng added. May I ask why you all harbor such disdain for that nation? The king of hell inquired. Friend, you would not understand. Once Xiao Feng acted so ruthlessly, it was well deserved. Xiao Feng, upon realizing that the island nation had been obliterated by the god of his own country, couldn't he help but burst into laughter. Should we not also annihilate that island nation? In the world of Tian, Pang Bo laughed heartily. Clapping Xiao Feng's shoulder, he too harbored a deep-seated aversion to that nation and was delighted to see someone avenging him. I had not expected it to unfold this way. We could consider doing the same in the future. At that time, let He Huang handle it. Is that acceptable? Xiao Feng and Pang Bo gazed at He Huang with sinister smiles. Upon hearing the words, how could He Huang dare to refuse? Such trifles are but a trifle for me. As for the minor nation of Shaori, I find their vulgarity quite displeasing to die. He Huang shall represent the infinite emperor in their extermination. He Huang was well aware of the misdeeds committed by the nation of Shaori, and a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated the existence of such individuals. It was his unassailable duty to eradicate them. Simultaneously, the video transitioned to the path chosen by Daegu, who abruptly rose from his seat, a determined expression on his face. Are humans truly this cowardly? He declared. The pollen of Kigila had granted most individuals a reality far more blissful than the real world. If we were to eradicate Kigila pollen, we would be at odds with all of humanity. Director Zijing remarked nonchalantly from his position of authority. Daegu, feeling helpless, sank back into his seat. Although Director Zijing's words were harsh, they reflected the current reality, leaving Daegu feeling somewhat powerless as a fellow human. Is humanity destined for extinction? No. I've only just embraced cars, airplanes, and smartphones. How can we allow our existence to fade away? In the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes, the character Xiao Long Nu descended from a rope, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Surely, extinction is not our fate. We have yet to witness the radiant form of that being emanating golden light. It is evident that humanity must prevail against Kigila. Huang Rong, ever resourceful, now possessed an even more terrifying intellect. Drawing from her previous observations and her current knowledge, she realized that humanity had triumphed over its inner desires and did not repeat past mistakes. Indeed, we must have faith in the human race. We, the descendants of humanity, are resilient and shall never be defeated by such a trivial flower. Jiu Dao, proclaimed, we are born to defy the mundane. Who can dictate our destinies? Wang Lin added, as the scene shifted to a conversation between Yu Yin and Daegu. You are different. You embody both light and humanity, Yu Yin said to Dagu. Her gaze filled with hope, wishing that his choice aligned with her aspirations. That Dagu pondered deeply and then transformed into Tiga, confronting the ancient monster Kajila in battle. This spectacle stunned humanity worldwide. Even the ancient beings were left in shock. The light interfering Ultraman, Tiga, you are the first, Luca murmured, astonished at that moment. Kajila launched an assault on Tiga, and many humans were visibly moved that a small boy turned to his father and implored, "Daddy, burn this! Tiga is in so much pain." Simultaneously, the members of the victory team made the painful choice to stand alongside Tiga, while the humans on the ground looked at their children and resolutely nodded in agreement. With a tremendous explosion, the two ancient beings who had survived on Kajila pollen disintegrated into particles of light, vanishing before their eyes. As Luca lay dying, he addressed Dagu, saying, "Ultraman Tiga, thanks to you, I finally comprehend the essence of life. To live a fleeting existence, leaving behind a legacy for future generations. Humanity grows through such cycles, which is truly remarkable." With the destruction of Kajila, the victory team returned to normalcy. Captain Zhu Jianwei smiled at the team, saying, "I truly admire Tiga. He knew the entire world viewed him as an enemy, yet still risked everything to save us." He cast a glance at Dagu, who remained oblivious to the attention, instead joyfully proclaiming, "It is humanity itself that directly saves humanity." Thus, Captain, you were aware of Dagu's identity all along. "He is Ultraman Tiga," Dugong asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. He had just witnessed the captain glance at Dagu while speaking, implying that he had known Dagu was Ultraman all along. No, I was uncertain at that time. It was only later that I confirmed Dagu is indeed Ultraman Tiga. The past is behind us. Dwelling on it serves no purpose. Wouldn't you agree, Dagu? Captain Zhu Jianwei smiled gently at the crowd, casting one last look at Dagu. "You are right, Captain. Now that Gatangia has been defeated, our world has returned to peace. Ultraman Tiga is no longer needed. We humans can protect ourselves. We are all Ultraman Tiga. Have you forgotten?" Dagu smiled at the rising sun, his eyes filled with a yearning for peace. Dagu is correct. We are all Ultraman Tiga. Instead of worrying about that, we should focus on what gifts to bring to Dagu's wedding, Zhong Feng remarked with a gentle smile, unknowingly startling Dugong and the others. "Wow, the vice captain actually smiled. I thought he had a perpetual poker face." Someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Is it really that exaggerated?" "Indeed." Another added, "I never imagined Dagu possessed such courage and determination. And no wonder he is so popular as Ultraman Tiga." Xiao Long Nu exclaimed, Yes, this beautiful lady understands. If you are both light and humanity, it signifies that humans can overcome life's adversities on their own, never easily surrendering. Perhaps the journey may not be beautiful and filled with hardships, but we will conquer obstacles. The human race shall never yield," Huang Rong asserted. "Indeed, in our mortal state, we are indeed fragile. Even an ordinary illness can claim our lives. Yet, as that ancient being said, in a fleeting life, leave the fruits of labor for future generations. This is the essence of generational inheritance," Emperor Xinyuan declared. Chapter 24. The appearance of the evil god Gatangia and the reactions of all realms indeed. When our human race faced persecution from myriad races, we did not abandon hope. Together with generations of human ancestors, we fought for the rise of humanity. Although many betrayed us, countless others forged ahead, contributing immensely to the era of peace for humanity, which is why we fear neither heaven nor hell, Emperor Fuxi affirmed. Indeed, our ancestors created characters, built homes, battled against powerful beings of the demon race, and contended for survival resources against myriad races. From thousands of humans emerged countless individuals today, Earth Emperor Shenong added. Within the vast world of the primal chaos, the three sovereigns spoke in unison, their eyes still reflecting the determination of those who once fought for humanity's autonomy against the myriad beings. Little girl Huang Rong pays her respects to the ancestors of humanity, Huang Rong declared. Young man Yi Feng bows to the ancestors of humanity, Yi Feng added. Human youth Qing Song pays respects to the ancestors. Qing Song chimed I in an instant. The celestial forum resonated with greetings to the ancestors of humanity. as the three sovereigns and five emperors represented the faith of many. Wherever there were humans, they were well-known figures. After a long while, the barrage of comments returned to normalcy, but the shock brought forth by the three sovereigns had not yet subsided, leaving all realms astonished. Within the world of disbelief reigned. How is it possible? How is this human emperor still alive? I witnessed his soul scatter. A voice roared from within a forbidden realm, where an ancient emperor had once struck down the human emperor alongside several other supreme beings. My friend, do not panic. This individual is the human emperor from another world, not ours. Although his power is immense, he cannot transcend realms like the celestial beings. What is there to fear? Let things unfold as they will. Indeed, the human emperor has long since perished. We all witnessed it. He cannot return. So rest easy. Several supreme beings spoke to reassure him, though their eyes flickered with uncertainty on the other side. Goodness, the three sovereigns have emerged. Their strength is not to be underestimated. If only they could come to our realm, they would slay all those supreme beings, and the darkness would cease to exist. Wouldn't tea that allow us to live freely? Pang Bo lamented wistfully, his gaze fixed on the screen as Ultraman Tiga approached the final showdown. Others quickly realized the significance of the moment, and someone in the forum posted a comment, causing silence to envelop the others. I, too, am curious why Ultraman Tiga has garnered such admiration. May I ask everyone to remain silent for a moment? A Huang urged. Hiss. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their fingers ceasing the urge to unleash a barrage of comments. Though they were uncertain whether the chaotic force could truly breach their realm, the thought of it materializing sent shivers down their spines. For it would spell their doom. As the imagery unfolded, they beheld a vast, ominous black mist sweeping ominously towards the earth, its formlessness shrouded in an unsettling aura that seemed to harbor unfathomable power. Even through the screen, they could palpably sense the terrifying darkness emanating from it. This was a force that appeared capable of devouring the sun, the Milky Way, and the entire cosmos, a manifestation of the dark dominator. The malevolent deity Gitanji, whose hand had wrought the destruction of the world 30 million years prior. Ah, my queen, one remarked, this dark god possesses formidable strength that I feel that entering this mist would render one utterly lost. This power is unparalleled and far exceeds anything we have encountered before. That it is truly horrifying. How could the Ultraman Tiga possibly vanquish such a being in the realm of the supergod? Yen, who had initially intended to comment, paused. Pondering the implications, he turned to the gravely serious Kaisha beside him, fully aware that the power contained within the black mist could obliterate their supergod universe. Not a single entity within it could contend with this peculiar ionic black mist. Indeed, our world is no match. That in Oh Wonder the Ultraman Tiga universe ranks above us. To defeat such an evil creature. The true might of Ultraman Tiga must be beyond what we perceive, Kaisha murmured. Emerging from her shock. Ye fan, I now comprehend why the Ultraman Tiga universe holds such a high rank. The power I discern from this footage is not inferior to that of the ancient emperors, capable of annihilating the entire universe. Ultraman Tiga's ability to slay, it is astonishing. Within the realm of the Desolate Era, the Black Sovereign stared intently, speaking gravely. Having followed the ancient emperor, he was no stranger to the emperor's might. The entity known as the Dark Dominator was indeed invincible. He finally grasped why that world had perished 30 million years ago despite its superior technology, facing such a formidable foe without the protection of giants. It was a miracle they had not been utterly annihilated in their slumber. Father, that monster appears quite fearsome. I wonder if Ultraman Tiga can defeat it, quipped the daughter of Qin in the starry transformation world, her wide eyes sparkling with admiration for Ultraman Tiga, much to her father's chagrin. Yet he refrained from dissuading her. After all, Ultraman Tiga had always dedicated himself to the protection of humanity, and he harbored no worries about his daughter being led astray. Fear not, this colossal beast is no match for Ultraman Tiga. He shall vanquish it shortly. White goodness. This dark god Gitanji seems even more formidable than the pure yang sword immortal El Dongbin. Perhaps reaching the realm of the Tao ancestor. I can hardly fathom the fate of that world without Ultraman Tiga. humanity would likely face extinction in the realm of the savage wilderness, Yue, located within the Black and White Academy, covered her mouth in trepidation and spoke to Ji Ning beside her. Though she had been an immortal in her past life, the black mist before her posed a threat even to the pure Yang Sword Immortal. Rest assured, we must place our faith in Douluo and in humanity. Ultraman Tiga will not disappoint us, Ji Ning said, smoothing Yue's disheveled hair with a smile. He had heard of Ultraman Tiga and recalled his own childhood bathed in light. Brother Monkey, I feel that this so-called dark god's aura nearly rivals that of heavenly immortals. While not overwhelmingly powerful, its presence is far more intense than that of ordinary fiends, nearly on par with the most notorious among them. I fear Ultraman Tiga may struggle against it. In the journey to the West World, Zhu Beiji expressed his thoughts to Sun Wukong as he contemplated sending a barrage of comments, with his prowess at the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Dispatching this monster would be effortless. However, he perceived Ultraman Tiga as merely on the verge of breaking through to the human immortal realm, clearly outmatched by the beast. Beiji, have you forgotten the initial moment when Ultraman Tiga radiated a golden light? That was likely the true extent of his power. We must believe in light and justice. Tang Sanzang urged his disciple, pushing up his non-existent spectacles with a meaningful gaze. Zhu Beiji smacked his head in realization. Ah, how could I forget that form? While it may not have instilled a sense of overwhelming strength, it could likely easily dispatch Gitanji, who has probably reached the realm of the profound immortal. Enough of this, Beiji. Let us not dwell on it any longer. We'll soon discover the outcome. It's pointless to discuss it now. You are not from that world, so pondering it excessively serves no purpose. Sun Wukong remained indifferent, believing the world operated on the principle of survival of the fittest. The weak would invariably perish, and thus he was unconcerned by Gitanji's actions, even if he wished to assist. He had no power over his own fate, let alone that of others. Meanwhile, the black mist surged toward the headquarters of the victory team, causing explosions in the cities along its path as humanity fled to underground shelters. Many refused to resign themselves to fate, launching futile attacks against the black mist. Yet reality proved harsh as planes fell from the sky. As the black mist reached the headquarters, the valiant soldiers' desperate resistance proved ineffective. Akin to moths drawn to a flame, the entire base suffered heavy casualties. Director Zhe Wei ordered a retreat to regroup for a resurgence, though one resolutely opposed. Ultimately, he was swayed by Director Zhe Wei's declaration that human lives were at stake, leading the surviving humans toward the Arcturus vessel. The city's inhabitants huddled in shelters, their faces etched with uncertainty about the future and a profound disregard for life. Meanwhile, the two individuals in the underground well realized their oxygen supply was dwindling. The dark god Gitanji revealed its true form, its head submerged in water, draped in an enormous spiral shell riddled with countless black holes. Its eyes, positioned beneath its mouth, emitted sounds reminiscent of an elephant's call. Beneath its shell lay numerous tentacles and massive pincers, its eyes burning with a fierce, insatiable intent to destroy. The globally encompassing black mist disoriented satellites, rendering them inoperable. That Douluo urged everyone to leave. While Captain Zhou Jianhui insisted the deputy captain depart first, her gaze fixed anxiously on Douluo. When I first encountered Ultraman Tiga, I thought I had met a deity, believing he could guide humanity onto the righteous path. Yet, it appears reality diverges from that notion, that I later came to understand that Ultraman embodies both light and humanity. Douluo, you bear no obligation to confront an enemy that cannot be defeated. Surely you comprehend this, correct? Turning with a smile, Douluo regarded Captain Zhou Jianhui. Cannot be defeated? I don't understand. Indeed, since the moment I ascended, my belief in fate has waned. We must strive for victory as humans. Captain Zhou Jianhui declared, her eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit. Leaving Lina astonished, that Douluo nodded solemnly, aware that he might never return, yet for the sake of everyone and humanity, he was determined to take the plunge. He transformed into light, soaring towards the insurmountable darkness, his eyes filled with resolute determination. This the essence of humanity. Knowing they may lose, with the price of defeat being death, yet they charge forward without hesitation. No wonder such feeble beings have emerged as the protagonists of existence. It is not without reason in the world of the legend of the White Snake at the banks of Westlake. Shao Qing pulled Xiao by his hand, gazing at the screen above, articulating each word with astonishment. In her mind, humanity had always been a collection of greedy and treacherous souls, each one duplicitous. Never had she witnessed anyone willing to sacrifice their life to protect the weak. This youth, embodying light and humanity, charged forth without a second thought, akin to the shock of witnessing the Buddha of compassion begging for alms. Xiaoqing, I have long told you not all humans are consumed by greed. There are those among them who are selfless. You didn't believe me then, but do you now? The white snake chuckled, playfully tapping Xiaoqing's forehead, entirely oblivious to the scholar nearby, who gazed at them in bewilderment, believing the two beauties were merely admiring the scenery. Elsewhere, within Jinshan Temple, Fahai observed Ultraman Tiga dashing toward the monstrous threat without hesitation. He set aside his wooden mallet, rising to his feet. Amidst, you must triumph? Fahai silently contemplated, hoping that the Ultraman, who fought valiantly to protect humanity, would not perish in vain. Despite knowing victory was likely, anxiety gripped his heart. Damn it, why does my old pig nose feel a twinge of sorrow over a seemingly weak video? Could it be that I have consumed too much lemon? In the vast world of Journey to the West, Zhu Beiji rubbed his eyes and chuckled, a hint of astonishment in his gaze. In his youth, he faced adversities without hesitation. Now, although his strength had grown, he hesitated to engage in fierce confrontations. Ba, he earnestly prayed, may Daegu save our kind and vanquish that monster. Tang Sung spoke with grave seriousness, beads of sweat pooling in his palms as he fixated on the screen, fearing he might miss something crucial. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong bowed his head, concealing his thoughts beneath a veil of mystery. Once, he too was fearless, clashing with the heavenly court, believing himself a hero. Little did he know, it was merely a farce orchestrated by the heavens in conjunction with Western Buddhism. Now his sharp edges had dulled, and he refrained from undertaking futile endeavors. Adopting a more pragmatic approach that he pondered, isn't it akin to walking into a trap for Tiga Ultraman to engage in such battles? Why would he do so? A flicker of confusion crossed the Monkey King's eyes. Was he still the same? Concurrently, the video depicted Lena piloting the Addis, soaring away from headquarters. Daegu confronted the formidable Dark Overlord Gitangier, engaging in a nearly one-sided battle that showcased the vast disparity in their powers. Meanwhile, the victory team repaired their communications, revealing scenes of Tiga Ultraman's selfless struggle. Children cheered fervently for Tiga Ultraman. The footage showed Tiga Ultraman transforming into his powerful form, yet he remained no match for Gitangier. Tiga Ultraman clasped his hands together, unleashing the dilithium light stream, concentrating his strength into a red energy sphere aimed at Gitangier. Just as the onlookers believed success was imminent, they were dismayed to find it had no effect. Undeterred, Tiga Ultraman continued with the Zai Pei Ao ray, forming an L shape with his hands and launching a golden beam far mightier than the dilithium. Yet it too failed to inflict damage upon Gitangier. Subsequently, Gitangier ensnared Tiga Ultraman with his tendrils and fired a purple beam from the sky, piercing through Tiga Ultraman's form. Thus, Tiga Ultraman fell, reverting to a stone statue. Witnessing this, Lena could not contain her cry for Daegu, and shock enveloped the crowd. Captain Jujian resolutely declared, Tiga Ultraman will not falter. He cannot lose. What? Tiga Ultraman is dead. How can this be? He defeated that monster. In the world of the Condor heroes, Xiao Longnu's face bore a touch of sorrow as she realized her growing affection for Tiga Ultraman. He cannot simply die like this. It's absolutely impossible. In the realm of the legend of the White Snake, Xiaoqing gasped upon watching the video, quickly covering her mouth with her small hand. Her astonishment evident in her eyes in Chapter 26, that year I became light, Xiaoqing believed Tiga Ultraman to be immensely powerful, far beyond her and her sister's capabilities. Sister, this can't be real. Tiga Ultraman cannot fall so easily. It must be a lie. She tugged at Xiao Bai's hand, shaking her head fervently in disbelief, refusing to accept that the hope embodied by Daegu could be so swiftly extinguished. Of course not. We haven't even seen Tiga Ultraman's golden form yet. Daegu is definitely not dead. He will surely rise again. Xiao Bai reassured the despondent Xiao Qing with a smile, although uncertainty lingered in her heart regarding Daegu's revival. Alas, Ba, may Daegu journey well. Though we hail from different worlds, your deeds command my utmost respect. Fa Hai from Jinshan Temple, gazing at the stone statue of Tiga, chanted a Buddhist incantation, followed by a prayer for rebirth. Master, what are you doing? Who has died that you recite such verses? A young monk inquired of another, perplexed. Hush, can't you see? Daegu has perished, and the master is performing a rite for him, that he may be in a somber mood. Best not to provoke him. Daddy, how could Tiga Ultraman die? He's so powerful, it's impossible. In the world of Star Change, Qin Yu's daughter stared at the stone statue of Tiga Ultraman, tears streaming down her face. Her expression evoking deep sympathy. Daddy, can you bring Tiga Ultraman back to life? The little girl asked innocently, her gaze filled with a mix of hope and concern, as if fearing her father might say it was impossible. Qin Yu understood his daughter's feelings well. He recalled that Tiga had vanquished the monster, yet now lay lifeless, a sign he was destined to be revived. However, there seemed to be no other Ultraman in that realm, and he wondered how Tiga could return, especially with enhanced strength. Don't worry, sweetheart. Daddy will use my powers to revive Tiga Ultraman. Such sentiments echoed across countless worlds, as many were captivated by Tiga Ultraman's inherent charm. Were it not for the imposed silence, he would have fervently engaged in discussions on the forum. They too wished to uncover the mystery of Tiga Ultraman's resurrection, their eyes glued to the video screen. Even the previously indifferent Luo Li watched with keen interest. No one expected that a mortal could bear such a heavy burden. They were curious about how he would revive, having exhausted his powers and reverted to human form, only to now become a stone statue. Was he to seek out another with the gene of light? In the great world of Shenzhou, Luo Li blinked at Qin Tian, evidently eager to inquire about the unfolding narrative. Ha! You will find out soon enough. Just watch slowly. This world is nearing its end, and I might take you to the Ultraman realm afterward. Qin Tian said mysteriously, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Curious about the Emperor careful from the Ultraman world, hoping to replicate its laws to enhance his own foundation. Really? That's wonderful. Luo Li exclaimed joyfully, leaping in excitement that it had been ages since she had shared time with Qin Tian. And now she had the chance to exist in the same world with him. What a delight! Unbeknownst to Qin Tian, had he understood the thoughts of the girl, he might have worn a wry smile. Meanwhile, many declared that Tiga Ultraman had perished, yet some children remained unconvinced. Tiga Ultraman is not dead, they asserted with unwavering conviction, their eyes brimming with hope, firmly believing that Tiga Ultraman would not succumb so readily. Not only Lina and the children held on to faith in Daegu's survival. Countless souls across the realms believed that Tiga Ultraman still lived. Tiga Ultraman will not die. We must trust in Daegu and believe in Tiga Ultraman. The victorious team, alongside countless individuals, refused to surrender. They held steadfast in the belief that humanity possesses the strength to safeguard itself. They piloted aircraft towards a monstrous foe, determined to create an opportunity for the revival of Ultraman Tiga. Aware of their impending demise, they charged forward with unwavering resolve. In that moment, humanity united in a collective effort. Even the once hopeless prophet was moved by Daegu and his companion's actions, drawing upon all his knowledge for the final confrontation. Kingo, who had previously diverged from Daegu's path, also joined the ranks, striving for Ultraman Tiga's resurrection, taking matters into his own hands. Yet, they faltered. The radiant light that had just emerged faded, reality's brilliance dimmed. However, the luminescence within their hearts remained undiminished. That was hoped at that moment. Children across the globe transformed into light, rushing towards Daegu. Lina, too, became a beacon of light, joining Daegu's side. As more and more brilliance coalesced. Ultraman Tiga was revived in that instant. Every child embodied Ultraman Tiga, radiating light and hope. The resurrected Tiga shimmered with brilliance and unleashed a powerful punch, sending a spiraling beam of light crashing into Gitangier, propelling it away. Subsequently, he concentrated his dazzling energy into his legs and delivered a devastating kick, severely wounding Gitangier. Simultaneously, the reaction across the myriad realms was unanimous. Unbounded joy. Sister, Ultraman Tiga has returned. His power is immense. Seemingly at the level of a transcendent being, radiating a comfort beyond even the light of Buddha, exclaimed Xiao Qing from the world of White Snake, her eyes sparkling with delight that I too feel it. It seems to be the power of hope, the light within the hearts of the people, Monkey King remarked. This power is remarkable. It is so pure, devoid of any desire. Only hope remains, said Zhu Beiji in awe. Despite perceiving the power as weak, Ba, I have come to understand. As long as one does not relinquish hope, one will rise again to vanquish formidable foes, murmured Tang Sanzang, his eyes growing increasingly radiant. Hooray, Daddy! Ultraman Tiga has revived. You are truly amazing, cheered a little girl from the world of starry transformation, clapping her hands with a beaming smile, mistakenly believing her father was the one who resurrected Tiga. Qin Yu beside her smiled faintly, choosing silence, for in such circumstances it was better to remain quiet. In the scene, children shouted in unison, I am Tiga. Many children across the realms echoed, I am Ultraman Tiga. Ultraman Tiga amassed energy 3 times before unleashing the dazzling Zai-Pali AO beam, a force of immense power that struck the malevolent Gitangier with devastating effect. Tiga then employed his special timer's glow, gathering radiant energy and releasing a powerful beam from his colorful chess timer that annihilated the ancient beast that had existed 30 million years prior. After vanquishing Gitangier, Ultraman Tiga transformed into a cascade of golden light, dissipating into the atmosphere, yet the shockwaves he left behind echoed on. Everyone was filled with exhilaration. Humanity had triumphed. In the end, Lina and Dagu embraced tightly, the divine light stick turning to ash and vanishing into the ether. As if everything had come to a close. Chapter 27. Brother just want to show you if you like it. If you do, brother will give it to you. This conclusion seemed quite satisfactory. Aside from Ultraman Tiga's disappearance, humanity once more existed within the realm of peace. This world has imparted many lessons, teaching me that unity is strength and that even the mightiest adversaries can be overcome when hearts are united. The headmaster of the Divine Academy, Meng Tianzheng, regarded the video on the screen with utmost seriousness. Beside him, Shurhouse sat cross-legged, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to refine himself. In this moment, he recalled the unnamed heroes of the borderlands, the 7 kings, who united to thwart the formidable immortal king from beyond, safeguarding the realms for countless millennia. Meanwhile, others were embroiled in infighting or slaying the proud sons of heaven, particularly the Celestial Palace, which was utterly despicable in branding the bloodline of the 7 kings as cursed. And no matter how powerful the darkness, the light within people's hearts shall never fade. This phrase resonated deeply with me, reminding me of the aspirations I have tirelessly pursued. Simultaneously, in the world of Yi Fan sent out a message. Although this world was not consumed by darkness like Ultraman Tiga's, the Supreme and the Emperors would periodically instigate dark upheavals, slaughtering the universe, leaving only a few survivors. Yet despite this, many heroes bravely charged forth to eradicate the dark chaos, such as the Chaos Emperor, whose life was dedicated to this cause, alongside the Void Emperor, the Human Emperor, and the Primordial Emperor, all battling against the source of darkness. Even if it meant sacrificing themselves, the light still resided within them, driving them to fight for humanity, to expend every ounce of strength to eradicate this dark origin. Pang Bo approached Yi Fan and patted his shoulder, fully understanding his sentiments. His wishes mirrored Yi Fan's, yet seemed dauntingly unattainable. In this era of burgeoning talents and prodigies, survival until the end was uncertain, let alone confronting the dark upheavals that I believe this statement encapsulates everything best. Warriors are often solitary. They must continuously battle to maintain their victories, thus becoming exceedingly lonely. Can you endure it? Meanwhile, in the trilogy of a man feeding a giant eagle gripped a wooden sword, sending out a message. He had become invincible in this realm, lacking both rivals and companions, save for the eagle that accompanied him. Since his youth, he had emerged victorious in every battle, initially wielding a gleaming sword, then a soft sword of purple brilliance, and eventually forging a heavy sword from celestial iron. Ultimately, even the wooden sword in his grasp symbolized his journey through mastery. The sharp sword was formless. The soft sword was unpredictable, the heavy sword lacked a blade, and the wooden sword was unmatched, embodying the essence of formlessness and the superiority of the unarmed. Why? Why not speak out? Does Ultraman bear the obligation to protect the Earth? Dagu, have you not felt the cruelty of your solitary battle? If I could, I too would wish to become light, to ascend higher. I cherish this statement deeply, as it reveals a woman's dissatisfaction and heartache towards her boyfriend, longing for him to be someone other than her partner. Meanwhile, in a bustling metropolis, an eccentric young girl thought of her boyfriend, who consistently resolved her difficulties, while she often threw tantrums, now realizing how unreasonable she had been. She wished to aid him in battle, but understood her own limitations. Her strength was too feeble to contribute, and she would only serve as a hindrance. As a man, one must ultimately confront their fears. As an elder brother, protecting one's sister is a paramount duty. Brother, concurrently, in the world of the ruthless emperor contemplated the messages on the screen, reminiscing about his own brother, who had ventured into the immortal ascension sect for his sake. He never imagined that this would lead to their eternal separation. Having ascended to become an emperor amidst the mortal realm, he destroyed the so-called immortal ascension sect to avenge his brother. Yearning to resurrect him, she wished for him not to become an immortal in the mortal realm, but to wait for his return. She still remembered her brother's words. Brother just wants to show you if you like it. If you do, brother will give it to you. Sister, do not fear. They say I am a divine seed, destined for cultivation. Wait until I attain immortality to protect you. As she pondered, the formidable empress caressed the ring upon her hand, removing the mask from her face to reveal a beauty that could topple nations. The ring and mask were the only remnants left by her brother. Despite the passage of countless millennia, the image of him remained undiminished in her heart, growing ever clearer. As an immortal being in the mortal realm, she had transcended time. The mask and ring had been transformed into eternal artifacts, waiting for his return. Upon encountering the immortal sovereign and the emperor of ruin, her desire to resurrect her brother intensified. Such a being, capable of traversing innumerable worlds and descending upon others to wield power, would undoubtedly possess the strength to bring her brother back to life. Only by becoming such a being could she hope to revive him. She recalled the immortal sovereign's words, "The inhabitants of your world are but memories within the mind of the ruin. The true essence of you has long since perished." Yet, through his transcendence, these dreamlike figures have become reality. When discussing darkness, it is true that everyone harbors a shadowed side, yet what is paramount is that alongside this darkness, there exists a glimmer of light within our hearts. This sentiment resonates with me. Despite my transgressions, I have finally performed a noble deed. Masaki Kengo captured the Dark Tiga from above as a representative of darkness. "Do you have anything to say?" Little Dragon Maiden queried. "Indeed, forsaking darkness for light. Were your thoughts? Does not the power of the Dark Tiga intoxicate? Why did you ultimately agree to assist Ultraman Tiga?" Wang Yiyan asked, "Which do you believe is mightier, Ultraman or humanity?" Huang Rong proclaimed, "I have faith that with light in our hearts, there lies hope, and thus we can conquer darkness and embrace the promise of hope." At that moment, in the world of Ultraman Tiga, Masaki Kengo found himself surrounded by none other than the victory team. "Mr. Masaki, it seems you have gained quite the notoriety across the myriad realms. Look, everyone knows you," teased Kawaii K. "Indeed, Mr. Masaki Kengo is currently more popular than Ultraman Tiga. Wouldn't you agree, Daigo?" Ju-edging playfully nudged Daigo. "Absolutely. Mr. Masaki Kengo has also become humanity's savior," Daigo responded with a smile. "Excuse me, but isn't it time for the distribution of world rewards? Why is there still no response? Could something be amiss?" inquired Long Shu. "Indeed, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. it appears to be the case. What is happening? Uchiha Madara pondered. Could it be that the cosmic rankings have encountered an issue? Lena speculated. Chapter 28. The Dark Tiga, it seems there is no problem. It appears the event has yet to conclude. Look at the screen, Little Dragon Maiden exclaimed. It seems it has indeed not ended. Could there be a presence even more formidable than Gitangier? Just then, the scene shifted from the defeat of Gitangier to the theatrical finale of Ultraman Tiga. 2 years had passed in the South Pacific, where the captain of the victory team and a group of researchers entered due to the F-plan set forth by the TPC headquarters, which had successfully resurrected the Dark Giant from 30 million years ago. Their intent was to find a new giant to replace Ultraman Tiga, but they unwittingly awakened the Dark Giant, unleashing numerous Birds to attack the investigation team. At that moment, Yulian caught Captain Kawaii's body and established a barrier capable of protecting humanity for a century. How ironic. Had they not sought a new giant while the world had fallen into peace? The Dark Giant would not have awakened. These 3 Dark Giants, while not as powerful as Gitangier, were formidable foes. Without Ultraman Tiga, it was uncertain how they would contend with them. Meanwhile, in the world of Journey to the West, Sun Wukong observed the 3 dark giants radiating dark energy, pondering aloud. Although the 3 dark giants were powerful, standing at the pinnacle of earthly immortality, they paled in comparison to Gitangier, who had reached the zenith of celestial immortality. Indeed, human desires are insatiable. Did you not just witness it? Such occurrences are commonplace. I now ponder how humanity will prevail against these 3 giants without the protection of Ultraman Tiga. Pigsy remarked as he pulled Sun Wukong to sit on a stone. Tang Tsung joined them, unhurried in their quest for the scriptures, believing that perseverance would eventually yield success. Humans will inevitably bring about their own demise. Only under our dominion will they achieve lasting peace. Would it not be better for us deities to govern you? Simply offer 100 children monthly, and all will be well. Would you not agree? In a realm where demons were awakening, a group of powerful demons, masquerading as deities, greedily gazed upon a nearby human city. They believed that to enter the city, they must eliminate the troublesome humans outside, yet they remained incapable of doing so, resorting only to idle threats. You beasts think you can enslave my people. Let me assure you, such a notion is impossible. Abandon that futile hope. We will fight to the bitter end to protect our loved ones, a resolute young boy declared. Understanding that the demons were devoid of morality, if their words were believed, humanity's destruction would be imminent. The scene shifted to Zoge attacking the city. As Daigo and Lena scattered, Daigo looked upon the besieged city and lamented the plight of humanity. The battle is not over, but in this moment, we are powerless. Do you seek power, the might of giants? Use it. It is rightfully yours. At that moment, a voice filled with temptation whispered in Daigo's ear, followed by a dark divine light appearing before him. Daigo, upon seeing the dark divine light, felt a flicker of shock. He picked up the dark divine light, glancing at the devastation wrought by Zoge, and without hesitation, transformed, yet the power consumed him with darkness. Daigo was taken aback, gazing at himself. What is there to be surprised by? 30 million years ago, you and we together annihilated the world. That was the true essence of you. Daigo, at that moment, a young girl's cries pierced the air. Mama, please wake up. Mama, mama. The girl clutched a red balloon. Daigo reached out toward the girl, and those from across the realms expected him to protect her. Yet an unexpected event unfolded. Ultraman Tiga clenched his fist and struck the girl, twisting as he did so, leaving only a balloon drifting in the air. Though the scene was not witnessed, all understood the tragic fate that awaited the child. Wah! Daddy, what has happened to Ultraman Tiga? Why did he attack the child? This cannot be the true Ultraman Tiga. In the realm of starry transformation, Qin Yu's daughter wept uncontrollably, unable to fathom that this was the light she cherished. It had to be a deception. Qin Yu hurried to console his daughter, knowing that if his wife returned soon, he would face a wrath that he too struggled to comprehend Ultraman Tiga's sudden transformation. It was all too swift. Is this the light? This darkness is even more profound than my own. Were I told he was a harbinger of disaster, I would readily believe it. In the Shushan realm, the Seal Blood Demon watched the video of the Dark Tiga, exuding boundless power, and remarked, The aura he possesses is likely beyond even the Shushan ancestor's capabilities. He appears to have reached the level of celestial immortality. Alas, my faith has crumbled. This is certainly not the Ultraman I hold dear. Continue watching. We cannot draw conclusions until the end. Yi Fan insisted. That moment. Yi Fan sensed something amiss. Were these creatures not sealed? How could so many monsters appear? It was then that everyone realized it had merely been Daigo's illusion. He had not transformed into the Dark Tiga. Ha ha ha. Daddy, Ultraman Tiga hasn't turned bad. That was just an illusion. Hee hee hee. Seeing his daughter smile, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He would not face his wife's ire after all. Excellent. I knew it. Ultraman Tiga would never act this way. He is so kind and willing to sacrifice himself for humanity. How could he harm a little girl? Little Dragon Maiden reflected. That illusion was truly terrifying. Even I did not sense it at all. The power of that dark giant is indeed formidable. Kaisha, a character, begins to share her thoughts, and as the story unfolds, they are eager to delve into the connection between the dark giants and Daegu. Daegu's confusion about the future and his desire to protect his loved ones compel him to seek advice from Yulian. However, the three dark giants confront Ultraman Tiga, delivering a severe beating before handing the Dark Tiga transformation device to Daegu and then vanishing. Surely, Daegu cannot truly transform into that dark giant. The giant does not appear to be a benevolent entity. I sincerely hope Daegu refrains from such a transformation. Huang Rong interjects, however, even if Daegu does not transform, that dark giant will inevitably emerge a century later. I believe we ought to take a gamble. If we win, everything will conclude. Xylon concurs. Indeed, I think we should take the risk. If victorious, peace will be restored. Free from monsters and darkness. If we lose, it is merely a choice. Wang Lin expresses his confidence, stating, I firmly believe Ultraman Tiga will prevail. That Katanjir may be formidable, yet he was vanquished by Ultraman Tiga. Daegu will triumph, for we too are beings of light. Li Bai adds, indeed, Daegu and Ultraman Tiga shall undoubtedly emerge victorious, for the sake of our humanity, to evade oppression, to secure hope, and to fulfill our dreams. Meanwhile, Daegu arrives at the ancient ruins, confronting Camilla and her two companions. Chapter 29. Humanity can once again transform into light through its own strength. You truly came, if you continue to feign ignorance. Humanity could survive for at least another century, and you could continue living a life of an ordinary person. Hydra mocks Daegu, the one who betrayed them 30 million years ago, to embrace the light of Ultraman Tiga. So you still crave power? Darum clenches his fists, casting a disdainful glance at Ultraman Tiga, his eyes radiating an intense, murderous intent. He has longed to kill this Ultraman for 3 million years. Quite fierce. But I like it. Camilla approaches and rests her hand on Daegu's shoulder. Why do I sense that their hatred for Ultraman Tiga stems from his betrayal? What transpired? Who knows? But it is evident that these three individuals are not virtuous. Ultraman Tiga's decision was undoubtedly correct. Regardless of circumstances, I shall always have faith in him. Indeed, the dark aura surrounding these three is palpable. They're certainly not good, and I trust Ultraman Tiga to eliminate them. The Celestial Forum erupts with activity as individuals begin to express their opinions, and naturally some malevolent voices do not wish to be left behind. A bunch of ants' opinions. The strong do not care what kind of power it is, only whether it can achieve their goals. This darkness is also a form of power, declares the Tsang Emperor. Indeed, the power of darkness is the most fundamental strength. Abandoning darkness to embrace light is a foolish notion. Strength is the sole pursuit, and weak ants need not be protected. Survival of the fittest prevails, adds the Hong Emperor. Meanwhile, at the edge of the realm within the perfect world, the three quasi-mortal emperors scoff as they observe the world's demise from their lofty perches. They have long since neglected the insignificant ants, and with each world they obliterate, countless mortals perish, their life essence offered as sacrifices for the Dark Emperor's scriptures. Initially, they believed darkness should be eradicated, but after witnessing the might of a higher realm, they exterminated their most trusted subordinates, who could never have fathomed that they would perish at the hands of those they revered most. These quasi-mortal emperors, having lost sight of hope for breakthrough, only made slight progress after touching the essence of darkness, yet they dare not consume it entirely, lest they be assimilated. Humph, being alone without family. What use is such invincibility? What is the purpose of living? It would be better to reincarnate sooner, says Xiao. Enough with the arguments. The video continues, proclaims Jian. You possess a darkness more potent than any other. Once again, demonstrate that dark power for us. Camilla tenderly caresses Dagu's face, her eyes flashing with deep-seated hatred. Yet, the darkness within humanity will not vanish. I still believe that humanity can once again become light through its own strength. Daga gazes at the three formidable figures before him, speaking slowly and resolutely, before transforming into Dark Tiga. Brother, this Dark Tiga's power seems to have reached the golden immortal level. It is astonishing. No wonder he was the most formidable warrior of the ancient era. Remarks Zhu Beiji, witnessing Dagu's transformation. Indeed, it is remarkable that even as Dark Tiga, he retains his rationality, refraining from utilizing any dark power. This feat is not something everyone can achieve. Others often believe that possessing a modicum of power grants them the right to rule the world. Disregarding all laws, the Monkey King observes Dagu's clarity amidst darkness, exclaiming, such willpower is precisely why he has become Ultraman Tiga. Amitba, Dagu's willpower is extraordinary. If he were in my world, achieving immortality would be effortless. My disciples, no matter what challenges you face, maintain your true selves. Understood? There is no trial insurmountable, nor opponent unbeatable. Tang Sung commends Dagu before solemnly imparting wisdom to his disciples, aware of their inner struggles, but hoping to prevent any irreversible outcomes. A sudden silence envelopes the group, each understanding the weight of Tang Seng's words. Sister, such strength seems comparable to Avalokiteshvara. Has he reached the Buddha's realm? How terrifyingly dark this is! Fortunately, Dagu's unwavering will has remained unaffected. Remarks Xiao Qing, feeling the power of Dark Tiga while contrasting it with the divine presence of Avalokiteshvara. Indeed, Dagu is a man of firm resolve, unyielding to influence. Such willpower is rare among cultivators today. Otherwise, they would have long since attained immortality, adds by Sujin, reflecting on the giant fighting for humanity. Dark Tiga makes his entrance. The barrier shatters, plunging the world into darkness as light is consumed. Dagu engages in battle with Darum, their formidable powers shattering the void. Simultaneously, members of the victory team are ambushed by Zoda, yet not a single individual relinquishes hope. They continue to fight. Ultraman Tiga, unable to match Darum without resorting to dark powers, finds himself overwhelmed, causing tension among the observers from various realms. Regardless of darkness or light, as long as there is light within the heart, one can transform that into formidable power against evil. The Demon Emperor Zhang Xiling remarks, I wonder if it is mere coincidence. Just as I finish speaking, Ultraman Tiga harnesses a sliver of dark power, and with a single strike, reduces Darum to fragments. Ending his life. At that moment, Ultraman Tiga, adorned in a striking blend of black and red, emanates immense power. Seizing the opportunity, Hydra captures Ultraman Tiga and ensnares him within his crafted illusion, launching energy projectiles at him. Rendering Tiga momentarily defenseless. In this critical moment, Captain Jian, risking his life, detonates the cave, shattering Hydra's space and allowing Tiga to escape. Hydra, witnessing this, unleashes a devastating attack aimed at obliterating Ultraman Tiga. This juncture, Dagu's inner light triumphs over darkness, and aside from his head, his form reverts, vanquishing Hydra. Yea, I knew Ultraman Tiga would undoubtedly embody light, never darkness. He has succeeded in transforming into light through his humanity. He is magnificent and invincible. Dagu is extraordinary, exclaims Pang Bo. How remarkable it is for the will of a mere mortal to conquer darkness, transforming into light through his human essence. His willpower is truly unfathomable. The Dean of the Celestial Academy adds, Chapter 30, I yearn for light as well. It is intriguing. I never anticipated that a mere mortal could possess such formidable willpower. It seems that the myriad realms of the heavens are not as simple as they appear. If I were to encounter this Tiga in the future, I could invite him to join my celestial court. Though his strength may not be overwhelming, his resolve is commendable, making him a potential candidate to become either a dark sage or a light sage. In the mythic grand cosmos, the majestic gaze of the Supreme Lord of Heaven swept across the expanse. As he remarked with considerable interest, in this realm, he stands as the highest being. The heavenly Tao and the great Tao are but his avatars. Among the celestial beings of the heavenly court, all are sages. Merely 7 sages have attained the great Tao's realm. The lowest rank among the heavenly soldiers is the pinnacle of Tiga, golden immortal. Numbering in the hundreds of billions, each great Tao has a sage who governs it. He commands all great Taos. Even if he relinquishes control over some of these paths, the collective strength of so many cannot withstand a single strike from him. This is precisely why he can traverse to worlds relatively close to the mythic realm. Those worlds are either long since perished or still in development, with very few possessing extraordinary powers. Hence he ceased further exploration. Among the countless worlds, there are indeed several whose wills have reached such heights. However, I remain particularly fascinated by that immortal venerable, that I can sense that his power has once again ascended. Although he is yet to attain my level, he is not far behind. I shall entrust this world to you all, as I embark on a journey to the primordial source of the Hongmeng realm to acquire that formidable power. Simultaneously, in the supreme primordial world, Pangu opened his profound eyes, gazing upon a group of formidable deities and demons standing not far from him. With a measured tone, he remarked that each breath he took could give birth to countless great worlds. Only to see them perish thereafter, we shall faithfully adhere to the divine will. One of the time demons proclaimed loudly, but, great deity, has that immortal venerable truly reached your level? I am utterly perplexed by how he managed to transcend. The time demon recalled his own audacity when he believed himself capable of vanquishing Pangu, only to be suppressed by a mere finger from him. Now, his strength dwarfed his former self manifold. What merit does that unknown immortal venerable possess to warrant such esteem from Pangu? In the myriad realms, talent abounds. That immortal venerable possesses strength akin to my own, and yet his years of cultivation amount to but a mere 1,000,000. It is entirely understandable that you might fall short in comparison. Pangu, with a gaze deep as the abyss, responded, before his form vanished into thin air. Everyone understood he had departed for that so-called primordial source. Yet the shock he left behind remained palpable. In an instant, the 3,000 demon gods and the 6 saints were left dumbfounded. How can this be? How could the immortal venerable's time span be less than an epoch? A mere 1,000,000 years? This is but a fraction of the time it took to nurture us. I refuse to believe there exists such a prodigious talent. The time demon bellowed, as countless beings perished in the chaos he wrought. Enough! After so many years of cultivation, what is there to reject? The truth is evident. It is futile to dwell on it. Oh, you truly believe that someone of the great deity's stature would deceive you? The space demon interjected. Observing this, others began to speak, while the 3 purities remained silent, their hearts filled with astonishment. This moment, in the divine continent, Qin Tian wore a smile as he spoke. Soon, you and I shall manifest a semblance. Do not make it too powerful, just enough to reach the ordinary king's strength. If it is too formidable, the Ultraman world may very well face annihilation. Why did the immortal venerable not destroy the Dragon Ball world upon his arrival? At that time, the world's strongest combatants seemed nowhere near the might of the Tiga Ultraman world. How could he have descended in his true form? Luo Li, the half-sage, inquired, perplexed by how such formidable power could spare the weaker realms from destruction. That is quite normal. When I ventured to the Dragon Ball world, its position on the myriad realms rankings and the established Tao prevented its annihilation. Otherwise, how could all beings witness my obliteration of Frieza? Qin Tian replied with a gentle smile. When the final holy war of Tiga Ultraman concludes, that world shall draw to a close that time. I shall personally escort you to the Ultraman realm. It is a rather intriguing world. Yes, they watched the footage of Tiga battling Camilla. They saw Camilla absorbing the dark giant's power from the ruins, transforming into the overwhelmingly powerful dark demon god. Demogia, reaching the pinnacle of golden immortal strength. Tiga Ultraman, reluctant to wield dark power, found himself outmatched by Demogia. In the two attacks from the Dark Demon God, Tiga lost his life. Yet in that moment, the luminous powers of other giants who had perished 30 million years ago were offered, allowing Tiga Ultraman to revive, taking on the form of Shining Tiga. Unwilling to accept defeat, Camilla merged Tiga Ultraman's shining form into her being, yet could not withstand the overwhelming light, leading to her downfall. The light dispelled the darkness, and the world was once again bathed in radiance. Smiles spread across the faces of many, including Lena, who believed the goo would not perish easily. Meanwhile, in the ruins, the still-living Camilla reached out toward the light, sincerely exclaiming, "I yearn for it too." Upon uttering these words, she collapsed, yet the hopeful glimmer in her eyes left a profound impression on all present. Oh my, I have been truly moved that I never expected even the strongest darkness to yearn for the light. I genuinely hope to guide her onto the path of illumination, remarked He Huang. Indeed, this conclusion is quite unsatisfactory. I never anticipated such an outcome. No wonder she sought to absorb that radiance, Pai Zi Long mused. Finally gaining clarity, I hope Sister Camilla finds true light, emerging from the shadows. Xiao Long Nu expressed. Yes, I wish for Sister Camilla to attain happiness in the future, embracing true light and transforming into genuine brilliance. Huang Rong added that I initially scoffed at the idea of a mere Tiga Ultraman surpassing me. Yet upon reflection, I find his strength not only formidable, but imbued with hope and light. Uchiyamadara proclaimed. Tiga Ultraman is eternally divine. I too am light, Li Bai declared. Ding! The ranking of the myriad realms announced. 350. Tiga Ultraman, reward. The essence of the Tiga Ultraman world transformed into 3 sources of light. In times of peril, a new light shall arise. Reward. The Goo's permanent transformation device for Tiga Ultraman, and an opportunity for Camilla's resurrection. She shall return as a warrior of light, Camilla Ultraman. Simultaneously, the authoritative voice resonated in everyone's ears once more, igniting excitement among the crowd. Marvelous! Sister Camilla has been resurrected and transformed into light. This reward is splendid, Xiao Long Nu exclaimed. Indeed, I too find this reward delightful. I genuinely hope she can embrace the light and break free from darkness. The Dean of the Celestial Academy concurred. Ridiculous! The powerful darkness willingly forsakes itself to embrace the feeble light. It is utterly laughable. The undying king and Lon scoffed. Tiska, I find you to be the truly laughable one. Still bouncing around here after being slapped down time and again. Wang Yuyan retorted. Chapter 31. The struggle of light and shadow in the swallow's nest. Wang Yuyan regarded Enland's statements in the sky with disdain. Viewing the undying king as a mere jester, despite his immense power, she held a low opinion of him, believing he viewed himself as invincible. Young Master Morome, is it truly wise to speak thus? What if that undying king Enland decides to cross realms? Our world might face utter annihilation. Not at all. How could the undying king possibly trouble us? Enough with the bickering. If that undying king were truly that formidable, he would have crossed realms long ago. For now, he can only posture in the forums. Let our focus be on restoring the great yin. Everything else is trivial. Murong Fu stated calmly, displaying his wisdom in matters outside of restoring the great yin. As expected, Enland was seething with rage, referring to them as mere ants. Ants, you dare to speak ill of me? Once I cross realms, I shall annihilate you and leave your kind to perish without a grave. The undying king, Enland, declared furiously. How infuriating! How dare a mere woman from a lowly martial world criticize me? Once the rankings of the myriad realms are opened, I shall ensure your world suffers alongside the dragon Babu. Meanwhile, in the perfect world, the sovereign of the foreign realm, Anlin, was consumed by an unparalleled fury. Had he been insulted by a formidable warrior from another world, his wrath might not have reached such heights. Yet, a mere figure from martial arts world, Wang Yin, dared to show him disrespect. How audacious! He had firmly etched the events of this Tianlong Babu into his memory, awaiting a reckoning. The immortal kings from the realm of the distant sea, separated by only a thin veil, also heard Anlin's words and witnessed his actions. but chose to remain silent. After all, Amlin was one of their own. It would be improper to utter disparaging remarks. Yet they were reluctant to intervene, for Amlin was excessively arrogant. It was best to maintain distance, for whatever transpired would not concern them. Should we truly alert Amlin to temper his hubris? Utah, the immortal king, inquired, a hint of curiosity in his eyes, for he dared not offend so many immortal kings. No need, came the reply. Amlin would not heed our counsel. It is better not to waste our efforts. We should simply mind our own affairs, as long as Amlin does not provoke beings of the caliber of the immortal sovereign. The rest is inconsequential. An immortal king, enveloped in divine light, spoke for to him. The greatest pursuit was to ascend to emperorship. Everything else was expendable. Now, let us announce the world ranked 219th in the myriad realms, the armored warrior world, before the spectators could continue to witness the verbal clash between Amlin and Wang Yuyan. A resounding voice echoed across the myriad realms. Armored warriors, what manner of thing is this? Is it perhaps a type of armor born from technology? What power could that possibly hold? Scoffed the rogue dragon from the demon world. It's merely armor. In my world, wearing armor grants invincible strength, sufficient to contend against gods and demons. Hold your tongue, another voice cautioned. What if it is not as you presume? Would you not find yourself humiliated like Amlin? Indeed, it is prudent to wait and see before speaking, chimed in Chun Nan, a playful glint in as I point 5,000 years ago, the most formidable dark force in the universe, the Shadow Emperor, launched an invasion of Earth. A vibrant planet within the solar system, deploying the Shadow Guardians alongside 55 demon spirit stones, which could merge with Earth's life forms to transform into superpowered beasts, that to prevent Earth from being consumed and annihilated by the dark forces. The guardian of the solar system, the Sun Star, dispatched 5 light and shadow stones to ancient China. Each of these stones could merge with the 5 elements that form all things on Earth, creating 5 sets of light and shadow armors capable of traversing and battling within light and shadow. Among the light and shadow armors, there existed the most powerful suit, one that had clashed with the Shadow Emperor for countless years. Embodying the struggle between light and shadow. Light and shadow. Does that not symbolize justice and darkness? Is it not akin to Ultraman? Mused Uchimadara, wondering what the distinction could be. Indeed, it is a confrontation between light and darkness. However, the Sun Star possesses its own consciousness, which I had not realized, remarked the Sun Star monarch. Such is the nature of the world. Where there is light, darkness must also exist. The harmony of yin and yang is essential. Added the yin-yang divine demon. Quite so. The Taiji fist and Taiji sword I recently developed embody this principle. Mutual generation and restraint are indispensable, yet light will ultimately triumph over darkness, proclaimed Zhang Sanfeng. Enough of this debate. The video is about to commence. Let us continue watching, exclaimed Birdlord. The audience beheld a figure shrouded in unfathomable darkness, standing atop the universe, its finger dwarfing the size of the Milky Way. With calm eyes, it gazed upon a nearby space radiating a faint glow. This humanoid-like being extended its finger, intending to tear apart a rift comparable in size to the Sun Star, just enough to step through. At that moment, a brilliant blade of light struck fiercely against its massive finger, repelling it several dozen star rivers away, followed by a thunderous voice that resonated. Shadow Emperor, you are forbidden from crossing realms. Otherwise, the balance of worlds will be disrupted, leading to the destruction of this universe. I merely wish to gaze upon the outside world as the embodiment of the light heavenly Tao, you Emperor Armor, and I, as the embodiment of the dark heavenly Tao. Why can I not step outside to take a look? The Shadow Emperor's form flickered and reappeared, now resembling an ordinary person's size. Approaching him was a similarly sized suit of armor, draped in gold and exuding a radiant glow, appearing extraordinarily majestic. As long as I am here, you shall not pass. Remain where you are, the Emperor Armor declared, sword in hand, eyes filled with determination that I may remain here. But I can create some trinkets to amuse myself. Surely that is permissible. The Shadow Emperor replied, rubbing his hands together, gazing at the Emperor Armor with a nonchalant demeanor. Fine. The Emperor Armor conceded after a moment's contemplation. A streak of light shot forth from the Shadow Emperor's hands, darting towards a rather dark planet. Soon after, 5 powerful humanoid beings emerged from that planet, accompanied by 55 peculiar creatures, all rushing towards the solar system. One cannot help but feel bored alone. Allow me to accompany you. The Emperor Armor waved his finger, a golden light arriving first in the solar system, merging with the sun star, while 5 colored crystals flew towards Earth. Landing in the hands of 5 individuals. Boom! General Lufa, the shadow star has been obliterated. Not a single creature escaped, Lufa exclaimed, laughter spilling forth, addressing his son, and Mixin. This battle has resulted in a resounding victory. Surely, Pierre will have nothing to say now, and Mixin, you have performed admirably. Share this good news with everyone. Lufa replied, reveling in the destruction of the shadow star, knowing well the menace it posed to the entire galaxy. Under his leadership, it had been vanquished, and upon their return, King Pierre would surely reward him handsomely, perhaps even grant him a title. Chapter 32. Anlin provokes the wrath of many. This is not at all what I expected. How astonishing. No wonder, Qin Tian remarked, astonished as he beheld the video's opening. This world, one he had often watched in his youth, had led him to believe that the Shadow Emperor had been slain by Lufa. Little did he know that the Shadow Star's demise occurred long after the departure of the Shadow 5 Guardians. Lori, prepare yourself. Shortly, I shall take you to the Ultraman dimension to replicate its laws, aiding your ascent into the realm of immortals. Qin Tian gently stroked Lori's hair. That world boasted more than just the Tiga Ultraman. Many others existed, such as the enigmatic 4 Ultras, Ryujido, Noah, Ultraman King, Saiga, and the omniscient Drazian, each a force to be reckoned with. Comparable to the likes of the immortal King Anlin. Anlin was merely an apex immortal king, while those Ultramen approached the level of ordinary immortal kings. As long as the universe existed, they would not perish. An inherently abnormal trait that, of course, in his presence, the universe was trivial. There also existed a peculiar entity, Zoda, which resurrected every 50,000 years, a perpetual adversary of the Ultraman clan. Yet in Qin Tian's eyes, it merely served as a source of experience for the Ultramen, being defeated time and again by new Ultras, thus perpetuating the Zoda legend, which the Ultramen would not forget. Zoda was perhaps a simple experience-gathering entity, first vanquished by Ultraman Father, then by Victory, subsequently humiliated by Orb Ultraman, and later by Zero. Currently, its weapons were collected by the so-called Barosha aliens. Good heavens! Are the Emperor Armor and the Shadow Emperor truly so bored as to engage in such frivolities? They seem to regard the lives of others as mere playthings, remarked the Black Sovereign from the Shrouded World, observing the video's portrayal of these 2 formidable beings making such hasty decisions. Utterly speechless, it is not entirely fair to say so. The Emperor Armor is clearly assisting humanity by bestowing 5 light and shadow stones, granting them the power to combat superpowered beasts. A commendable act. Peng Bo spoke wisely. Why do you care about this point? Have you not noticed that the aura emanating from those 2 seems even more terrifying than that of the Emperor? It appears that the Emperor would be instantaneously vanquished before them. Yi Fan said gravely, his eyes ablaze with an overwhelming battle intent, as if yearning to engage in combat with such formidable beings. They must be quasi-kings. At that moment, He Huang expressed his uncertainty. Quasi-kings. That refers to a realm above true immortals, weaker than immortal kings yet stronger than true immortals. He Huang shook his head, hesitating slightly. These 2 beings possess considerable strength, nearly on the cusp of reaching the immortal king realm. However, without entering it, they remain mere ants, the undying king Anlan, situated in the perfect world of another domain. Wore a solemn expression. Despite his arrogance, it did not imply a lack of intellect. His overconfidence stemmed from the fact that a quasi-immortal king had already emerged in a world ranked over 300. Surely, immortal kings would soon follow. He pondered the true ranking of his own world. Primarily, he sensed a growing discontent among many individuals. Had it not been for his formidable cultivation, those individuals would have likely berated him long ago. I find them quite powerful. A mere glance from them could obliterate me, that I truly cannot comprehend why you look down upon this or that. Do you believe yourself to be exceptional? At the same time, Qin Tian, located within the realm of rebirth in the city of immortal lords, confronted Enlon directly through the barrage of comments. He could not tolerate Enlan's incessant posturing, wondering what merit there was in such arrogance. Merely elevated cultivation aside, how dare this insignificant earth insect be so audacious? Once I traverse realms, I shall annihilate your home planet and torment you for eternity. Enlon seethed with anger, recognizing that those who confronted him directly were either ancient Earth kings like Yu Yin and Xiao Long or modern figures like Qin Tian. Did they truly believe he, Enlon, was so easily trifled with? I, Qin Tian, act as I please. I owe you no explanations. How dare you speak so brazenly? It is truly laughable. Enlon, I advise you to reconsider your words. How can a mere immortal king have the audacity to declare the destruction of my home planet? Indeed, although my cultivation is relatively weak, should anyone dare to utter such threats against my home planet, I shall be the first to retaliate. Your words ring true, my friends. Earth is not a place where anyone can threaten with impunity. Quite right. I, Sun Wukong, will not stand idly by, should you dare approach. You shall experience the might of my iron rod. Life and death are trivial matters. If you refuse to submit, let us engage in battle. Enlon, I, Suke, shall see just how formidable you truly are. Being but a mere immortal king, here stands Guzi of the Zhatian gang. With a single command from the leader, I shall dismantle Enlan's home. Here is Duan Juda of the Zhatian gang. We shall march forth, leaving not a blade of grass behind. Enlon, had you not perished early, I, Xiao Feng, would have been quite eager to witness your capabilities in making such grandiose claims. Indeed, who dares threaten my home planet? I, Luo Feng, shall be the first to object. Enlon, rest assured, there will come a day when I personally remove your head, so you may learn the might of earthlings. Observing the barrage of comments from the formidable beings rising from Earth, they regarded Enlon with disdain. Though they had already reached a level of invincibility, their sentiments towards Earth remained unchanged. Despite its relatively low martial prowess, it was not a place for Enlon's arrogance. If one were to boast, one should first inquire whether the great blade in my hand would permit it. Father, I had no idea Earth possessed such a multitude of strong individuals. It appears they are predominantly of Huaxia descent. I have long held disdain for Enlon, and now he has finally drawn the ire of the masses. I wonder how Enlon feels at this moment. Xiao Huangrong chuckled at the sight of the powerful beings targeting Enlon, while the nearby Huang Yaoshi nodded in agreement. This Earth seems extraordinary. The presence of so many strong individuals is remarkable. Luo Li remarked in astonishment as she witnessed the barrage of vitriol directed at Enlon. Enlon truly seeks his own demise, daring to declare the annihilation of all earthlings. Were it not for the grace of the Emperor of the Wild, I would have crushed him with a mere gesture. Qin Tian explained with a smile, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes that Enlon, with his penchant for arrogance, had now dared to provoke powerful beings from across the realms, truly courting disaster. You seem quite incensed by Enlon. Could it be that you too are of Earth origin, though I have yet to encounter this world? Luo Li pondered aloud. Oha, you will soon find out. Are you prepared? Shortly, I shall guide you through time to explore other universes. Qin Tian smiled as he elaborated. What manner of existence is this Earth, harboring so many powerful beings? It seems Enlon has met with a significant setback in the world of 3 lives. 3 worlds, 10 miles of peach blossoms, Bai Qian spoke to the nearby Jian, her eyes reflecting a hint of wonder. Indeed, this incident has revealed to the myriad realms that Earth is not to be trifled with. Given the presence of so many strong individuals, Jian chuckled, waving his fan. Your Majesty, I believe we should maintain a peaceful relationship with Earth to safeguard it, though it may not be the same world. These strong beings seem fiercely protective. Angel Yin from the super divine universe spoke earnestly to Queen Kaisha, determination glimmering in her eyes. Yin, I am well aware, it is truly surprising that due to this Enlon, we have come to recognize Earth's supremacy. Relay the message to ensure we maintain a cordial relationship with the Earthlings. My world also contains Earth. Though I am uncertain of others' awareness, I cannot take this risk. In the super beast-armed world, the underworld king murmured, Lion King, which universe does Earth belong to? Abandon that universe and venture to another. Understood. How is it that so many powerful beings have emerged from this Earth? Especially that Chun Beixian and Xiao Feng, who are so audacious. I shall not let you off lightly. Prepare yourselves. Within the perfect world, Anlan seethed at the barrage of comments, his fury nearly spilling over. Were it not for the constraints preventing him from crossing realms, he would have annihilated them long ago, especially Xiao Feng, who spoke of an early demise. You shall perish first. I have lived for so many years. When have I ever died? Chapter 33. The Hammer of Kings. Zoda's sense of helplessness. Could it be the words of those from the future? Indeed, only individuals from the future could utter such statements. Could it be that I truly perished at the hands of the wild? This is impossible. I am an immortal king. Who could possibly kill me? As long as no celestial sovereign intervenes, there is no one in this world who can match me. After calming down, Anlan contemplated the sequence of events. Judging by Xiao Feng's words, it seemed he had perished in the future, which should not be the case. Had he been killed, the undying king of the foreign realm would undoubtedly assist him. This Earth seems extraordinary. From the comments, I discern that many individuals possess power that rivals or even surpasses ours. Yutoa was the first to break the silence. Though they remained hidden, they were still quite attentive to Anlan. Previously, they had underestimated Anlan's capacity for self-destruction, believing him to be formidable. It now seemed they were merely naive. Why don't we cooperate to eliminate Anlan, lest he brings about our doom? The undying King Wushang suggested, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Unwise. The Emperor of the Wild has decreed that Anlan is to be left to him. If we act now, none may survive. That I believe it is best to let nature take its course. With the Emperor of the Wild present, others will surely give him face. Kong Di shook his head, and the others fell silent, their fear of the Emperor of the Wild palpable. Ha ha. This Lu Fa is utterly amusing. He believes he has eradicated all beings on Shadow Star. Yet in reality, they departed millennia ago. The planet's formidable combat power has long since been taken away, and he still thinks his opponents are insignificant. I cannot contain my laughter. Lu Fa is truly entertaining. Does he not check for inhabitants before launching an assault? Just a mere broken planet and a few weaklings, yet he claims to have destroyed Shadow Star. Convinced that he has vanquished the Shadow Emperor. Truly, ignorance breeds bravado. Indeed, the Shadow Emperor has seemingly never appeared. How deluded one must be. That so-called King Peer truly believed it. I wonder if his intelligence is in the negative. You are merely a vassal of the Bright Realm, while the Shadow Emperor reigns as the ultimate power of the Shadow Realm. The mightiest beings of the Bright Realm could not defeat him. Yet he believes his subordinates achieved it. How dare you? Speak again, and I shall make you regret it. King Peer, while watching videos for various realms, naturally came across this and immediately exclaimed in anger. As soon as his barrage appeared, many unkind souls erupted into laughter. The fool has emerged, exclaimed the great sage, Sun Wukong. King Peer, indeed, you are quite something, added Yi Fan. Awesome, King Peer, chimed in Xiao Long Nu. All right, Luo Li. Get ready, I am about to initiate the cross realm. Qin Tian declared after confirming that Luo Li was prepared. He then pointed towards the sky, and a mysterious portal emanating a powerful aura materialized above the divine land. A tremendous wave of energy instantly swept across the entire world. That the divine power of the immortal Lord. Where is he planning to cross to this time? A semi-immortal sensed it first, gazing up at the peak of Yanhuang Mountain and murmuring. Could it be that another native has provoked the immortal Lord, prompting his intervention? Remarked a formidable being enveloped in celestial light, his eyes glimmering with astonishment. He was the lord of the undying sacred land. Meanwhile, in the ultraverse, deep within the cosmos, a crimson beam pursued a golden entity. The golden being, sporting two horns atop its head and large, frantic eyes, was in a state of disarray. The red figure behind it also bore two horns. He was the patriarch of the Ultra Clan, while the one ahead was Zoda, one of the eternal enemies of the Ultra Warrior Clan. Patriarch of the Ultra Clan, when will you cease this relentless pursuit? I have done nothing wrong. Why are you chasing me? Aren't you tired after such a long time? Zoda questioned, not bothering to turn back, his eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation. Were it not for the fact that he had just revived and had yet to regain his peak strength, he would have long since drawn his blade against the Patriarch. This Patriarch was indeed a nuisance. Zoda had once reigned over the universe, and now he was being hounded like a mere dog. Was utterly humiliating. How did this Patriarch even know he would revive in this location? One must understand that he revived once every 50,000 years, with the location being entirely random. Zoda himself had no knowledge of it. How could the Patriarch know and wait specifically for his revival to strike, denying him even a chance for redemption? Humph! Zoda, you demon, you shall not once again disrupt the harmony of the universe. The Ultra Clan will not let you go, even to the ends of the cosmos. I, the Patriarch of the Ultra Clan, shall seal you. The Patriarch, observing Zoda's increasing speed, felt somewhat helpless. Indeed, he was the eternal enemy of the Ultra Clan. Even upon revival, Zoda had already reached the level of a legendary warrior. It seemed that aside from himself, no one in the Land of Light could contend with him. If given a chance to recover, this demon would undoubtedly seek to destroy the universe and establish a new domain, which they simply could not tolerate. His sneak attack on Zoda had failed, causing minimal damage. Fortunately, he had brought forth the Scepter of Kings this time, initially intending not to use it, but it seemed he was no match for Zoda otherwise. Look out for the hammer! The Patriarch of the Ultra Clan shouted, and a wooden hammer appeared in his hand, which he waved about. Were it not personally entrusted to me by the Ultra King, I would have thought it a mere ordinary hammer. Yet its weight is surprisingly light, though its power is formidable. How dare you, Patriarch of the Ultra Clan? Not only do you ambush me, a solitary figure, but you even wield the Scepter of Kings. Have you no sense of shame? You have brought disgrace upon the Ultra Clan. Zoda, initially unfazed, turned back and nearly plummeted from the sky upon seeing the artifact. Damn it, I am unarmed, and you dare brandish a divine weapon. Oh no, you are not a righteous Ultra Warrior. Your conscience is utterly corrupt. Zoda had encountered this scepter before. In truth, he had not lost to the Patriarch, but to a rather unremarkable Ultra Warrior, who had seemingly donned a cape. That very unassuming Ultra Warrior had swung that decrepit wooden hammer, inflicting grave injuries upon him. Thereafter, the Patriarch had seized the opportunity to finish him off. Humph, against you. Demon Zoda, there is no need for honor in combat. Prepare to meet your end. Scepter of Kings. The Patriarch scoffed coldly, raising the scepter high and swinging it towards Zoda. In the past, he had shamelessly slandered Belial. Now, wielding the Scepter of Kings, what was there to be surprised about? A dark beam surged towards Zoda. Having learned from past mistakes, Zoda was not so foolish as to remain idle. He swiftly evaded the strike. The dark beam, undeterred, struck a desolate, uninhabited planet, which promptly disintegrated into dust before the eyes of the two formidable beings, vanishing from the cosmos. Goodness, what immense power! Zoda, how will you escape this time? The Patriarch bellowed. This was his first time utilizing the Scepter of Kings, and he was astonished by its might. Should such an attack land upon him, he would likely have to bid farewell, but now that he wielded it, Zoda was undoubtedly doomed. In an instant, the thought of claiming this treasure for himself crossed his mind. However, recalling the unparalleled strength of the Ultra King, he dismissed the notion and directed his hatred toward Zoda. Patriarch of the Ultra Clan, I wish to reform and become a good person. How about this? If you put down the hammer, I will surrender. Zoda pleaded as he saw several dark beams racing towards him. He disregarded all else and shouted, survival is paramount. Though I can revive infinitely, being defeated shortly after each resurrection is utterly frustrating. As long as the Patriarch acquiesced, Zoda felt there was no harm in displaying a moment of grievance. Once the Patriarch was no longer around, he would be free once more. Impossible. I, the Patriarch of the Ultra Clan, shall never let you, this demon, go. for the peace of the universe, for love and dreams. Such words were hardly believable. Whoosh, whoosh, two figures chased each other. As planets vanished one by one, many returning cosmic beings gazed in bewilderment at their disappearing worlds that I was away for but a moment. Where's my home? My wife and children? Where are you? Damn it. Who could be responsible? I will not let you escape. Chapter 34. The arrival in the Ultraverse goodness. So it was you two who annihilated my planet. I cannot tolerate this. I will kill them. At that moment, a cosmic being witnessing a planet turn to dust froze in shock, before recalling that his own planet had met a similar fate. Connecting the dots, he realized the grim truth. Upon thinking of his beloved wife and child reduced to mere dust, this cosmic being erupted in fury, ready to seek vengeance. What are you doing pulling me back? Do you expect me to seek revenge without you? He fumed, his eyes flashing with a desire for retribution. I say, my brother, are your eyes deceiving you? Did you not see who those two are? His companion replied helplessly, I care not who they are. They have slain my wife and child. Today, I shall end them, regardless of who stands in my way. One is the patriarch of the Ultra Clan, and the other is the cosmic Emperor Zoda. If you seek revenge, then go ahead. I shan't stop you. The cosmic being fell silent, well aware of the Ultra Clan's formidable reputation, and recognizing that Zoda was not someone he could provoke. With a heavy sigh, he departed in despair. Thus, for 3 years, the relentless chase continued, with countless planets meeting their demise, leaving a multitude of cosmic beings seething in silent indignation. Even Amplera remained silent, hesitant to show his face. While the Ultra Warriors of the Land of Light were aware of the situation, yet no one intervened like tea that moment. A colossal explosion reverberated through the cosmos. Suddenly, the universe shifted dramatically and a vast wormhole materialized in the starry expanse. Surrounded by boundless celestial radiance and ethereal light, accompanied by terrifying rifts in space-time and thunderous purple lightning. Shortly thereafter, a pair of celestial lovers gracefully emerged from within the Ultraverse. Indeed, the rules are distinctly different. I feel a profound insight, a voice laced with wonder emanated from the woman. Indeed, with that affirming proclamation resonating in the ears of all present, the once tumultuous starry sky appeared to freeze in time, instantly returning to tranquility. Who are they? At this moment, whether it be the mighty Zoda, who is relentlessly pursuing, or the extraterrestrial beings surrounding the Ultron Father, studying the hammer in his possession, or the fleeing Zoda himself, all eyes are directed towards the distant figures of a man and woman. Amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky, two silhouettes, indistinguishable from humans, stand poised within the cosmos. This sight astonishes them. In their recollections, it seems that Earthlings do not possess such prowess. The attire of these two individuals appears to diverge from the typical earthly garb, resembling that of ancient times. Are they truly Earthlings? Countless extraterrestrials witness this scene, their minds shaken, disbelief etched upon their faces. While these two can exist in the cosmos, their likeness to the Earthlings they know solidifies their conviction. How is it that these two Earthlings can survive in the universe? Their technology had only recently reached the level of laser weaponry. At most, they should be capable of piloting aircraft into space. Yet these two possess no equipment. Could they be aliens masquerading as Earthlings? No, they are undoubtedly human. I am utterly certain. For the essence of humanity cannot be concealed from me. In an instant, a multitude of extraterrestrials turned their gaze towards the one who uttered these words. Upon recognizing his race, their skepticism vanishes, replaced by gasps of astonishment, and a flicker of curiosity dances in their eyes. While they are aware of the existence of the celestial forum and videos, they seldom engage with them, as their own forms differ and they cannot cultivate in the same manner. Thus, they remain oblivious to the existence of martial artists and cultivators. Who are these two? Zoda, in his desperate flight, harbors a glimmer of confusion. After being sealed for so many years, has a peculiar race emerged within the universe. Their appearance is certainly unappealing. However, the wormhole seems undiminished. As long as he escapes in that direction, he can undoubtedly shake off the Ultron Father. As for Qin Tian and Luo Li, he pays them no heed, as he detects no formidable power emanating from them. This indicates that they possess the capability to traverse time and space. Yet their combat prowess appears lacking. These two seem akin to cultivators or martial artists. The Ultron Father recalls the videos he has viewed, where most individuals are similarly attired, and those who can traverse the cosmos are undoubtedly strong. However, he does not regard these two as interdimensional travelers, but rather as Earthlings. After all, the rankings of the myriad realms have indicated that only supreme beings can cross dimensions. The current rankings do not permit such crossovers. And these individuals are not the celestial Qin Tian. They must be ancient celestial beings from Earth. How could he know that Qin Tian had deliberately altered his appearance to avoid detection, ensuring that the Ultron Father would not recognize him? Quickly kneel and beg for mercy. I may spare your lives. I am Zoda, the Cosmic Emperor. Step aside, for I am about to teleport at that moment. Zoda hurtles towards Qin Tian's direction, a glimmer of excitement gracing his visage, for soon he shall evade his pursuers, and as for where he might end up, it matters little to him, as long as there are no Ultramen. He is invincible, though. And what are you, daring to speak to me in such a manner? Qin Tian observes the approaching Zoda, his tone indifferent, his expression unperturbed. A mere insect is hardly worth his ire. Do you not heed my words? I shall demonstrate the might of a cosmic emperor, so you may comprehend the essence of sovereignty. Zoda, incensed by Qin Tian's retort, raises his weapon and swings it towards him. A dark beam of energy hurtles forth, illuminating the cosmos with its brilliance. The extraterrestrials exchange glances, a hint of joy flickering in their eyes. Their innate disdain for Earthlings, though inexplicable, causes them to feel exhilarated at the prospect of witnessing an Earthling's demise. Eliminate them, they cheer. Yet, standing amidst the cosmic expanse, Qin Tian remains expressionless, merely flicking his finger. In an instant, the formidable beam is obliterated, reduced to nothingness amidst the universe. What? How can this be? He shattered the beam with a mere gesture. What strength is this? When did Earthlings acquire such power? One extraterrestrial exclaims, skepticism flooding his gaze. But soon he is rendered speechless as he watches the man grasp Zoda effortlessly, as if he were a mere puppet. In that moment, all the extraterrestrials sense the very cosmos tilting. Yet they dare not confirm in the distance. The Ultron Father halts, a grave expression etched upon his face as he regards Qin Tian. Wishing to speak but finding no words. Observing this, Qin Tian gestures, and a portal of space materializes before him. He steps through with Luo Li, and in an instant, the portal vanishes, leaving the gathered extraterrestrials in stunned silence. Chapter 35. The Land of Light. My goodness, are those truly Earthlings? Can such fearsome beings exist among them? The Cosmic Emperor Zoda was subdued without so much as a ripple. Surely these must be aliens of an unknown race. The Emperor of Ampila remarks to his subordinates, who nod in agreement. The Dark Four Kings of Ampila also share their astonishment. While others may not grasp Zoda's strength, they, as servants of Ampila, are well aware. Ampila alone could easily vanquish them, and Zoda, though slightly more powerful, was effortlessly subdued by the seemingly human youth that is truly terrifying. How has this universe produced such formidable figures? It seems we must tread lightly henceforth. Otherwise, to provoke such a strong adversary would be sheer folly. Grozom expresses, fear evident in his gaze. The other kings, though silent, reveal their shared trepidation with fleeting glances. These individuals seem to be cultivators. It is uncertain whether they are friend or foe. Our Ultron race has roamed the cosmos for eons without encountering earthly cultivators. Why have two suddenly emerged today? This matter is of great significance and should be reported to the Ultron King. The Ultron Father ponders, ultimately deciding to relinquish this perplexing issue to the Ultron King, reasoning that it is better to let a taller figure bear the weight of the sky. He is now conflicted about returning the King's hammer, which has grown immensely. Yet, not returning would also be unacceptable. His gaze wanders until it lands on the nearby Ampulon beings, and an idea strikes him. Perhaps confronting Ampila with his weapon would not be such a bad idea. Quickly flee. The Ultron Father intends to use that unknown weapon against us. We must escape at once. Ampila, ever cautious, perceives the Ultron Father's ill intent and hastily retreats. Meanwhile, in the Land of Light, Zero is instructing the new generation of Ultramen. His voice grave as he stands upon the vividly colored ground, chastising the Ultramen who stand at a distance. Behold your strength. You cannot even emit a beam. How will you defend the peace of the universe in the future? With what, pray tell, will you protect the cosmic tranquility? Zero strides among the Ultramen, questioning their resolve. With our fists, one Ultraman exclaims, delivering a punch to Zero's face, but being the exceptional Ultraman he is, the blow proves ineffective. While the sentiment is commendable, your abilities are somewhat lacking. You must train diligently, for the peace of the universe will soon rest upon your shoulders. With that, he flings his cape and soars towards the cosmic patrol. Boom! At that moment, a colossal wormhole materializes near the Land of Light, and from it emerge a man and a woman, who step forth before the wormhole vanishes. Is this truly the Land of Light? It appears quite intriguing. I initially thought there were few female Ultramen, yet it seems there are quite a number, and no wonder Douluo Ultraman has children, and Sevon Ultraman has offspring as well, standing amidst the cosmic expanse. Qin Tian's eyes flicker with understanding as he muses aloud, a hint of curiosity in his voice. From a young age, he had wondered why there were so few female Ultramen. Now, he finally comprehends it is not a lack of females, but rather that most lack the strength. Simply possessing larger physiques, Douluo awakens. The power of the laws surges forth, and they resolve to retrieve the most emblematic plasma spark tower of this world. Observing the radiant spark tower at the very heart of the Land of Light, which emanated an inexhaustible power, he spoke with a smile. He could sense the profound connection between this plasma spark tower and the laws of the universe, seamlessly serving as a vessel to collect these cosmic principles and transform them into the essence of both himself and the world. As for the fate of the Ultramen in the absence of the plasma spark tower, it was beyond his contemplation. After all, the creation of such an artificial sun suggested that a second one could undoubtedly be devised. Meanwhile, with the opening and closing of the wormhole, several Ultramen took notice and swiftly gathered. Their eyes filled with astonishment as they beheld Qin Tian suspended in mid-air. Within the cosmic patrol, Zofi gazed at Qin Tian and his companion, his enormous, egg-shaped eyes reflecting deep confusion that T.O. his knowledge. Such attire seemed characteristic of Earthlings. Yet weren't these Earthlings still reliant on their protection? Presently, the Ultraman dispatched to Earth was none other than Taro Ultraman's son, Tiga Ultraman. If humanity could easily stand its ground in the cosmos on its own, what need would there be for their guardianship? This was inconceivable. These two must be extraterrestrial beings in disguise. What could their intentions be? Taro, they appear to be Earthlings, yet how could they possibly be here in our Land of Light? Even other Earthlings would only arrive by spacecraft. Eddie Ultraman voiced his perplexity, recalling his own visit to Earth, and while the attire of Qin Tian and his companions seemed peculiar, they undeniably bore the semblance of humans. Indeed, I too sense they are human. In fact, they are human, though it remains a mystery how they can survive in the cosmos, declared Zero Ultraman, crossing his arms resolutely. His familiarity with humanity stemmed from previous collaborations, and it was impossible for beings from this universe to don the guise of Earthlings without a measure of disdain. Moreover, as far as I know, Earth does not harbor such formidable individuals. If it did, monsters would scarcely dare to invade. Added 7D, oh not be fooled. How could Earthlings possibly survive in the cosmos? They are undoubtedly impostors masquerading as humans, intending to lower our guard. Zofi, the captain of the Cosmic Patrol, stated sternly, while he held reservations, the very existence of these human-like beings posed a threat, indicating they possessed the power to obliterate him. A perplexing notion for one of his stature. Captain Zofi is correct. We must not let our vigilance wane. Should these beings truly be otherworldly in disguise, we would be inviting disaster, echoed a voice, as a melodious tone resonated through the entrance of the Cosmic Patrol. And an Ultraman entered. She possessed voluptuous curves, her figure striking, her skin a blend of red and silver, with two large braids cascading down the sides. She was none other than Mother of Ultra. Mari, Mother of Ultra, what brings you here? Zofi inquired, his previous unease vanishing as he hurried toward her. "Indeed. Mother, what brings you to our midst?" Tiga echoed, approaching her with a gentle inquiry. "I'm here to investigate the pursuit of Jouder, the eternal foe of the ultra race. In these tumultuous times, with the sudden appearance of a man and a woman, I felt compelled to come and see for myself. Although my combat prowess may be lacking, my healing abilities are unparalleled." Mari affectionately patted Tiga Ultraman's head, addressing the assembly with a warm smile. Upon hearing her words, the other Ultramen nodded in agreement. Mari's healing capabilities were the most esteemed in the Land of Light. Having revived many wounded Ultramen, Tiga recalled vividly how, after being slain by a volcanic beast, it was Mother of Ultra who saved him. Without her, he would not be present to deliberate on such matters today. "Do not fret over Father, wielding the scepter of kings. There is no being in this universe who can defeat him. Jouder is as good as doomed," Tiga reassured Mari, perceiving her concern. "Who are you? And what business do you have in the Land of Light?" At that moment, an Ultraman flew from the Land of Light, confronting Qin Tian and his companion from short distance. His form was enveloped in red and silver, a striking blue timer gleaming upon his chest, his large, egg-shaped eyes fixated on Qin Tian, his hands poised in a combat stance. He was none other than Mebius Ultraman, a rising star within the Cosmic Patrol, renowned for vanquishing the formidable Ampelera. Though these two appeared indistinguishable from Earthlings, Mebius was convinced they could not possibly be from Earth, for while Earthlings possessed remarkable capabilities, they relied on technology. It was inconceivable for mere humans to thrive in the cosmos. They were undoubtedly up to no good. Mebius regarded the humans before him as insignificant as ants in the past. Although my human form acquired some of my abilities, it remained insufficient to establish a foothold in the cosmos. How could beings devoid of the light's power possibly survive here? He mused that it is Mebius. Come, let us investigate. Regardless of whether they are Earthlings, as long as they are not allies, we must eradicate them for the sake of cosmic peace. Zofi proclaimed, directing the assembled Ultramen to follow him as he soared towards the scene. "Yes, you can observe. I am but a human," Qin Tian stated calmly, addressing the towering figure before him. "Your best course of action is to be truthful. Concealing your identity will only lead to further complications for you in the Land of Light. Should you remain obstinate, do not blame us for our lack of mercy." Zofi's voice echoed from afar before Mebius could respond. With a swift motion, a dozen figures encircled Qin Tian and his companion, their intentions unmistakable, clearly doubting the authenticity of their claims that "I have come specifically for the Plasma Spark Tower. Surrender it to me, and I shall spare your lives today. Otherwise, the Land of Light shall cease to exist," Qin Tian declared, his tone unyielding, a glimmer of menace in his eyes as he surveyed the towering Ultraman. "Ha ha! I knew you sought the Plasma Spar Tower of our Land of Light. At this juncture, do not expect any courtesy from us. Mebius, apprehend this audacious human. I am eager to see who dares to cause turmoil in our realm." Zofi scoffed, issuing commands to Mebius, before retreating with the others, simultaneously sealing the spatial area to prevent Qin Tian and his companion from escaping. "It seems today. We shall have to defeat you and seize the Plasma Spark Tower." With that, he transformed to match Mebius's size, a phenomenon met with no surprise from the other Ultramen, for it appeared that beings from this universe could indeed alter their dimensions. This only served to affirm Qin Tian's extraterrestrial identity. "Prepare yourself," Mebius bellowed, launching a devastating strike towards Qin Tian, infused with overwhelming power. Bang! The blow was effortlessly halted by a mere finger from Qin Tian, who then pressed against Mebius's form. Boom! The surrounding area of the Land of Light erupted with a tremendous sound, as Mebius's body was propelled like a bullet, shattering celestial bodies at multiple times the speed of light. What? One finger rendered Mebius in such a state. How is this possible? Not even the father of Ultra possesses such might. Could he truly be human? Mebius's comrades were utterly astounded, though their faces betrayed no emotion. "Mebius, are you unharmed?" the members of the Cosmic Patrol inquired, bewildered. Mebius in phoenix form. A powerful voice resonated, causing all Ultramen to exhale in relief. for they recognized this as Mebius's formidable state, one that could rival legendary warriors, surpassing even the father of Ultra. From light years away, a fiery red figure hurtled towards them at an alarming speed. While the Ultramen could not discern its exact form, Qin Tian observed it in its entirety. Mebius was enveloped in hues of red, blue, gold, and silver, the left hand radiating Mebius's essence, the right hand embodying the knight's spirit. He now represented the immortal warrior. Mebius Night Ray. A brilliant L-shaped beam surged towards Qin Tian, striking him with tremendous force, eliciting joyous gasps from all the Ultramen. Success! The invading extraterrestrial has been thwarted by Mebius Ultraman. I too shall strive to train diligently, aspiring to join the cosmic patrol and safeguard our universe from harm. In the eyes of a young Ultraman still in training, there flickered a glint of admiration as he gazed upon the incredibly dashing Driambius. The prowess of Driambius had indeed escalated. His strength now surpassed that which he displayed when confronting the Ampelra aliens, rendering it vastly more formidable. Should he unleash this attack upon the Ampelra, it would likely send them packing in an instant. Zofi, observing the enhanced might of the Driambius Knight's Ray, expressed his admiration, his gaze tinged with an extraordinary significance. Indeed, even if that extraterrestrial attempted to withstand it, he would likely suffer grave injuries, at which point we would finally discern his true identity. Ciro nodded in agreement. His former impulsiveness had dissipated, replaced by a newfound composure in his actions. While the power was commendable, it remained inconsequential to me. If this is the extent of your strength, you shall not thwart my acquisition of the plasma spark tower today. That moment, a calm voice resonated among the gathered Ultramen, startling them with its incredulity. As the light dissipated, it became evident that the area struck by the Driambius Knight's Ray bore no wounds, nor had even the fabric of clothing been torn. This revelation left them utterly astounded. How could this be? From my perspective, Driambius's attack appeared overwhelmingly powerful, capable of annihilating the Ampelra. Why did it not shred the human's clothing? One Ultraman from the Land of Light, unable to accept this reality, lamented in disbelief. He must be feigning, attempting to deceive us. He is clearly injured. Indeed, it must be so. I refuse to believe he emerged unscathed. The Land of Light was soon thrown into a tumult of stubborn disbelief. Driambius regarded Qin Tian with a grave expression, astonished that his ultimate technique had inflicted not the slightest harm upon him, which instilled a sense of defeat within him. Who on earth are you? There can be no such formidable being among humans. Why do you masquerade as one? Driambius refrained from acting rashly, instead voicing his question, his eyes betraying a flicker of doubt. Ha ha ha, having claimed I am but a human. What can I do if you refuse to believe me? I offer you one final chance to hand over the plasma spar tower. I may spare your lives, but should you decline, today shall mark the demise of the Land of Light. Qin Tian's eyes narrowed as he spoke with a deep resonance. A celestial being. He naturally afforded them an opportunity. Should they fail to seize it, they would find themselves on a path to destruction. For he was not one to show mercy. Momentarily, the gathered Ultramen fell silent, while Qin Tian remained unhurried, awaiting their decision. Chapter 37. Divine powers call the wind. Chains of Lahumph. Do not harbor foolish hopes. The Land of Light shall never yield to an unknown extraterrestrial like you. The Plasma Spar Tower is the very lifeblood of our realm. Your ambitions shall find no backing from us. So bring forth your might. Zofi, the captain of the Cosmic Patrol, fixed his steadfast gaze upon Qin Tian, articulating each word with conviction. Although the Ultraman did not vocalize his thoughts, their actions clearly mirrored this sentiment. Whether it was Taro, Driambius, or Ciro, they were all beings who refused to succumb to fate. The adversaries they faced in their initial battles were each formidable entities, yet under the weight of their collective strength, they were obliterated. They had faith that this encounter would yield no different results. Driambius Phoenix, Driambius shouted, his eyes locked onto Qin Tian. With his hands clasped together, the essence of Driambius and that of the night began to blaze, transforming him into a fiery phoenix as he surged forward, unleashing his formidable technique, that he was confident that this strike would surely injure Qin Tian. Stubborn and obstinate, such an attack is futile against me. allow you to witness my true might. Observing the reckless charge of Dreambius, Qin Tian's expression turned icy. With a mere finger pointed at him, the laws of the universe manifested instantaneously, swirling densely around Dreambius, subsequently ensnaring him. With a swift motion, Qin Tian's finger commanded the endless chains of law to tightly bind Dreambius, wrapping him like a dumpling. Crack! The gathered Ultramen could only hear a series of cracking sounds as they beheld Dreambius enveloped in radiant light. Even the timer on his chest shattering, his form contorting grotesquely. Dreambius, act quickly! Dreambius stands no chance against him. He is an overwhelmingly powerful foe. Even the Ampelra cannot contend with him. Taro and Zero shouted in unison, launching themselves toward the fray. The other Ultramen rallied to rescue Dreambius, devising a two-pronged strategy. One group to divert Qin Tian's attention, while the other sought to extricate Dreambius from peril. For his condition was dire, with severe damage evident across his body. Did Dreambius all right? Jack inquired of Mother of Ultra, his admiration for this rising star evident. Should anything happen to Dreambius, it would indeed spell disaster for their kind. Rest assured with me, Maria, even if Dreambius were to be torn asunder by the enemy, I could restore him. This is but a minor injury, nothing to fret over. Mother of Ultra reassured, surveying the gaps marring Dreambius's form, viewing them as trivial matters that warranted no concern. That is a relief, indeed. Esteemed seniors, allow me to assist. Just then, an Ultraman joined the fray. Jeed Ultraman, royal form. He brandished the king's holy sword, draped in a resplendent cloak of red and gold, exuding an aura of magnificence. Royal Supreme Destruction Ray, a beam of light surged toward Qin Tian, its might fearsome. I shall shatter your ambitions in my ultimate form. Ultimate Zero Sword. Zero Ultraman transformed into his ultimate form, fully aware that his normal state stood no chance against Qin Tian, and immediately unleashed a barrage of sword energy toward him. Ultraman Decapitating Blade. Seven's Ultraman hurled the boomerang atop his head at Qin Tian, before pressing his palms together to unleash a ray of light. Ha ha ha. Mere trifles. How naive. Qin Tian regarded the onslaught of Ultraman with a glance of disdain. Before slowly uttering a few words, boom! Suddenly, a vortex of black wind materialized within the cosmic expanse, its origin indiscernible and its nature enigmatic. The planets in its path disintegrated into naught, as if they had never existed. The formidable light beams directed at Qin Tian met the black wind, creating not even a ripple before being utterly obliterated. This powerful wind then lashed out at the attacking Ultramen, sending them hurtling thousands of light years away in the blink of an eye. Qin Tian observed Dreambius, exerting a slight pressure with his hands. Even the laws of the universe, reluctant as they were, could not escape the fate of being controlled. Under this immense force, the binding tightened further. Crack! Dreambius was torn asunder by the twisting chains of law, confirming the ominous prophecy uttered by the Mother of Ultra. Nearby, Jack could only watch in disbelief, wondering how fortuitous it was that their words had manifested into reality. He recalled the humiliation of being dismembered by a monster, an indelible stain upon his honor, one he wished to forget. Leo Ultraman, witnessing Dreambius's plight, couldn't help but reflect on his own past, thankful for his revival. He held hope that Dreambius too would be reborn, urging no cause for alarm. Fear not, for I am here. As long as I am present, there shall be no unforeseen circumstances. Dreambius will be fine. Gather his remains so that I may restore him. Mother of Ultra, slightly exasperated, could only shake her head in disbelief. How was it that merely uttering a phrase had led to Dreambius being reduced to mere fragments? You truly do not grant me any respect. However, the one who must be suffering the most is surely Ultraman Leo, for it seems he was initially rendered in this fragmented state. Ultraman Mebius was divided into several parts. The chain of laws vanished without a trace. In the distance, several streaks of light approached, precisely those Ultramen, including Zero, who had just been blown away at this moment. Their condition was dire. The aura emanating from them had plummeted to an extreme low, and their gazes towards others were laden with gravity. Zero, who once vanquished the malevolent Ultraman Belial with nothing more than his ultimate Zero form, now found that this form was effortlessly shattered by the human before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to an Earthling. This left the indomitable Ultraman Zero utterly disheartened. He was facing the most formidable adversary his kind had ever encountered. The likes of Jouder, in the presence of this individual, would likely have no choice but to flee that moment. Jouder, with a flick of his left hand, cast aside an object that gradually expanded. Indeed, it was Jouder himself. Sensing the absence of the aura of Ultraman Father, Jouder couldn't contain his joy and burst into laughter. Ultraman Father, await my return. On the day I obliterate the Land of Light, you shall witness the might of Jouder, the ruler of the cosmos. Yet before he could finish, his voice abruptly ceased. Why did this red and green planet resemble the Land of Light so closely? Upon turning his head, he instinctively leaped backward. Why heavens, how have I arrived in the Land of Light? Alas, the heavens have forsaken me. Jouder's gaze fell upon the ultimate Zero and his fellow Ultramen, and he trembled involuntarily. What had transpired? Hadn't he merely been absent from the universe for 50,000 years? How had so many powerful Ultramen emerged? Some exuded such a formidable presence that he felt he would be no match for them. It was akin to emerging from a wolf's den only to stumble into a tiger's lair. Jouder lamented inwardly, discarding the weapon in his hand, tears welling in his eyes from the sheer helplessness of the situation. Chapter 38. The annihilation of the Land of Light. The plasma sparks in his grasp were a blatant affront to extraterrestrial beings. How could there be so many Ultramen more powerful than him? Was he merely offering his head on a platter? Although the Ultramen were initially taken aback upon seeing Jouder, they quickly dismissed him from their minds, focusing instead on the young man of unknown origin before them, deeming Jouder a secondary concern. Damn it, why is no one paying attention to me? I, Jouder, am also a ruler of the cosmos. Do I not deserve some respect? If you intend to kill me, then do so swiftly. Dragging this out is utterly vexing. I, Jouder, once ruled the universe. Your dismissive gazes are truly insulting. Silence. Before Jouder could continue, Qin Tian interjected, just an insignificant insect, droning on endlessly. Do you truly believe I lack temper? How dare you? Jouder turned to face Qin Tian, but the words died on his lips, for he recognized the extraordinary strength of Qin Tian. And oh wonder these Ultramen ignored him. It all made sense now. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to slip away. Just then, a chain of laws ensnared Jouder, casting him aside. Now, I offer you one last chance. Surrender the plasma spark to me, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, the Land of Light shall face annihilation henceforth. Though softly spoken, the words resonated in the ears of all Ultramen, causing panic to spread amongst them. They could sense that there can appear to be no match for this human. Could it be that they would truly surrender their homeland? Faced with this perilous situation, they could not remain idle. Let us unite and fight, cried Jed, the successor of Noah, his form radiating with power that surpassed that of ordinary Ultramen. Ultimate Zero, shining form. Zero unleashed a golden glow, wielding the ultimate holy shield and the ultimate Zero sword as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Tian. Super bow mode. Gigantic domain pressure. In that instant, all Ultramen unleashed their most formidable attacks. Those capable of emitting beams directed their energies towards Qin Tian, and an array of lights surged forth, each Ultraman's eyes reflecting a resolute determination. If this assault failed to eliminate Qin Tian, the annihilation of the Land of Light would be inevitable. It would be a disgrace if the entirety of their nation could not vanquish a single foe. Gulping, Jouder, bound like a dumpling, watched the multitude of beams converge, swallowing hard. Many of these beams posed a significant threat to him, and under their onslaught he feared he would be utterly obliterated. Could this man withstand such an assault? Should Jouder find himself facing this barrage, his demise would be assured. He had never encountered such a fate when attacking the Land of Light before. What had transpired previously? Jouder pondered silently. He had only felt a fleeting moment of emergence. It seemed an eternity had passed, with so much occurring. Would that old fellow make an appearance? Could it be that this man was of the same caliber as that ancient being? Jouder suddenly recalled the king of the Ultraman clan, whose strength was seemingly unfathomable. With merely a hammer, he had driven Zhouder away like a dog. His inherent power was likely tremendous. Otherwise, he would not have been so at ease allowing such a divine artifact to roam free. Meanwhile, the powers of the planets near the Land of Light were alarmed by the formidable beam attacks emanating from the Land of Light, leaving them anxious. Could it be that the Land of Light had resolved to unify the cosmos? What else could explain such terrifying displays of light? Were they perhaps demonstrating their might? Green light shield. Observing the countless beams converging, Qin Tian calmly uttered 3 words. Instantly, a massive azure shield enveloped him and Luoli, absorbing the incoming beams effortlessly. The shield showed no signs of yielding as it absorbed the onslaught of light. One Ultraman fell, exhausted, followed by a second, then a third. As time progressed, only the members of the Cosmic Police remained standing. Yet even they were at their limit. "I cannot continue," Jiet exclaimed weakly, and at once, the beams ceased. It was as if a chain reaction had occurred. Zero, Taro, and the others ceased their attacks, their faces etched with despair. This adversary was more formidable than any they had faced before. Even with the full might of the Ultraman clan, they were no match for him. "Qin Tian, we have played long enough. It is time to conclude this. Once we have dealt with these Ultramen, we shall explore the power of the laws of this universe." Luoli spoke to Qin Tian, having remained silent until now, recognizing his desire for amusement. Otherwise, an Ultraman would have been erased long ago. How could he still be prancing about? "Very well, it is time to end this." Shattering star palm, Qin Tian declared, and a hand large enough to cover the Land of Light materialized from thin air, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a mere gesture, Qin Tian directed the hand towards the Land of Light. "Stop. You cannot do this," the Ultramen cried out, witnessing the massive hand descending upon the Land of Light. They yearned to avert this catastrophe, yet their energies were nearly depleted, barely sustaining their existence in the cosmos, and they lacked the strength to rescue their kin, forced to watch as Qin Tian prepared to obliterate the Land of Light. "I do not wish to die. I have yet to join the Cosmic Police, to become a respected member. Who will save us? I want my mother. It is over. It is over, Your Majesty. Where are you? Come and save her people." One by one, the Ultramen cried out in despair, their eyes filled with hopelessness. Their cries failed to halt the colossal palm descending upon the Land of Light. With a thunderous roar, the Land of Light shattered under this tremendous force, its former glory reduced to mere fragments. Qin Tian pointed towards the ruins, and soon, plasma sparks ignited in his grasp. As he surveyed the cosmic expanse littered with lifeless bodies, his eyes betrayed not a flicker of emotion. Had these Ultramen refrained from launching their light-based attacks against him, he might have only extracted the plasma sparks, sparing the Land of Light from total annihilation. Yet, once they made their move, they sealed their own fates. The might of the celestial realm is not to be trifled with. To touch it is to invite death. "How dare you? I shall not let you escape," roared Zero Ultraman, his eyes ablaze with fury as his form gradually shifted to a dark hue. Only the weak resort to such futile howls. True strength marches forward unimpeded. "You are unworthy to be my adversary." Qin Tian scoffed, then gestured with his hand, parting the veil of space as he and Luoli stepped through, not forgetting to take the Cosmic Emperor Zoda along with them. Shortly after their departure, an Ultraman materialized amidst the ruins of the Land of Light. Witnessing the dire predicament of Zero and the others ignited a fury within him. With a mere wave of his hand, he reduced several cosmic beings to ashes. He was the king of the Ultramen. Chapter 39. The King of Ultra sends an Ultra signature. What transpired? I have only been gone a brief moment. And yet the Land of Light lies in ruins. Why are you all silent? Have you all lost your voices? The King of Ultra, after vanquishing the opportunistic cosmic beings, beheld the shattered remnants of the Land of Light and the vanished plasma spark tower. His wrath boiling over, he turned to the battered Ultramen, demanding answers to his inquiries. After a prolonged silence, he noticed that none of the Ultramen responded, which only fueled his anger. "I am addressing you. Why does it seem you all have suddenly become mute? Or do you hold me in contempt? Zero, you shall explain this to me. Why has the Land of Light come to this state? Where has the plasma spark tower vanished to? How did you all end up in such a condition? The King of Ultra scanned the surroundings, fixing his stern gaze upon Zero Ultraman, eager to understand how. In the brief time of his absence, the once mighty land of light met its demise. He was aware that Zero Ultraman and Mebius Ultraman had recently attained formidable powers, rivaling even that of Geed Ultraman. Although not as potent as himself, they should have been more than capable of defending their realm. As Zero Ultraman met the king's gaze, the light that had previously dimmed in his eyes began to rekindle. After a moment, he regained his composure and, with a voice filled with trepidation, recounted, "Your Majesty, the land of light was destroyed by a cosmic being who also seized the plasma spark tower, and we were all defeated by this entity." Zero Ultraman recalled the young man, resembling a human, whose mere command had overwhelmed them, whose shield had deflected their attacks, and whose utterance of destruction had obliterated the land of light. Such formidable power, such a powerful being. Did they truly exist? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Zero Ultraman's once unshakable belief in his invincibility crumbled. How bold he had once been, having personally vanquished Belial, the very harbinger of destruction for the land of light. At that time, Belial had already reached legendary status, yet had fallen before him. Now, having ascended to the infinite realm of the Ultra-Divine, he wielded sufficient power to contend with numerous cosmic beasts and beings. Yet, this adversary had not summoned any monsters nor wielded any weapons. With a mere gesture, he had annihilated their entire cosmic guard. Zero Ultraman pondered. Had they not intervened in the cosmic realm, would they have been reduced to mere dust in the land of light? What? Vanquished by a single individual? Could it be Belial? No, while formidable, Belial is still tied to the bloodline of Geed Ultraman and would not unleash such brutality upon you. Even if Belial were alive, he would not be able to contend with you. And where is Ultra Father Cain? Why is he absent? Has he perished? The King of Ultra, sensing the absence of Cain's presence within a radius of 500,000 light years, spoke with a strained countenance. After all, Cain had been his chosen representative. Though somewhat unscrupulous, he was capable. The thought that he might have perished alongside the enemy was troubling. Ultra Father has pursued the cosmic Emperor Zoda and is not within the universe. He possesses your scepter of kingship, so he should be safe, Zero Ultraman reasoned, confident that no harm would befall Ultra Father, for he knew Cain well enough to believe he would evade danger faster than anyone else. The land of light was not destroyed by Belial. While he is powerful, I, Zero Ultraman, am no longer that naive youth. There exists another who has the strength to obliterate us. Zero Ultraman spoke, a flicker of fear creeping into his eyes. But now that the King of Ultra has returned, let him bear the burden of this calamity. I must strive to grow stronger. I do not wish to endure such a fate again. Who could possess the strength to vanquish so many of our cosmic guard? Mebius' infinite form is formidable. Surely, you should not have succumbed so easily. Who is this individual? Speak their name. I shall personally exact vengeance. The King of Ultra seethed with rage. For years, he had regarded the inhabitants of the land of light as his subservients, and to have them decimated by a single being, without even knowing who was responsible, was intolerable. He had contemplated employing the time arts, yet a mysterious force had obstructed his vision, rendering him blind to the events that transpired. IT was a being, strikingly human-like, who simply conjured a light shield that thwarted our collective might. Our energy waned as we expended our strength, leaving us vulnerable and defenseless, Zero Ultraman admitted, though it pained him to do so. What? Who could this be? Even the ultimate life form should not possess such power. A being that resembles a human. Describe their abilities. The King of Ultra's expression shifted sharply. He was well aware of his own strength. Though formidable, it was inconceivable that a single individual could neutralize the combined power of all the inhabitants of the land of light. Zero Ultraman hesitated, then conjured a small projection within the cosmos, depicting the arrival of Qin Tian and his companion, along with their demands. The footage showed Mebius ensnared by strange chains, subsequently severed into pieces. And still not having recovered, the scene continued to unfold, showcasing Zero and Geed Ultraman joining forces only to be bested by the enigmatic winds, followed by Zoda's mocking laughter, culminating in the destruction of the Land of Light and the disappearance of both Ultramen. The recording concluded. Upon viewing the footage, the King of Ultra bowed his head in contemplation. From the video, it appeared that the two figures were Earthlings, yet no Earthling possessed such overwhelming strength, while there were some martial artists. Their abilities were insufficient to contend with Ultramen. Moreover, the footage suggested that the human's aim was the plasma spark. Initially, he had not intended to slay the Ultramen, but had been provoked into violence. Could he be an ancient immortal? It is inconceivable that such a powerful being exists. I have lived for billions of years without encountering one. Could it be a spatial wormhole? Is it possible they hail from another universe? That would certainly clarify matters. With the vastness of the cosmos, such a formidable entity could very well exist. The King of Ultra mused. This situation has escalated beyond my capacity to resolve alone. I must alert others. The King of Ultra muttered to himself, while Zero Ultraman, overhearing the call for assistance, felt a surge of hope. The weapon he wielded had been bestowed upon him by an Ultraman, granting him significant power. He then watched as the King of Ultra dispatched an Ultra signature into the cosmos. Chapter 40. Alliance of Noah and Zaki Whoosh. A signature from this realm tore through the fabric of the vast universe, soaring toward distant realms. Concurrently, within another grand universe, a radiant silver light clashed incessantly with a dark hue, causing the planets in proximity to shatter under the force of their confrontation. Each collision left behind a rift in the cosmos, measuring tens of thousands of miles, with each subsequent clash occurring light years away from the last. Numerous cosmic beings were devoured by the suddenly appearing rifts, disintegrating into nothingness. Eventually, the two figures came to a halt, facing each other. The silver figure manifested as an Ultraman, devoid of a timer on his chest, instead adorned with a colossal V-shaped emblem. Behind him, a pair of Noah's wings allowed for effortless traversal, extending and retracting at will, while his fists were engulfed in flames, his enormous, egg-like eyes fixed intently on the dark giant thousands of miles away. This black giant, shrouded in darkness, resembled Noah Ultraman in every aspect except for his lack of Noah's wings. He was the sinister Dark Zaki, no longer a mere biological weapon, but a genuine dark demon of this world. His might was on par with that of Noah Ultraman, and he had long held the singular goal of vanquishing him. Their conflict had endured for ages. Dark Zaki, surrender. You are no match for me. Why persist in this futile struggle? Would it not be better to embrace the light? Noah Ultraman proclaimed, his voice resonating powerfully. Though a hint of gravity lingered in his gaze, this battle had raged for countless years. Both were immortal beings, capable of resurrection as long as light and darkness prevailed. As such, neither could truly overcome the other. Ha ha ha! Noah Ultraman, my life's ambition is to slay you as long as you draw breath. I shall never relinquish my goal. Enough talk. Let us settle this with action. Dark Zaki retorted, his hands clasping together as a dark crimson beam of destruction surged forth toward Noah Ultraman. Without hesitation, Noah Ultraman responded with a beam of light, contrasting Dark Zaki's assault. Plasma wave. The two beams collided violently, shattering surrounding celestial bodies into fragments. Both warriors retracted their attacks, aware that though powerful, such strikes alone would not annihilate their foe. They charged at one another once more, and the cosmos bore witness to their relentless clash, transcending the boundaries of space and time. After an indeterminate period, a signature from an Ultraman appeared in this universe, racing toward Noah Ultraman. What is this? Noah Ultraman questioned, recognizing the signature of the Ultraman King. However, the King's strength was formidable. Why would he seek assistance from him? Dark Zaki, perceiving the signature's origin as a being of equal rank, though weaker, pondered why such an entity would issue a call for help. What calamity had transpired? In unison, they paused their battle. Come quickly. An insurmountable foe has emerged, one whose power may surpass our own. This brief statement left both in profound shock. They were among the mightiest entities in the universe. To hear the Ultraman King claim that a being existed who could surpass them was staggering. They momentarily set aside their deadly conflict and regarded one another. Noah Ultraman, We have battled for so long without a clear victor. There is no need for haste. Let us instead witness this existence that transcends us both. I wish to see how many blows he can withstand for my Zaki. Dark Zaki sneered, his blood-red eyes gleaming with malice. Very well, let us go and observe. Noah Ultraman agreed, curious to witness even a false manifestation of the Ultraman King's might to seal away Dark Zaki. With that, Noah Ultraman unfurled his Noah's wings and opened a portal, stepping inside with Dark Zaki. Little did Qin Tian know that his actions had inadvertently led to the first collaboration between two mortal enemies. Meanwhile, in another universe, a radiant Ultraman was engaged in battle with a monstrous foe. This Ultraman radiated light, adorned with an ethereal aura, energy wisps swirling around him. His chest bore a colorful timer, resembling a precious pearl, while his body transitioned from a deep azure on the upper half to a dark crimson and finally to a violet hue. His head was embellished with claw-like decorations, emanating a mysterious aura of light. He was none other than Tiga Ultraman, one of the enigmatic four Ultras. The beast before him had the appearance of a humanoid insect, equipped with sensory horns of black hue, claw-like hands adorned with yellow crystalline structures. His limbs bore a white serpentine pattern, while his carapace was pitch black, concealing wings and a tail. He was the cosmic dinosaur, Hypergeton, a formidable entity capable of matching Tiga Ultraman blow for blow. Dark Fireball. Hypergeton unleashed a powerful fireball from his chest towards Tiga Ultraman, who, without a moment's hesitation, shouted, "Plasma Wave." The resulting clash obliterated the fireball into nothingness. This universe was steeped in a morbid stillness, as if all life had been extinguished. Indeed, before Tiga Ultraman's arrival, Hypergeton had nearly destroyed all existence within this realm. Upon his emergence, he completed the devastation. How dare you slaughter the beings of this universe? Today I, Tiga Ultraman, shall avenge them. Tiga Ultraman bellowed, charging at Hypergeton, their movements akin to instantaneous teleportation, darting across the cosmos. Their battle raged for years, with Hypergeton's wings shattered, leaving him in dire straits, and Tiga Ultraman equally fatigued. Dark Fireball. Hypergeton fought desperately, knowing that without exerting every ounce of strength, he would perish here. Tiga Ultraman remained vigilant. With a resounding explosion, Hypergeton lost his strength, and Tiga Ultraman closed in to completely obliterate him. Yet a single larval form vanished, that moment. A signature from an Ultraman appeared before Tiga Ultraman, containing but a single phrase, "Come quickly." An insurmountable foe has emerged, one whose power may surpass our own. How intriguing, is battle about to commence anew? Just as I wish, for where hope falters, there I, Tiga Ultraman, shall be. Chapter 41. The five Ultras gather, the golden figure frightens away, foes boom. In a vast universe, a bolt of lightning appeared from nowhere, heralding the arrival of an Ultraman. When two immense forces collided in the cosmos, the legendary deity of the universe manifested in his true form, Resounded Ultraman. Swoosh! Come quickly! An insurmountable foe has emerged, one whose power may surpass our own. Upon reading the Ultraman signature, Resounded flexed his limbs and murmured, "So that is the case. I wondered what could have roused me. It appears the grand universe has awakened a power far greater. Ha ha ha. Before me, even the strongest are but futile endeavors. I in a flash." Resounded darted toward the universe where the land of light resided, moving with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, on Earth, where the land of light was located, a man and a woman strolled down the street. The man was strikingly handsome and charismatic, while the woman possessed an extraordinary beauty. They were none other than Qin Tian and Douluo, having arrived on Earth after seizing the plasma spark tower. Behind them followed a robust middle-aged man with a tiger-like build, closely trailing the two individuals. This was none other than the Cosmic Emperor, Zoda, who had been compelled to adopt this form under the oppressive aura of Qin Tian. However, to the eyes of passers-by, they appeared as a prestigious noble family, garnering immense respect from all who beheld them. That it was trivial for Qin Tian to fabricate identities, leaving no room for doubt regarding their status. Their current destination was a place of leisure. And Douluo, visiting such a familiar locale for the first time, was filled with uncontainable excitement, especially as this was a private world shared exclusively between her and Qin Tian, as for Zoda. Being less than human in nature, he posed no concern whatsoever to this earth. Qin Tian mused, intrigued by its allure. This mobile phone is quite reminiscent of that form spanning countless realms. One can only wonder what sort of mind conceived such a delightful contraption. It truly is an eye-opener. At that moment, Luo Li, animatedly engrossed in her phone, was chatting and watching a movie, exclaiming, "Qin Tian, we should bring such devices back with us. We could popularize them across the myriad realms and even create our own videos." Right? Their idea is splendid, yet they lack the grace of true cultivators. If we were to cultivate one worthy enough, wouldn't it be a sight to behold, surpassing these mere cultivators? Luo Li giggled, clutching Qin Tian's arm, and her laughter inadvertently led to a minor traffic mishap, as the driver, distracted by her beauty, failed to notice the red light and collided with another vehicle. Oh, no worries, if you enjoy it. That is what matters. Such matters are trivial for us. We could even develop a game that surpasses this in realism. Qin Tian chuckled, stroking Luo Li's silky hair. Master, there are individuals following us. Should we deal with them? Zoda inquired, his tone hardened, for he was no stranger to the act of killing, and no need for that. Remember, as long as you do not harm the citizens of Huagua, you may act freely with others. Qin Tian replied. Having already sensed the presence of those trailing them, he recognized them as members of the country's security forces and chose not to engage, for although this world was different from his previous one, it bore its own semblance. Zoda contemplated Qin Tian's words, but quickly dismissed any concerns, understanding that he must refrain from causing harm to this nation and its integrity. While he held no particular disdain for this country, he felt an inexplicable irritation towards a nearby island nation, often fantasizing about its destruction, thoughts he struggled to suppress. After all, this was his first visit to this planet, and such notions were unwarranted. Captain, what is so special about those three? They're merely charming and attractive, are they not? It's likely that those men are simply coveting the woman's beauty. Otherwise, why would an accident have occurred? One woman remarked, glancing at her captain and then at Qin Tian and his companions. We can't monitor someone just because they are good-looking. Perhaps we should withdraw. Wait, don't you find those three odd? Look at that burly man. His brutish appearance suggests he is no good. What if he is a killer? The captain asserted with a serious demeanor, though the woman was almost convinced by his words. And that woman, while beautiful, seems overly joyful with her phone. Surely, there is something amiss. All right, Captain, you may be right. Let us keep observing, she relented, casting her gaze toward Qin Tian, thinking how unfortunate it would be not to admire such a handsome young man. Qin Tian was aware of their reactions, but chose not to act. After all, both he and Luo Li were far from ordinary, and the aura they exuded was bound to attract attention. Yet he had discovered a woman among them who possessed the fiery essence of Phoenix. If fate allowed, he might take her beyond this universe, should she agree. Qin Tian, let us go play over there. That looks like so much fun, Luo Li exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pointed to a nearby amusement park. Qin Tian readily agreed, and with their master's approval, Zoda rushed to purchase tickets, seamlessly adapting to his new role as a servant. If other beings from the cosmos were to see Zoda, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for he was a cosmic emperor, and it would be no jest. Suddenly, a rift in space opened amidst the ruins of the Land of Light. All except the King of Light instinctively retreated, including Mebius, who had just been revived. No need to be alarmed. We are allies. Two colossal figures emerged, one clad in silver and the other in black. Whoa! The King of Light instinctively took a few steps back upon seeing the dark figure, but quickly regained composure and approached. Noah, what brings you to this place with him? He inquired, casting a wary glance at Dark Zajai, his mind heavy with concern. Yet he soon relaxed. After all, with the Land of Light lost, what more was there to fear? Before Noah could respond, another spatial rift opened, from which a remarkably handsome Ultraman emerged, Tiga Ultraman, followed closely by Ray Judo, who tore through space to appear in this realm. I could see that moment. The five most powerful beings of the Ultraman universe stood before one another. The King of Light, Tiga Ultraman, Noah Ultraman, Ray Judo Ultraman, and Dark Zagi. Boom! Ha! I, Absolute Tartarus, have arrived. Prepare for the annihilation of the Land of Light. Wait, where's the Land of Light? He paused, startled, as he noticed the absence of the expected celestial body. What? Rei Judo, King of Light. Noah, Tiga, Zagi. Before Absolute Tartarus could revel in his excitement, he suddenly realized that the planet he expected to see, the Land of Light, was gone, turning to see 5 formidable entities staring back at him. A chill ran down his spine, and he hastily retreated. Swish! The little golden figure darted away, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, taking a deep breath and expressing his fear. What in the world happened? Where's the Land of Light? How did so many Ultramen appear? If I hadn't fled quickly, I might have met my end. Chapter 42. The mysterious 4 Ultramen formulate a plan. Upon recalling these events, Absolute Tartarus wore an expression of dread, realizing that he had merely intended to investigate the situation of the Land of Light. Yet, instead of discovering the realm, he found himself under the watchful gaze of powerful figures. The eerie looks they gave him filled him with anxiety. Could it be that the inhabitants of the Land of Light uncovered the grand designs of Absolute Tartarus and summoned these legendary Ultramen to thwart me? Deep in thought, Absolute Tartarus pondered whether he had inadvertently revealed his intentions, or if the King of Light had indeed become powerful enough to anticipate his every move. However, he dismissed the notion that he could escape their grasp with their strength, and what was the connection between Dark Zagi and them? He felt an uneasy tension. Until he could unravel these mysteries, he would find no peace. Perhaps I should consult some cosmic beings for answers, the little golden figure thought before vanishing from sight. King of Light, what matter is so urgent that you summoned us all here? Noah Ultraman inquired, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. The combined might of their 5 was formidable enough to obliterate the entire universe. What could possibly compel the King of Light to act with such caution? Indeed, King of Light, where's the Land of Light? We have yet to see it. Could the debris surrounding us be remnants of your realm? Tiga Ultraman asked, taken aback by the absence of the Land of Light and observing the colorful fragments scattered about. Yes, those fragments are indeed remnants of the Land of Light. The Land of Light has become a thing of the past. It no longer exists. The reason I called you here is that the Land of Light was obliterated by that individual, but his soul devouring is unlike any other. You should see for yourselves. With that, he tossed a crystal sphere into the air, and an image began to materialize. The video displayed everything from the beginning to the very last moment, and as it concluded, the Ultramen fell into a profound silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that even you esteemed predecessors are powerless against this individual? At this moment, Zero Ultraman gazed silently at the crowd, disregarding Seban Ultraman's attempts to intervene, and charged forward with palpable excitement. His agitation was not unfounded. The nature of that chain puzzled him. What exactly was it, and how could it possibly ensnare Myriad Ultraman, who was known for his formidable prowess? Our assaults have proven ineffective against that chain. Zero Ultraman voiced his perplexity, unable to discern any clue regarding the chain, and thus turned his attention to Noah Ultraman, for it was he who had bestowed upon him his weapon. That chain is the chain of laws. Though your strength is considerable, you have yet to transcend the cosmos. The entity that humanity employs is the very law of the great universe that I never anticipated that there would be human practitioners in this world. Regito Ultraman interjected, his voice tinged with astonishment. The will of the great universe. He too was barred from wielding the chain of laws, yet this human in the video could, truly, such capabilities instill fear. Regito's understanding of the rankings across the myriad realms was genuine. The tactics employed by Qin Tian were akin to those he had encountered before, yet none among them had mastered the means of the laws. Despite being the will of the great universe, he could not manipulate the laws. He pondered why practitioners had emerged in this universe, for he had not encountered a single one thus far. The sudden appearance of one left him uncertain whether it was a boon or a bane. This individual exhibited remarkable strength. Even without invoking the power of the laws, he could withstand the combined light of the entire Land of Light with merely a shield. Alone, neither you nor I could hope to contend with him. Tiga Ultraman remarked gravely. recognizing that their own strengths paled in comparison to this human-esque power, which was indeed terrifying. Should all humanity possess such formidable abilities, cosmic beings would become utterly vulnerable. They would no longer consider invasion, but rather how to flee for their lives. Our current mission is to trace his whereabouts and ascertain his true identity and motives. After all, he has already wreaked considerable havoc upon the Land of Light. Noah Ultraman stated, surveying the assembly of Ultramen, in my opinion, there's no need for such convoluted measures. If he truly aimed to eradicate Ultramen, these few worthless beings would not have survived. It seems he harbors no intent to kill. The annihilation of the universe can be disregarded. The dark Zaki's crimson gaze scrutinized the crowd, expressing his views. He perceived this individual's reluctance to slay Zero and the others as a sign of disdain. His final words before departing clearly indicated that obtaining the Plasma Spark Tower was of significance. Simultaneously, a streak of light approached, revealing an Ultraman adorned with horns, none other than the father of Qin Ultraman. Why the stars? Where's the Land of Light? Why has it vanished upon my return? Qin exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been pursuing Zoda. How could the Land of Light have disappeared? Were it not for the presence of Ultraman King and the multitude of Ultramen, he might have thought himself lost. Look for yourself. Ultraman King tossed something to Qin before resuming their discussion of plans. Why the stars? It is him. Qin shouted upon viewing the video, startling everyone present. What? Do you know him? Ultraman King inquired, puzzled by Qin's sudden outburst. Indeed, while pursuing Zoda, I encountered this individual. With a mere gesture, he dispatched Zoda effortlessly, and I fled. Qin recounted, raising the king's hammer, his voice laced with trepidation. Upon hearing this, the Ultramen paid him little mind. Save for Mary, who approached him with concern. To my knowledge, there exists an entity called the Eternal Core in a parallel universe. Its power is immense. We could take refuge there. Should he arrive, we can confront him and uncover his intentions. If he does not, we will devise alternative strategies. Regido suddenly proposed to Ultraman King and the others. Upon hearing this, Noah, Tiga, and the others nodded in agreement. It seemed they had no choice but to proceed in this manner. They had just employed their ultimate techniques without realizing that Qin Tian and his companion had traversed to that time-space, leaving them with little option but to take this clumsy approach. With that, they set their course for the Tiga universe, swiftly disappearing from sight, leaving only the father of Ultraman Qin and his companions behind. How dare they destroy my Land of Light? I shall not let this stand. The father of Ultraman Qin bellowed upon witnessing the devastation wrought by Qin Tian. Ultraman Qin, you are no match for him. It would be prudent to keep your distance in the future, Zero advised. His irritation evident, but he understood the magnitude of Qin Tian's power. While Qin might be somewhat timid, the truth remained. Indeed, it is wise to avoid unnecessary demise. That individual could extinguish you with a mere finger. Myriad added, still shaken by the encounter. Father of Ultraman Qin, Chapter 43, Armored Warrior. Good heavens, they all look down on me. It is quite a blow to my pride. However, they may have a point. I would likely be courting death. Very well, I shall refrain from such recklessness. The father of Ultraman Qin resolved, opting to settle down for the time being. Let us seek a nearby planet to find shelter and deliberate on how to reconstruct the Land of Light. He declared, raising the king's hammer, already envisioning a plan to eliminate the monsters inhabiting a planet and seize control of it. How splendid that would be! Should we not call back Tiga Ultraman? It might be perilous for him alone. Taro Ultraman voiced a concern, a flicker of worry in his eyes as he feared for Tiga's safety should he encounter Qin Tian. Fear not. I have encountered those two before. They do not revel in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents in fact, they likely regard your strength with disdain. Should you approach them, they might not even acknowledge you, the father of Ultraman Qin remarked, leaving many Ultramen feeling somewhat wounded by his words, as though they were being labeled as worthless. Simultaneously, on Earth, Qin Tian and his companion had just emerged from an amusement park. That Loli's face bore an expression of lingering delight. Clearly satisfied with their day, while Zoda trailed behind, clutching a stuffed bear and other toys, his eyes filled with curiosity. Who would have thought that this planet would be so entertaining? That roller coaster was quite thrilling. It is astonishing that such seemingly weak creatures as humans can create such wondrous and bizarre contraptions. Zoda mused, by the way, this ice cream is surprisingly delectable. How did I not discover such a delightful treat before? Was I truly so foolish in my past life? No, I must indulge myself, he pondered, relishing the ice cream, for he had spent countless years as a cosmic emperor, either engaging in battle or traversing the path to conflict. This time, however, he had been coerced into following Qin Tian and his companion, and he had not anticipated such delightful experiences and treats. There's a saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Now he understood its meaning. Huagua truly surpassed any other nation. Unlike that barbaric island where Ultramen often visited to feast on raw fish, euphemistically termed sashimi. Zoda, hurry up. Why are you dawdling? Do you wish to remain here? Qin Tian interjected, bemused by Zoda dawdling over a mere ice cream. All right, boss. Where to next? Zoda replied with a smile, his perception of Qin Tian shifting. He no longer saw him as a villain, realizing that as long as he complied, life could be quite pleasant. We're going for hot pot. Hot pot. What is that? Loli exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar term. Although she had become acquainted with smartphones, she remained oblivious to many other aspects of life. Even though she could instantly access everyone's memories, that would rob her of the novelty of experiencing new things. Hot pot is a cooking vessel made of metal, combining pot and stove into one. The stove is fueled with charcoal, keeping the broth boiling to cook various dishes as you eat. It also refers to the dishes prepared in such a manner. Qin Tian remarked with a smile. Hooray, today! I shall indulge in this marvelous dish. Luo Li, clenching her petite fist, chimed in, while Qin Tian wrapped his arm around her waist, leading her directly toward the grandest hot pot restaurant. Behind them, Zoda swallowed hard. The mere mention of hot pot piqued his curiosity. Observing Qin Tian's enthusiasm, he felt compelled to give it a try. Meanwhile, on the Forum of the Myriad Realms, a gathering of formidable beings began to boast about their prowess. Ivy noticed that this armored warrior is quite similar to that Ultraman. Both are heroes of light, transforming through the power of luminescence. Yet, it seems their might is not particularly formidable, remarked the little dragon maiden. Indeed, but this one wields the 5 elements armor, which aligns more closely with Taoist principles, surpassing Ultraman by a slight margin. Moreover, have you observed the armors worn by these warriors? They're all connected to the 5 elements. Noted Taoist king. These monsters, or rather, these supernatural beasts, appear to possess considerable strength. Even under the suppression of our world's heavenly Tao, they remain formidable. No wonder they're the minions of the Shadow Emperor. Commented by Jin Xing, I must say, the strength of the Shadow 5 Guardians is indeed impressive. I never expected these mere lackeys of the Shadow Star to be so powerful, capable of contending with the armors forged by the Solar Star. Added He Huang, it seems these supernatural beasts cannot be killed. They can only be sealed away using that demon sealing box. Otherwise, they would have been eradicated 5,000 years ago, stated Yuan. A multitude of powerful beings on the forum expounded their insights, expressing keen interest in the armored warriors, eager to discern the true nature of such entities. Concurrently, the flame dragon armor engaged in battle with the first appearing supernatural beast. As the flame dragon armor made its entrance, an exhilarating background music played, accompanied by an introduction and subtitles. The eternal sacred fire of the bright realm incinerates all, summoning a warrior whose strength is boundless. Growing in might with the summoner's intent, rendering the flame dragon armor invincible against all of creation. The flame dragon armor, predominantly red with a dragon totem, is a warrior formed by the fusion of the summoner and the fire dragon armor. The interdependence of the 5 elements renders no distinction between strength and weakness. Belonging to the fire element is the most balanced and promising among the 5 warriors. The power of the flame dragon armor emanates from the sun, serving as the backbone of light and shadow combat. Wow, now the forum even features subtitles. This introduction makes the flame dragon armor seem incredibly formidable. The eternal sacred fire, exclaimed Yi Fan. Simultaneously, Yi Fan, now a great sage in the world of Zhetian, gazed at the aerial video and the accompanying barrage of comments. momentarily taken aback before sending a barrage of his own. This portrayal vividly showcased the flame dragon armor's might within this realm, comparable to that of an emperor in his own world, a true sovereign. Indeed, this flame dragon armor is magnificent. I wish to acquire one and test it myself, remarked Huang, his mouth watering at the sight of the flame dragon armor. You might as well forget it. I must say, if someone like you donned that armor, it would be an embarrassment to us all, chuckled Pang Bo, viewing the situation with amusement, believing even a dog could wear the armor without dishonoring it. Being associated with the sacred will surely not render one weak. This armor is truly formidable. I have no doubt that supernatural beast is doomed, declared Huang Rong, her astonishment palpable as she observed the flame dragon armor in the world of the legend of the Condor heroes. The heavenly Tao is not a benevolent force. That I advise you not to be beguiled by its facade. When we reconstruct the heavenly Tao, we shall undoubtedly lead you all toward genuine happiness, proclaimed Pai Zilong from the world of gods and demons, seething with indignation upon recognizing the armored warriors as embodiments of the heavenly Tao. Such words cannot be taken lightly. Our world is distinct from yours. Have you not seen that in their realm, the heavenly Tao primarily seeks peace? When confronting insurmountable foes, it aids humanity. Our world too shall witness such a heavenly Tao in due course. That day is not far off. Trust me, replied Qin Tian, his eyes gleaming with hope as he surveyed the armored warriors, believing that his world's heavenly Tao would eventually transform into one that prioritizes the well-being of all beings. Qin Tian speaks the truth. We must not judge other worlds' heavenly Taos through the lens of our own. Even if the armored warrior's heavenly Tao possesses consciousness, it still dedicates itself to safeguarding peace. This indicates that the corruption lies not in its sentience, but rather in its inherent nature. Upon hearing these words, Pai Zilong fell silent, acknowledging the truth in their statements that it was indeed the heavenly Tao of his world that had become corrupted, not that of others. Evidently, although they are all manifestations of the heavenly Tao, their essences diverge significantly. Other realms' heavenly Tao center around the well-being of sentient beings, while his revolves around self-interest. Just wait. The plan is nearing fruition, and a new heavenly Tao shall soon emerge, murmured a skeletal figure, a ghostly lord intent on annihilating the heavenly Tao, as he gazed longingly at the armored warrior's heavenly Tao before vanishing from sight. Fascinating! Although the armored warrior's heavenly Tao is feeble, it is willing to protect sentient beings, unlike this heavenly Tao that regards them as mere sustenance. It truly deserves obliteration, mused the demon lord, seated upon a lofty throne. Wow, what a powerful individual, intent on destroying the heavenly Tao. I hope there will be a live broadcast of that moment. I would love to witness the grandeur of such a figure, exclaimed Nye Xiaoqian. Impressive. You dare to confront the heavenly Tao. You are the first of your kind, praised Ji Gong, while the first emperor nodded in agreement. Instantly, the myriad realm's powerful beings erupted with excitement, realizing that they had not erred. Indeed, someone was poised to challenge the heavenly Tao. Such individuals could either be boastful or possess immense strength, and it appeared the latter was true. Truly, this is the myriad realms. There is no shortage of extraordinary events. Even a confrontation with the heavenly Tao. How intriguing! In the realm of Journey to the West, in the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor inquired of the venerable Tai by Jin Xing. What is your perspective on this matter? Speak freely, your majesty. In my humble opinion, this world is undoubtedly immensely powerful. Otherwise, how could they dare? Tai by Jin Xing gestured toward the heavens, prompting an understanding silence among the onlookers. Simultaneously, the supernatural beast was sealed by the flame dragon armor, and the spectators watched the video with rapt attention. Such leisurely days are quite delightful. I have never enjoyed such privileges before, simply watching videos while contemplating Qin Tian's endeavors, remarked by Shi. Indeed, if only we had some sunflower seeds. It would feel like watching an entertaining show that if I weren't aware that this villa belongs to my world, I would already be contemplating where to flee, mused Huang Rong. Isn't it curious why there seem to be more beings on Earth? Many of the videos we've seen pertain to events on Earth, pondered the little dragon maiden. Need you ask? Everyone knows that our Yin Huang clan is undaunted by the powerful, thriving on perseverance, which has fortified our Earth. Yiwan, meanwhile, within the vast realm of Shenzhou, atop the Yanhuang Peak, it had been several centuries since the immortal Qing had entered seclusion. On this day, the myriad worlds bore witness to a cosmic upheaval, where the sun and moon reversed their courses and the balance of yin and yang was disrupted. The entirety of Shenzhou was adorned with blooming golden lotuses, and ethereal melodies resounded, accompanied by a gentle spiritual rain that descended from the heavens, falling upon the mortal emperors below. Some who were grievously wounded, as well as those of lesser cultivation, found themselves miraculously healed and transcending their limitations. Many cultivators, previously stymied in their progress, sensed the opportunity to break through their bottlenecks, feeling the transformative shift within Shenzhou, while some remained bewildered, believing it to be a divine blessing that alleviated their ailments and sharpened their senses. Only the most powerful cultivators understood that all of this was orchestrated by the esteemed immortal sovereign. It was the immortal sovereign who had fully integrated the 3,000 laws of the universe into Shenzhou, enhancing the realm's foundation and thus precipitating such extraordinary phenomena. Thank you, immortal sovereign. We would gladly face death in your service. A supreme being knelt towards Yin Huang, gratitude gleaming in his eyes. He was a holy master, having ascended to this rank for 5 epochs, yet had remained stagnant, believing he would never have the chance to reach the exalted realm of the Supreme. However, with the merging of the laws, hope for breakthrough now flickered before him. The bottleneck at the peak of his holy master stage had begun to loosen, and it would not be long before he transcended, becoming a revered figure of immense strength. Thank you, heavens. Thank you, heavens. In a humble village, a 20-year-old man, tears streaming down his face, knelt before the sky, expressing his gratitude. Ever since he had broken his leg, he had been confined to his bed. Reliant on his wife for all his needs, he had witnessed her unwavering devotion over the years and often pondered the meaning of his existence, contemplating that perhaps death would erase all his troubles. Yet his wife seemed to sense his despair and stayed by his side. That on this day, a golden lotus descended upon him, and he felt a tingling sensation in his legs, soon realizing that he had regained feeling and could move. For the first time, he experienced the joy of mobility, all thanks to the lotus in the sky. Ha! I can cultivate now. Mother and father, your son can cultivate. Once I achieve mastery, I shall annihilate the Xiao clan to avenge you. A golden lotus landed upon him, and a 13 or 14-year-old boy, having just begun his cultivation journey, laughed heartily before dashing off into the distance. Though weak and unable to contend with the Xiao clan, he resolved to plan his strategy carefully. The golden lotuses and spiritual rain continued for days, igniting a fervor for cultivation throughout Shenzhou. Today, one broke through. Tomorrow, another would follow. What a bustling scene it was. Simultaneously, as the 3,000 laws were integrated into Shenzhou, Qin and his companions awakened from their meditative states. Chapter 45. What would you do with armor? Having spent time comprehending the laws atop Yanhuang Peak, their cultivation surged immensely. Though they had not yet broken into the realm of semi-mortals, they felt themselves drawing closer to true immortality. They sensed they could easily surpass their former selves. That I once believed I had reached the zenith of my cultivation within the semi-immortal realm. Yet after comprehending the laws, I have made such significant progress. Could it be that I was merely practicing false immortality? Qin jested. He then exited the hall and, seeing Qin Tian nearby, clasped his fists in respect. Immortal sovereign. Now he felt the depth of the immortal sovereign's power was unfathomable. Years ago, he had single-handedly vanquished 9 semi-immortals and even slain an immortal while still in the semi-immortal state. Although Qin had made strides, he knew he would still falter against a true immortal. How was your retreat? Qin Tian inquired with a smile, sensing Qin's aura had grown considerably stronger. Replying to the immortal sovereign, this retreat has been exceedingly fruitful. Should another opportunity arise, I feel it may be possible to breach the immortal realm. Who would have thought this old man would glimpse the path to immortality in his lifetime? Truly, it is the immortal sovereign's blessing. Qin approached Qin Tian, bowing respectfully, recalling the immortal sovereign's words about not needing to bow down. Immortal sovereign, I have now advanced to the late semi-immortal stage. I believe I could defeat my previous self tenfold. The Xiang Immortal entered, gazing at the figures enveloped in the essence of the laws, their astonishment evident. Even after his retreat, he could not discern Qin Tian's appearance, indicating that Qin Tian's cultivation had surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. Please take a seat. I have traveled to other worlds to prepare the laws for incorporation, enhancing the foundation of our realm. You must all cultivate diligently. Qin Tian gestured to the seated semi-immortals. Really? That's wonderful. With such an opportunity, I might just break through my current limitations. Thank you, immortal sovereign, semi-immortal, longing for the sun, exclaimed. She was the Tianyang semi-immortal, one of the top 5 among her peers, specializing in solar laws. Tianyang semi-immortal, do take a look at the recent worlds connected to the sun, that if you observe closely, you may glean valuable insights. Luo Li, semi-immortal, pointed at the videos in the sky, smiling at Tianyang semi-immortal. Both were women, yet their cultivation prowess was astounding. Hurry and cultivate. I have a premonition that we may soon confront the myriad worlds. Your responsibilities will be significant, and it should not be long before this happens. Once the rankings of the myriad worlds are complete, it will likely commence, Qin Tian warned, contemplating the future of his companions, ensuring they were prepared for the challenges ahead. We shall not disappoint the immortal sovereign's expectations. The semi-immortals, who had previously been smiling, now wore serious expressions, recognizing the gravity of their responsibilities and the necessity of their diligence in cultivation. This black rhino armor is rather impressive, isn't it? Who would like to take a shot at them for me? Zhang Wuji declared, feeling quite dashing. Of course, it's impressive. Did you not see that grand move? Black rhino armor and the meteoric spear's torrent strike, shattering demons with a cascade of fury, like a mirror reflecting water. Just listen to how smoothly it rolls off the tongue. Hermione chimed in, captivated by the elegance of the words and the allure of the armor. This black rhino armor is certainly extraordinary. Though it may not rival the fire dragon armor, its defensive capabilities are unparalleled in the realm, which speaks volumes about its necessity, a player from King of Glory remarked, as the powerful began to discuss their admiration for the armor. Speaking of which, if you possessed such armor, what would you do? Xiao Feng pondered aloud. If I had such armor, I could protect the people of Song from the Mongolian slaughter. Guo Jing exclaimed, casting a worried glance at the densely packed Mongolian forces before him in Xianyang City. With such armor, I, Zhang Wuji, would never allow the 6 major sects to force my parents to their deaths. I would make them pay in blood. Zhang Wuji declared vehemently. That scoundrel is still alive. Where are the 6 major sects? We must seek him out for Xie whereabouts, He Taichong shouted. Ba, such words ring true. Xie has committed numerous atrocities and must be dealt with for the sake of the martial world. The Shaolin abbot added solemnly. You hypocrites, hiding behind a facade while committing evil, Zhang Wuji retorted, feeling increasingly disheartened as he read the comments. Realizing his mere participation had drawn unwanted attention, it seemed wise to retreat from this place. This armor is merely mediocre, far inferior to my battle-armored Tiomi. It is nothing but refuse. The undying king and Lan scoffed in the perfect world, dismissing it with disdain to him. It was just a piece of broken armor claiming to be the strongest in defense. His red-peaked spear could shatter any defense. What a ridiculous joke. The other undying kings from the foreign realm silently observed in Lan's arrogance, knowing that there was little they could do to intervene or influence the situation. However, it seems the martial prowess in this world has yet to be fully unleashed. It is all about the armor. Why is that? Huang Rong gazed with concern upon the fallen human, pondering the absence of any law enforcement presence. What could be the reason for this? Had they perhaps abandoned their efforts? Surely not, for every life is invaluable. It seems to me that the locations of these monstrous appearances are entirely random. The police cannot be expected to linger in anticipation of an alarm, as the beasts would have long since fled. Moreover, the armored warriors possess the ability to teleport, and with their transformation devices, they remain unscathed. De Gu observed that without a transformation device, teleportation is utterly impossible. Even after the skirmish, the police might not arrive in time. Wouldn't you agree? It can only be said that the armored warriors operate in a manner that defies the ordinary. leaving mere mortals incapable of comparison. That I concur with Degu's assessment. At times, circumstances are indeed beyond one's control. That'll be why the time authorities arrive, the criminals have vanished without a trace, leaving one to grapple with the impossibility of capturing mere shadows. Demon Emperor Zhang Xiling noted that these locations are scarcely monitored by the so-called heavenly. I doubt if a crime were to occur, tracing it would be exceedingly difficult, as the beasts likely carry devices that interfere with such surveillance. Chapter 46. Why have law enforcers in armor been so rarely seen? Meanwhile, back on Earth in the realm of the mystics, Zhang Xiling sat composedly in a noodle shop, savoring a bowl of Yangchun noodles while gazing at a screen visible only to himself, where he posted a comment that, in this world, only those with extraordinary powers can disrupt the function of the heavenly eye, essentially a surveillance camera. Some formidable beings, while walking beneath its gaze, appear unrecorded, as if they do not exist at all. This phenomenon is a result of their supernatural abilities or techniques, creating an alternate magnetic field. Within this magnetic field, the surrounding objects and entities remain unaffected, though human eyes perceive nothing, much akin to the common invisibility techniques found in the realm of cultivation. Furthermore, as they engage in battles daily, the absence of police presence is hardly surprising, as these individuals have grown accustomed to the situation or have been advised to prioritize their safety and avoid unnecessary confrontations. The police in the world of the armored warriors are quite commendable, imposing no burden on others. Indeed, there's merit to the Demon Emperor's words. Observe how each of those superpowered beasts possesses formidable strength, rendering ordinary mortals no match for them. Even if they arrive early, it would merely be a futile sacrifice. The armored warriors, however, utilize their teleportation technology. What was it called again? A satellite, perhaps. Bai Sujin remarked that it is akin to celestial techniques, allowing one to teleport vast distances in an instant. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to traverse such distances, despite the existence of aircraft and automobiles in the world of Bainangzi. Bai Sujin watched the commentary with keen interest, having meticulously analyzed the intricacies of this realm. The Flame Dragon armor, for instance, favored motorcycle riding, boasting speed that surpassed even that of a BMW. While it may not rival the swiftness of these cultivators, it is still impressive. In this world, the law enforcers can manage petty thieves without much trouble, as they are unlikely to face overwhelming challenges. However, when confronting martial arts masters, they must call upon the elite from the Six Doors. In dealing with specific demons and monsters, they would either seek the assistance of monks or skilled Taoists, or rely on kind-hearted cultivators. To send ordinary enforcers after demons is akin to sending countless lives to their doom, a futile endeavor. Bai Sujin understood well why there were no police attempting to apprehend criminals in the world of the armored warriors. The descendants of Wuxing village possess no extraordinary powers, save for their ability to transform into armored warriors. Indeed, they speak the truth. In such a world, even if law enforcers wish to take action against the superpowered beasts, they would find themselves utterly powerless. It is evident from their words that they have refrained from intervening, perhaps having tried and found themselves incapable, ultimately leaving the matter to those in armor. Why Ewan opined that it is not a matter of unwillingness to act, but rather an acknowledgement of their inability to prevail. How could these ordinary folks stand a chance against such formidable foes? Surely, some have been taken for study, only to discover that these beings are not malevolent, and thus entrusted their powers to the armored warrior team. In the meantime, in the realm of the great sovereign, within the endless fire domain, Xiao Yan had just attained the title of Heavenly Sovereign. Recently, he had vanquished a host of invading enemies, including powerful heavenly sovereigns, and his notoriety surged throughout the realm. Nearly everyone became aware of his existence. After dealing with his adversaries, Xiao Yan turned his attention to the forum and videos in the sky, exhilarated to see the armored warriors he had cherished in his youth. Indeed, the armored warriors remain as formidable as ever. Their strength likely rivals that of the great sovereign. As he observed the Emperor armor clashing with the Shadow Emperor, he mused that he still had a considerable distance to cover to reach such strength, undoubtedly surpassing that of the celestial grade Heavenly Sovereign. With his knowledge of national affairs from his previous life, he understood that no nation would unleash such dangerous, superpowered beasts upon its own people. They must have long been aware of the secrets of Wuxing Village and entrusted their guardianship to those capable. Only mysterious powers that can contend with superpowered beasts. Alas, I've stated time and again. Only magic can counter magic. Similarly, only light can vanquish darkness, and only the armored warriors can confront these formidable beasts. In the world of Jackie Chan adventures, in Grandpa's antique shop, he adjusted his glasses to peer at the questions hovering above. Observing the armored warriors, which resembled those from his own world, he contemplated the 8 deities and 8 demons, as well as his old nemesis, the Holy Master. These beings could only be defeated through magic. They are impervious to death, as even if their physical forms are destroyed, their souls remain, allowing for resurrection. Moreover, there exists a law. When one demon is defeated, a more powerful one emerges in its stead. For instance, the demon dragon that absorbed the essences of the 8 great demons would have annihilated the world had it not been for the intervention of the Holy Master, resulting in their mutual demise and banishment to the underworld. "Tomorrow, I wish to go to the amusement park," exclaimed little Jade, bouncing over to Grandpa. She too could see the commentary, having noted his remarks, aside from noticing Jackie Chan's superior combat prowess. Jackie Chan. "I am here, Grandpa. Tomorrow, take little Jade to the amusement park?" "Oh, Grandpa, why are you hitting me? Also, we're running low on magic-making supplies. Remember to pick some up tomorrow." "You know what we need?" Grandpa adjusted his antiquated glasses and instructed Jackie Chan, who promptly nodded in understanding. "Very well. I comprehend now. Only magic can defeat magic. In other words, only extraordinary powers can contend with extraordinary powers." Huang Rong, rubbing her wrists, beamed at the commentary above, finally grasping the reason for the lack of law enforcement presence. It became clear that only powers of equal caliber could engage in mutual confrontation. This moment, the video progressed to the point where the tyrant was vanquished, but in his final moments. He entrusted the Earth Shadow Stone to Qin, preventing such a treasure from falling into the hands of the superpowered beasts, a commendable realization. Thankfully, this old fellow ultimately made a correct decision, refraining from handing the Earth Shadow Stone over to the Shadow 5 Guardians. Otherwise, one of the Wuxing armors would have been lost, and no one could predict the consequences that would ensue. Tu Shanyaya, the little fox, harbored great affection for the armored warriors and wished fervently that they not be exploited by malevolent forces. Had the tyrant not witnessed his transformation into an armored warrior, none would have suspected his deep-seated lineage as a descendant of the Earth Shadow Village. Though his strength was somewhat lacking, and his intellect appeared somewhat dull, it was rather foolish for so long to remain unaware that his loyal subordinates were, in fact, spies from another faction. This old man nearly succumbed to the machinations of these infiltrators. Had I been in his position, I would have likely been driven to madness. Whitebeard observed the armored warriors and found his own world's divine armaments suddenly lacking allure. He yearned to transform into an armored warrior and inherit the power of light. Naruto Uzumaki interjected, "You should give a rest. If you can't even stabilize Sakura, dreaming of becoming light is rather unrealistic." Uchiha Madara remarked, Chapter 47, Researching Armored Warriors and Forging an Armored Legion. Naruto Uzumaki, Your Majesty, it seems we too could potentially devise our own armored warriors, harnessing the power of light combined with the 5 elements to create armor. The heavenly path in our world is immensely powerful. Should we channel its energy into radiant armor, success may not be beyond our grasp. Within the grand expanse of Shenzhou, the radiant figure known as Tianyang Banshun gazed contemplatively for an extended period. Eventually, she turned, her enchanting eyes fixated upon Qin Tian as she articulated with deliberate precision. As a practitioner of the solar principle, her prowess rendered her invincible among her peers in the same domain. She had seamlessly integrated the essence of the solar principle into her very being, standing on the cusp of transcending into a celestial realm. She sensed that the might of the 5 elements armor forged from solar energy rivaled that of formidable beings at the Saint Lord level. If she could mass-produce such armor, it would yield an army of armored warriors. Had not the esteemed celestial sovereign indicated that a dimensional war would soon commence? With such armor, their faction might witness a significant influx of powerful allies. Beyond the sons of the Shenzhou realm, other sons could be summoned at will. Yet, this undertaking was entrusted to you. However, The armor produced might not attain the level of a Saint Lord. Achieving the status of a venerable would suffice. For beings of our caliber cannot be replicated in abundance. Nevertheless, some armors can be, and you shall soon understand that this 5 elements armor could benefit from optimization. Qin Tian pondered briefly, even conjuring an armor within his consciousness to assess its potential, only to discover it could merely reach the Saint Lord leveled. He then addressed Tianyang Banshin, noting that the strength of the Tao of Heaven was roughly equivalent to that of Saint Lord, thus rendering the armor's limitations understandable. In the realm of Shinjo, attaining the Saint Lord level equates to parity with the Tao of Heaven, while the Supreme transcends the Tao, and both Banshin and Xian are truly invincible. Reigning over all realms, To forge armor using the power of the Tao of Heaven is inferior to employing one's own energies. Qin Tian held little regard for external forces, preferring to rely on his innate strength. His acquiescence to Tianyang Banshin's request stemmed from nostalgic memories of his youth, and he could hardly refuse the allure of childhood artifacts. Were mass production feasible, he would opt for the subsequent Xingtian armor and other such artifices like the Thunder Yatalis. Esteemed Immortal, I shall take my leave first to seek a celestial body and test the armor's efficacy, Tianyang Banshin declared, vanishing from the celestial hall. The others, unfazed, continued to observe the video and forum. Sensing an absence of contention, as the atmosphere had grown eerily tranquil, leaving them somewhat discomfited, the power of the armor appeared formidable, yet the Shadow Emperor seemed equally impressive. Whoosh! At an indeterminate distance from a Shinjo realm, a figure materialized, clad in a flowing crimson gown, her long hair billowing in the wind, adorned with a resplendent solar blossom upon her forehead. Tianyang Banshin herself. She surveyed the cosmos beneath her, the energies contained within it approaching the level of a venerable, aligning closely with her intended destination, prompting her to nod in approval. Her exquisite gaze fell upon a colossal fireball, a sun measuring a staggering billion light-years in diameter. With grace, Tianyang Banshin extended her delicate hand toward the sun. In an instant, her alabaster hand traversed billions of light-years, alighting upon the sun's surface, where temperatures soared to an unfathomable billion degrees. 1 dragon degree equals 100 million degrees, sufficient to incinerate anything that dared approach. Yet, her hand remained impervious, exuding an aura of invincibility that stirred awe among onlookers. What tremendous power! With a gentle exhalation, Tianyang Banshin uttered a single word, and a massive sun surged forth as if a river in full flow, channeling its energies toward her outstretched hand, reminiscent of a child returning home, brimming with glee. The mastery of the solar and fire principles made Tianyang Banshin akin to a maternal figure to these sons, which resembled her offspring. Simultaneously, powerful cultivators within this universe bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle, their revered son being grasped by her delicate hand, its energies flowing into her palm. Other cultivators and mortals, though unable to discern the specifics, beheld the tumultuous flames surging toward her, akin to children returning home, gathering strength in her grasp. Employing her celestial power, Tianyang Banshin refined the energy into a radiant crystal, roughly the size of an infant's head. Observing this, she paused, and the sun, now somewhat displeased, returned to a state of tranquility. In response to the diminished strength of the sun, she conjured a fiery red fruit from her hand and cast it toward the sun's core, instantly revitalizing its life force, rendering it even more formidable, thereby enhancing the strength of the entire universe. Satisfied, Tianyang Banshin nodded. She then traversed to another realm, a world engulfed in ceaseless flames, devoid of human presence, inhabited solely by fire element divine beasts and monsters. With a swift motion, she grasped a colossal crimson dragon, measuring thousands of feet in length. The bewildered little dragon gazed at Tianyang Banshin with wide, innocent eyes, as if questioning her motives. It longed to plead for mercy, but, sensing her overwhelming presence, fell silent, recognizing that even the mightiest of its kind could not contend with a being of her caliber. Do not fear, little one. This encounter is a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon you, Tianyang Banshin assured, perceiving the dragon's unease. Esteemed Immortal, I am at your service. I shall brave any peril, no matter how daunting. the little dragon exclaimed, its countenance brightening with hope, its gaze fixed upon the heavenly flame leaf, fearing it might all be a mere dream. "This is for you to consume." Tianyang Banshan revealed a palm-sized leaf radiating with the essence of divine flames. The little fire dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. Had the immortal truly bestowed such a treasure upon it? Is this truly the heavenly fire leaf? "You jest not," the little dragon stammered, realizing this leaf, rich in the world's fire principles, was an unparalleled treasure for a fire element divine beast, promising a breakthrough into the venerable realm and an enhancement of its innate qualities. Determined, the little fire dragon resolved to serve the immortal in any capacity, should she request it. Tianyang Banshan nodded, nearly causing the little dragon to faint from elation. "Once you break through, simply infuse a trace of your dragon soul into this crystal. Enough talk, hasten your breakthrough. And do not waste my time," she declared impatiently, shoving the heavenly fire leaf into the dragon's mouth, knowing that such a fortuitous gift was not meant for it in the first place. While Tianyang Banshan recognized the heavenly fire leaf held little value to her, it was a coveted treasure among fire element divine beasts, rivaled only by the celestial sovereign's ability to create such wonders. Suddenly, a storm of calamity clouds enveloped the sky, stretching for billions of kilometers. Tianyang Banshan deposited the little fire dragon in a desolate area, the ominous clouds looming above, knowing they posed no threat to her. "Ha! I have ascended. I have broken through." The little fire dragon rejoiced as the heavenly fire leaf melded with its essence, elevating its cultivation to the venerable realm while enhancing its innate gifts. Yet, amidst its jubilation, a colossal bolt of lightning struck down upon its massive form, rendering it momentarily dazed. "What a treacherous ambush!" it exclaimed as relentless lightning cascaded upon it, the storm's fury unrelenting. "Tao of heaven, you shall pay for this," the little dragon roared, enduring the tempest for years, ultimately acclimating to the relentless trials of lightning. Whoosh! Immortal! As the thunder dispersed, Tianyang the half-immortal materialized beside it. The little fire dragon promptly spoke with deference, aware that its swift passage through tribulation was largely due to that single leaf of heavenly fire. "Very well. Separate your dragon soul into 300 portions and place them into this box." 300 portions? Is that not a tad excessive? "Fear not. Once the task is accomplished, you shall not be left wanting." 3 hours later, Tianyang the half-immortal departed from the realm of endless flames, journeying to another location, the renowned Armory Hall of the Divine Continent, presided over by another half-immortal. Upon learning that it was a request from Qin Tian, the master wasted no time and personally forged 5 sets of armor summons. Subsequently, Tianyang the half-immortal acquired 59 additional armor summons from various other artisans, totaling 300. She then infused dragon souls into 60 of those fire attribute armors. After an arduous effort spanning 81 days, the 60 sets of armor were finally completed. Tianyang the half-immortal gazed upon the most formidable flame dragon armor in her possession and stepped outside. "Thank you for your efforts, Xianqing half-immortal." Tianyang the half-immortal bowed respectfully. "What are you saying? It is my fortune to serve the esteemed immortal lord. I too wish to witness the might of the 5 elements armor from our divine continent." "How could I speak of burden?" Swan Kingzi waved his hand, a glimmer of admiration flashing his eyes at the mention of Qin Tian. In merely 100,000 years, Qin Tian had ascended to immortality, even vanquishing a previous immortal. Swan Kingzi had lived through countless epochs and was still but a half-immortal. Since that is the case, let us dispense with pleasantries. Xianqing half-immortal is well aware of the forces that threaten a region. I shall test the power of the armor against them, Tianyang the half-immortal inquired, knowing she would discover the answer she sought. Indeed, there exists a faction that bullies the weak and wreaks havoc, a group of cosmic pirates. They number around 3,000, with the weakest among them at the realm of cosmic sovereign and the strongest being a peak cosmic overlord. They typically do not act, and thus I have not interfered with them. If Tianyang the half-immortal wishes to experiment, she could seek them out. It would be just the right opportunity, Swan Kingzi remarked, and upon hearing this, Tianyang the half-immortal nodded, bidding farewell and rushing towards the location of the pirates. Brother, after robbing the Zhou family's cargo ship this time, will we not attract the attention of their powerful members? On a pirate ship spanning tens of thousands of miles, two slender pirates questioned their leader, who sat in the center, worry evident in their eyes. The Zhou family is no ordinary clan. Their strength far exceeds ours if they come seeking revenge, even if we are on the brink of becoming sovereigns. We cannot escape death. After all, the Zhou family is an immortal lineage, with a supreme being and two sovereigns among them. Third brother, you are far too timid, although the Zhou family is immensely powerful. They do not have a half-immortal station. As long as we keep a low profile, what can the Zhou family do to us? Relax, enjoy your food and drink, and if you fancy any of the women, simply take them back with you. Everything will be just fine. The pirate captain, Zhang Sanpeng, chuckled as he embraced two women they had just robbed, addressing his timid younger brother. His third brother was good at everything, save for his lack of courage. What of the Zhou family? Over the years, they had offended many immortal families and had not faced repercussions as long as they did not provoke half-immortals or those from the divine continent. They could sleep soundly. What Zhang Sanpeng did not realize was that previously they had faced little consequence, for the Zhou family, being so vast, would not pursue minor thefts. However, on this day, the ship carried Zhou Xilan, the daughter of the Zhou family's patriarch, a being of sovereign realm. Upon hearing that his daughter had been kidnapped, the patriarch would be furious and would swiftly lead the family to seek vengeance. Having already devised a plan to deal with the pirates, bang! At that moment, the pirate ship shook violently, causing the entire vessel to tremble, which displeased the pirates. Damn it. What are you all doing? You can't even handle a ship properly. What are you even doing here? Brother, we are being attacked from outside. A pirate rushed in, panic-stricken. Hearing this, Zhang Sanpeng's anger flared. As pirates, we should instill fear in our enemies, not the other way around. Speak up. Who attacked us? Why are you trembling like a coward? You are a pirate. Remember, Zhang Sanpeng scolded his subordinate fiercely. It's the flame dragon armor attacking us. Flame dragon armor. Are you dreaming? That armor has not even a fraction of our power. Are you drunk or just foolish? No, brother, it truly is the flame dragon armor. Its power is terrifying. Damn it, third brother, come with me. I want to see which fool dares to wear armor and come looking for trouble with me. Do they think they are some kind of hero? Bah! With a massive sword in one hand and a prayer bead in the other, he disdainfully declared, before heading into the cosmos, as expected, just as his younger brother described. An armor resembling the flame dragon armor was assaulting their ship, looking even more formidable. Damn it, are you the one attacking my ship? No matter who you are today, your life ends here. Zhang Sanpeng pointed at the flame dragon armor. Scoffing, Chapter 49. The blazing bow. Do they think that donning some shabby armor allows them to be like those so-called armored warriors who punish evil and promote good? The Emperor armor and the Shadow Emperor from that other world would be mere trifles in comparison to him. A single flame dragon armor would not even match the prowess of his underlings. To dare attack his ship was tantamount to courting death. He believed the cosmic pirates were not to be trifled with. Today, he would teach these fame-seeking youngsters why they were called pirates. Zhang Sanpeng had assumed that the flame dragon armor was merely a display of power crafted by some noble family's young master, seeking to flaunt their might and gain notoriety. Little did he know that this armor was crafted by Tian, the half-immortal, using the essence of the sun, with power capable of obliterating both the dark and light universes in the realm of armored warriors. It was a force that could rival lower-tier sovereigns, and any mere overlord encountering the fully powered flame dragon armor would be obliterated instantly. In the vicinity of the cosmic pirates, Tian, the half-immortal, stood in the void, quietly observing whether the armor's power would meet her expectations. Others were entirely oblivious to her presence, as this armor summoner was merely a fragment of her being. You go and destroy that armor. And do not kill the summoner. I want to see which young master has the audacity to cause trouble for us cosmic pirates. Zhang Sanpeng commanded one of his subordinates with a fierce glare. This subordinate was the weakest among the cosmic pirates, and, upon hearing the captain's orders, did not dare to hesitate, knowing that those who had previously disregarded orders had likely vanished into oblivion. He promptly nodded and rushed towards the armored warrior outside the ship. Who dares to disturb this pirate's business? Do they think watching television makes them a great fool? I suggest you disengage and return with me. Otherwise, once I smash that pile of scrap metal, you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy." Arriving within 500,000 miles of the armored warrior, the subordinate spoke dismissively. He was aware of the realms involved, and he had previously felt the power of the armored warriors in that video. The most formidable Emperor armor was leagues below him, and it would be no exaggeration to say that he could crush it with a single finger. Blazing bow. Just as he was about to speak further, a slightly mechanical voice resonated throughout the cosmos. Suddenly, a fire-red bow appeared in the hands of the flame dragon armor, drawing in the surrounding fire attribute energy. Centered around the flame dragon armor, the space within a radius of 100,000 miles was enveloped in a layer of crimson energy. Then, a fire-red arrow, spanning tens of thousands of miles, was launched from the blazing bow, piercing through the vast distance and striking directly at the pirate's chest. The younger brother also sensed the formidable power contained within that arrow and immediately drew his weapon, placing it horizontally across his chest, fiercely cleaving downward. Beneath this strike, an immense star before him was reduced to mere dust, yet the moment it collided with the arrow, it was shattered. The arrow continued its relentless trajectory towards him, a glint of fierce determination flashing in the pirate's eyes as he positioned his sword in front and swiftly maneuvered to the side. Boom! The sword held for but a breath before being obliterated by the sword energy. Yet that moment was sufficient for the pirate to shift his form slightly. Whoosh! The crimson arrow obliterated a significant portion of the pirate's body, then struck a colossal, uninhabited star millions of kilometers away, causing it to shatter into fragments scattered across the cosmos. Just as the pirate believed he had narrowly escaped calamity, another fire-red arrow hurtled toward him, had a flicker of terror across his eyes as a singular thought echoed in his mind. My life is forfeit. After that, he felt nothing more that a being capable of commanding respect in the vast cosmos met his demise at the hands of an unassuming arrow, leaving the surrounding pirates wide-eyed in disbelief. They had encountered the flame dragon armor before. To them, it was akin to a child's toy. Yet now, this supposed toy had reduced their comrade to ashes, annihilating his very soul, and even shattered a massive star into pieces. This was surely comparable to their elder brother, Zhang Sanpeng, right? The pirates glanced between Zhang Sanpeng and the armored warrior not far away, their minds racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhang Sanpeng, observing the pirates, found his own thoughts blank. How could the flame dragon armor be so different from what he had known? When did it possess such power? He realized that if he did not destroy this so-called flame dragon armor today, he would struggle to maintain control over his crew. From the realm of cosmic pirates, only those with formidable strength could lead. Any sign of weakness would invite usurpation. Lao San, you and Lao Er go test just what power this armor possesses. Zhang Sanpeng commanded Lao San and Lao Er, both of whom were early-stage sovereigns, figures who would be elders in many sections surely. Even if the armored warrior was strong, he could not possibly best two of them at once. Strength must have its limits. Lao San and Lao Er were no ordinary individuals. When they previously struck down a late-stage sovereign, it sent shockwaves throughout the universe, and many spoke of them with trepidation. Understood. We shall handle this armor. Lao Er rasped, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. To him, a single armor could at most reach the sovereign level. In tandem with Lao San, how could they not defeat a heap of scrap metal? How many punches do you think the second and third brothers will require to crush that armored warrior? I wager one punch. A pirate, relishing the spectacle, produced a crystal stone and declared to the gathering of pirates. A glimmer of excitement in his eyes. I bet 2 punches. This armored warrior appears no simple foe, so it should take the second and third brothers several blows. How could such a powerful armor be defeated by a mere punch? I am placing my bet on that. Makes sense? We'll all bet on that. As they traversed the cosmic expanse, Lao Er's form swelled, transforming into a colossal black wolf towering over 100,000 zhang. Its crimson eyes fixated on the flame dragon armor, its tongue flicking out to taste the it seemed to perceive a delectable morsel, for Lao Er was a dominant force in the universe. A deep space demon wolf, albeit a traitor of its kind who had joined the ranks of cosmic pirates. The Deep Space Demon Wolf clan possessed a keen sensitivity to treasures. It sensed a fire-attributed treasure emanating from the flame dragon armor. akin to celestial fire leaves, priceless to certain races in the universe that if he could seize it, he would be free to roam as he pleased in the future. Thus, they proclaimed their intentions to loot the corpse, never imagining that their coveted prize would be a half-immortal, nor could they fathom the armor's might surpassing their wildest expectations. Boom! Upon witnessing the deep space demon wolf, the third brother also transformed, matching its size, exuding a power that nearly obliterated weaker races in the universe. Chapter 50. One strike to annihilate a sovereign. The third brother of the pirates was no mere creature, either. His true form was a cat demon with 18 tails, each adorned with a distinct head, be it a rabbit, a lion, or a serpent. This clan was well known throughout the cosmos, often envied by many races. Each head on the tails signified a member of a race that had met a tragic end, and the cat demon clan would not indiscriminately slay any race. They only targeted those under the protection of a sovereign, with bloodlines tracing back to that sovereign. Each cat demon was not only astute but also powerful. Though often hunted, they remained safe due to the presence of a peak sovereign among them, rendering their extermination impossible. The cat demon clan never provoked half-immortal races, nor did they consume humans, for the bloodline of humans was deemed ineffective for consumption. Once, a cat demon of sovereign level, disregarding this wisdom, captured and killed the grandchild of a half-immortal peak expert, inciting the latter's wrath. The half-immortal personally descended upon the once mighty cat demon clan, nearly annihilating IT that time. The cat demon clan boasted a half-immortal among their ranks. But under the might of that human race's expert, they could not endure long and were swiftly defeated. The cat demon that had captured the human's grandchild ultimately discovered, after extensive research, that it could not replicate the human's innate gifts, leading to its untimely demise from frustration. However, the human expert did not relent. He annihilated countless cat demons, leaving only one exceptionally adept at escape, who became the last remaining supreme being of the clan. Law of heaven and earth. At that moment, the flame dragon armor, not far away, uttered these 4 words, its form expanding to match that of the 2 beastly figures, then gazing upon them. What is this? I've watched so many videos and never once did I see this flame dragon armor perform such a feat. Director, I must report this. Someone is cheating, a pirate exclaimed, taken aback by the now giant flame dragon armor. Stop your nonsense. This is clearly a power added by a strong individual from our world. This is not some bizarre realm of armored warriors. This flame dragon armor was indeed in proximity to the cosmic pirates. Unbeknownst to him, his daughter, Lanner, might be in peril. This man was none other than Zhou Tianhai, father of Zhou Xilan. Upon noticing the unfolding events, he was momentarily stunned, then realized his daughter was still unaware of her fate and rushed forward, only to find himself blocked by a formidable force. Panic gripped him. His cultivation was at the late stage of sovereign, just a step away from the peak, yet he was held at bay by an energy barrier. As he prepared to unleash his grand technique to breach the barrier, he sensed a half-immortal's power emanating from it and immediately refrained from action. He feared provoking the unknown half-immortal, although his daughter was of great importance. She could be sacrificed for the greater good of the Zhou family. After all, the greater picture must be prioritized, and his family, if necessary, could be sacrificed. That a wolf's howl echoed as the colossal deep space demon wolf, its eyes shifting, lunged toward the flame dragon armor. The cat demon, witnessing this, was not to be outdone. Its head morphed into that of a blood-red lion, the very beast it had once slain in the blood domain, immensely powerful, rivaling the deep space demon wolf in strength. As the 2 colossal creatures charged forward, the flame dragon armor exhibited no signs of panic. With a swift motion, the blazing bow in its grasp transformed into a magnificent blade of fire, measuring tens of thousands of zhang in length, radiating an aura that instantly subdued many of the surrounding pirates with lesser cultivation. Licks of flame surged forth from the massive sword, igniting nearby celestial bodies that came into contact with its fire. This formidable blade, forged from the true fire of the sun and the divine metal Tianyang, possessed remarkable power. With a thunderous clash, the deep space demon wolf's enormous claws lunged towards the chest of the flame dragon armor, which did not flinch or evade. directly absorbing the blow. In retaliation, the fiery blade descended mercilessly upon the demon wolf, sending a massive chunk of flesh flying, while a pool of dark green blood, the size of a lake, gushed forth from the beast. As the demon wolf's eyes shifted, the wound began to heal, only for a flicker of crimson flame to emerge at the sight, halting the regeneration. Observing this, the demon wolf's eyes glinted with malevolence as it extended its massive claw to excise the piece of flesh, allowing the wound to finally close, though it seemed as if an eternity had passed. In reality, only a fleeting moment had elapsed. Meanwhile, the shape-shifting cat demon pounced, opening its gaping maw to bite down on the head of the flame dragon armor. The force emanating from its mouth was such that even beings of the average sovereign realm would struggle to withstand it. Zen Seal, at that moment, three colorless voices resonated in the ears of all present, subsequently immobilizing the pirates, including Zhang Sanpeng, as well as the cat demon, whose eyes continued to whirl, indicating its partial resistance to the immobilization. This, manipulating the laws of time and space. How could this be possible? Exclaimed Zhou Tianhai, standing outside the energy barrier, astonished. He too possessed similar capabilities, yet to halt time was beyond his reach. Such power belonged only to celestial beings. Unbeknownst to him, the flame dragon armor harnessed solar power, which was a part of the universe, thereby granting it the ability to manipulate time and space, an ability that was perfectly normal, considering the limits of the Tao of Heaven's power. However, while he could wield such powers, others could not. Wrathful dragon strikes the heavens. Once freed from its constraints, the flame dragon armor wielded its enormous blade and struck fiercely at the two demon beasts, summoning forth a fire-red divine dragon of immense size that collided directly with the immobilized creatures. With a resounding boom, the two attacks clashed, transforming into two massive cards before the astonished eyes of all present. Am I seeing things? How could they transform into cards? They're not even beings synthesized from spirit stones. Indeed, if they were armored warriors, I could accept that, as our power could potentially replicate it. But in our world, there are no creatures that have been transformed into superpowered beasts by spirit stones. Why then do they also become cards? Yes, I just examined them. They are entirely native life forms. How could this happen? The pirates and onlookers expressed their shock, their eyes filled with dread toward the unknown, while a hint of fear flickered in Zhou Tianhai's gaze. Little did they know, when the flame dragon armor was crafted, the celestial being Tianyang had discovered a constraint. Under the guidance of the celestial being Xianqing, it had incorporated a mechanism that allowed defeated demon beasts to be transformed into card form, stored within the belt to augment the prowess of the armored warriors, striving to elevate them to the supreme level. Yet, to the onlookers, it was a different tale altogether, and she had no intention of elaborating, deeming them mere ants unworthy of her explanations. Chapter 51. The power of the armor. How dare you lay a hand on them, severing the left and right arms of Zhang Sanpeng. Today, I shall see if you, the armored warrior, can truly uphold justice. Zhang Sanpeng's eyes glinted coldly as he glared at the flame dragon armor, his aura shattering all celestial bodies within a radius of 5 million light years, obliterating entire races and leaving them with no chance for rebirth. Zhang Sanpeng suddenly found himself uncertain whether the flame dragon armor was a force for good or ill, had just witnessed his aura annihilate countless beings and celestial bodies. Yet the flame dragon armor had not retaliated. What could have caused it to refrain from striking? Was it possible that the flame dragon armor was not a champion of justice, but rather a combat weapon forged by some powerful faction? Contemplating this, his face blanched in horror. If this were the case, he was likely doomed today. With such a battle weapon at hand, it was plausible that the area was already sealed off, leaving him with no means of escape. Strange, why does Zhang Sanpeng's expression fluctuate so? Is he perhaps wary of something? I hope Zur is safe. Otherwise, this universe would have no reason to exist, Zhou Tianhai murmured, casting a concerned glance at Zhang Sanpeng. I will fight you. Gripping a 9-ringed back knife, Zhang Sanpeng charged towards the flame dragon armor, his eyes flashing with determination that a blade of energy capable of cleaving through a small universe erupted from his weapon. Hurtling toward the flame dragon armor, the pirates trembled, sensing an overwhelming dread, yet they dared not voice their fears, helplessly watching the unfolding chaos. Great flame slash, a mechanical voice devoid of emotion reverberated through the atmosphere as an enormous flaming blade was unleashed, while columns of flame surged toward Zhang Sanping. The two attacks, colliding at speeds exceeding that of light, produced an explosion whose brilliance illuminated the entire cosmos, even casting light into the eternal darkness of hell. Many races believed it to be the end of the world, lost and bewildered. With a resounding crash, a somewhat rotund figure was propelled away from the center of the conflict, colliding with and obliterating numerous stars along the way, disrupting the cosmic order in the aftermath of their clash. The shockwave radiated outward but dissipated after ravaging 5 million light-years, leaving no trace behind. The onlookers were baffled, but as a being of the Saint Lord realm, Zhou Tianhai recognized that a celestial being had intervened. This strike was no less potent than that of a Saint Lord. If left unchecked, it could annihilate at least 1/5 of the universe. Coughing violently, Zhang Sanping emerged from the core of a star with a diameter of 100 million light-years, his clothing utterly tattered and his wounds ghastly. The once mighty 9-ringed back knife had vanished, and his eyes now reflected defeat and unwillingness. How could this armor possess such overwhelming strength? I am on the brink of the Saint Lord realm, yet I could not withstand even this blow. Even if a Saint Lord were to strike, I would have confidence in enduring at least 1 or 2 blows. To perish at the hands of this armor is not a waste of my life. Zhang Sanping muttered, spitting blood once more. His condition was dire. His organs had been ravaged by the flame's principles, and even at the peak of the sovereign realm, escape was futile unless a celestial being intervened. Yet he had no ties to such beings. It was improbable that anyone would come to his aid. Sealing slash. Zhang Sanping had initially hoped to glean some knowledge as a mere pawn, but all he received was a sealing slash in response. The unique aura from the Tao of heaven descended upon him, as if executing divine justice, and he met his end beneath the sealing slash. However, he did not transform into a card, for the celestial being Tianyang had deliberately designed the mechanism so that only beings from races other than humanity would undergo such a transformation. The flame dragon armor gazed down upon the charred remains floating in the cosmic void, retracting the fiery blade and retrieving the blazing bow. It raised the bow and unleashed a barrage of arrows at the bewildered pirates surrounding it. With their highest cultivation levels barely reaching the sovereign realm, the group of pirate minions stood no chance and fell instantly. After ensuring no one was overlooked, the celestial being Tianyang vanished from sight. And simultaneously, the flame dragon armor disappeared as well. Crack! A multitude of cultivators, who had previously been kept at bay, felt the sudden disappearance of the protective shield. Momentarily taken aback, they were about to rush towards the pirate ship when, in the blink of an eye, a figure darted past them, swiftly ascending to the vessel. With a mere sweep of his divine consciousness, a flicker of relief graced his countenance as he unleashed a mighty punch, creating a gaping hole in the ship. From within emerged a young girl, who, with an outstretched hand, was seized and pulled out. "Father, you have finally come," she exclaimed, her large eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Zhou Tianhai. "I thought I would never see you again." At merely 18 years of age, Zhou Xilan had never encountered such a tumultuous scene, having lived a life of luxury in the Zhou family. She was now introduced to the harsh realities of human nature. "Father, did you save me? You must have slain those pirates, right? They are utterly despicable," Zhou Xilan declared, her small fists clenched in indignation, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the pirates who had cruelly taken the life of her maid, her childhood companion. This time it wasn't Timi who rescued you, but the Yamlong armor," Zhou Tianhai responded, feeling the lingering essence of the flame laws surrounding him. He paused before addressing Zhou Xilan, aware that the individual piloting the Yamlong armor possessed immense power, at the very least on par with a supreme being. "What? The Yamlong armor? Is it truly so?" Zhou Xilan gasped in astonishment. "When I heard them say the Yamlong armor was coming, I thought they were jesting, but I never imagined it to be true." Simultaneously, the celestial being Tianyang was testing the might of the Heishi armor, Dihu armor, Fengying armor, and Shuio armor across various universes, vanquishing notorious villains who had been evading capture for far too long. In their final moments, they could scarcely believe that they would meet their demise at the hands of scorned armor. Celestial Lord, I have just tested these 5 sets of armor. The most powerful among them possesses strength comparable to that of a nascent saint. However, in a true confrontation with a saint, they could only delay the inevitable, unable to genuinely defeat or kill one. Tianyang declared as he entered, proudly displaying the 5 sets of armor to the gathered celestial beings. But I asked Qin Tian to forge a treasure within the armor to enhance its foundation, by sealing and slaying beings of the demon race or other races and converting them into cards. We can elevate the armor's upper limits, potentially bringing it closer to the level of a celestial being, Tianyang excitedly proclaimed, her lips moving with fervor, elated at the creation of such a remarkable artifact. Indeed, the emotional connection a girl holds towards a toy she crafted herself is unparalleled, even for Tianyang, who had ascended to a celestial being. Excellent work, Tianyang. Elevating the armor's limits to the level of a supreme being is commendable. These armors could be entrusted to warriors of strong will, providing them with significant support, Qin Tian remarked, listening intently to Tianyang's words. Nodding approvingly, he then shifted his gaze to the rankings of the myriad realms. Noting that the list had progressed to the top 400, anticipating the imminent emergence of formidable opponents. These beings undoubtedly belong to the top 10, each capable of representing an entire world. Should he defeat them and secure that transcendent opportunity, he would finally reunite with his long-missed kin. Although Qin Tian found little interest in this pursuit, his companion, Luo Li, was deeply intrigued and eagerly sought the transformation device for the Yamlong armor to play with. The other celestial beings also expressed a modicum of interest in the armor, for its power was indeed comparable to that of a saint. They well understood the arduous journey they had undertaken to ascend from weakness to the status of a saint, facing countless trials and near-death experiences. Now, with a device the size of a palm granting them achievements they had labored for, it was indeed a bitter pill to swallow, prompting sighs of lament from Chongqing, Zhang, and the others. Before encountering Qin Tian, they could hardly have imagined that armor forged using the powers of the sun and other celestial forces could allow an ordinary individual to ascend to the upper echelons of the myriad realms. Over the years, the number of saints had barely reached a few million. While that seemed substantial, it was essential to remember that it took hundreds of billions of vast universes to produce a single saint. A saint, if undisturbed, could protect a family or sect for countless generations, ruling over a starfield. Within the great world of Shenzhou, a single starfield housed billions of universes, with all resources belonging to that particular force. Despite the abundance of resources, it was rare for a single force to produce a saintly powerhouse, and even revered beings were exceedingly scarce. Yet, they could never compare themselves to the Celestial Lord. When a Celestial Lord first appeared, the starfield was widely regarded as desolate, unlikely to harbor a saint, with even revered beings being a rarity. However, Qin Tian demonstrated with his formidable power that no starfield was incapable of greatness. Only the strongest individuals could change that. Tianyang, your armor appears to be extraordinary. If we seek out some loyal subordinates, entrusting them with this armor during the impending battle of the myriad realms will surely astonish the warriors of other worlds. Chongqing, the celestial being, mused, stroking his snowy beard, envisioning the scene where their foes from other realms would flee in terror before the might of the armor. The other worlds may very well crumble at the sight. As long as we possess resolute and loyal subordinates, we can gain many formidable allies that I eagerly await the arrival of war. And another celestial being added with a grin, his combative spirit ignited, yearning for a clash after so many years of peace. Do not fret. The time is drawing near. In no more than a millennium, we shall witness the overwhelming strength of Qin Tian against the mightiest of the myriad realms, the chaotic celestial being proclaimed. Raising his gaze at the foremost expert in the laws of chaos, he ranked among the top 5 in the great world of Shenzhou. His words were met with nods of agreement from the others, who held him in high regard, recognizing him as the first celestial being to pursue Qin Tian and earn his trust. Meanwhile, In the alternate dimension of Ultraman Tiga, Qin Tian and Luo Li had been residing in a seaside city in Huagua for several months. Their days were filled with excursions and gastronomic delights, traversing the entire coastal area. They occasionally kept an eye on the situation in the island nation, noting the frequent appearances of monsters, which wreaked considerable havoc. Amusingly, every report from the island claimed 0 casualties, prompting Qin Tian to nearly burst into laughter. He was not blind to the events unfolding there. Buildings had collapsed, claiming dozens of lives, with many more trampled by monsters or even crushed by Ultraman. However, as it did not concern him, he remained indifferent to the island's misfortunes. During this period, the number of extraterrestrial beings visiting Earth had also increased, leading to a rise in peculiar incidents. Cases of missing young men and women, or bodies discovered in disarray after midnight jogs, became all too common, alongside extraterrestrials mimicking the antics of gangsters. Qin Tian could only shake his head in disbelief that on numerous occasions he had covertly intervened to thwart extraterrestrial threats against the people of Huagua. For instance, recently, a flower pot had fallen, just as a young man was halted by an unseen force, an act orchestrated by Qin Tian to save him. Yet that extraterrestrial, mistaking the young man's fortune for his own, attempted to strike again, but was swiftly dispatched by Qin Tian. It was truly reckless to challenge the people of Huaxia. Qin Tian, what shall we dine on today? Hot pot or a lavish feast? Luo Li had transformed into a true foodie over the past few days, and it was fortunate that both of them were not ordinary individuals. Otherwise, affording their meals would have been a challenge. Boss, are we having a lavish feast or hot pot tonight? I was exhilarated by the last hot pot we had. Boss, I believe after our meal, we should go to KTV for some singing or perhaps visit a bar. That vodka we had last time was rather delightful. At that moment, upon hearing about food, Zoda hurried over, eager to join the conversation. Over time, he had come to understand Qin Tian's temperament. As long as he refrained from actions that displeased him, life was quite enjoyable, and even suggesting ideas was permissible. Today, we shall not indulge in hot pot or a lavish feast. I will take you to a street food stall. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian gazed at the expectant expressions of the two individuals and smiled. He then wrapped his arm around Luo Li and settled into a sleek sports car. Zoda, understanding the situation, promptly took the wheel, confidently asserting that his driving skills were among the finest in the universe. Few could rival him. In his pursuit of honing his craft, he had sought out a coach for a friendly exchange, ultimately ensuring that he was well equipped with all necessary licenses. Of course, this friendly exchange primarily involved monetary transactions. Wealth truly affords one significant advantages, a principle that had firmly taken root in Zoda's mind. Captain, we have been observing for quite some time now, apart from that burly man who does not appear to belong to the human race. The other two are clearly human, yet they have done nothing, and we have been watching for 3 months. When will this come to an end? A woman driving nearby, who was with them, addressed the man seated in the passenger seat. Engrossed in a game, were it not for the man's superior rank, she would have likely slapped him in frustration. That I am here to conduct an investigation, not to witness a romantic display between a couple. Is this not a torment for a single person like me? How infuriating! Patience in our line of work. One must exercise patience. It has not been long. How could we possibly expose ourselves? The middle-aged man replied without lifting his gaze. He vividly recalled the day when a certain dignitary had approached him, expressing concern for his sole daughter, urging him to ensure her safety. He understood perfectly. It meant keeping the young lady from undertaking perilous missions. After all, why else would a top-tier agent like him be accompanying a young lady on a leisurely outing? Chapter 53. The extraterrestrial child snatchers outside the food stall boss, arriving at the largest food stall in the coastal city during the night. Qin Tian selected a prime location and called out to the proprietor, coming right up, handsome and beautiful. What would you three like to eat? Here is the menu. Feel free to choose, and I'll bring it out shortly. The middle-aged man responded with a smile, handing the menu over to Qin Tian, who was clearly the one making the decisions. As he perused the menu, his eyes fell upon dishes such as grouper, stir-fried clams, and tomato egg soup. What would you like to eat? Shall we order everything? Qin Tian inquired with a cheerful demeanor, feeling assured with money in his pocket. How about we order a bit of everything? I am curious to see what the food stall has to offer. Luo Li suggested, her enthusiasm contagious. Given their formidable abilities, they were keen to indulge in something novel, and since they were here, why not sample it all? Not wishing to interject, Zoda simply focused on the eating, leaving the decision-making to others. Very well then, we shall have one of everything. Qin Tian waved the menu at the boss, who approached with a beaming smile. Upon noticing the absence of any orders, he was momentarily puzzled, but before he could voice his confusion, Qin Tian stated, "Boss, I want one of everything on this menu." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, thinking he must have misheard. "You want one of each? Are you certain? Money is not an issue. If we cannot finish, we can take the leftovers." Qin Tian gestured towards the nearby sports car, subtly indicating his financial capacity. The proprietor, seeing this, was elated. After all, who would refuse a lucrative order? "All right, handsome, just a moment. Your dishes will be ready soon." The other patrons, having overheard the conversation, recognized the significance of the nearby car and discreetly remained silent. Understanding that those with wealth could indulge as they pleased, in no time, a plate of ginger duck was served, and Qin Tian picked up his chopsticks, savoring the flavor, as the dishes arrived one by one. The trio ate quickly but without excessive haste. "Hey, have you heard? Recently the island nation was attacked by two monsters, one named Jerton and the other called Bermuda." At a nearby table, a group of boisterous individuals seemed to have had a bit too much to drink. "Indeed, the island nation is remarkably resilient, surviving such havoc from monsters and extraterrestrials without sinking. Quite surprising, I assented." A man in his 40s chuckled, pouring himself another drink. "Yes, it seems Ultraman and various monsters are drawn to that island. I wonder what makes such a tiny place so appealing. However, Jerton is exceptionally powerful. Didn't that Tiga Ultraman almost meet his end? And what about that red-eyed Ultraman, Torikia? He always appears when the monsters are defeated. I wonder if he has a soft spot for the people of the Light Kingdom. Otherwise, he could have eliminated Ultraman long ago." Listening to their conversation, a smile crept across Qin Tian's face. Ordinary individuals in this world could never fathom the rankings of the myriad realms. They were too busy struggling for their daily bread. It seemed that the monsters harbored a deeper animosity towards the islanders. After all, Ultraman was hardly a benevolent figure. Countless islanders had perished at his hands. It felt as if they were merely sources of belief for him. Why else would so many monsters target a resource-poor planet? They claimed to protect humanity, yet how could extraterrestrials, capable of leaving their own planets, regard the resources of this one with any interest? How infuriating! While they feast, I am left here nibbling on bread in my car. The woman trailing Qin Tian seethed, her gaze fixated on the beggar's chicken on Qin Tian's table. "Help! Please, someone help me! They're human traffickers!" Just then, a voice filled with desperation echoed through the air, causing the middle-aged men to snap back to reality and head towards the source of the commotion. They witnessed a young woman in her 20s grappling with a man in his 20s over a child, who was crying incessantly. Tears streamed down the woman's face. "Everyone, do not listen to her nonsense. She is my wife. We had a quarrel, and she insists on taking the child back to her family. Naturally, I cannot allow that." The man, noticing the growing crowd, quickly devised a scheme, smiling as he addressed the woman. "Though we may have argued, it has nothing to do with the child. Why should you take the child back to your family?" Realizing the situation stemmed from a domestic dispute, the onlookers speculated that the woman was at fault for wanting to take the child away. The man was visibly pleased as he concealed his true intentions, while the woman's face grew increasingly pained, tears escaping her eyes as she pleaded, "I do not know him. He is not my husband. Please, help me." Yet her cries were met with skepticism, as many believed that a woman in anger was often unreasonable. The man's smile widened, his expression mocking as he reveled in the woman's despair. If only she could turn back time, she would never have brought her child into this predicament. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the vehicle, indicating a threat. "Captain, we've got a mission. Look, the device is functioning. This man is an extraterrestrial. He's about to make his move. We must intervene." The middle-aged man's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, a fire igniting within him. Had they not arrived, the extraterrestrial might have abducted the woman's child, leading to an unimaginable outcome. Before they could act, Qin Tian stepped forward. Wait, he pushed through the crowd, addressing the gathering with authority. Though some were initially displeased, they quickly suppressed their grievances upon recognizing the trio's formidable presence. Put the child down and leave now, Qin Tian commanded coldly, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. His deepest disdain was reserved for human traffickers, particularly an extraterrestrial who dared to prey upon the citizens of Huaguo. Did he truly believe he could act without consequence? Upon hearing his words, the woman's expression brightened with hope, while the man's eyes flickered with a hint of malice, which he skillfully masked. This handsome fellow, this is a private matter between you. It would be inappropriate for an outsider to interfere. Are you perhaps this woman's kept man? The extraterrestrial being possessed a sharp tongue. And were it not for the likes of Qin Tian, others might have found themselves at a loss. Without engaging in verbal sparring, Qin Tian extended his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. With a swift motion, he liberated the young boy from the alien's grasp and handed him over to the waiting woman. This astonishing scene left onlookers momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Wait, Captain, has that alien really become so inept? The woman from a national security agency inquired, glancing at the equally bewildered middle-aged man beside her, unaware that her captain was equally perplexed. It was well known that extraterrestrials not only boasted advanced technology, but also possessed formidable physical prowess, making them unparalleled foes for humanity. Just moments ago, the instruments had indicated that this alien belonged to a combat race. The ease with which the boy was rescued was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 54. Not of this world, yet a deity in this realm. I can't say for certain. This device indicates that the alien is a combat species with a power level of 27. While the strongest among us, the people of Huaguo, barely reach 7, it's evident that the young man who seized the child from the extraterrestrial might also be an alien. The middle-aged captain concealed his inner shock, glancing back and forth between the device and Qin Tian as he spoke to the woman. Captain, it seems this device only displays the strength of that alien trafficker, but not that of the handsome young man. Could it be malfunctioning? The woman wrinkled her nose and vigorously shook the precision instrument in her hands, then aimed it again at Qin Tian, only to find no response, while the reading for the alien remained at 27. Impossible, this device is the latest achievement of our national research. Though it lacks offensive capabilities, it excels in assessing strength. Allow me to take a look? The middle-aged man was adamant in his disbelief that the device could be faulty. Knowing its exorbitant cost of several 100 million yuan, take good care of your child. You may not be so fortunate next time. Not every encounter will result in someone coming to your aid. Qin Tian gently stroked the child's head and admonished the beautiful woman. Noticing the tears welling up in her eyes, he softened his tone, continuing, in the future, should you encounter human traffickers, I will teach you a method. When seeking help, inadvertently shatter some valuable items around you. Given your attire, it is clear you do not come from a destitute background. You should be able to afford the costs. You know what to do next. Don't you? The woman, understanding the implications of Qin Tian's advice, expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Handsome. I understand now. She was astute enough to realize that by following Qin Tian's suggestion, the impostor posing as her husband would surely be apprehended, especially with the assistance of the surrounding crowd and the forthcoming police. Although there would be financial repercussions, the safety of her child was paramount. Money could be sacrificed, but a child must never be lost. Insolent insects daring to provoke the mighty magma aliens. Today, you shall witness the power of the magma race. I will bring my organization to Huaguo to traffic you insignificant beings into the cosmos, selling you among other races as mere pests. At that moment, the young man roared, and with a swirl of smoke, he transformed, brandishing a weapon forged by the magma race, aiming it menacingly at Qin Tian's head. Beside him, Luo Li, witnessing her beloved being threatened by what she deemed a mere insect, was infuriated and ready to retaliate. Meanwhile, Zoda understood that it was time for him to take action. As the middle-aged man and the woman rushed forward, "Stand down, magma alien. You have violated cosmic law. Surrender your weapon, and our nation may show leniency. Resist, and we shall not hesitate to act," the woman declared, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. Indeed, Confess, and you shall be treated with mercy. Resist, and you shall face severe consequences if you do not wish to spend your life in prison. Surrender now. The middle-aged man, though shaken, stood resolute before the wicked magma alien. You too, leave now. We shall hold them off. Without waiting for Qin Tian's response, the woman turned to him, her eyes reflecting a mix of anxiety, fear, and determination. The nation always emphasized the importance of its people, placing them at the center of its priorities. Seeing her bravery, the others hastily retreated, aware of the magma alien's notorious reputation for violence and cruelty. You think you can thwart the great magma aliens with nothing but a battered gun? How Navi, today I shall demonstrate the might of our cosmic race. Tiga Ultraman may guard the island nations, but I assure you, he will not come to your aid. With a sinister chuckle, the magma alien, filled with malicious glee, tightened his grip on the weapon and unleashed a beam of laser towards the woman. Caught off guard, she stood momentarily dazed. Dodge! The middle-aged man attempted to move, but his limbs felt paralyzed as he watched in horror. It's over. I haven't even held a boy's hand yet. And now, ends like this. In that critical moment, as the laser beam threatened to pierce her, Qin Tian swiftly positioned himself before the woman, effortlessly grasping the deadly ray that could penetrate through 10 meters of superalloy without causing a ripple. What? This is impossible. The magma alien's confidence wavered as he witnessed the stunning spectacle. Am I dead? Why do I see such a handsome young man before me? Is this a reward from heaven? The woman gazed at Qin Tian, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Seeing she was unharmed, Qin Tian nodded at Luo Li, who promptly pulled the woman aside. Although Zoda was uncertain of the unfolding events, he recognized the significance of Luo Li's actions and followed suit. Impossible? Nothing is beyond possibility. Initially, I had no intention of interfering with this planet's affairs, but your actions have incited my profound disdain. You dare to act before me, truly unaware of your own mortality. Qin Tian's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly across the planet, reaching the ears of all beings, whether they were slumbering beasts, ancient monsters, extraterrestrials, or heroes like Tiga and Tarikia. In that moment, an exalted voice echoed throughout the world, plunging it into silence. Who are you? How can you possess such formidable power? You cannot be of this planet. The magma alien stared at Qin Tian with trepidation, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he fired his weapon in desperation, hoping to quell his fear. Yet his once potent laser beams now fell harmlessly against Qin Tian, failing to elicit even a ripple. The middle-aged man stood in shock. Paralyzed by fear, the laser beams aimed at him, knowing he could not withstand such an assault. And who am I? I am, of course, a being of humanity, albeit not of this world. Rather, I am a deity within this realm. You may refer to me as a god, or simply as someone who cannot abide by the existence of extraterrestrials. Qin Tian spoke coolly, a hint of disdain flickering in his otherwise tranquil gaze. Enough. You lack the qualifications to even warrant my attention. Prepare to meet your end. With that, a crimson beam erupted from Qin Tian's eyes, piercing the magma alien's body before retracting back within him. Just like that, a combat race with a power level of 27 fell to the ground without resistance. Simultaneously, his declaration of disdain for the actions of the aliens resonated within the ears of those endowed with extraordinary powers, eliciting varying reactions. Chapter 55. The formation of the array. I had no intention of interfering with this planet's development, but your actions have incited my profound disdain. You dare to act before me, truly unaware of your own mortality. Humph, such audacity. We, the extraterrestrials, have resided on this planet for so long without encountering such arrogance. Find him. I shall reduce him to a mere pulp, so he understands the might of the magma race. In the stronghold of extraterrestrial beings, one alien arrogantly proclaimed, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Even Tiga Ultraman would not dare utter such words, yet a mere human dares to be so audacious. He chuckled. How amusing it becomes to witness such brazen arrogance. I wonder how formidable this individual truly is, and if he can engage in a proper contest with Tiga Ultraman on the streets of the island nation. A young man clad in stark black and white laughed heartily, Then, in a slightly unhinged manner, declared, "Ah, this fellow is indeed audacious to utter such words, and to make it known to all. What a foolhardy venture! Nevertheless, it seems to originate from Huagua, which does not concern us." Tiga Ultraman shrugged nonchalantly, in agreement with Windhorse Ultraman and Tata's Ultraman who stood beside him. "Indeed, it is of no concern to us. Let him fend for himself." Yuxing remarked with a faint smile. "Why you? Are you also an alien?" At that moment, a trembling agent from the National Security Bureau stammered, a hint of fear gleaming in his eyes. He was now numb to the idea that a non-monster extraterrestrial could possess such overwhelming power. Even 10 of him would be no match. "Do not worry. I too am of the Yanhuang lineage, merely possessing a bit more formidable power." Qin Tian replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt his apprehension dissipate. He understood that an extraterrestrial would never admit to being Yanhuang. He could sense the pride in the tone of this extraordinarily powerful man, and his initial wariness vanished. "Is a member of the Yanhuang lineage. I am here today to resolve a matter for Huagua," Qin Tian stated solemnly, gazing intently at the middle-aged man. "Please speak. I have decided to establish a formation for the Yanhuang lineage," Qin Tian declared without reservation, leaving the middle-aged man utterly bewildered. "A formation? Is that not a concept from novels? When monsters appeared, we hoped for the arrival of myths, yet only Ultramen came. We no longer believe in formations." "Are you jesting?" "Do you think I would jest?" Qin Tian asked with a sly smile. To which the middle-aged man shook his head. "I am Qin Tian. Today, I shall set up the Sun and Moon Transformation Array as the foundation for the Yanhuang lineage to establish itself in the cosmic expanse. This array will suppress extraordinary beings above and eliminate evil below. It consists of both defensive and offensive capabilities, automatically attacking upon encountering monsters. Should the enemy be too weak, a protective shield will be activated to safeguard all beings." A gentle voice resonated in the ears of all present, leaving them in a state of disbelief. They had not anticipated anyone would speak of establishing a formation. Before they could respond, an extraordinarily intricate array was cast from Qin Tian's hand into the air, ascending to illuminate Huagua, radiating dazzling, multicolored brilliance. Is this real? By heavens, it truly is a formation, as complex as those in novels. Just a glance makes my head spin. The entirety of Huagua erupted with excitement, as the voice had proclaimed this to be a protective formation, signaling that monsters would no longer invade their realm. "I shall also set up a spirit-gathering array to absorb cosmic energy and transform it into strength to enhance physical capabilities, enabling the people of Huagua to attain extraordinary prowess." As soon as he finished speaking, an array enveloping Huagua appeared, settling upon its land, drawing cosmic energy towards Earth. Soon, a rain of spiritual energy descended upon everyone. At that moment, individuals afflicted with severe illnesses found themselves miraculously healed, and even those with disabilities discovered their limbs restored, enabling them to run faster than ever before. Boom! Ha! The ancestor truly does not deceive me. I have broken through to innate levels. Ha ha ha! What? How is this possible? Who is this individual possessing such power? Even Father of Ultra could hardly achieve this, while the commotion in Huagua could be concealed from ordinary people. It could not escape the notice of Torikia and other Ultramen. They sensed the extraordinary happenings in Huagua and were immediately struck with astonishment. Converting cosmic energy to aid the weak was not something even the revered protectors of peace, the Ultramen, would undertake. Did I eagerly anticipate meeting this individual? This is true brilliance, to leverage immense power to empower the people of a nation. How hypocritical the Ultramen appear, claiming to be guardians of peace. Utterly laughable. Who could it be, possessing such prowess? Such strength should have long been renowned throughout the cosmos. Could he be an envoy from another universe? Indeed, we cannot match such power. Why does Earth harbor such a formidable being? Regardless of his identity, anyone who obstructs us Ultramen shall meet a fate without burial. If we cannot contend with him, there is still the land of light. Tiga Ultraman and his companions murmured, while the human onlookers were left utterly perplexed. I believe we should deliberate on our previous plan. The Makiangda's star being, sensing the overwhelming power, immediately spoke, and the other extraterrestrials reacted similarly. From this day forth, all extraterrestrials are forbidden from interfering with Earth's development. Violators shall face execution. The great array of sealing heaven and earth activate. At that moment, the resounding voice echoed once more in their ears, catching them off guard, inciting their fury. What is happening? As the array enveloped the entire planet, all extraterrestrials felt themselves levitating. Before they could comprehend what was occurring, they saw other aliens experiencing the same phenomenon. Whoosh, one by one. Humans hidden among them were expelled into the cosmic expanse, revealing a multitude of professions, including high-ranking officials, now exposed. Before they could react, the ground trembled beneath them, and those in the know realized that monsters were about to emerge. As they prepared to flee, they witnessed a transparent bubble encasing a colossal monster drifting into space to BY heavens. That was Golzin, and that one is King Red. At that moment, an overwhelmingly potent force enveloped Yuxing and the others, propelling them into the cosmos. Wait, what is happening? Yuxing, are you perhaps an alien? Mylihoa exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment, unaware that you had already been taken from Earth to the universe. The president, though shocked, remained composed, her eyes revealing a hint of concern, acknowledging that such power was beyond her ability to counter. This power is indeed extraordinary. Even I cannot break free. How intriguing. I wonder what he intends to do. Wuchi mused. Sensing the force surrounding him, he attempted to resist, but perceived a fatal danger, promptly abandoning the effort and smirking wickedly. Monsters, Ultramen, and extraterrestrials were gathered together. Qin Tian withdrew his powers and nodded at the middle-aged man. Chapter 56. Tiga, Ultraman's presumption boss. Prepare everything I requested. I shall collect it shortly. Qin Feng shouted to the dazed middle-aged man, who quickly regained his composure and nodded eagerly, with a wave of his hand. Luo, Li, and Zoda vanished in an instant, causing the middle-aged man from the National Security Bureau to stiffen, immediately reporting the situation to his superiors. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, the assembled extraterrestrials, monsters, and Ultramen displayed varying expressions. Yet all sensed a powerful wave of energy, their faces tightening with apprehension. They understood that the mastermind behind the recent upheaval had revealed himself, yet they remained uncertain of his intentions. Since you have arrived, do not hide in the shadows. We have discovered you. What are your motives? Are you not aware that we are members of the Cosmic Guard? How dare you act against us? The Land of Light will not spare you. Surrender now, and we may grant you mercy. Utilizing Yuxing's form, Tiga Ultraman, Windhorse Ultraman, and others calmly declared, their allies behind them remaining unfazed. In Tiga Ultraman's eyes, though Qin Tian's power was formidable, could it truly rival that of the Land of Light? His audacity to act with impunity on Earth stemmed not only from his strength, but also from the fact that his father was the prince of the Land of Light. He was the grandson of the Light. Though Torikia, beside him, wore a disdainful expression, he found himself unable to counter the words of Tiga Ultraman. While the denizens of the Land of Light may possess a certain despicable audacity, they could not deny the formidable power of their realm. Whoosh! 3 figures descended into the cosmic expanse, devoid of any discernible aura. Indeed, they were Qin Tian and his 2 companions, or rather, just Qin Tian and one other. The Land of Light? You believe I would be intimidated by such a trivial entity? Qin Tian remarked, a frown knitting his brow as he registered Tiga Ultraman's audacious declaration. What prowess does the Land of Light possess? Merely a gathering of insignificant beings, relying on their numbers to bully the few. Such a force should have been obliterated long ago. Have you not received the news of the Land of Light's demise at my hands? You, a mere prince of the light, are a pitiful failure. With a semblance of amusement flickering in his gaze, Qin Tian regarded Tiga Ultraman, bemused by the latter's ignorance of his own nation's obliteration. Boom! Although Qin Tian's voice was not loud, in the serene void of space, it resonated like cannon fire. Both the Ultramen and the extraterrestrials regarded him with skepticism. The Land of Light loomed large in their minds as an indomitable force. Despite their loathing for it, they dared not provoke its wrath. Initially, they perceived Qin Tian as merely arrogant, but now he appeared utterly unhinged. Though you may be powerful, do you truly believe you can threaten the land of light as if it were a trivial matter? Should your kind be willing to kneel and beg for mercy, I might consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, this cosmic expanse shall become your final resting place. Qin Tian continued, his tone laced with murderous intent, enveloping the gathered extraterrestrials and Ultramen in a palpable dread. Kneel and beg for mercy. Tiga Ultraman felt a surge of intense rage bubbling within him, nearly spilling forth. Who was Qin Tian? Were it not for the day's events, they would scarcely have known of his existence. A mere human with no renown in the cosmos, audaciously claiming to have annihilated the land of light, just a slightly formidable extraterrestrial, and he dares to demand that I, a prince of the light, kneel before him? Yet, Tiga Ultraman maintained a semblance of reason, thanks in part to Torakia's influence. There exists a saying on Earth, patience in small matters leads to great plans disrupted. Why have you brought us into this cosmic void? What is your purpose? Do you intend to conspire with these extraterrestrials? Wind asked, restraining Tiga Ultraman as he turned to Qin Tian. Their current strength had yet to be restored. Had Qin Tian not intervened to transport all the extraterrestrials and monsters from Earth into this celestial realm, they would not have manifested in their true forms. Initially, they had assumed him to be a powerful extraterrestrial, only to discover he was merely a human, albeit one possessing some peculiar abilities as inhabitants of the land of light. They knew nothing of such powers, which were evidently beneath their notice. Otherwise, their archives would surely contain relevant records. Since they were ignorant of his capabilities, it followed that his recent display of power must have stemmed from some external source. Indeed, we must protect Earth's peace and thwart the extraterrestrial schemes. Are you positioning yourself as an adversary of the land of light, or do you intend to shield these extraterrestrials and monsters? Tiga Ultraman pointed at the nearby aliens and monsters, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Tian, but he suspected that this man and the extraterrestrials were conspiring to scare them away, perhaps to sell the monsters as weapons. Why else would they remain silent for so long? Extraterrestrials? What concern are they of ours? Though they had intended to mock Qin Tian, the moment they opened their mouths, they felt an overwhelming force envelop them, instilling a profound fear that speaking would lead to their demise. Therefore, they remained silent. Indeed, if you have no business, we must return to Earth. That I still wish to engage in some merriment with Tiga Ultraman. Torakia remarked, first glancing at Qin Tian before directing his gaze toward Tiga Ultraman, for it was only the latter who piqued his interest. Qin Tian found the Ultraman's arrogance amusing, and was just about to step forward when suddenly, young master, allow me to handle these insignificant pests. I have been itching for an opportunity to test my strength, and how fortuitous that these nuisances have delivered themselves to me. As the saying goes, after searching for him thousands of times, I turn around to find him amidst the flickering lights. The cosmic emperor, Zoda, approached with a jovial grin. Very well, I do not wish for any of them to leave this place alive today. Nodding at Zoda, Qin Tian issued a directive. Young master, just watch. They are but a school of insignificant fish. I shall soon reduce them to scrap. Zoda gazed eagerly at the Ultramen and extraterrestrials, reveling in the prospect of battle. Having been revived, he had endured relentless pursuit from the father of Ultra wielding the scepter of kings, despite once being the emperor of the cosmos. Now, with the land of light vanquished by Qin Tian, his only avenue for vengeance lay with Tiga Ultraman. The title of prince was indeed a worthy target for his wrath. During his time alongside Qin Tian, his injuries had healed, and his power had ascended to new heights. While he may not yet match the king of Ultramen, he could surely contend with the other Ultramen, even daring to chase Saru away like a frightened rabbit. In that moment, Zoda transformed from a humble figure into the formidable cosmic emperor Zoda, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, casting a shadow over the gathered extraterrestrials and Tiga Ultraman. Zoda had undergone a metamorphosis. No longer was he the victim of oppression, reflecting on the recent humiliations he had endured. The ferocity in his gaze toward Tiga Ultraman intensified. Chapter 57. Zoda takes action. He resolved to thoroughly trample this so-called Tiga Ultraman. Previously, he might have harbored concerns about nurturing a potential threat. But having read a few novels, he dismissed such thoughts. With Qin Tian at his side, did Tiga Ultraman truly believe he could escape? The land of light had already fallen. Did he not understand this? You are Zoda. How is this possible? You were vanquished by the other Ultramen. Tiga Ultraman stammered. Incredulity etched upon his face that it was common knowledge that Zoda had once been the sovereign of this universe, reigning for countless years. Though he had been defeated by the light, he could not be extinguished, reviving every 50,000 years, a perennial adversary of the light. Of course, they had prepared extensively to confront this eternal foe, developing a device that would alert them the moment Zoda revived anywhere in the cosmos, enabling them to eliminate him promptly. According to their archives, the time for Zoda's resurrection was indeed drawing near. Yet he should not possess such overwhelming strength. How could he be so formidable upon his revival? Furthermore, should they not be in pursuit of Zoda? Why then did this cosmic emperor stand before them? The power emanating from him. Could they even be his match? Not just Tiga Ultraman, but even the other Ultramen, along with the extraterrestrials and monsters, gaped in astonishment. While some extraterrestrials might have been unaware of Zoda's revival, they still felt a profound fear directed at him. And the monsters could sense the terrifying energy radiating from Zoda. The extraterrestrials scrutinized Zoda in disbelief, inspecting him from head to toe before confirming that this was indeed the cosmic emperor Zoda. Recognizable by the two prominent horns atop his head and the bat-shaped sword he wielded, the Bat Emperor's sword. Zoda was notorious for his brutality. Should he not be vanquished now, their demise would surely follow. Their power was insufficient even to serve as a snack for Zoda, and now their only hope rested with Tiga Ultraman. What is so surprising? I am Zoda. Who would dare impersonate me? You would do well to clean your necks and await your demise. Witnessing the astonished and terrified expressions of those before him, Zoda reveled in his notoriety, pleased that his reputation as the cosmic emperor Zoda still resonated. Regardless of how you Zoda managed to elude the cosmic patrol. I have already sent word back. The patrol will be here shortly. If I can merely delay you, it will suffice. Is it to let Ultraman meet his demise? Zoda provided little explanation, as he too was eager to witness the fearful expression in Tiga's eyes. It would undoubtedly be quite amusing. The cosmic patrol, you need not linger. After I dispatch you, I shall await their arrival beside your lifeless form. How I look forward to it. I wonder if it will be Taro Ultraman or Ultraman Father who comes. Either way, I shall send both of them to accompany you on your journey. On the road to the underworld, I shall not allow you to be alone. I will ensure your family is reunited in death. As Zoda spoke, his long sword was pointed directly at Tiga Ultraman, a terrifying aura spreading throughout the cosmos, causing the expressions of the aliens who felt this power to shift dramatically. I am curious to see what strength lies within those whom I can in the land of light deem eternal foes. Today, I shall obliterate you, demonstrating the might of our trio. Tiga Ultraman, refusing to back down, shouted back at Zoda. I could see that moment. His stubborn pride surged forth, regardless of Zoda's strength. If a predecessor could seal him, why could he not? After all, he had two companions with him. They might not be significantly weaker than Zoda, and the chance of defeating him was quite high. To go ahead and make your move. I, Torquia, shall assist you, for you are my prey, and I am curious to see what abilities the Cosmic Emperor possesses to be so audacious. At this moment, Torquia stepped forward, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes as he regarded Zoda. Let us all engage together, lest you find excuses later, which will be rather uninteresting, Zoda declared. Boom! No sooner had he spoken than he swung his longsword fiercely toward Tiga Ultraman, the golden blade shimmering with extraordinary power. Unleashing a massive golden sword energy aimed directly at Tiga, the regal aura emanating from Zoda weighed heavily upon the gathered aliens, leaving them gasping for breath, while the myriad monsters dared not exhale, fearful that Zoda would strike them down with a single blow. Sensing the might of this strike, the four Ultramen activated their shields in unison, their gazes toward Zoda filled with gravity, particularly Tiga Ultraman and his companions, whose strength had yet to fully recover, realized they were far from being Zoda's match in their current state. Our current power is likely insufficient to contend with Zoda, We can only delay until the cosmic patrol arrives. Otherwise, if we confront him head-on, we shall be reduced to mere pulp, Tiga Ultraman said, his expression grave. Ha ha ha. So you possess some self-awareness, do you? Yet, your demise is inevitable today. It matters not who arrives. Zoda declared, his form vanishing in an instant, only to reappear behind Windhorse Ultraman, thrusting his golden bat Emperor sword fiercely toward his heart. This is one of his powers, instantaneous movement, allowing him to teleport to any location he desires. Windhorse, be cautious of your rear. Windhorse, quickly evade. Simultaneously, Tiga Ultraman, recalling the information he had studied, yelled out in alarm, with Titan Ultraman also reacting and shouting at Windhorse. Windhorse sensed the overwhelming force behind him and attempted to flee with his incredible speed. But his body felt utterly sluggish. The moment the blade made contact, sparks flew, and the long sword pierced into his body. Zoda, unrelenting, twisted his hands, causing the Bat Emperor sword within Windhorse Ultraman to stir. The eyes of the two bats on the hilt, glowing purple, a surge of flames surged into Windhorse's body, igniting a fire within him. In mere moments, a charred corpse lay amidst the cosmic expanse. The once bright lights in Windhorse Ultraman's eyes extinguished forever. Windhorse, my dear comrade, how despicable! You have slain my closest ally. This is unforgivable. I, Tiga Ultraman, shall ensure your demise. In that moment, Tiga Ultraman's fury was palpable. His eyes darkened as he charged at Zoda, flames flickering around his fists as he struck fiercely at Zoda's face. A mere swarm of ants dares to struggle against me, unaware of the vast chasm between us. Upon uttering this, Zoda met the enraged Tiga Ultraman with his longsword. With a single strike, Tiga Ultraman's strength dissipated, the sword plunging into his chest, sending him hurtling hundreds of light years away, shattering countless, uncountable planets along the way. Chapter 58. The Death of Tiga Ultraman. Tiga, are you unharmed? Just as Titan Ultraman prepared to intervene, he witnessed Tiga Ultraman being propelled backward at a speed far exceeding that of light, and before he could react, a tremendous force struck him, sending him flying hundreds of light years away, landing not far from Tiga. I'm fine. Bang. Now is not the time to lie down. Do you intend to wait for death? Just as Tiga Ultraman was about to assure he was unscathed, a figure crashed into him, cutting off his words as Torquia swiftly rose, solemnly declaring, Tiga Ultraman, lying in a crater, nearly spat blood. Had you not knocked me down, I would have stood up already. Nevertheless, he chose not to voice his grievances, simply rising to his feet. Whoosh! At that moment, Zoda's figure appeared on the devastated planet, observing the still-standing Tiga Ultraman and his companions with a smirk. Ha ha ha! It seems you're not entirely worthless. Having survived my strike, you possess some skill. Yet today, such skill will only lead you to your deaths. Boom! Zoda reached out his hand, and Titan felt himself ensnared by an unseen force. Before he could utter a word, he was hoisted by the neck, his form appearing rather comical. This was a newly acquired ability of Zoda's, seemingly known as telekinesis, allowing him to control weaker foes, rendering them unable to resist. Subsequently, Titan's body was drawn toward Zoda, who wasted no time plunging his longsword into Titan Ultraman's body. Although Titan Ultraman's physique was immensely powerful, it was insignificant before Zoda's overwhelming strength. Titan Ultraman let out a piercing scream, the agony coursing through his nerves as a flame ignited within his core. Soon, Zoda discarded Titan's battered form as if it were a fuse, leaving him to crash into the ground. Breathless, the light in his eyes extinguished. Witnessing this, Tiga and Torquia rushed forward, the fury in Tiga Ultraman's eyes unmasked. You seem quite enraged, do you? Ha ha ha! What does anger amount to in the face of absolute power? It is merely a sign of your folly, Zoda declared, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the two Ultramen, sending them hurtling through the cosmos as though they had been struck by a planet. Zoda pursued closely behind, thrusting his sword mercilessly into Tarikia's chest, withdrawing it only to plunge it back in an instant. Tarikia's eyes dimmed. Die. As a dark Ultraman, why do you conspire with them? Would it not be better to follow me? After uttering this, he carelessly tossed Torquia Tiga's lifeless body aside. Bang! As the captain of the trio and the prince of the Land of Light, Tiga Ultraman possessed formidable treasures and strength. He quickly regained his bearings and unleashed a beam of light toward Zoda, seemingly attempting to rescue Torquia. However, this beam of light caused Zoda no harm. It struck him as if a droplet had fallen into the ocean, causing not even the slightest ripple, nor a sound to be heard. Is this a mere tickle? Such feeble attack power. Ha ha ha. Zoda turned to face Tiga Ultraman with derision. It is worth noting that his strength had long surpassed his previous self by many folds. In fact, when at his peak, he would dare contend even with the king of Ultraman, able to hold his own for a time, even in defeat. Tiga's beam was akin to a water pistol. Do not fret. I shall send you all on your way soon enough. It is not too late to send you down now. After all, they have only just departed. Zoda kicked Tarikia's corpse aside. His gaze fixed on Tiga Ultraman. In that moment, Tiga Ultraman felt as though he were being scrutinized by a lion, a wave of terror washing over him, as the stark realization of his impending demise settled in. Bang! In a sudden burst of movement, Zoda appeared directly behind Tiga Ultraman, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Boom! An overwhelming force surged into Tiga's body, and before he could react, he found himself transported to the opposite side of the planet. A sensation of tearing coursed through his being. Zoda, do you truly wish to make an enemy of the Land of Light? Do you not realize that I am the Prince of the Land of Light? Killing Torquia and Fuma may be inconsequential, but should you take my life, your demise is inevitable. Meanwhile, Tiga Ultraman, bewildered by the assault, stammered incoherently. He had completely forgotten that Zoda would be killed by the people of the Land of Light every 50,000 years. Wasn't his bravado simply provoking Zoda? Indeed, scarcely had he finished speaking when Zoda, in a fit of rage, appeared before Tiga, seizing him by the throat. Ha! Are we not enemies? How could I possibly let you go? Killing you would be a tremendous gain for me. At worst, I would be slain again in 50,000 years, while you would bid farewell forever. Zoda tightened his grip around Tiga's neck, sneering dismissively. Did he truly consider Zoda a fool, allowing him to escape? The Land of Light consisted of but a few individuals. What right did it have to call itself the Land of Light? With your demise, the Prince of the Land of Light should accompany you into oblivion. Furthermore, even if the King of Ultra were to arrive, he would be powerless to stop me. The young master would never watch idly as I am slain. Indeed, the King of Ultra would anticipate it. Then perish, Tiga Ultraman bellowed, enveloped in flames, as he embraced Zoda with fierce determination in his eyes. The Ultra Bomb represented his most formidable attack, a final, desperate strike. Boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed throughout the starry expanse, obliterating the surrounding celestial bodies. As the chaos subsided, a demon adorned with a prominent horn emerged, clutching an Ultraman. Zoda and Tiga that moment. Tiga Ultraman lay on the brink of death, his breath shallow. Yet a look of bewilderment filled his eyes. He could not comprehend why, despite exhausting every ounce of his power, he had failed to inflict any harm upon Zoda. Could it be that their defeat was truly absolute? Why? Tiga Ultraman uttered, the question escaping his lips thrice. Why? The answer lies in your own inadequacy. With the Land of Light extinguished, what significance do you hold? Die. Zoda thrust the Bat King sword into Tiga Ultraman's chest with force. Tiga cried out in agony as the timer on his chest flickered briefly before extinguishing, his essence dissipating from the universe. Simultaneously, Taro Ultraman sensed something amiss and collapsed to the ground, clutching his heart. Taro, are you all right? Prince, are you okay? On a nearby planet in close proximity to the Land of Light, Zero Ultraman and Jeed Ultraman rushed to support the fallen Taro, their concern palpable. Tiga. Yes, dead. Taro Ultraman managed to utter before collapsing, leaving Zero and Jeed in a state of grave concern. Could it be that even Tiga Ultraman had fallen victim to treachery? Did they truly believe the Land of Light to be so easily vanquished? Child, do not fret. I am here as long as I possess a body. I can revive him. My grandson shall not perish so easily. The mother of Ultra, having heard Taro's words, approached to offer comfort. I could see her words. A glimmer of hope ignited in Taro Ultraman's eyes. Indeed, his mother, the mother of Ultra, was the greatest healer in the entire Land of Light. She could surely bring Tiga back to life. Come, dear mother. Let us go at once. I can hardly wait, Taro Ultraman exclaimed, rising from the ground. The mother of Ultra nodded in agreement. My lord, these are the remains of those Ultramen. Take a look. Zoda dragged 3 mangled Ultraman corpses before Qin Tian with reverence. Indeed, you have done well, but the task remains unfinished. Qin Tian praised momentarily before shifting his tone, leaving Zoda and the surrounding beings in a state of confusion. With such mangled bodies, are they not dead? Could it be that the Ultraman race is somehow superior? Their identities are not trivial. Do you think the King of Ultra remains oblivious to Terigia's intentions? Just a bunch of ancient beings. Do you see how their bodies shimmer when gathered together? Qin Tian pointed at the 4 corpses, a smirk playing on his lips. He had previously observed this phenomenon. Had Zoda not brought their bodies back, Qin Tian would have remained indifferent. Now that they were here, it was only natural to eliminate any potential threats. Leaving enemies alive was not his custom. Ah, indeed, my lord possesses unparalleled foresight. Nothing in this world escapes your keen perception. Zoda flattered, recognizing that his master had likely been aware of this all along. Given that Qin Tian had not voiced any objections, it was clear that he was already cognizant of the situation. There was no cause for concern. Very well, you shall test their strength shortly. I am eager to witness the extent of their progress. Qin Tian instructed, waving his hand dismissively at the obsequious Zoda. Yes, my lord, I shall ensure their complete annihilation. Zoda responded eagerly, though a flicker of anger coursed through him that he had not anticipated the Ultraman race to be so shameless, employing such tactics. Had it not been for his lord's warning, he would have surely fallen for their trickery. As long as his lord was present, no Ultraman could pose a threat. He held an unwavering admiration for Qin Tian's intellect, knowing full well that no Ultraman could challenge them. At most, they would flail for a moment. Boom! At that moment, the 4 Ultraman bodies were enveloped in a radiant white light, and the sound of a massive heartbeat reverberated through the universe. Qin Tian frowned, then waved his hand, silencing the noise. The surrounding aliens appeared dazed. Had Qin Tian not intervened, they might have fallen into a stupor. As their senses returned, they gazed in terror at the 4 corpses shrouded in white light. Had they not been immobilized, they would have fled in fear. How could they have anticipated encountering such a formidable foe while merely seeking to trade on Earth? A cacophony of bewildered monsters exchanged glances, each unique in form yet rendered motionless by an unseen force. Boom! At that instant, the 4 Ultramen enveloped in white light suddenly erupted, and 4 powerful figures emerged from within. Not only did they emanate an overwhelming aura, but the very atmosphere around them grew stifling. Zoda, that scoundrel dared to ambush me. Did he truly believe he could easily slay me? Now allow me to demonstrate the might of Fengma. One of the 4 Ultramen, Fengma, seethed with rage, having suffered the most humiliating defeat without a moment's notice. Indeed, I shall personally plunge this weapon into your body and show you the extent of my power. I, Terigia, have never endured such humiliation. Today, you, Zoda, shall pay the price. With a cry, the 4 Ultramen were engulfed in a swirling mass of golden light. Merging into one, their forms transformed into a brilliant gold, an overwhelming force radiating in all directions. Observing the 4 Ultramen, Qin Tian remained unfazed. He was all too familiar with this technique. Let the grand display commence. He was eager to see whether the golden Ultraman or Zoda would prove superior. Zoda, too, unleashed his full power, matching the 4 Ultraman's energy, even slightly exceeding it, which left the other Ultramen in shock. The surrounding aliens felt a starkly different sensation, akin to being a leaf adrift at sea, poised for annihilation as the 2 forces clashed with an intensity that instilled fear within them. Without a doubt, even a mere ripple of their combined power could obliterate them. The monsters, lacking in intelligence, experienced only a fleeting sense of dread. Ha! Do you truly believe that with your paltry strength you can challenge me? Do you think that merely being revived grants you invincibility? Today, I shall ascertain your true worth. As Zoda charged towards the four Ultramen, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, each imbued with enough force to severely wound them. Yet, to his astonishment, they effortlessly deflected his attacks. Oh ho, so you possess some skill. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Despite his surprise, Zoda, having read the novels, was aware that those who are resurrected often experience a surge in power. It appeared that fiction did not deceive him. Just as he pondered this, the four gleaming Ultramen commenced their assault. Prepare to meet your demise. They roared in unison, their voices resonating like thunderclaps, deafening in their intensity. Whoosh! Each Ultraman's attack was distinct. Laser beams, luminous orbs, and flying blades, each capable of annihilating the monsters present, infused with a cataclysmic force. The relentless onslaught approached, yet Zoda, gripping his great sword, retaliated with dozens of strikes, each aimed squarely at the formidable light-based assaults, successfully defending against every attack. "Let me shatter you," he declared, "though you may possess strength. The question remains, can you wield it effectively?" In an instant, Zoda appeared before Wind Horse, thrusting his sword towards him, just as Zoda was about to land a hit on Wind Horse Ultraman. The latter's form inexplicably vanished without a trace. Boom! A multitude of blue energy blades, seemingly emerging from nowhere, rained down upon Zoda. These azure blades were indeed Wind Horse's attacks, conjured from the spark in his hand. Ultimately, Wind Horse unleashed a charged strike, a beam of blue light aimed at Zoda, intent on inflicting grave injury. Had the previous incarnation of Zoda been struck by this, he would have been reduced to ashes. However, the current assault, though somewhat damaging, was far from fatal. You truly are tough as nails. Such an attack fails to vanquish you. Fortunately, I'm not alone, Wind Horse remarked gravely, casting a glance at Titanus Ultraman, who nodded and charged at Zoda. "Taste my fists," Titanus Ultraman exclaimed, appearing before Zoda in a flash, his golden fists crashing toward Zoda's head. The tremendous force pulverized nearby asteroids into dust. Bang! Quite impressive, but the one wielding that power leaves much to be desired. Zoda retorted, trading dozens of blows with Titanus before delivering a powerful kick to Titanus's chest, sending him sprawling, disdain evident in his voice. Chapter 60. Again, Tiga's presence in the cosmos has vanished completely. "You, Titanus, leave him to me. I shall demonstrate the might of our trio." "No, our quartet," Tiga Ultraman interjected, halting Titanus's advance. In an instant, Tiga transformed and unleashed a formidable beam of light, powerful enough to pierce through the previous Zoda. Although the current Zoda had undergone a transformation, he was not guaranteed to withstand this assault. This was Tiga Ultraman's most potent technique, the Radiant Strium Burst, capable of turning even the triple Strium form to dust. Now, although Zoda was at his peak, he faced Tiga Ultraman, who could easily overpower even the father of Ultraman, making the battle a daunting challenge. As expected, Tiga's attack breached Zoda's defenses within moments, the Radiant Strium Burst surging towards him. Promising severe injury if struck, "My strength is barely adequate. I must train further to avoid engaging personally next time." Suddenly, a transparent barrier enveloped Zoda, exuding an impression of fragility. Tiga's Radiant Strium Burst, which should have effortlessly shattered Zoda's defenses and obliterated him, was halted by this seemingly inconspicuous shield. Two forces clashed in the cosmos, Tiga's assault thwarted by an unknown power, the collision generating shockwaves that pulverized nearby stars into dust, drifting through the universe. Ultimately, it was Qin Tian's barrier that proved superior. Seeing that he could not breach it, Tiga Ultraman decisively withdrew, joining the other three Ultramen in a solemn vigil towards Qin Tian. "Who exactly are you? And why do you intervene on Zoda's behalf? He represents the malevolent force in the universe. Are you not aware of this?" Titanus stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the diminutive Qin Tian. Scolding him that, in Titanus's perception, humans were mere insignificant insects. Now, one amongst them dared to obstruct a being revered as a god by the Ultramen. Did he intend to defy divinity? Titanus believed his reprimand would surely intimidate Qin Tian, compelling him to withdraw, for how could an ant challenge an elephant? The answer was clear. It could not. I have proclaimed before, I am the harbinger of the Light Kingdom's destruction. You shall all meet your end at my hands. Furthermore, I detest being pointed at. Do you consider yourself so powerful as to look down upon others with such a mindset? You deserve to remain a subordinate. Though Titanus towered with immense stature, his burgeoning power could never compel Qin Tian to regard him with any reverence. Size comparison. Is it? Do you believe yourself to be imposing? Mere bulk does not equate to superiority. I have vanquished countless formidable foes, each of whom I could obliterate with a mere finger. I had initially planned to eliminate the former cosmic sovereign Zoda before dealing with you, but it seems you have hastened your demise. Let us fulfill your wish, Torikia declared confidently, aware that his strength had multiplied significantly, radiating an oppressive aura that enveloped Qin Tian, preventing him from advancing even 3 paces. Zoda obediently positioned himself behind Qin Tian, remaining silent. Although he was not facing the combined might of the 4 Ultramen, Zoda understood that even against 400 Ultramen, the outcome would be the same: annihilation, vanishing into the cosmos, while he could face a multitude of Ultramen and resurrect them. A strike from Qin Tian would erase their very existence from the universe. Whoosh, Torikia, Tiga Ultraman, and Windhorse Ultraman unleashed a barrage of powerful beams towards Qin Tian, confident that his barrier, no matter how formidable, could not withstand the convergence of their might. Their strength had escalated to terrifying levels, at least 2 tiers above their previous capabilities, rendering their assaults even more ferocious. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Qin Tian raised his hand, summoning a bottomless black hole before him, expanding at a visible pace, interposing itself between him and the 4 Ultramen. As the 4 formidable attacks approached, the black hole gaped wide, its maw consuming all light, drawing in the beams released by Tiga and the others as if they had entered an unfathomable abyss, unable to escape its grasp. Unbeknownst to them, the other end of the black hole connected to a planet occupied by the remnants of the Light Kingdom. In the bewildered gaze of Zero and Jite, 4 immensely powerful beams suddenly surged towards them. Caught off guard, Zero was struck directly, while Jite Ultraman met a similar fate. The most unfortunate was Desolate Ultraman. Upon arriving, he witnessed 2 figures launch themselves away, and before he could react, he found a gaping hole in his chest as his timer extinguished, collapsing to the ground. This is terrible. Desolate Ultraman has perished once more. Mother of Ultra, please save him. Zero rushed to the Mother of Ultra's chamber, exclaiming. The Mother of Ultra, bewildered, wondered how Desolate had just been revived, yet had succumbed again. Could it be that Umbrella was attacking? What was happening? Oh no. Just now, 4 unknown beams appeared and struck Desolate Ultraman, who was caught unprepared. He met his end instantly. Zero awkwardly replied, "You have unleashed your magical attack for long enough. Now, it is my turn. Die." As Qin Tian spoke, the Ultramen responded in unison. The 4 Ultramen clenched their fists and hurled themselves at Qin Tian with tremendous force, a tempest forming as stars shattered, the overwhelming might obliterating nearby monsters, enveloping the area with a unique field of Ultraman psychic energy. Realizing their magical assaults could not reach Qin Tian, they resorted to engaging him as warriors, emulating the combat style of Tiga Ultraman. The sheer force of their colossal fists could shatter a moon-sized celestial body. Yet to Qin Tian, it was as if a gentle breeze brushed past, not even ruffling a strand of his hair. In a flash, Qin Tian surged forward, not retreating, but charging towards the 4 Ultramen. Bang! 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 4 resounding blasts echoed through the cosmos, as the 4 Ultramen simultaneously shot back at a velocity exponentially surpassing that of light, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, and traversing 50 million light-years beyond the solar system, shattering countless celestial bodies in their wake, were it not for the mysterious force coursing through their veins. The sheer act of demolishing planets would have obliterated them entirely. I shall return momentarily. With those words, Qin Tian's figure vanished from his location, only to reappear beside the Ultramen, just as Tiga Ultraman was about to utter a warning. Qin Tian's fist struck forcefully against his chest timer. Boom! To Tiga Ultraman, Qin Tian appeared as insignificant as an ant, Yet now this ant had shattered his timer, and he could feel the power within his body rapidly depleting. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a brilliant flash erupted from Qin Tian's hand, and a vibrant seven-colored flame surged into his chest timer, incinerating everything within it but a few fleeting moments. The colossal form of Tiga Ultraman was reduced to nothingness, leaving no trace in the universe. Tiga! The three remaining Ultramen cried out in anguish, their eyes brimming with disbelief. He was Tiga. How could this happen? This is impossible. Damn it! I shall avenge Tiga. Taitatsu Ultraman's eyes blazed with unbridled fury as he charged at Qin Tian, completely oblivious to how he had just been pummeled into his current state. He launched a powerful punch aimed at Qin Tian's head, while Windhorse unleashed beams of light to provide cover fire, and Talikia sought an opportune moment for a decisive strike. Boom! Taitatsu Ultraman's massive fist loomed over Qin Tian's head, and in an instant, it seemed as though Qin Tian's skull would explode, and this ant would be vanquished in revenge for Tiga Ultraman. Witnessing this, Taitatsu Ultraman felt a surge of hope for you. My brother Tiga, I shall avenge you. Yet, in the next moment, a brilliant light pierced through Taitatsu's fist, and Qin Tian emerged unscathed from the impact. Taitatsu staggered back, cradling his injured hand. Qin Tian's blow had rendered it useless, leaving him half incapacitated. Your strength is mediocre. What right do you have to challenge me? You should join your good brother in death, Qin Tian stated indifferently. With a swift motion, he appeared at Taitatsu's chest. Pressing down gently with his palm, an outsider, the action appeared painfully slow. Yet to Taitatsu, it felt as if an immense hand was descending upon him, rendering escape impossible. Taitatsu, what are you doing? Quickly evade. Windhorse screamed, witnessing the scene unfold. The seemingly sluggish hand was deceptive, as only Taitatsu understood its true magnitude. Boom! Taitatsu crashed into a nearby planet, his form disintegrating into dust, and thus two Ultramen were utterly erased from this universe. I will fight you! Windhorse, incensed at the loss of his two most cherished allies, charged at Qin Tian, momentarily forgetting the vast disparity in their strengths. Windhorse, come back! You are no match for him. Talikia bellowed, but to no avail. Qin Tian regarded the approaching Windhorse with a smirk of disdain, casually pointing a finger at the Ultraman. Boom! What? Windhorse gasped as he looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, feeling an intense heat emanating from within. Before he could utter a cry, a torrent of seven-colored flames enveloped him, consuming him whole. Who are you, and how can you possess such formidable power? Talikia, cautious and yearning for answers, inquired, aware that escape was impossible against Qin Tian. He had spent considerable time in the Land of Light without ever hearing of someone so powerful. Indeed, as you surmise, I am an entity from beyond this realm. Now you may rest easy in death. Qin Tian confirmed with a nod, unleashing a beam of light that pierced through Talikia's body. Boom! With a resounding crash, Talikia too vanished without a trace. Qin Tian surveyed the ravaged expanse of the cosmos before disappearing from sight. My lord, Qin Tian! At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside Earth, and Zoda and Douluo called out in unison that, My lord, how shall we deal with this horde of extraterrestrials? Shall we slay them or sell them? Zoda, with his crimson eyes fixed on the multitude of extraterrestrials before Qin Tian, whispered, leaning towards extermination, for during his reign over the universe, he had annihilated entire races at a whim. The instinct to kill was ingrained within him. After all, they were merely a swarm of ants. What purpose did they serve? Hearing this, the extraterrestrials gazed at Qin Tian with trepidation, fearing to hear the word kill from his lips, for they were merely traders of monsters and a portion of Earth's populace. In the eyes of the strong, was this not a mere reality? Survival of the fittest dictated that Earth's weakness could not alter their fate. They dreaded the thought of Qin Tian, a being of such power, passing judgment on them. These extraterrestrials must be exterminated. They are of no use, lacking strength and intellect, Qin Tian stated, not even glancing at the frightened beings, his voice a thunderclap that froze their very souls. To think that mere words could condemn us to death, they protested silently with fearful glances towards Qin Tian, seeking protection from the cosmic garrison. hoping to punish this villain. Alas, they could not voice their pleas. Left only with their terror-stricken eyes to convey their intentions. Luo Li, unmoved by their plight, had already extinguished entire races, filling vast expanses of the cosmos with their remains. They were nothing more than extraterrestrials to her. Zoda remained equally resolute. Slaughtering extraterrestrials was an everyday occurrence, and he felt a thrill at the prospect of returning to his old ways, drawing his sword to strike. Wait! At that moment, Qin Tian restrained Zoda. Although Zoda was perplexed, he complied with Qin Tian's command without question. The extraterrestrials, believing they had been spared, began to relax, but Qin Tian's next words plunged them into despair. You shall die one by one. Do you think I will wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse? I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, Qin Tian waved his hand, and an invisible wave enveloped the multitude of extraterrestrials. In an instant, they all evaporated from existence, leaving Zoda breathless. He understood that the presence of these extraterrestrials in this universe had been utterly obliterated. Once again, Qin Tian waved his hand, and thousands of formidable beasts met the same fate, including those capable of challenging Tiga, though such strength was only relative to humanity. In the next moment, Qin Tian reappeared at the food stall. Boss, is my food ready? My lord, your meal is prepared, right here. Would you like me to assist you in taking it back? The middle-aged proprietor, pointing to the meticulously packed meal in the finest takeout containers, spoke cautiously, fearful of incurring Qin Tian's wrath. No need, I shall handle it myself. With a wave of his hand, the gourmet feast vanished. The proprietor's expression remained unchanged. He was well acquainted with such mystical abilities. As a child, he had envied the art of spatial manipulation. At that moment, Qin Tian gazed up at the sky, a knowing smile gracing his lips, before vanishing from this universe alongside Zoda and Luo Li. Meanwhile, in a certain pavilion, several venerable elders, exuding an air of righteousness tempered with kindness, observed the scene. What are your thoughts? One elder inquired of his companions, as they watched Qin Tian disappear from view. Having witnessed the recent battle, that youth is no different from the legends of our mythology, perhaps even more powerful. I propose we craft a statue in his honor, declared an elder clad in formal attire with authority. Agreed. Agreed. Meanwhile, as Qin Tian journeyed to the Tiga universe in pursuit of the heart of eternity, he sensed a subtle connection to a particular location. Gazing upon the colossal statue, towering 100 feet high, he projected a fragment of his divine consciousness toward it. This statue, after a millennium, would rescue a besieged planet, instilling fear throughout the cosmos. Chapter 62. Xianyang versus the Four Great Beasts at the same time. Within the vast realm of Shenzhou, Qin Tian and his companions watched with palpable excitement as the footage progressed into its later stages. The notorious Black Emperor was indeed despicable, unable to contend with the armored warriors. He resorted to targeting a defenseless girl, a truly shameful act. In the world of the legend of the Condor heroes, a young maiden seated in a tavern observed the video depicting the four great beasts advancing towards a girl. Her fury palpable that it was common knowledge in the martial world that the Black Emperor was a cowardly scoundrel. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. I have confidence that I am no less capable than others. Kidnapping someone's family to coerce them is an act I would never stoop to. This individual is utterly worthless. Even when faced with opportunity, he cannot transcend his origins as a mere loser, proclaimed the undying King Amlin. Within the perfect world, Amlin, situated in the ancestral grounds of the otherworldly realm, regarded the Black Emperor's orders and the four great beasts' assault on the girl named Mincy with disdain. Such tactics, in his view, were the tools of the weak and the inept. The undying King Amlin would never resort to such underhanded methods. Simultaneously, a gathering of otherworldly undying kings on the edge of the Boundary Sea observed the barrage of comments, instantly recognizing Amlin's involvement. However, they were perplexed by his apparent transformation. They exchanged silent glances before continuing their silent observations. The wickedness of a demon, like the Black Emperor, deserves to be purged under the cleansing light of angels. The most effective method is to eradicate evil, declared Queen Kesha from the super god world. Rising abruptly from her throne, She, as the Queen of Angels, could not tolerate such malevolence in the universe. Targeting an unarmed girl was the epitome of cowardice among the extraordinary. If only I could wield my blade in this universe, I would swiftly strike him down alongside Yen, she mused, yet the world of the armored warriors remained beyond her reach. Fear not, my queen. With the world rankings shifting, I can sense that the world is on the verge of opening. Soon, we shall cleanse all evil. Angel Yen approached with a smile. Haha, such a narrow-minded perspective. Great achievers do not concern themselves with trivialities. Merely threatening someone's family to achieve one's goals is hardly reprehensible. History is penned by victors, who will remember these acts later, remarked the iron-blooded God Marquis. In the world of the #1 martial artist, iron-blooded God Marquis, Zhu, disdainfully regarded the comments in the sky, believing that leveraging collateral to seize the throne was a valid strategy. Regardless of its ethical implications, his recent orchestration of a climactic battle atop the Forbidden City had been a mere stepping stone in his quest for power, a quest to reclaim what once belonged to him. You are the one displaying feminine compassion. How dare a mere insect from the martial realm act so brazenly? Once the world is unsealed, I, Amlin, shall be the first to eliminate you, he retorted, observing the comments that labeled him as soft-hearted. Amlin couldn't help but feel insulted. He resolved to address whatever this nuisance was once the world allowed for crossing over. Meanwhile, as the four great beasts closed in on Mincy, she fainted from sheer terror. As the beasts prepared to strike, Xiangyang unleashed his wrath. It is well known that the fury of the meek is the most formidable. That moment, Xiangyang embodied this very essence. Suddenly, he transformed into the Emperor armor and appeared before the four great beasts, delivering a powerful punch that sent them soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight. The Emperor armor surveyed the surroundings before disappearing in a flash. Boom! 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 Four simultaneous sounds echoed across a plaza, revealing the four great beasts, who, upon regaining their footing, shook their heads to clear their senses, only to find the Emperor armor had already positioned itself before them. Surrounded by the four great beasts, the Emperor armor faced their onslaught with indifference. Their weapons struck it without effect. Each of its counterattacks felt like a mere tap to the beasts. That moment, the Emperor armor seemed to grow weary of the play and adopted a Tai Chi stance, conjuring a luminous sphere in its hands before hurling it forth. The once ferocious four great beasts were instantly reduced to mere cards, their power rendered impotent. Goodness, this is astonishing. Did he just seal away the four great beasts with a single move? Exclaimed Whitebeard, utterly awestruck. The formidable prowess of the four great beasts was evident. Any one of them could dominate their world, yet they were dispatched with mere punches in the presence of the Emperor armor. Such strength was terrifying. The realization of the Emperor armor's might left Whitebeard in disbelief, while Little Dragon Girl remarked, "Indeed, the four great beasts have been giving the armored warriors a run for their money. Yet in the hands of the Emperor armor, they were obliterated effortlessly. Such power in the grasp of a child is truly unfathomable." Meanwhile, within the Ihua Palace, Yao Yu furrowed her brow, unable to fathom the Emperor armor's immense strength. The four great beasts, formidable in her eyes, were effortlessly extinguished by the Emperor armor. Is this a power that a human can wield? How is this possible? I refuse to believe it, she declared that I am the Olympus world. The king of the gods, Zeus, raised his throne and roared at the footage displayed before him, incredulous that a single armored warrior could so easily overpower him. Beside him, Athena rolled her eyes in exasperation. Having grown accustomed to the spectacle of worlds, her father, the so-called great god, seemed like a foolish child, unable to accept the reality unfolding before him. You need not believe. Your opinion is of no consequence. Your disbelief changes nothing, scoffed Luo Feng. Indeed, what difference does it make if a wild god believes? His strength is undeniable, remarked Ji Ning, now a Tao sovereign, dismissively that a person who disdains everything cannot possess true strength. The black rhino armor had just slapped him in the face. Should he face the Emperor armor, he would likely be reduced to scrap metal in a matter of punches. I truly wish to possess that Emperor armor. Who would dare bully me then? In the world of the twin dragons of Tang, two children gazed wide-eyed at the video, their admiration evident. Amitba, the Emperor armor, and I share a fateful connection. When the world opens and coordinates allow my descent, I shall bring him into my fold. Meanwhile, in the world of Hong Huang, Ti, the Holy One, observed the armored warrior's dazzling display on the video, chanting incessantly. Though he had already guided many disciples from the East, none had the potential to make a significant impact. Now, seeing someone so powerful stirred his ambitions. For a moment, no one dared to interject. Silently cursing his shamelessness, they feared being remembered, should this monk come to convert them. Yet the undying King Amlin feared no one. What nonsense is this Buddhist doctrine? How laughable. I personally slew a Buddhist immortal king who spoke incessantly of righteousness. Can Buddhism save you? Ti. In response to Amlin's words, Ti felt no anger. A sage would not be swayed by such trivialities. Had it not been for the chaos, he might have considered converting Amlin into a protector of Buddhism. Others, witnessing Amlin's stubbornness, felt a surge of excitement. They wondered whether Amlin might actually be converted into a monk, that, if so, it would be quite amusing to refer to the undying King Amlin as the undying Buddha in the future. Chapter 63. This saint is not that saint. The undying King Amlin truly was headstrong, daring to confront Ti, a testament to his ignorance yet fearless nature. Anticipation bubbled within for what would transpire next. Would Ti shamelessly convert the heavenly emperor? Or would he retreat from the limelight? In a world of Fengshan, Tong Tian the teacher observed the comments in midair with a smirk. He regarded Ti, the shameless monk, with disdain, having watched him seize disciples and treasures under the pretense of fate. Even treasures obtained by his own disciples were forcibly taken by the Buddhist forces masquerading as enlightened beings. Fortunately, his own sect was robust, and if one couldn't defeat two, then two could join forces. The last time the Yunxiao sisters had successfully humiliated the Buddhist faction thoroughly, yet a chill crept down his spine as though something ominous loomed. Oddly enough, he was unable to discern its nature. What could this mean? In the dim recesses of his mind, the celestial teacher sensed an intangible peril that threatened to plunge him into a dire predicament between life and death. Despite employing his profound powers, he could glean not a shred of insight. Leaving him in a state of perplexity, he soon dismissed the thought, for his array of extermination was invincible against all but the four saints. What danger could possibly breach it? Sister, that so-called immortal king, Amlin, truly possesses a head of iron, daring to confront the Western figure head-on, and I can already foresee his fate once the world opens. He shall either be transformed into a steed or reduced to a mere puppet. On the Isle of the Three Immortals, the fairy Qiong Shao covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. The reputation of the Western saint, Ti, is well known throughout the realm of deities. Even the common folk are aware of such a figure, who brazenly claims to be connected to all beings, abducting those without any backing. When they acquired their treasures, Ti appeared unexpectedly. Had it not been for their trio-esque cultivation reaching the great Luo alongside the projection left by the celestial teacher, they might have been taken away by Juni, the memory of the mosquito Taoist, who perished miserably due to his obstinacy, lingers in their minds. Let us not disturb our elder sister. She is at a crucial juncture in severing her three corpses. Once she eliminates this self, her cultivation will ascend to the late stage of quasi-saint, and then there shall be no corner of the world she cannot traverse. By Shao covered Qiong Zhao's mouth and whispered softly in her ear, her eyes gleaming with pride as she gazed at Yun Shao, who was still in seclusion within the depths of the island. Such a formidable woman is her sister. Ti, the old one, why have you fallen silent? Were you not so arrogant just now? Could it be you are merely a master of empty bravado? Otherwise, wouldn't a multitude of beings be singing your praises in this celestial forum? It appears this so-called saint is not as impressive as one might think, merely indulging in self-entertainment. Amlin, the immortal king, indeed, in our eyes, saints are easily extinguished entities. Great saints are but mere ants. What need is there for a saint to expose themselves and bring shame upon their name? Shi Huang speaks the truth. Such so-called saints are nothing more than insects in my eyes. I have annihilated countless saints, and their desperate expressions are truly a source of endless delight. At that moment, within the world of Tian, the Black Sovereign was preparing to boast about his former might. Before he could finish, he was silenced and dragged away by Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Whoa, what do you two intend to do? After knowing you for so long, I never imagined you would be like this. That don't come any closer. Save me. Yi He doesn't even spare dogs. In a secluded corner of a mountain range, the Black Sovereign was cornered by Yi Fan and Pang Bo, tears brimming in his eyes as he howled, provoking pity in those who heard him. Bang! Yi Fan admonished. Teach him a lesson. He talks nonsense every day. Pang Bo delivered a swift kick to the Black Sovereign's rear, growling fiercely. Black Dog, remember not to provoke that Juni saint, or else we may all face dire consequences. Yi Fan refrained from striking, but earnestly advised the Black Dog, who seemed indestructible yet stubbornly retained his canine nature. Why, Yi Fan, I say, you are now a Saint King, soon to become a quasi-emperor. A mere saint is nothing. You could crush him with a single hand. What are you afraid of? Can't you show a bit of ambition? Is this still the fearless saint body, Yi He? I'm almost embarrassed to call you my pet. The Black Sovereign, observing the grave expression on Yi Fan's face and the fleeting glimmer of fear in his eyes, mockingly retorted, filled with disdain for Juni. Black Dog, are you unaware of his strength? Otherwise, you wouldn't speak so lightly. This saint is not the same as others. In the midst of my homeland, this Juni saint is immortal, transcending the river of time, untouched by the myriad causes and effects. There's a saying that beneath a saint, all are but ants, Pang Bo continued. And at that moment, panic filled the eyes of the Black Dog. He had not anticipated the vast difference in power between this saint and those of their world. Experience had indeed betrayed him. Fear not. This saint cannot come here for now. You said nothing inappropriate. It's no great matter. Just be cautious with your words next time, or we shall all suffer for your folly. Yi Fan advised. Ba, esteemed practitioners, you possess considerable wisdom and are destined to connect with my teachings. That I await your good news in the Western Pure Land. Immortal King Anlin, Shi Huang, one Dao Long Huang, in the world of Feng Shan. Zhuanti extended a hand into the void, grasping at three shimmering, indescribable auras of light that appeared in his palm. Closing his eyes, he began to calculate, and after several days, he opened his eyes, revealing a mix of 3 parts fear and 7 parts shock. Utilizing the power of causality, he had traced the locations of several individuals through the Celestial Forum, yet he could not advance further, as if an even more terrifying force was obstructing him. He felt an instinctive dread that should he act recklessly, his very soul might be shattered. Unable to save himself, he surmised that this must be the power of the celestial rankings. Without absolute strength, it was impossible to descend into another realm. One thought would be enough to render him powerless. This instilled within him an overwhelming respect for Qin Tian. What kind of strength permits such freedom in the face of such formidable forces? However, he harbored no worries. According to his vague predictions, once the celestial rankings were established, portals to the myriad worlds would open, allowing him to trace his way to those individuals and bring them under his teachings, thereby significantly boosting his sect's power. The grand spectacle of the celestial teacher's influx of myriad immortals was a source of envy for Juni, who also yearned to seize a share. Yet, recalling the celestial teacher's 4 swords of extermination, he promptly abandoned such a delightful notion. Sister, that Juni Daoist has spoken again. I foresee the immortal king and others will have a most unfortunate fate. How pitiful they are, daily consuming vegetarian fare, endlessly invoking my Buddha's compassion. In the world of the legend of the white snake, the green snake gazed at the flickering, subtly radiant characters in the sky. Her tone tinged with regret. Though the world no longer housed the likes of the 6 saints and other mighty beings, their legends still resonated deeply, and none dared to speak ill of the 6 saints. Those who did seldom met a favorable end. All right, little Qing, let us hasten to find the Avalokiteshvara, so I may repay my gratitude and ascend. The white-clad maiden smiled gently, her fragrance akin to orchids. Holding immense reverence for the saints and unwavering faith in Avalokiteshvara's guidance. Master brother, that Shi Huang seems rather audacious, openly stating you are but an ant, showing no regard for your dignity. How brazen to declare the great sage equal to heaven and ant. I've seen arrogance, but never such audacity, Within the world of Journey to the West, Zhu Beiji, ever the instigator, approached Sun Wukong, chortling. What nonsense are you babbling, you fool? Old Sun sees your skin is itching for a beating. It's been a while since I've had a good tussle. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Seizing Zhu Beiji's ear, he brandished his golden staff, preparing strike. Causing Beiji to leap back in fright. If old pig were to take a hit, wouldn't it spell disaster? Master brother, don't strike. When the world opens, I'll take the first shot at that ignorant Shirwang. And we'll see if his strength matches his boastful words. Seeing this, Tang Sanzang merely shook his head with a smile, having become familiar with the personalities of the few over time. Look, they're cursing Junti again. How youthful they are. Zhu Beiji remarked, his eyes glued to the scroll of comments. Junti Saint, you old bald donkey. Do you think you can guide me into the Buddhist fold? I'm off to gather a group of Buddhists to slay. Let the beings of the myriad worlds see how laughable faith in Buddhism is. The immortal King Anlin, in the realm of perfect world, concluded his declaration and logged off, preparing to seek out a world filled with devout Buddhists to eliminate, for he detested the notion of belief in Buddhism, deeming it the height of hypocrisy. Indeed, when I unleash the darkness, I shall first deal with that group of old bald donkeys in the western region. Though they are not of the same world, their beliefs are alike, and their slaughter may quell my fury. Within the Jitian realm, Shirhuang also posted a comment, scoffing at the audacity of a mere saint to claim they could enlighten him, truly ignorant of their own mortality. Had Shakyamuni still been alive, he would never have dared to speak so. Yet, having been dead for so long, he felt emboldened. Meanwhile, the multitude of Buddhist devotees in the world of Jitian was not swayed by a mere utterance. They remained the most steadfast followers of the Buddha, firmly believing that he would inevitably triumph over darkness. Amitabha, the power of our Buddha is invincible. There is no need for panic among the masses. Should the Supreme dare to approach, he shall surely meet his demise without a burial place, spoke an elderly monk softly. Amitabha, is this the place? Very well. Grant me permission to annihilate everything here associated with the Buddha. In a grand realm, beyond the world where the true Buddha resided, Anlin arrived with an army from a distant land, his tone icy as he addressed the situation, the singular true Buddha within. Possessing the essence of a celestial being, was acutely aware of the peril, yet he could hardly fathom that Anlin had sought him out, such ill fortune to attract so many would-be saviors to his door. Before he could even plead for mercy, Anlin's hand descended upon him, obliterating the entire world along with the true Buddha into nothingness. Witnessing no survivors, Anlin nodded and departed with his legion. Shortly after his exit, many celestial-level cultivators gathered, gazing at the gaping void left behind, sighing deeply yet refraining from uttering a word. After all, mentioning the Celestial King would draw his attention, and they knew they would be doomed. Their strongest among them barely reached the late stage of the celestial realm, insufficient to withstand even a casual swipe from the formidable Celestial King. Simultaneously, the scene shifted as the Dark Emperor opened the pouch left by the five protectors, who then transformed into an immensely powerful dark beast, utilizing their own essence in conjunction with the malevolent heart. Its overwhelming aura enveloped the entire planet, felt even by the armored warriors, including the underworld demon and the king of Oksar, who promptly morphed into armored warriors to confront the threat. The humans sensed that they were being watched by an unspeakably terrifying entity, yet they remained oblivious to its identity. The Dark Five Protectors? Weren't they supposed to have perished with the Shadow Star? How could they still be alive? What is happening? In a place sealed off from the underworld demons, a figure suddenly rose, and a voice emanated from it. Tinged with confusion and astonishment, he was Lu Fa, the current leader of the underworld demons, wielding immense power, yet he felt utterly inadequate against the formidable dark beast radiating such potent energy. But shouldn't the Dark Five Protectors have been annihilated alongside the Shadow Star? How could they manifest on Earth? Could it be that they were not present on the Shadow Star at all? In a flurry of thoughts, Lu Fa seethed. Damn it! If I were fully restored, you would witness the might of the Shura armor. Upon uttering this, he collapsed to the ground. The Shadow Star, the Five Protectors? They will certainly be targeted by the Heavenly Tao. Now is not the time for my emergence. Cursed Heavenly Tao elements, await your reckoning. A mysterious voice echoed from an enigmatic place before vanishing. You are the dark beast. The 5 armored figures gazed at the creature exuding boundless power not far away, which, according to the doctor, should indeed be the most powerful dark beast. Ha ha ha, indeed it is us. Those wretched armored warriors have repeatedly thwarted our plans. This time, we shall crush you into oblivion. The malevolent water protector glared venomously at the flame dragon armor and roared. Ha ha! Our strength is now invincible. No one on this planet can thwart us. Eradicating this detestable group of armored warriors shall be our conquest, the malevolent gold protector added, his resentment unmistakable in his eyes. When they first arrived on Earth, they were brimming with confidence. Yet the armored warriors taught them a harsh lesson, pinning them down and rubbing their faces in the dirt. They dare not seek vengeance against the Emperor armor, nor could they even entertain the thought. But these armors were of no concern. The Emperor armor was impressive enough, but they were merely a collection of 5 elemental armors. They were now invincible and absolutely capable of slaying them to dominate the world. Indeed, let us shatter this detestable group of armors into pieces. The malevolent Earth Protector chimed in. You insolent fools, you have thoroughly provoked our wrath. If we do not crush you and swallow you whole, our hearts will remain unsettled. Onward, dark beast. Let them witness the might of our dark universe. The Dark 5 protectors declared in unison, their voices grating against the ears, as they unleashed beams of energy towards the armored warriors, who resolved to draw the battle into the cosmos. The dark beast radiated limitless power, and as the armored warriors unleashed their ultimate techniques upon it, they found that not only did they fail to inflict any damage, but the beast also grew in size and strength. The dark beast, with its formidable attacks and unmatched speed, forced the elemental armored warriors into a retreat, subsequently unleashing a skill that left the armored warriors speechless. This scene filled the armored warriors with profound anxiety, their fists clenched tightly, fearing that darkness might prevail. Armored warriors, persevere! You can undoubtedly defeat the dark beast, exclaimed Xylong. Why doesn't Xiangyang intervene? With his power, he should be invincible enough to vanquish this dark beast, questioned Huang Rong. Chapter 65. The Emperor's annihilation of the dark beast Xiangyang was but a child. Although he possessed immense power, he could not yet harness it. It seemed that this battle would rely on the flame dragon armor and the others. Did that elderly director not leave behind clues? To achieve complete sealing, they must unite, correct? Indeed, there are no opponents that cannot be defeated, nor obstacles that cannot be overcome. Unity is strength. We must have faith in our armored warriors, proclaimed Gaia, the Earth Star God. Concurrently, in the cosmic realm, as they witnessed the flame dragon armor and the others being assailed by the dark beast, the celestial beings murmured among themselves that it was their unity that had allowed them to thwart Saron, the most formidable foe in the universe, preventing his scheme and restoring peace to the cosmos. Indeed, as long as we stand united, justice shall triumph over darkness. That I believe in the flame dragon armor and the others, affirmed Meijin. Simultaneously, the video reached a critical juncture. All the armored warriors, save for the flame dragon armor, had been grievously injured by the dark beast and were on the verge of forcibly disengaging their combined form. Should they revert to their separate states, they would undoubtedly fall to the ground as mere flesh and blood. This sight left countless armored warriors across the myriad realms in shock, as they realized that in such dire circumstances, not a single one would abandon their brothers, even at the cost of their own lives. Is this what brotherhood means? Why had I never encountered such brothers? If I had, how could I have resorted to self-mutilation? What a bitter irony. Master and disciple, each with their own ulterior motives in the world of the smiling. Proud wanderer, Lin Pingji gazed at the 4 youths, tears glistening in his eyes that he reflected upon his life, having once basked in unparalleled privilege, yet everything had been shattered by the cursed evil sword manual. His escort agency had been annihilated by the hypocritical leader of the Qinchang sect. His parents had perished tragically before his eyes. Even the master who had taken him on as a disciple had ulterior motives, seeking the evil sword manual for his own family to cultivate this martial art. One must resort to self-mutilation, rendering oneself neither human nor ghost. Had his master not been so, perhaps you would not have arrived at such a dismal fate today. Light, since you have bestowed upon me such formidable power, please grant me the ability to protect these brothers. I am willing to sacrifice myself. Light, do you hear me? Grant me strength. Within the video, the flame dragon armor resolutely proclaimed. And the beings across the myriad realms felt his determination, causing many to tear up. Congratulations, you have finally grasped the power of unity. Go forth and fight with the light of strength. At that moment, a grand voice resonated in the ears of the crowd, many feeling a warm sensation enveloping them, as if illuminated by a profoundly comforting force. I just felt as though I were cradled in my mother's embrace. How warm and cozy! Exclaimed Huang Rong in the world of the Condor heroes. Huang Rong inadvertently shed a tear. While not far away, Huang Yaoshi shook his head and walked towards a grave, murmuring something. Indeed, this is the first time I have felt such warmth. It is far more comfortable than lying on that cold jade bed. That thing is icy and utterly unwelcoming, remarked Xylon. Celestial Master, the bond among these armored warriors is extraordinary. Even ordinary kin may hesitate to sacrifice themselves for another, yet they are able to do so. What an impressive feat! It is no wonder they possess such remarkable power in a vast expanse of the Shinjo Great World. The Chaos Half-Saint slowly spoke, his voice indistinct in gender, yet powerful enough to astonish the assembly of Half-Saints. It is well known that the Chaos Half-Saint seldom praises others. Had the Flame Dragon armor been present in this realm, it might have been accepted as a disciple by the Chaos Half-Saint, of course. Their astonishment was but fleeting, for mere mortals were not worthy of their concern, should the revered immortal sovereign speak. They would undoubtedly spare no effort to take him as a disciple. Empowered by the essence of light, the Flame Dragon armor and its 4 companions transformed into the Emperor armor, engaging in combat within a deserted arena. Their formidable strength, despite being somewhat obscured by the screens, resonated with powerful waves that many could still perceive. The Emperor armor unleashed the law of heaven and earth, although it lacked the towering presence of the Dark Demon. Its might was nearly comparable. The ensuing battle was nothing short of terrifying. Eventually, a tremendous assault sealed the dark beast entirely, concluding a struggle between light and shadow that had persisted for 5 millennia, restoring peace to the universe and filling the earth with joyous laughter. This was the essence of happiness. Yea, we have triumphed over the dark beast. Ha ha! Splendid! Come, everyone, taste my freshly made dumplings and guess the filling. Shouted one of the victors, Xiangyang. Why do you persist in staring at the sun? It's harmful to your eyes. Come inside and enjoy the dumplings. As the video concluded, a wave of emotion swept through the myriad realms. And before anyone could voice their sentiments, a voice resonated profoundly in the hearts of all present. The Celestial Rankings have announced, the 350th World of Armor Warriors has received a cubic meter of the essence of the Heavenly Tao. While the Emperor armor has obtained partial control over the Heavenly Tao, the Dark Emperor has also gained half of the Heavenly Tao's dominion, and the 5 wielders of the Flame Dragon armor have been granted an additional 300 years of life, along with the title of Peace Envoys of the World. These proclamations echoed in the ears of all powerful beings across the realms. Many displayed no change in expression, whether it was the Heavenly Tao or longevity. Such matters were easily within their grasp. While they remained indifferent, others were deeply concerned, even driven to madness. Cursed be it! If the Emperor were to gain 300 years of life, the entire world would be mine. But alas, my time is dwindling. Damn the aristocracy and the foolish Goguryeo. Why do these ignorant people not believe in their Emperor? Within the Sui Imperial Palace, Yang Guang shattered the glaze cup before him in a fit of rage, his fury threatening to erupt. Were it not for his physical limitations, he would have moved against the aristocracy long ago. Time was indeed running out. Under the weight of his imperial authority, the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards all knelt in fear, trembling at the prospect of inciting Yang Guang's wrath. Rise and tidy this place. After a lengthy pause, Yang Guang regained his composure and spoke with indifference before departing. A plan had begun to take shape in his mind. Whether it would succeed depended on this opportunity. Even if he were to perish, he would ensure that the aristocracy would pay dearly. Boom! At that moment, atop the Yanwang peak of the Shinjo Great World, A colossal vortex emerged. The Chaos Half-Saint and others exchanged glances of surprise before relaxing, sensing the presence of their immortal sovereign. It was undoubtedly his handiwork. Qin Tian gazed at the raging thunderclouds above Yanhuang Peak, waving his hand to summon tranquility, leaving only the vast vortex slowly unfurling until it reached an astonishing size. From within, a man, a woman, and a bull emerged. The man and woman were the incarnations of Qin Tian and the half-saint Luo Li. While the bull was none other than Zhou, did the two incarnations return to their original forms. Leaving Zoda alone, "Master," Zoda called out cautiously, surveying the powerful half-saints surrounding him. He sensed that even the faintest hint of their aura could obliterate him. You may leave now," Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. And Zoda, feeling the overwhelming power within him, beamed with joy as he exited. Just then, two objects appeared before Qin Tian. One was a plasma spark tower, and the other, the heart of eternity. While their inherent powers seemed ordinary, the laws contained within were precisely what Qin Tian and the assembly of half-saints required. With a smile, Qin Tian explained amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers. These items were procured from the Ultraman dimension. Imbued with the laws of their world, we can absorb and refine them. With these laws, you should all be able to ascend to greater heights. Although we may not reach the realm of immortals just yet, with sufficient accumulation, it will be possible. Our world's limit currently permits only one immortal to produce a second or third. We must harness the unique laws of other realms. Only by breaking through this limit can we transcend it. With that, Qin Tian clenched his fist, causing the two powerful treasures to explode, their energies unfurling, yet the laws of power coalescing in his grasp before he vanished from sight. The assembly of half-saints had grown accustomed to this. They understood that when Qin Tian re-emerged, his strength would have significantly increased, consequently elevating their own powers and advancing the Shenzhou Great World. As for the consequences of taking the treasures from the Ultraman dimension, they were utterly unconcerned. Indeed, it is our fortune to have an immortal sovereign among us. The Shenzhou Great World is on the verge of breaking the long-standing single immortal barrier, ushering in an era of numerous immortals. Half-Saint Chongqing remarked, stroking his beard with a grin, his eyes glimmering with ambition. He could scarcely believe that he might witness the hope of ascending to immortality in his lifetime, something previously deemed impossible. Indeed, immortal sovereign, you are truly the most favored and powerful immortal in countless epochs, having breached the limits of immortality with unparalleled strength before the world even shattered its constraints. What a remarkable feat! Half-Saint Dang added, gazing at the retreating figure of Qin Tian with deep respect. All right, enough of that. I have lost count of how many times I have heard you two drone on about this. It has become quite tedious, hasn't it? Luo Li interrupted, exasperated by the two ancient beings' endless boasting. The other half-saints erupted in laughter, fully accustomed to their banter. Xiang and Chongqing merely chuckled in response. Luo Li, you ventured to other realms? Do tell us about your experiences in the Ultraman dimension. What was it like? Were there any intriguing encounters? They inquired eagerly, with half-saint Tianyang leaning closer to Luo Li, curiosity lighting up his eyes. All right, I'll share everything. As Qin Tian meditated, Luo Li began recounting her adventures. She spoke of Qin Tian's annihilation of countless Ultramen, battling numerous extraterrestrial beings and monsters on various planets, and her encounters with 5 formidable Ultramen in the world of Tiga Ultraman. These 5 powerful Ultramen were Noah Ultraman, Saiga Ultraman, Chicken, the King of Ultra, and Ryujito Ultraman, who lay in ambush around the heart of eternity. The moment Qin Tian and Luo Li arrived, the 5 launched a formidable assault, hoping to obliterate Qin Tian in one fell swoop. However, Qin Tian was no ordinary individual. With a mere flick of his finger, he effortlessly neutralized their powerful attacks, unleashing shockwaves that obliterated entire islands and even affected neighboring nations. Had Qin Tian not held back, the very existence of those nations could have been at stake. The so-called Tiga Ultraman and Kurumura, along with the other Ultramen, would have been annihilated without a trace. That, in the eyes of the 5 strongest beings from the Ultraman dimension, disbelief washed over them as Qin Tian raised a hand, and they felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Before they could react, gaping holes appeared in their chests, resulting in their immediate demise. In the realm of Ultraverse, their marks vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The creator of the Ultraverse, Draxion, initially wished to manifest, but upon sensing his formidable power, he extinguished that thought immediately. Subsequently, he left behind some techniques and returned with 2 individuals. Indeed, the esteemed immortal is quite impressive, traversing freely through other universes that we have no idea when we might embark on adventures in other worlds. That so-called immortal king, Anlin, I truly wish to test his strength and see just how much he is worth. Chuckled Changqing, the half-immortal. Although I cannot defeat Anlin outright, I could certainly inflict some serious injuries that a few medicinal pills should suffice for recovery before we continue our battle. Absolutely. Besides Anlin, there is that rogue Long and that black dog. We must teach them a lesson, or my heart will remain unsatisfied with their arrogance. The half-immortal Xiang recalled the insults he had endured from these 2 not long ago, a cold smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. His eyes glinting with malevolent thoughts. Swish! At the location where Qin Tian was in seclusion, the laws of the world surged forth, the resonance of the great Tao echoing through the heavens and earth. Strangely, no one could hear it. Everything was contained within a 100-mile radius around Qin Tian, unable to spread beyond that moment. A force, entirely distinct from that of the great Shenzhou world, emerged, colliding and merging with the existing world laws. The laws belonging to the Ultraverse seemed unwilling to be consumed without a fight. Qin Tian had anticipated this. He extended his hand towards the laws, crushing them effortlessly, allowing the laws of the great Shenzhou world to devour them completely. Observing the laws now fused together, Qin Tian absorbed them into his being, beginning to comprehend the secrets of this amalgamation. As time slipped by, in the blink of an eye, several dozen days had passed. And Qin Tian opened his eyes once more. His aura surged dramatically. Although he had yet to break through to a new realm, his power was significantly enhanced. Seeing this, Qin Tian integrated the acquired laws into the great Shenzhou world. Crack, crack! A sound of chewing, audible only to Qin Tian, resonated as if something were being consumed. After a considerable time, the sound faded, but the effects were strikingly apparent as golden lotus flowers swayed in the void. Accompanied by the crackling noise, this sound echoed in the ears of countless beings throughout the great Shenzhou world, prompting many to kneel in prayer for divine mercy, fearing the wrath of the heavens. This portion comprised mortals and low-level cultivators. Yet, not everyone shared this sentiment. A group of powerful beings bore expressions of joy, for this was the moment they had awaited for an eternity, and success was finally within reach. Dear heavens, I beseech you, do not unleash your fury upon us. If you must vent your anger, direct it at me alone. Spare my son and daughter-in-law, an elderly woman, gazing at the enormous fissures in the sky. Hastily knelt, tears streaming down her face as she murmured. She was not alone. Nearby, other elderly people, young adults, women, and children, all from a village, a small town, a nation, a state, and the entire world of mortals shared her dread. Master, it's terrible. The end of the world is upon us. What should we do? I do not wish to die. A frightened young girl from the Lioli sect rushed in, her voice trembling with fear. Having witnessed the sky cracking for the first time, she thought it meant her entire world was on the brink of destruction. Young as she was, having just turned 3,000 years old, she had never even held a young man's hand. Would she become a ghost of a virgin? Do not panic. You are far too grown to be afraid. If the sky falls, tall individuals will hold it up. It won't crush you. Rest assured, your master is here. I will not let you come to harm. A middle-aged beauty approached, comforting the girl, though her own gaze was filled with confusion and fear. This scenario was not unfamiliar. Such was how worlds shattered during battles among mighty beings. Was it possible that a conflict was unfolding here as well? Father, how can these fissures appear in the sky? Our world is so powerful, and no other forces are attacking us. Why is this happening? Zhou Xilan inquired, perplexed, as she gazed at the immense cracks above their ancestral land, not feeling particularly fearful, knowing her father was a sovereign-level powerhouse. Unmatched even by the heavenly Tao. Cough, cough, cough. I'm uncertain as well. But it should be a good omen, Zhou Tianhai replied. Indeed, it is a good omen. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed behind them. An elderly man with snow-white hair suddenly appeared, smiling as he nodded at Zhou Xilan and then addressed Zhou Tianhai. Ancestor Honglei, why have you emerged from seclusion? Have you perhaps achieved a breakthrough? Zhou Tianhai asked respectfully, and upon probing the aura of Zhou Honglei, he realized that, had he not seen him with his own eyes and heard his voice, he might have thought he was seeing a ghost. He couldn't help but speculate that the ancestor had entered the supreme realm. Ha ha! Your eyesight is commendable. I've just stepped into the supreme realm, all thanks to the fissures in the sky. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how much longer it would have taken, the elder laughed, his eyes brimming with reverence as he regarded the cracks. Grandfather, what is the significance of this? Are they merely fissures? Could they be some kind of miraculous elixir? Zhou Xilan asked, puzzled, unable to comprehend why a few cracks in the sky warranted such excitement. Ha! My dear Lon, you're mistaken. No elixir can compare to the power of these fissures, for they span the entirety of the great Shinjo world. Zhou Honglei explained it. Could it be that the great Shinjo world is on the brink of destruction? But wait, isn't there the immortal lord? How could such a thing occur? Zhou Xilan's face blanched, for if the entire world was in jeopardy, it would imply that its power equaled that of the immortal lord. Why then did the immortal lord not intervene? You are mistaken. This is the work of the immortal lord, truly remarkable. He is about to elevate the entire tier of our world, allowing all beings to cultivate to even higher realms. The presence of these fissures signifies that the immortal lord is about to breach the barriers of the world, propelling the great Shinjo world to the next level. Zhou Honglei explained to the bewildered Zhou Xilan and his father. Ha ha! Truly, the heavens are aiding me. I now have 100% confidence in overcoming the half-immortal tribulation, all thanks to the immortal lord. Immortal lord, I humbly bow before you. In a desolate expanse of starry sky, a being bathed in lightning knelt, disregarding the bolts striking his body, that he was a supreme-level powerhouse. And this time, he had been certain of his demise during the half-immortal tribulation. However, due to Qin Tian's actions, fissures appeared in the space of the great Shinjo world, reducing the power of the thunder by 40%, rendering it less than 1% of its previous strength. This was both a blessing and a curse. The blessing was that many more half-immortals would emerge in the future, while the curse was that half-immortals would no longer be feared in the universe, overshadowed by the presence of immortals and transcendent beings. The immortal lord's actions were truly astonishing. If we possess such power, why would we share it? The immortal lord's generosity is truly remarkable. Countless light years away from Yanhuang Peak, a half-immortal opened his eyes, gazing at the cracks in the sky, equally astonished. The world was beginning to ascend, as long as we continuously acquire the laws of other worlds to remedy the deficiencies of our own. We would inevitably become the most powerful world among the myriad realms. With a strengthened world, the strength of its inhabitants would surely skyrocket, waging war to nurture war, until we could break through the myriad realms and ultimately secure transcendent positions as transcendent beings. Returning to the beginning, Qin Tian surveyed the myriad circumstances of the world with a sweep of his divine sense. Muttering to himself, he felt that the impending world war would be formidable, if there were any team competitions. His current forces would undoubtedly be insufficient. It should be noted that there were at least 10 beings in the myriad realms comparable to himself, and their subordinates were no ordinary lot. Only by achieving breakthroughs on his side could they confront the challenges of the future. Swish! Qin Tian appeared once more in the Hall of the Immortals, where numerous half-immortals sensed the changes occurring outside. Among them, the Chaos half-immortal felt it most acutely. With his current power, should the fissures in the sky completely rupture, he would be able to transcend and become the second immortal of this world. Although the other semi-immortals have yet to reach their full potential, they have gained profound insights. As long as they continue to comprehend the laws of other realms, they will undoubtedly draw closer to that pivotal moment. Immortal Sovereign, I have already sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. It is likely that I will soon step into the realm of immortality. The chaotic semi-immortal spoke first, his voice brimming with joy that was palpable to all present. A flicker of envy flashed in the eyes of the other semi-immortals, for they too yearned for the fortune of the chaotic semi-mortal, though not as formidable as my friend from the chaos. I have also gleaned significant insights, which have fortified my foundation. The Purple Sun semi-immortal added, his excitement unrestrained. Rest assured, it will not be long before the barriers of this world are completely dismantled, allowing all of you to step into the realm of immortality. Time shall not be lengthy. Merely a few years at most, Qin Tian said with a smile, a hint of satisfaction gracing his lips. Boom, boom, boom. Within the vast realm of the divine continent, numerous cultivators who have been trapped at a certain level suddenly found their previous bottlenecks vanish, leading to a surge of joy as they each transcended their limits. Laughter and exclamations of delight filled the air of the divine continent. This group of cultivators had fortuitously caught the express train of the immortal sovereign. Otherwise, few among them would ever achieve a breakthrough in their lifetimes. What profound realizations must they be experiencing now? The Purple Sun semi-immortal chuckled as he listened to the heartfelt wishes of the masses. Chapter 68. The 100 Preeminent Worlds. Haha. One cannot say it thus. They're not the only ones who have caught the express train of the immortal sovereign. We, too, have benefited. The evergreen semi-immortal remarked with a smile as he observed the lively discussion. Time flows relentlessly, and 1,000 years have swiftly passed, with the world undergoing countless transformations. Now, it is time to announce the 100th world in the rankings of the myriad realms, the Dominator world. A voice of supreme authority resonated in the ears of all present. A sound they had grown accustomed to. The myriad realms gleamed magnificently, featuring unparalleled goddesses commanding the world, indomitable divine kings reigning supreme, and ambitious sovereigns elevating entire realms. As the celestial screen unfurled, a title materialized before the eyes of the crowd. Their expressions grew solemn as the rankings of the top 100 worlds were about to commence, and anticipation surged. The 100th world, the Dominator world, a grand realm of convergence where countless races thrive, and heroes assemble, saw numerous celestial beings from lower realms weaving tales of legend in pursuit of the path of dominion. In the endless fire domain, the flame emperor reigns, setting the heavens ablaze. Within the martial realm, the martial ancestors' might reverberates across the cosmos. In the western heavens, the emperor of battles stands unmatched in glory. In the northern wastes, the Lord of the Undying presides over a land of countless tombs. This is both the best and the worst of times. As the forces led by the evil celestial god assault the Dominator world, it has been forced to retreat at every turn. Fortunately, the ancient, most powerful being of the Dominator world, the Undying Emperor, has valiantly defended the last sanctum of the realm, sacrificing his life to seal the evil celestial god and granting future generations the time to flourish. Among the talented heirs, the Flame Emperor, the martial ancestor, and Mu Chan stand as the most outstanding prodigies, having vanquished the evil celestial god that sought to annihilate the Dominator world and safeguarded their kin. Evaluation. These three possess both valor and wisdom, a righteous heart, and the courage to confront evil forces. The Flame Emperor, in particular, established the endless fire domain in the most vulnerable area of the Dominator world when Mu Chun had yet to mature, becoming an indispensable force against the malevolent invaders from beyond. Within the video, a line of golden characters emerged, chronicling the tales of the ancient and contemporary heroes of the Dominator world. Flame Emperor, martial ancestor, Mu Chun, and the Undying Emperor, who sacrificed himself to seal the evil celestial god. As they beheld the countless dark figures and blood-red eyes depicted in the video, many races across the myriad realms found their eyes turning crimson with rage. The fallen were their human brethren. In the territories occupied by the malevolent invaders, all races besides their own had been slaughtered, and the description of being devoured alive seemed almost too mild. This evil celestial god is truly detestable, lacking any semblance of humanity. Thankfully, our angelic race does not reside in that world. Our adversary is merely that little wretch Morgana. Had we been faced with this so-called evil celestial race, our fate would have been dire. Truly, this world ranks among the top 100. Even the minions of the malevolent invaders could likely obliterate our entire super-divine universe. Their regenerative abilities are abysmally terrifying. After viewing the video summary, Queen Kesha of the Super Divine World stood in shock, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear at the sheer terror of the evil celestial god. Such a race is indeed formidable. The only solace is that they were ultimately defeated. My queen, there is no need for concern. The Dominator world is still a great distance from us. With their strength, it is impossible for them to traverse such a gap. Our true adversaries remain Morgana and her, Ilka, at this moment. The Angelician stepped forward to address Kesha, having adapted to the circumstances long ago. Indeed, I was momentarily lost in thought. This world is so far from us. There is no need for worry. Yin, I entrust you with a task. Lead the army and eradicate the nearby evil forces. Kesha spoke with a faint, dreamy gaze, and Yin nodded, understanding that the queen had been stirred and sought an outlet for her frustrations. Meanwhile, in other worlds, this evil celestial god is truly a fiend. The initial invasion by the demonic race merely transformed cultivators and the people of the world into their own. Yet even the heads of the demonic factions did not indulge in such bloodlust. This evil celestial race truly deserves extermination. In the realm of mortal cultivation, Han Li, now a Tao ancestor, gazed calmly at the video before him. Having encountered numerous trials and a myriad of races, he had never witnessed such brutality. Even the Tao ancestor of time, whether past or present, could not compare to a fraction of this. The realm of immortals is not the only one. Perhaps I, too, should embark on a new journey. Otherwise, if such a race were to emerge in the future, what could be done? Han Li contemplated that his realm of immortals is but one among many. And should such a race exist in another world, it would be too late to respond. This evil celestial god seems even more dreadful than phantoms. Look, this ghost was just trying to kill us. And now, witnessing the evil celestial god in this video, he nearly wet himself. Thankfully, this is not our world. In the world of spiritual awakening, three extraordinary beings observed the formerly boastful red-clad ghost not far away. One among them sighed in reminiscence before attempting to flee. No, had she not been a spirit, I would have likely wet myself. How do you know? Because I already have? Whoa. The man reached down and confirmed it. Scrambling to rise. Damn it. This evil god truly lives up to its name. Gentlemen, could you lend me a hand? My legs have turned to jelly, and I refuse to be left here for the ghosts. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the two, the man spoke with a placid demeanor, as if the matter did not concern him. That I initially thought that sacrificing my own race was quite something. Little did I know there was one even more ruthless than I. At this moment, a comment appeared on the Myriad Realms forum, signed by the Sole Celestial Emperor, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Sole Celestial Emperor, you are still alive? That shouldn't be possible, Black Emperor exclaimed. Whoa, the little rat has emerged. Brothers, let us slay him, Rogue Dragon chimed in. Sole Celestial Emperor, you can't compare to him. While the evil celestial god may be wicked, at least he isn't T-turn on his own kin. You, on the other hand, Huang Rong added. Indeed, Sole Celestial Emperor, you and he are of equal measure. How dare you utter such words? Our demon-slaying army is at the ready, and we shall surely end you, the leader of the spirit race declared. End me? You must have mistaken me. The spirit race has already been obliterated by me. Even the Flame Emperor fell in my hands. Only the soul race remains of the ancient races. Should you seek someone, go find your own world's Sole Celestial Emperor. The Sole Celestial Emperor retorted. Ancient race? Nonsense. My ancient race is thriving. When were we ever wiped out? Truly laughable, the leader of the medicine race replied. Meanwhile, in another continent of martial arts, the ancient races simmered with rage. The Sole Celestial Emperor was far too arrogant, having yet to act and already daring to make such claims. Whoa, have I obliterated the ancient races? The Sole Celestial Emperor, hiding deep within a mountain range, wore an expression of disbelief. When had he ever caused such devastation? Now, he was but a stray dog, hunted by all. Could there be multiple worlds of martial arts? Perhaps. The Sole Celestial Emperor mused to himself. Chapter 69. The Lord of the Undying strengthens the seal, cursed be it. In other worlds, I am so carefree. Yet here, I am being hunted down. How tragic. Hun Tian Di, Let's see where you can run this time. Kill him for me. How dare he extinguish my Yao clan? Before Qin Tian could contemplate anything, he saw the clan leader of the Yao clan, accompanied by a large group of Yao clan members wielding hefty sabers, rushing towards him with fierce gazes, their smiles betraying their intentions. This sight. Qin Tian's heart sank, and he immediately unleashed his combat skills to flee. Whoosh! Damn it, Yao clan, just you wait. I refuse to believe you can chase me indefinitely. Once I become a Dou Emperor, the first to face my wrath will be your Yao clan. Spotting a pond ahead, Qin Tian dove in without a moment's hesitation. After days of being pursued, he had grown accustomed to it. The fantastical world truly is vibrant and colorful, filled with heroic figures worthy of songs, as well as those who inspire loathing. In the realm of super beast armament, the king of hell sat on his throne, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Simultaneously, in the world of the great sovereign, many powerful beings were shaken by this astonishing news. Splendid. The celestial evil god has ultimately been slain by the mightiest of our great thousand world. Come, send someone to locate Mu Chun, Yin Di, Wu Zhu, and others that we must protect them at all costs. The survival of our great thousand world hinges on this moment. Within the sword domain, the voice of the Qin Tian sword saint resonated like a mighty bell throughout the realm. Soon, 3 formidable experts, exuding immense power, arrived at the scene. They were 3 late-stage heavenly supreme beings, second only to the Qin Tian sword saint in the sword domain, clearly demonstrating his deep concern for Mu Chen's safety. The Qin Tian sword saint understood that he could not leave this place. Otherwise, the evil entities he suppressed would undoubtedly seize this golden opportunity. He was aware that many individuals in the great thousand world had aligned themselves with the foreign evil entities, and they would surely target the still-growing Mu Chun. Thus, he could only dispatch his most trusted subordinates, while he himself continued to confront the foreign evil entities, buying time for Yin Di. Wu Zhu, and Mu Chun, as you command. We shall protect young Master Mu Chun with our lives, Sword Saint. Rest assured, the leader, a middle-aged man, looked resolutely at the Qin Tian sword saint. His tone resolute, he knew that he might never return from this mission. The foreign evil entities would undoubtedly unleash a brutal war. The absence of action until now was merely due to their celestial evil god's immortality. However, now that he had been identified by the rankings of the myriad realms, the foreign evil entities would not allow any potential threats to the celestial evil god to grow. Even some demon emperors might take action personally. Thank you. The Qin Tian sword saint uttered those words softly. The 3 understood the gravity of their task. Failure was not an option, as it would mean certain death in the northern wastes. This was the territory guarded by the Undying Lord, a subordinate of the former Great Thousand Palace Master. The Undying Emperor was also the place where the Undying Emperor sealed the celestial evil god at the cost of his own life during ancient times. Today, the area appeared particularly chaotic. With endless demonic energy surging from the suppression zone, it was evident that the celestial evil god, aware of his impending fate, would not willingly allow his formidable enemy to appear and slay him here. As he made his move, the seal of the ancient Undying Emperor activated, suppressing 99.9% of the released demonic energy, leaving only a trace that drifted outward, casting a shroud of darkness over the northern wastes. Whoosh! At that moment, an immensely powerful attack struck down upon the impenetrable dark clouds, taking a full quarter of an hour to disperse them. The northern wastes were indeed desolate, aside from the Undying Lord's grave-guarding army. No living soul remained. Ha ha ha! You cannot confine me for long. Once I emerge, my first act will be to slay Yin Di and Wu Zhu and eliminate Mu Chun if I've been unaware of the events that transpired. I might have granted you some time, but now that I am informed, ha! An exceedingly wicked voice echoed in the ears of the grave-guarding troops. Many low-ranking disciples transformed into bloodthirsty fiends, only to be painfully struck down by their comrades. As the Undying Lord recognized that this was merely a glimpse of the celestial evil god's power as he began to assault the seal, he could not help but recall the past when the foreign evil entities first appeared, swiftly seizing 1/3 of the great thousand worlds territory. Countless beings were obliterated, consumed entirely. They did not seek to conquer, but to plunder and devour. Even when the myriad powerful beings of the great thousand world united, they were still no match for them. Ultimately, it was only through the sacrifice of the life of the ancient world's first powerhouse, the undying emperor, that this being was sealed. He still remembered the undying emperor's dying words. The celestial evil god did not fully unleash his true power against me. His aim must be the heavenly path of this world. If I can seal him easily in the future, it indicates he was undoubtedly scheming. Though I, the undying emperor, may be slightly weaker, sealing him is still within my capabilities. The future of the great thousand world is entrusted to you. Do not let me down. Now, as the celestial evil god sensed danger and sought to escape, how could he be allowed to fulfill his wishes? Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, as the undying Lord, I will not allow him to emerge from the seal so soon. The undying Lord declared resolutely as he gripped his weapon. Where is the grave-guarding army? The undying Lord bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the northern wastes. Present, a thunderous response echoed back. Today, as we witness the changes in our great thousand world, knowing that the celestial evil god will surely be slain by our realm, it is our sons of the great thousand world who shall triumph. Our guardianship has not been in vain. However, should the celestial evil god wish to emerge prematurely and slay Mu Chun, Yin Di, and Wu Zhu, will you comply, or not? The undying Lord roared. Not comply. Not comply. They vowed to protect the great thousand world and its hopes with their lives. At that moment, countless members of the grave-guarding army began to roar, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of determination. They understood what they had to do, without regret. Very well, truly worthy of being my sons of the great thousand world, I shall stand with you in life and death. Form ranks. The undying Lord laughed heartily, then uttered two words. The gravekeepers united from all directions in the northern wastes, and at the center of the formation, the undying Lord and other heavenly supremes sat upon the ground. They rapidly spun their hands, producing powerful seals that descended upon the sealing formation above. The once dim formation shone brilliantly, seemingly on the verge of regaining its former glory. Humph! You wish to strengthen the seal? Foolish dreams! With you lot of worthless fish and rotten shrimp. Within 100 years, this deity shall descend upon the world and devour you whole. As for whether Mu Chun and the others can survive this century, that remains a question. The voice of the celestial evil god grew increasingly feeble. Yet the crowd's expressions showed no signs of relaxation. Rather, they became even more grave, knowing that a new storm was about to arise. The Holy Heaven Demon Emperor and the 32 foreign clans would undoubtedly not relinquish this opportunity easily and would pay a heavy price to rescue the celestial evil god and eliminate Mu Chun and the others. Never did I imagine that the ones to finally defeat the evil god would be these three. Yin Di had heard of them, as had Wu Zhu, but this Mu Chun seemed unfamiliar. It was uncertain if he had even been born. It was said that Yin Di and Wu Zhu had just stepped into the heavenly supreme level, and with their current strength, they were certainly no match for the celestial evil god. This indicated that Mu Chun had likely not been born yet. In the lair of the Dragon Clan, the Supreme Elder, the true Dragon Emperor, emerged from seclusion, having reached the heavenly supreme level himself, the Golden Dragon. His own strength barely allowed him to contend with the Dark Heaven Demon Emperor. Chapter 70. The Plan of the Dark Heaven Demon Emperor Ancestor. One cannot say it this way that we have been in the heavenly supreme realm for so long without a breakthrough. How can we view Yin Di and Wu Zhu through ordinary eyes? They have only recently arrived in the great thousand world. A middle-aged man, the clan leader of the Dragon Clan, and a late-stage heavenly supreme being, spoke up, casting a glance at the true Dragon Emperor, apprehensive of receiving a reprimand. After all, such words could be seen as an admission that their Dragon Clan had become inept, given that their clan leader had yet to reach the heavenly supreme level, relying on the Supreme Elder's reputation to maintain his status. What? Are you worried that I will blame you? Rest assured, how could I possibly blame you? This is actually good news, indicating that our great thousand world has hope. I would be delighted if someone surpasses me. What frustrates me is you. After all these years, you have yet to achieve the heavenly supreme level. You think you are a pig. I have heard that the young maidens of the Phoenix clan have already ascended to the realm of the sacred heavenly supreme. Yet you show no signs of progress. Alas, should I depart this vast dragon pearl, it may very well fall into disarray. With a sigh, the purple-gold dragon lamented, while the man beside him lowered his head in silence. Having grown accustomed to the elder's reprimands, he understood that every time the elder emerged, he would inevitably face a scolding, and to rebut would likely result in public humiliation for the clan leader. By the way, you are to dispatch the 5 dragon guards to seek out Mu Chan's whereabouts. Once located, ensure his protection from the forces allied with the foreign evil entities, should you encounter him. There is but one command: eliminate. The purple-gold dragon instructed the clan leader, who nodded in agreement, though he hesitated, wishing to inquire why the ancestor did not go himself. However, upon consideration, he shivered and swallowed his words. Watching the middle-aged man depart, the purple-gold dragon's gaze sharpened. He understood the clan leader's intentions, to obstruct the dark heavenly demon emperor. The demon emperor, privy to such matters, would not allow them to act freely. No one is a fool in this game. Within a palace suffused with demonic energy, 32 immensely powerful foreign demons sat in meditation, each the leader of one of the 32 clans. At the forefront was the sacred heavenly demon emperor, flanked by the dark heavenly demon emperor, heart heavenly demon emperor, spirit heavenly demon emperor, slashing heavenly demon emperor, and the black corpse heavenly demon emperor, alongside a host of other sacred heavenly demons. Should these demon emperors unite, it is likely that the vast world would plunge into an endless civil war. In the past, the formidable powers of the vast world, even under the leadership of the immortal emperor, were still unable to contend with the 32 clans of foreign demons. For many years, their restraint in attacking the vast world was not due to any inability or the presence of overwhelming foes, but rather a belief that the heavenly evil god was invincible and could not be defeated. However, now that their leader, the heavenly evil god, has been vanquished, the sacred heavenly demon emperor and his peers are not fools. They know precisely how to proceed. With the summoning of the sacred heavenly demon emperor, the demon emperors would either come in person or send their avatars if they could not leave their current locations. Esteemed colleagues, you must be aware of the purpose behind my summons today. Without further ado, I invite you to express your thoughts. This place has been ensnared by our demonic clan's web. No spies may enter or exit. The sacred heavenly demon emperor spoke earnestly, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly of demon emperors, who met his scrutiny with calm composure, their expressions unwavering. Observing this, the sacred heavenly demon emperor nodded inwardly. In my view, our sacred clan has refrained from initiating conflict for so long that the beings of the vast world may have forgotten our true might. Perhaps believing they can bully us at will, I propose that we strike together, sparing no expense to rescue the evil god. This is our primary strategy, indeed our fundamental plan. Rising from his seat, the dark heavenly demon emperor addressed the assembly, his eyes glinting with bloodlust. Oh, why is this the fundamental plan? What other strategies do we have? The heart heavenly demon emperor inquired, his blood-red eyes glimmering with curiosity, eager to discern whether his thoughts aligned with those of the dark heavenly demon emperor. The other strategy involves the sacred heavenly demon emperor, the heart heavenly demon emperor, and myself luring the strongest beings of the vast world into believing our targets are Mu Chun, the flame emperor, and the martial ancestor. The dark heavenly demon emperor paused momentarily, observing the expressions of confusion among some of the demon emperors before continuing. Our true objective is to rescue the heavenly evil god and break his seal. Once we have drawn away the most formidable champions of the vast world, the remaining demon emperors will rescue the other trapped demon emperors, while the rest, excluding the black corpse heavenly demon emperor, will head to the northern desolation to breach the immortal emperor's seal. The task of the black corpse heavenly demon emperor will be to lead our sacred clan's forces in attracting the attention of the strongest beings of the vast world. It need not take long. As long they can be held at bay, the sacred heavenly demon emperor and the others will fiercely obstruct the martial ancestor and the flame emperor. Descending from his elevated position, the dark heavenly demon emperor took a seat, scanning the assembly of demon emperors with a faint smile. The eyes of the gathered demon emperors gleamed with a crimson hue, evidently deep in thought, and several nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied with this plan. Why not target and eliminate Mu Chun and his companions? After all, they're destined to be the ones to slay the heavenly evil god. If we crush them in their infancy, would that not resolve all our troubles? A demon emperor of spirit rank voiced his inquiry, his expression rife with doubt. Killing one will only lead to another. As long as the vast world exists, slaying Mu Chun may give rise to others like Lu Chun and Li Chun. Once we rescue the heavenly evil god, we could decisively crush the champions of the vast world. And then the entirety of the vast world shall belong to us. The dark heavenly demon emperor explained patiently, his eyes glimmering with a hint of bloodthirst. In that case, I have no objections. I concur. No issues here. Wait a moment. Are you four not afraid of going and never returning while obstructing the champions of the vast world? The Black Corpse heavenly demon emperor stepped forward, a smile gracing his features. They are formidable, yet we four are no insignificant figures ourselves. We have our means of escape. Even if we should meet an unfortunate end, should the evil god emerge, we would die without regret. Before the dark heavenly demon emperor could respond, the sacred heavenly demon emperor interjected, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that although they were powerful, facing a multitude of champions from the vast world significantly heightened the risk of death. For the sake of the sacred clan, they were prepared to sacrifice. If that is the case, let us return and prepare. This shall be our final battle. I hope that when the time comes to celebrate our victory, I will still see all of you esteemed demon emperors. Upon concluding his words, the sacred heavenly demon emperor received a salute from the dark heavenly demon emperor, who then vanished, followed by the departure of the other demon emperors. Bring forth my battle armor and soldiers. This time, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of the vast world, making it clear to all that they shall recognize our true strength. Subsequently, 3 demon emperors emanating mid-level sacred heavenly power appeared, alongside 7 others radiating late-stage immortal heavenly power, and finally 36 exhibiting spirit heavenly power. They represented the foundational strength of the sacred heavenly clan. And this time, the sacred heavenly demon emperor was determined not to hold back. Knowing his fate, he was prepared to go all out, eager to see if he could rewrite this ending. Chapter 71. The Endless Fire Domain, the leaders of the other 31 clans shared similar thoughts. This was indeed the final battle. Victory would render them invincible across the vast world, while failure merely meant death. Having lived so long, the foreign evil clans held no fear of death. The directive to prepare for war spread throughout the foreign evil clans within the vast world, igniting excitement among all demons, who felt no trepidation whatsoever. They could hardly contain their eagerness to devour the entirety of the vast world for the glory of their king. This time, I shall savor the blood and cries of the beings of the vast world. It is the finest gift bestowed upon us by the heavenly evil god. You shall not compete with me. This time, I will personally devour at least 2 spirit heavenly supremes. As for you, perhaps it would be best to refrain. Their supreme Dharma manifestations are specifically designed to counter you. Leave such feats to me. Rest assured, I will leave you 2 earthly supremes to slay. In that case, I shall undertake the task of polluting the entire world. I assure you it will feel as if you were returning to your foreign homeland, for this shall become our home. Whoosh! Boom! Simultaneously, within the endless fire domain of the great sovereign world, a meticulously crafted, multicolored lotus flower shot forth from the hand of a black-robed man, swiftly arriving before a most peculiar demon radiating spirit heavenly power. The demon had yet to react when the lotus flower engulfed it entirely, leaving only a layer of ashes in its wake. Recently, these foreign demons have grown increasingly restless. It is truly vexing, the black-clad man murmured before vanishing at the edge of the endless fire rain, reappearing in the heart of the endless fire domain, within the palace of the Flame Emperor. Thank you for your hard work. Brother Xiao Yin Suner glided gracefully, holding a beautifully embroidered handkerchief to gently wipe the little one's face. There is no helping it. The foreign evil clan has become ever more restless. Today, a spirit heavenly supreme infiltrating our endless fire domain is surely a harbinger of mischief. With that, he grasped Suner's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Brother Xiao Yin, you are truly incorrigible, always bullying me. Though Suner spoke thus, she continued to gently roast the robust chest of Xiao Yin, she understood that after the announcement of the future of the Grand Ruler world in the All-Heaven rankings, the Outer Demonic Clan would undoubtedly take action. This time was likely just a test. The next could potentially lead to a cataclysmic war akin to that which occurred thousands of years ago. The first to bear the brunt of this impending conflict would likely be her elder brother Xiao Yan, as well as the martial ancestor Lin Dong and that Mu Chun, with the realization that opportunities to lean against her brother's embrace would become increasingly scarce. Sun Er cherished this moment all the more. Rest assured, the ones who wish to slay me have yet to be born. You, my brother Xiao Yan, are no longer the worthless young master who was scorned in Wu-Tan City. I am now the supreme Flame Emperor, resounding throughout the vast world. You must have faith in my brother Xiao Yan. After all, I still need to protect my dear Sun Er. Xiao Yan tenderly caressed Sun Er's silky hair, his voice firm with a conviction harder than steel. How can it be that you only protect my sister Sun Er and not me? At that moment, a statuesque woman approached, her colorful gown accentuating her breathtaking curves, exuding an unparalleled allure. Her enchanting visage was equally captivating, with her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with charm, and her voice carried a melodious sweetness, making her a true paragon of beauty. This woman was none other than Kai Lin, the mistress of the endless fire domain, the Medusa Queen. Xiao Yan, upon spotting the enchanting figure in the distance, swiftly embraced Sun Er and vanished, only to reappear before Medusa, his hand reaching out to encircle Kai Lin's delicate waist. How could that be? Both of you are among the most important people in my life. Even if I, Xiao Yan, were to stake my name, I cannot allow you to suffer the slightest harm. With a gentle smile directed at the two ladies in his arms, Xiao Yan declared resolutely, I did not come here to hear your sweet nothings. I am here to inform you that after you dispatched that outer demonic clan supreme being, several more upper-tier Earth supreme demons have emerged. Observing what the guards are holding, it seems they are surveying the terrain. Kai Lin gazed at the man before her with utmost tenderness, inhaling the scent that was uniquely Xiao Yan, and slowly recounted her observations. Indeed, it appears that the outer demonic clan is preparing for a significant move. Are they seeking to uncover the weaknesses of my endless fire domain? I eagerly anticipate their arrival. The volcanoes of the burning Heaven Mountain Range have not erupted in ages. Should the outer demonic clan dare to come, I will ensure they understand the might of my fire domain. Xiao Yan replied with a faint smile, proceeding to escort the two women towards the palace that he surmised the intentions of the outer demonic clan, likely targeting himself and Lin Dong, as well as Mu Chun. While he was unfamiliar with Mu Chun, he had encountered Lin Dong several times and recognized him as a formidable figure. Furthermore, if he were part of the outer demonic clan, he would undoubtedly seek to rescue his leader, given that his leader possessed unparalleled strength capable of turning the tide. Xiao Yan hoped that this latter scenario would not unfold, for it could lead to unforeseen complications. He recalled the time when his identity was exposed. Even under the relentless pursuit of powerful foes, the Soul Emperor not only became a Do Emperor, but also nearly slaughtered half the living beings. The originally exterminated Medicine Clan, Spirit Clan, and Stone Clan had all been annihilated, and even the leaders of the Fire and Thunder clans perished in battle. Had it not been for his rapid breakthrough, the leader of the Ancient Clan might have also met the same fate. The situation this time could prove even more dire. In the absence of knowledge about the future, the outer demonic clan might refrain from making a significant move, but the current circumstances were different. The outer demonic clan would likely unveil their true intentions and prepare for battle. Xiao Yan, oh Xiao Yan, with beauty in your embrace, what are you musing about? Truly a folly. Xiao Yan scolded himself internally before making his way towards the plush bed. In another part of the vast world, where martial arts flourished and many masters trained, lay the domain of the martial ancestor Lin Dong, a stronghold established by him. Upon entering the realm of the Heavenly Supreme, Lin Dong had ventured into the vast world, seeking his beloved. After arriving, he single-handedly attacked the ancestral grounds of the Ice Spirit Clan, defeating 4 Heavenly Supremes and pursuing the Western War Emperor for a month before departing with the Ice Spirit Tablet, which contained the remnants of Yun Huan's soul. Subsequently, Lin Dong ascended to the status of a Holy Supreme, and the Ice Spirit Clan, eager to appease the martial realm, appointed Yun Huan as their leader. thereby growing increasingly powerful. Both the martial ancestor Lin Dong and the Flame Emperor of the Endless Fire Domain were legendary figures, having ascended from the lower realms to become unrivaled titans in the vast world in a short span. At this moment, Lin Dong wore a grave expression. Although the impending calamity had yet to arrive, an unsettling premonition loomed over him, as if something monumental was about to transpire. Lin Dong, brother, what troubles you? Why such a long sigh? The lively maiden, Yun Huan, now a wife, retained her spirited demeanor and looked at Lin Dong with a glimmer of curiosity. In recent days, I have sensed numerous unfamiliar auras infiltrating my martial realm. Including several heavenly supremes, I ponder how to deal with this group, as they seem to harbor ill intentions, yet I fear that acting hastily may alert them. Lin Dong shared his concerns with his wife without reservation. Chapter 72. The Martial Realm. The plan of the holy demon emperor brother Lin Dong. What is so difficult about this? You suspect they are members of the outer demonic clan or have allied with them. Do you not? Why must we hesitate? We should simply capture them and interrogate them. The martial realm belongs to you now, brother. What does it matter if others know? Yun Huan replied with a playful smile, her eyes flashing with determination. Most of these individuals were elders and leaders from other sections. While it was true that one would typically hesitate to provoke so many factions, their martial realm boasted over 10 heavenly supremes. And as a celestial supreme herself, Yun Huan was formidable. Lin Dong, being a holy supreme at the later stage, had the strength to deal with this uninvited group. She did not believe anyone would dare to challenge them. For in this turbulent era, the consequences of showing mercy were dire. Indeed, my dear, what you said is correct. They should be eliminated. They all carry a trace of malevolence and are undoubtedly minions of the outer demonic clan. Their arrival in our martial realm surely spells trouble, and we must not show mercy. Just then, a woman clad in a flowing white dress approached, her slender figure partially concealed by gauzy fabric, yet unable to hide her exquisite silhouette. Her silky hair cascaded down, and she wielded a jade-green longsword, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a goddess from the Moon Palace. Qing Zhu, you have arrived. I am aware of what you mentioned earlier. I merely wanted to gauge your thoughts. Since we share the same opinion, I shall command that they be eliminated. There is no meaning in allowing a group of traitors to live. It will be better for them to reincarnate sooner. Lin Dong declared coldly. Previously, a faction of the outer demonic clan had nearly brought ruin to the entire world, resulting in countless lost lives, including many of his friends and family. Such occurrences have become increasingly common since arriving in the vast world. Although he was now at the late stage of the Holy Supreme level, he was still no match for the outer demonic clan, many of whose members were also at the late stage of the Holy Supreme level. Dear, we must prepare ourselves promptly. Based on the recent movements of the outer demonic clan, their behavior seems entirely out of character. I suspect they have a significant scheme in the works, and we must tread carefully. Otherwise, we may suffer greatly. Lin Dong's wife, Qing Zhu, furrowed her brows, expressing her unease, unable to pinpoint what felt amiss. Rest assured, Qing Zhu, I know what must be done to... It has been far too long since we last took action. The world has likely forgotten the might of the martial ancestor. This time, I shall show them the power of my martial realm and of Lin Dong. Lin Dong asserted, wrapping his arms around both women. His fierce determination reflected in his eyes. We can collaborate with the Flame Emperor. He is immensely powerful, and both of you will serve as formidable forces against the heavenly evil god in the future, each having ascended from that world to the vast realm, allowing for a greater resonance between us. Yun Huan suddenly exclaimed, recalling Lin Dong's previous mentions of the Flame Emperor and his exploits. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Just now, the Flame Emperor sent me a message, and I found his insights to be quite astute. Therefore, I have resolved to lead the martial realm's experts to the Endless Fire Domain shortly, to join forces with the Flame Emperor against that evil. Lin Dong smiled at the two women, having just received a message from Xiao Yan, which contained speculations he deemed highly plausible. The absence of any movement from the extraterrestrial evil clan during these days precisely indicated that they were orchestrating a grand conspiracy. When they finally struck, it would likely be a devastating blow. I have also received news that the Lord of Immortality and their legion are currently employing their ultimate techniques to reinforce the seal of the Immortal Emperor, rendering them unable to act. Numerous factions have begun to establish a presence there, as they aim to guard against the extraterrestrial evil clan. Lin Dong said to the two women, a flicker of concern gleaming in his eyes. Are you aware of our mission? Once the Flame Emperor and the martial ancestor engage in battle, we must strike with thunderous force to capture these women, ensuring that these two formidable beings will hesitate to act recklessly. In doing so, our clan shall undoubtedly secure total dominion over the vast world. Upon concluding his words, one of the evil beings revealed a stone in his hand, upon which images of several women appeared: Sunner, Medusa, Ling Qingzhu, and Ying Huanhuan, among others. If our targets are these individuals, why send a group of expendables to stir the grass and alert the snake? An extraterrestrial evil being questioned, puzzled as to why they would intentionally release a trace of aura that would allow the two to perceive it. This is the plan of the Holy Sky Demon Emperor, stirring the grass to alert the snake. How do you know it is merely that? Perhaps it is a tactic to lure the enemy deeper. When they believe our targets are two powerful beings, we shall seize them by surprise, significantly increasing our leverage and elevating our status as the most important figures under the Demon Emperor. Truly ingenious, these two extraterrestrial evil beings emanated the aura of late-stage, celestial supreme beings. The reason for not deploying even more powerful figures was that they had never appeared on the battlefield, and thus would not attract the attention of other formidable beings. Unbeknownst to them, Ling Qingzhu and the others also possessed the cultivation of Celestial Supreme, foreshadowing that their operation would not unfold smoothly. Within the territory of the Floating Pagoda Ancient Clan, the clan leader S. Hall was buzzing with discussions among the elders. Elder, I propose we release Qing Yin Jing and appoint her as the leader of our Floating Pagoda Ancient Clan, guiding us to the pinnacle of strength. A venerable elder with flowing white hair spoke with conviction. He was Qin Tian, the head of the Qing lineage, possessing late-stage, celestial supreme cultivation, but he felt profound remorse for failing to protect Qing Yin Jing and allowing the Qing lineage to decline. But circumstances had changed. Having glimpsed the future trajectory of the Dominator world, albeit just a fragment, he saw that Mu Chun had ascended to the position of clan leader, surpassing even the Holy Supreme, and was indeed one of their own. Furthermore, Qing Yin Jing had also broken through to the Holy Supreme realm, instilling him with confidence to advocate for the release of the goddess. Elder Fu Tu Xian remained silent. Had it been the stubborn elder from before, he would have swiftly dismissed the proposal without a second thought. However, after contemplating the future events he had witnessed, he remained non-committal, torn between his desire to release Qing Yin Jing and his ingrained adherence to tradition. To him, rules were sacrosanct. Indeed, if our Floating Pagoda Ancient Clan aspires to become the most powerful among the 5 ancient clans, we must release Qing Yin Jing, that M.Y. sister possesses the capability to lead our clan to greatness. Qing Xian interjected as Qing Yin Jing's elder sister. She longed to rescue her sister, but held little authority within the clan, rendering her words largely unheeded. The situation had shifted, however, with her nephew's burgeoning invincibility. Unacceptable. Mu Chun has yet to become the Dominator and does not possess true strength. We cannot act so recklessly that I propose we deliberate further after retrieving Mu Chun. What does everyone think? At that moment, Xian Guang spoke up, his ambition to become clan leader making him wary of letting Qing Yin Jing ascend to the position. Observing the shifting sentiments among the attendees, he promptly interjected to deter the proposal. I too find it inappropriate. That child is not yet matured. How can we allow Qing Yin Jing to emerge? We must apply pressure on the child to accelerate his growth. And Mo Tong added, voicing his reluctance to see Qing Yin Jing as clan leader. If it were Mu Chun, he would have no objections, but a woman in such a role was simply unacceptable. Indeed, Qing Yin Jing is not suited for release at this time. I recommend we wait until Mu Chun arrives at our Floating Pagoda Ancient Clan before making any plans. A chorus of agreement echoed among the other elders, which rendered Qing Xian and her supporters utterly dismayed. Elder Fu Tu Xian contemplated interjecting, but found himself ensnared by the weight of tradition, opting instead to silently observe the heated debate among the factions. Very well then. Let us release Qin Tian. But she shall not be permitted to leave the floating pagoda ancient clan until Mu Chun arrives. Elder Fu Tu Xian declared, his tone firm as he intervened amidst the clamor of voices. He then vanished in a flash, leaving the assembled elders with no choice but to acquiesce despite their lingering dissatisfaction. Chinner, how have you fared? Bearing such a heavy burden must be a challenge. Rest assured, I shall escape the floating pagoda ancient clan. Although Qin Tian remained imprisoned, the rankings of the myriad worlds were inescapably present, and she was all too aware of the trials her child faced. As a mother, she wished for her child to avoid the path of a hero. Yet as a being of the vast world, she felt an immense pride. Mu Chun, it seems you have been facing hardships lately. Now that you have been exposed, countless individuals are seeking you, many of whom may wish to eliminate you. Perhaps you should temporarily assume a different name and appearance. Jiu spoke within Mu Chen's mind, her tone filled with concern that warmed Mu Chen's heart. Mu Chun had already reached the 7th grade supreme realm, and those who ventured to Bei Song Academy found nothing, leaving him exceedingly frustrated. You are right. Using the name Mu Chun now is akin to courting death. Luckily, the video obscured my features, so they remain unaware of my appearance. However, in places like Beiling, many have seen me. So it's imperative to change my looks and identity. Mu Chun replied with a smile, touching his face and lamenting, who would have thought that I, Mu Chun, would one day be troubled by this handsome visage? Such a sorrow. Upon hearing this, Jiu-Yu's expression soured, and she ceased to engage with Mu Chun. Unfazed, he sought out various techniques and soon altered his appearance to resemble another individual before soaring into the distance. Where did Mu Chun go? We tracked him all the way from Beiling to here, yet not a single trace remains. Absolutely infuriating. Not long after Mu Chen's departure, 2 imposing figures radiating powerful auras descended nearby. Their presence unmistakably that of celestial supreme beings, rendering the area eerily silent. Indeed, they are not ordinary individuals. It is no wonder we cannot locate them so easily. Someone is pursuing us from behind. Let us lead them away. Among them, there are surely those with ill intentions. We cannot afford to be careless. Agreed. Let us head in that direction. The 2 then charged toward the opposite direction from Mu Chun. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals exuding formidable strength arrived at the scene, surveying the area before pursuing the 2 figures that had just fled. Meanwhile, the video commenced playback, captivating viewers from the myriad realms, including some from the dominator world. Initially, the footage was rather mundane, but soon gained traction. The barrage of comments on the forum was relentless. This dominator world boasts an incredibly high energy level. No wonder it ranks among the top 100. Many beings within possess formidable strength. It seems our martial world has few who can rival them, Huang Rong remarked, though I am reluctant to admit it. What you say is indeed true, that I am no match for them. It is unfathomable that a group of mere teenagers possesses such strength. I eagerly anticipate the growth of Mu Chun, Xiongbai added. In my opinion, it is rather ordinary. My demon and god world would easily surpass this realm. What is merely a dominator? Its aura seems unimpressive. Comparable to a celestial level. My demon and god world is undoubtedly among the top 10. Let the ants tremble. Pai Zi Long scoffed. Pai Zi Long, do not flatter yourself. Do you not realize the reality of your own strength? With your current state, do you truly believe you could enter the top 10? You are simply daydreaming. The top 10 will undoubtedly feature my Tian de Yuzhou. He Huang retorted, ha ha ha. May the Almighty be with you. The light of the Almighty shall illuminate the myriad realms. I am your master, the deity within your hearts. If the Almighty proclaims this world ranks among the top 10, it shall surely be so, Yi Hua declared. How absurd. You are but a trivial birdman. Yet you dare to boast? Just wait until I annihilate the angelic race within my world, and we shall see if you are truly so formidable. Luo Feng. Indeed, angels and their ilk are the epitome of hypocrisy. Solely preoccupied with their own interests, the notion of an afterlife in paradise is nothing but a ruse that I, Satan Lucifer, shall inevitably slay you with my own hands, severing your head to use as a ball to kick. Satan Lucifer. Ha ha ha. The angelic lineage, devoted to safeguarding world peace, has never been hypocritical. How dare you speak such nonsense? Angel Yin, a mere swarm of ants dares to howl. In this realm of myriad worlds, my perfect grand world shall undoubtedly secure a place among the top 10. There is no need for further discourse. The immortal king in Lan, it seems, is once again full of himself within the vast universe. The now quasi-emperor Pang Bo, gazing at the bullet comments directed at the already established Emperor Yi Fan, chuckled, a trace of scorn gleaming in his eyes. Ha ha ha, there is no denying it. He speaks the truth. Although I have ascended to the rank of emperor, I remain bound to this world, unable to transcend it. Yet in Lan's world, there exists the existence of the Desolate, a being of the same caliber as the esteemed immortal lord. Yi Fan, unable to suppress a sigh at the ostentatious words, shook his head and remarked, "So, do you have confidence in living out a second life?" Pang Bo shifted the focus to Yi Fan, smiling as he spoke. "Naturally, I am confident. Let us not forget that we are the ones who brought an end to the dark turmoil. Living out a second life should be a breeze. Not only do I intend to live out a second life, but I also aspire to live out a third. Young one, I believe in you, for you are the most formidable companion I have ever had." The Black Emperor stood up and patted Yi Fan's shoulder. To cry of despair erupted. The Black Emperor collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent, for Yi Fan had indeed inflicted harm upon him. What a grievous act! "Wukong, what do you think our journey to the west ranks?" Tang Sanzang, removing his hat and wiping the sweat from his brow, took a sip of water and smiled at Sun Wukong beside him. "Master, I believe our world should rank within the top 50. Sun Wukong scratched his head, while Beiji and Shahashang perked up, eager to understand Wukong's reasoning. "That I have observed that many worlds possess seemingly formidable bullet comments. The supreme ruler of the Grand Dominance world appears to be akin to our Tai Golden Immortal. Our world, with quasi-saint powers among its ranks, must certainly outshine numerous others. Yet, it seems that some powerful beings in other worlds have surpassed the quasi-saint level. From this perspective, they indeed seem quite formidable. My disciple has noticed that such strong beings are numerous." Sun Wukong spoke slowly. "Indeed, there are truly individuals beyond individuals, realms beyond realms. How remarkable that so many powerful worlds exist. Let us, Wukong, hasten to attain the true scriptures so that we may achieve our ultimate goals." Tang Sanzang rose, his gaze resolute as he looked westward. "Sister, the monsters in this world seem particularly unique. Such precious creatures appear to have all but vanished from our realm. It is no wonder this is among the top 100 worlds. In the world of White Snake, the already ascended by Sujin and Xiao Qing marveled at the video in the sky." Chapter 74. Preparations for the mythical world. A great transformation in the supreme primordial world. Of course, that realm is not only broader than ours, but also teeming with countless races in our world. Aside from the demon and human races, along with a few others, all other races have been extinguished. My demon kin consist of only a handful, either serving as mounts for the powerful or being slain, such is the unfortunate fate. A glimmer of resignation crossed by Sujin's eyes as she spoke. Had it not been for the ranking of the myriad worlds, sister, your choice to repay kindness might have led you to marry that Su Xian, a mere mortal. Such a union would surely not have yielded favorable outcomes. Xiao Qing lamented, noting their world ranked 170 in the grand scheme, with only the likes of Buddha and the Jade Emperor achieving the realm of Tai Xianxian. Indeed, I have come to realize that repaying kindness does not necessarily entail marriage. Bestowing him a lifetime of wealth and honor suffices. Bai Sujin concurred. Ba, I am honored by your actions, and I congratulate you both on ascending to the celestial realm. A resounding voice echoed in their ears, and a monk clad in robes, holding gold leaf, approached, bowing to Bai Sujin and Xiao Qing. This was none other than Fa Hai of Jinshan Temple. "Master, you are too kind. It is thanks to your mercy that Xiao Qing and I have ascended." Bai Sujin bowed in acknowledgement. My esteemed ministers, the time until the impending battle of the myriad worlds draws near. I wonder if you are all prepared. The Celestial Emperor, seated high above the clouds in the mythical world, surveyed the distant video, sensing the plight of countless beings, and spoke. although no divine powers were employed. The heavenly hosts felt an overwhelming reverence, instantly standing erect. Your Majesty, in anticipation of the forthcoming battle of the myriad worlds, our heavenly army is thoroughly prepared. Once the dimensions open, we shall march forth to conquer the realms, allowing the might of our celestial court to echo throughout this moment. A deity, standing to the left of the Celestial Emperor, stepped forward, bowing respectfully. The aura emanating from him was only slightly weaker than that of the supreme realm of the divine land. A golden star was embedded in his smooth forehead. He was none other than the Tiga, jinxing, excellent. Whether our celestial court can emerge as the foremost among the myriad worlds hinges upon this battle. Tiga, summon the 5 elders of the 5 directions. I wish to discuss our strategies for waging war against the myriad realms. The Celestial Emperor scanned the hall, speaking with deliberation. The old minister obeys. Boom! Ha ha! At long last, I have refined the primal essence of the chaos, advancing my cultivation yet again. I wonder what time it is now. In the supreme primordial world, a towering figure, immense beyond measure, emerged from a vortex radiating endless purple energy. With each step, he traversed hundreds of universes, yet it took him several hours to emerge from that region of purple energy. Now, I can unleash my divine powers. Suddenly, the once colossal figure vanished, only to reappear outside the supreme primordial, subsequently shrinking his form. We bow before the supreme Pangu. Congratulations on your remarkable ascension and cultivation. This time, we shall undoubtedly become the mightiest world among the myriad realms. At that moment, 3,000 demon gods, accompanied by countless beings, arrived at the boundary of the primordial world and bowed to Pangu, exclaiming with excitement, "Rise! This time, I bring back an abundance of treasures." Whoosh! 3,000 strands of chaotic law essence appeared in his hands. And addressing the astonished onlookers, he proclaimed, "These are the 3,000 primal sources of chaotic laws, entrusted to you, 3,000 demon gods. They shall be sufficient for your advancement." With a flick, the chaotic law sources fell into the hands of the demon gods, who were filled with disbelief, quickly replaced by ecstatic joy. Most among them had yet to step into the path of the supreme realm, akin to the half-saint realm in the divine land. Where the heavenly path corresponds to the supreme, we are grateful to the great Pangu. We shall brave fire and water without hesitation. The 3,000 demon gods shouted in unison, their voices resonating throughout the supreme primordial world. Whoosh! Pangu grasped the primal law essence, his gaze piercing as he addressed the 6 saints, the ancestral dragon, and others. "These 47,000 primal law sources I bestow upon you. I hope you may soon tread the path of the Hunyuan Wajidian, achieving mastery comparable to the half-step heavenly path, or even the heavenly path itself." With a wave of his hand, the Taoist sages such as Taiji Laojun, Jin Shengren, and Jinyuan Daxian received their share of law essence. Bowing in reverence, whoosh, Pangu produced another 12,960 strands of primordial purple energy, casting them toward those with cultivation merely at the half-step saint level. Instantly, the likes of San Shao, Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, Neza, and the mighty among the saints erupted with joy. Within the divine land, the armor legion developed by the half-saint Tianyang has been perfected, each piece rivaling the early stages of the saint sovereign, numbering 1,000,000 in total, with 200,000 of each type. Before long, we shall all attain the realm of immortality. Ling Banzian gazed at the densely packed fissures in the sky and chuckled, saying, "After such a long time, the immortal Lord has traversed numerous worlds, devouring and refining the essence of many. The bottleneck of the Shinjo world is on the verge of being shattered by the laws. Seemingly just days away, from the initial few cracks in the sky to now billions, the common folk have grown accustomed to it. They recognize it as a positive sign, and fear has dissipated. The path of cultivation in the great Shinjo world has become increasingly effortless, with countless cultivators breaking through daily. The number of those at the Sacred Master Realm has multiplied several times, and the Supreme Realm has doubled as well, with a few more half-immortals emerging. Yet instead of joy, there is a profound reverence for Qin Tian, for they know he is the architect of it all. They dare not even fathom the extent of his cultivation. Indeed, It appears that the immortal Lord has dispatched a wisp of divine thought to other worlds, and he is likely to return soon. Once the laws of that world are consumed, we shall all step into the realm of immortality. Changqing Banzian remarked, Haha, in truth, Hunyuan Banzian could have stepped into the immortal realm long ago. He insists on waiting for us to maintain fairness and justice. How infuriating! Wally glanced at the not-so-distant Hunyuan Banzian and gritted her teeth, saying, I am still a step away from that threshold, and the prospect of Hunyuan Banzian stepping in directly is simply unfathomable. All right, Lolly, play with this for a while. Tianyang Banzian placed a transformation device in Lolly's hands, smiling. This is a new armor I specifically developed, and it suits you perfectly. By the way, why is this dominator world so weak? I feel that even a mere soldier from our side could obliterate that world. Nang Banzian queried, perplexed. You would have to ask the immortal Lord. How can we know? We have never set foot in those other worlds. Tianyang Banzian shot a sidelong glance at Zhang Banzian, then pulled Luoli away. Who knows? Why not ask the immortal Lord? Perhaps he might share something. Changqing Banzian chuckled as he stroked his beard. This world is truly formidable. We are but fireflies in comparison to the moon, mere denizens of two disparate realms, Tushan Yaya commented. Indeed, we are beings from two separate worlds. One a dominator, the other a mere matchmaker, Tushan Honghong laughed. Chapter 75, The Young Shepherd Sovereign Boom. With a crisp sound, the gazes of the crowd were drawn back, that eye in the scene. The figure of Mu Chun gradually emerged, still a resolute youth within the North Spirit Academy. Yet to ascend to the exalted realm of the Dominator. In the North Spirit Academy, he revealed extraordinary talent from a young age. His youthful face, though somewhat gaunt, exuded an indescribable comfort. Nearby, other young men and women from the Academy looked at him with admiration. As the scene progressed, the denizens of the myriad realms wore smiles, for many a strong youth had risen, often accompanied by a cherished companion, enduring trials and tribulations to protect their loved ones and pursue their aspirations. As they watched, some couldn't help but shed glistening tears, moved by the moments shared between Mu Chun and his father, a sudden pang of sorrow swelling within them, an echo of the softest corners of their hearts, reserved for parents and kin. Alas, perhaps I shall never reunite with my family in this lifetime. I long to understand why they abandoned me. For so many years, I believed I had moved on. Yet this single tear undoubtedly reveals my lingering envy. In the seven realms martial god world, Yi Tian, now the sovereign of the universe, sat in the void as a tear slipped down his face, murmuring to himself, Why do I feel a twinge of sorrow? It cannot be. How could I, and Lan, shed tears for such trivial familial ties? In the perfect world, the undying king and Lan's eyes glimmered with tears, which he forcefully repressed, yet memories from countless epochs surfaced in his mind. Back then, he was not the immensely powerful immortal king, but a child from a destitute family, relying solely on his father. His father forged spears and shields by hand to earn a meager living for them, until one fateful night when a band of thieves attacked to save him. His father wielded a spear and shield, fighting valiantly against the marauders, buying him precious time to flee. All that remained in his memory was the image of his father, one hand gripping the spear, the other the shield, after enduring countless hardships and slaying powerful foes. He forged the chiefing spear and the undying shield from their blood. The scene did not pause as the strong across the myriad realms reminisced. Instead, it progressed at an even swifter pace. From Mu Chun cultivating the great floating Buddha technique to his strength rising as he defeated Mu Yuan and his companions, participating in the Academy's trials with unparalleled prowess, emerging from the North Spirit realm, riding the 9 Nether Mist bird into the splendid, vast world. He was the only one from the North Spirit realm to have set foot on the Spirit Road, where terrifying legends about him circulated, only to be expelled from the Spirit Road within a year, where he met his lifelong companion, Lolly. Subsequently, he slaughtered Blood Butcher in the North Spirit Plains, triumphantly defeating Lu Mubai in the selection of the 5 great academies, securing a seed spot and forging a bloodline connection with the 9 Nether Mistbird, their bond deepening exponentially. At the new student conference, he vanquished his former nemesis Yang Hong, then forcefully ascended to the top of the North Spirit Academy's soul ranking. contending with Li Xian, the second on the Academy's heavenly ranking, through 3 exchanges in the Thunder Domain, receiving a blow from a 9-tiered Supreme North Ming Dragon Kuan that a series of significant experiences unfolded, leaving the spectators entranced, many reflecting deeply. Who would have thought that the fantastical world could be so exhilarating? In this realm, I have known no defeat. I can only remain unseen amongst mortals, accompanied by my sculpture. If only I could be born in this world, wielding my sword against millions of foes. Dugu Qiubai. Indeed, I, Shimen Chue Shui, have long sought a worthy swordsman to challenge, aside from that Yi Gucheng. Here, I see many swordsmen. If only I could engage in a battle, my life would not be in vain. Shimen Chue Shui, gazing at the barrage of comments in the sky, could not help but speak. With Lu Xiao Feng, known for his 4 eyebrows, by his side, Shimen Chue Shui tightened his grip on his sword, exuding an aura that pierced the heavens, drawing the attention of martial arts masters around him. Do you have confidence for the decisive battle at the Purple Forbidden Peak in a month? I sense a hint of slackness in your swordplay. Perhaps you should reconsider. A heartless swordsman who develops feelings will inevitably reveal flaws. Lu Xiaofeng advised, wishing to spare his friend from danger, for he had witnessed the overwhelming strength of that Yi Gucheng, who had vanquished all who had faced him. A swordsman must forge ahead without hesitation. Only one of us can emerge victorious. Either he or I. There can be but one sword god. Shimen Chue Shui spoke coldly, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Who would have thought that such a beautiful world could harbor a being like the celestial evil god? What misfortune! If only I were there, I would undoubtedly slay them all. Yi Tiandi, situated in the shading heaven world, Yi Fan looked upon Mu Chen's journey with deep emotion, recognizing how he had grown through adversity, constantly battling to become stronger for himself and those worth protecting. That I no longer wish to become the Pirate King. I, Luffy, have a grander dream, to defeat the Celestial Dragon and create a better world where everyone can live in peace and prosperity. I am destined to be the man who becomes the Pirate King. In the world of One Piece, Luffy tossed aside his straw hat and shouted to the crowd. Indeed, I too shall defeat Wang Xiao'er, restore peace to the world, and ensure that all can live happily. Behold, the Zhu Zhu dragon-slaying sword. In the world of Zhu Xia wielded the dragon-slaying sword, donning his warrior garb, charging towards the enemy. That I wished to encounter such a man. Had I met him, I would not have become this way. Inviting Moon gazed at the moments between Mu Chun and Lolly, her anger boiling as she recalled the one she loved eloping with her maid. And she struck down the Rat King among the 12 Zodiac. Beside her, Yin Antion did not intervene, but instead watched the Moon inviting master with a grave expression, shielding Little Fish and Hua Wuchio behind him. Had it not been for the cleverness of Xiao Yuer just moments ago, I would surely be regretting my actions now, having nearly allowed my brother's own child to engage in mutual destruction. He has since vowed to protect the 2 of them from even the slightest harm. The aura of the great sovereign in this realm is far more potent than that of our group of supreme beings. Why is it that my Jetian world lags behind them? Is it possible that one of us will eventually ascend to immortality? The Stone Emperor exclaimed with great excitement, a glimmer of joy evident in his eyes. He felt certain that his speculation was undoubtedly correct. Otherwise, according to rankings, our world would certainly be beneath the great sovereign. It is inevitable that we shall traverse the path to immortality this time, achieving ascendance and becoming undying. Ha ha ha. The eternal life, immortal sovereign laughed heartily, oblivious to the fate that awaited them. The laws of the extraterritorial evil demon clan in this realm possess a certain intrigue. Once I return, I shall acquire those laws and conduct a thorough study. Qin Tian remarked with a smile as he observed a fleeting figure on the screen. Subsequently, a strand of thought emerged, and he opened a space, projecting that thought within. This strand of thought, upon entering the great sovereign world, did not proceed to the myriad worlds, but directly approached the extraterritorial evil demon clan. Gazing at Mu Chun, the old man reminisced about his glorious past. He too had once been a charming talent of the Tianli great world, adored by countless admirers. In the end, he relinquished everything to strive for immortality. And now, reflecting on it, he felt a profound sense of regret. The evergreen half-immortal stroked his beard and chuckled. The era of the immortal sovereign, indeed, can be understood and appreciated. The purple sun half-immortal remarked, raising his brows at him. Chapter 76. Ascension of the World. Never mind, I shall not argue with you any further. The immortal sovereign should be emerging soon. This time, we shall undoubtedly break the limits of the myriad worlds and create a new historical high. At which point you and I shall be celebrated for eons. The evergreen half-immortal, suppressing his urge to scold the purple sun half-immortal for his antics, shifted his focus to the immortal sovereign. Indeed, judging by the oppressive aura emanating from the peak of Yanhuang, the immortal sovereign has now entered the final stage, that if he takes just one more step forward, the entire divine land world shall witness an unprecedented era, one that can only be described as extraordinary. The purple sun half-immortal scanned most of the regions of the myriad worlds with his divine sense, observing the fissures, smaller than what the naked eye could perceive, gradually tearing apart, and exclaimed with excitement, "Crack!" At the summit of Yanhuang, Qin Tian sat cross-legged beneath the world tree, exuding an increasingly terrifying aura. Suddenly, a vortex opened, and another Qin Tian emerged from within. This was merely a strand of his avatar, dispatched to 81 worlds to replicate their laws. If he encountered any worlds devoid of humanity, he would annihilate them and seize their laws. There were 9 worlds without humans, the most powerful of which was comparable to the great sovereign, with the beast emperor's strength reaching the golden immortal realm. This world was not entirely devoid of humanity, in the realm known as the beast demon emperor. Humans were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, subjugated by the beast race. Within the entire world, merely 1 million humans remained, devoid of any cultivation, their eyes hollow as they mindlessly leaped into the jaws of the beast emperor day after day. Upon entering, Qin Tian showed no hesitation and immediately obliterated this world, preventing the inhabitants of the myriad worlds from witnessing any of its existence. Swish! Qin Tian retracted that strand of divine thought. Then with a grasp of his hands, tens of thousands of laws, unlike those of the divine land, manifested before him. Qin Tian's gaze swept across these laws before he consumed them. Boom! On this day, a thunderous roar echoed from the peak of Yanhuang, resonating throughout the entire divine land. I could see that moment. Whether mortal or cultivator, whether plant or animal, all felt the immense sound emanating from within their hearts. Many mortals feared they were gravely ill, overwhelmed with panic until someone steadied them. Crack, like the shattering of an eggshell, a crisp sound emanated from Qin Tian's body, simultaneously unleashing an enormous pressure that swept outward. At a distance of 1 million kilometers from Qin Tian, half of this force was obstructed by the world tree's expansive leaves, while the other half was thwarted by Yanhuang, before raging toward the myriad worlds. This is the aura of the immortal sovereign. It is overwhelmingly powerful. Even though I am already a half-immortal cultivator, I have a premonition that if this aura were to reveal even a hint of malice towards me, my very existence would be erased from the myriad worlds, leaving no trace of my being, not even in the river of time, 1 billion light-years away from Yanhuang. The aura radiating from Qin Tian enveloped the entire world in mere billionths of a second. Within this world, the supreme half-immortal, the carefree half-immortal, trembled in fear, prostrating himself on the ground. Despite the aura not targeting him, he felt an overwhelming dread. Not only the half-immortal, but also some sovereigns felt like mere ants in the presence of this aura. At least mortals could still be compared to them, but in the face of this aura, such comparisons seemed utterly laughable. Father, is this the power of the immortal sovereign? Just a strand of aura emanating from him is enough to obliterate our sacred families. Are we truly so fragile? A young girl, shrouded in the brilliance of the heavenly Tao, bit her lip as she gazed at the middle-aged man nearby, the leader of the heavenly Tao sacred land, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of half-immortal and was among the top figures in the divine land, but he remained silent, feeling the aura without uttering a word. Crack! Atop Yanhuang, Qin Tian opened his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing through several uninhabited planets. He then reined in his aura. Judging by its intensity, he had made another advancement in the realm of immortality. Qin Tian rose from the ground, retracting his aura and pointed toward the sky with both hands, as tens of thousands of laws of power directly merged into the laws of the divine land. In just a moment, they were assimilated by the laws of the divine land. Indistinguishable from one another, those were tens of thousands of laws that did not belong to the divine land. The immortal sovereign has managed to acquire such a wealth of laws. It seems he has visited more than one world. Our opportunity has arrived when the divine land undergoes a tremendous transformation. That will be our moment to step into the realm of immortality, at which point we can truly call ourselves immortals. Within the Hall of Immortals, the half-immortals gazed upward, entranced by the myriad laws in the cosmos that owe them. Those tens of thousands of laws were not merely concepts. They transformed into birds soaring through the divine land and fish swimming through the myriad worlds. Indeed, the immortal light shone brilliantly. This was our opportunity as well as the chance for all beings. When the sky shatters completely, that will be our moment to transform into true immortals that I can hardly wait. The purple sun half-immortal laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with boundless joy. Is this the law? How could there be so many unfamiliar laws? Could it be that the immortal sovereign acquired these powers from the myriad worlds? Indeed, only the immortal sovereign possesses such strength and capability. It seems the world is on the verge of breaking through that barrier. Thank you, immortal sovereign, for your benevolence. A colossal dragon, stretching for billions of zhang, fixed its enormous eyes on the changes in the sky, then knelt before Yin Huang. Simultaneously, the western white tiger, southern vermilion bird, and northern black tortoise did the same, all of them divine beasts of half-immortal cultivation. This act of reverence sent shockwaves through half of the sentient beings in the myriad worlds. Crack! In the divine land, the sound of shattering echoed from all directions. For cultivators, this was a fortuitous event, while for mortals, it was a cataclysmic one. They believed the world was truly on the brink of destruction, and they would perish alongside it. Save the world, O divine being, we beseech you. Boom! Crack! At that moment, the myriad fissures in the myriad worlds shattered completely, revealing a new membrane of existence that enveloped the divine land. The special aura that had entered the divine land was grasped directly by Qin Tian. This shattered bondage was not merely of the world, but also of the shackles within the hearts of the people, all obliterated. The sentient beings seemed to have broken free from the constraints of fate. At this moment, destiny became nebulous. Even half-immortals could not ascertain their own fates. Haha, I'm not dead. How wonderful. Thank you, divine being. What is this? Before the beings could rejoice, they beheld golden lotuses cascading from the sky, each blossom emerging from the void and gently descending to merge with all things in the world. Oh, I just shattered a boulder several zhang in size with a single punch. Am I dreaming? A middle-aged man lightly struck a massive stone, which shattered instantly, plunging the ordinary folk into ecstatic jubilation. Ha ha ha. With this, there is no need to fear the bandits at Qin Mountain anymore. With a single punch, I shall surely crush his head, and my fellow villagers. We shall no longer endure oppression. You, young man, seem rather arrogant, thinking you can defeat me. Come at me with all your might. But remember to leave me a breath of life. Understood? At this moment, Zhang Hongwei, the leader of the bandits from the Qin Mountain range, arrived with a group of lackeys, observing the villagers approaching. He sneered with disdain and promptly commanded his in the past. He would have swiftly dispatched them with a single stroke, but given the current circumstances, he dared not act so recklessly that a sense of reverence filled him. Should he offend a formidable deity, his demise would be all but guaranteed. Chapter 77. The Chaos Half-Immortal's Tribulation to Ascend. Such scenarios were not isolated to this place, but were unfolding in various regions throughout the divine land. Numerous beings, having reaped the benefits of the world ascension, grew increasingly arrogant, seeking to drive away the oppressive mountains. It was evident that these mountains had also grown stronger, and their hopes were destined to be dashed. Suddenly, a colossal golden divine dragon emerged from the eastern skies of the divine land, soaring majestically.